On the third day in this world, and still not a woman in sight, Ning Fan wrote in his notebook. Today, I found 3 supply crates in the sea, one more than yesterday. My raft has grown from a single square meter to 5, making it slightly safer to drift on the ocean. Bad news is, I might not last until tomorrow. Closing the notebook, Ning Fan gazed at the dark, endless sea ahead, its ceaseless waves whispering a sense of oppressive loneliness. 3 days ago, a cataclysm swept across Blue Star, banishing all humans to this boundless ocean, each becoming a lord of their own domain. Everyone started with a 1 square meter raft that wouldn't capsize, but all survival supplies had to be scavenged from floating crates. Ning Fan had awakened a unique system by giving supplies to women. He could receive multiplied returns, with the multiplier depending on the woman's affection level. With such a powerful system, as long as he encountered a woman, whether she was a Sakura girl or not, he could turn his fate around. Given that half of Blue Star's 8 billion population were women, he should logically encounter one in this vast ocean. But things didn't go as planned. For 3 days, he hadn't seen a single soul other than supply crates. Worse, after the guaranteed food and water on the first day, he hadn't found a drop in the last 2. Ning Fan picked up the last sip of water left in his bottle, his vision blurred by severe thirst and hunger. Locking the notebook in a supply crate, Ning Fan held the crate and closed his eyes to rest. Suddenly, the raft shook. He opened his eyes wearily to find another small raft attached to his. And on that raft, a curled-up figure. Ning Fan's heart leapt with joy. The long black hair unmistakably belonged to a woman. Stumbling closer, he saw a white dress fluttering in the sea breeze, revealing graceful legs and a slender waist. But what shocked Ning Fan more was the exquisite face, none other than Feng Linglong, the campus beauty who had gently rejected him during his university days. Water, water, Feng Linglong murmured faintly in her unconscious state. Ning Fan sighed, offering her the last sip of water. Of all people, it had to be you. With your level of affection for me, I'd be lucky not to lose out, let alone get any returns. Cradling Feng Linglong carefully, Ning Fan gently dripped water into her mouth. Just as he was about to give up, a familiar notification sounded. Ding! The host has used 50 milliliters of mineral water for Feng Linglong. Her affection level is detected as level 2, ordinary friend. Returning 5L of mineral water. Do you choose to accept? Ning Fan chose to accept without hesitation and retrieved a 1.5L bottle from his lord's space, drinking deeply. Ah, refreshing. I feel alive again. More? Even though Ning Fan was unconscious, he could hear a hint of grievance in her voice. He thought to himself that this woman had a pleasant personality and seemed capable of taking care of herself. Muttering to himself, he picked up the water bottle and continued to feed her. The system's affection levels range from 0 to 7, with 0 indicating strangers with no resource return, and 7 indicating a bond so strong that resources return a millionfold. Resources returned cannot be used for further returns, and the number of returns per day equals the affection level. Ning Fan was surprised that after confessing his feelings to Feng Linglong and being rejected, they could still remain on friendly terms with a level 2 affection, which returned resources at the maximum rate. This indicated that she had a good sense of values. If she were a typical gold digger, she would likely treat him merely as an acquaintance, not as a friend. After all, people who use others typically have no genuine feelings for them. Feng Linglong's face began to flush, and her breathing stabilized. Ning Fan put the water bottle back into storage, letting her sleep peacefully in his arms, and then he opened the Lord interface. The Lord interface is divided into the chat channel, announcement interface, territory and personal interface, trading hall, and storage. In the storage, there was only the water returned earlier and some scattered materials. They had 4 liters of water left, having already consumed 1 liter, but that was under special circumstances. Conserving the remaining water should be enough for the 2 of them for several days. Ning Fan clicked into the territory and personal interface, and soon data appeared before him. Lord, Ning Fan, territory, 1 leaf raft, territory area, 5, territory rating, 5. Expanding the territory area and adding territory buildings can increase the score. Territory buildings, none. Other than the changes in territory area and rating, Ning Fan's data remained the same as at the start. However, he wasn't discouraged. The system was just beginning to show its potential, and the previous time was insignificant. He then clicked on the announcement interface, where there was only one announcement that had been there from the start. Within 7 days, resource boxes will refresh daily around each lord's territory, with the number equal to the day count. After 7 days, native islands will appear, varying in size, and will be guarded by pirates whose strength corresponds to the island's size. Lords who conquer an island can move their lord's monument there to develop. The lord's monument is the core of the territory. Wherever it is, the territory exists, but if destroyed, the territory is lost. This announcement made Ning Fan's blood race with excitement. A raft was hardly a territory. Only by relocating to an island could it truly be considered one. The rules of this world clearly differed from those on Blue Star, where the law of the jungle prevailed, and worldly rules and laws were meaningless. In just 3 days, Ning Fan felt this change, a change he realized through the chat channel. Boastful threats and verbal abuse were the most basic, while stories of murder and resource plundering were common. Ning Fan even crafted a spear to keep on the raft, in case of encountering ill-intentioned people. When he clicked into the chat interface again, the discussions were more peaceful compared to the frenzy of the previous days. After 2 days of hardship, everyone had come to terms with reality. Each person was like a lone boat adrift on the vast ocean, and boasting about anything seemed pointless. Can someone be kind enough to trade me some water? I'm dying of thirst. I can offer resources to expand a raft in exchange. Resources for expanding a raft? Haha, what good is that now? Water and food are what matter most. Surviving comes first. Why isn't there a map interface? If there was, we could form a group. Being alone on the ocean is driving me crazy. You're already crazy if you think you'll find anyone. If you do meet a muscle-bound guy, you'll have to behave. Let's hang in there. Tomorrow, there will be 4 supply crates, so there should be more resources. I'm really dying of thirst. Is there anyone kind enough to give me some water? I can trade food for it. Seeing this message, Ning Fan's expression shifted. Feng Linglong had a favorability level of 2 with him, allowing for 2 returns per day. He had used 1, and 1 remained. By tomorrow morning, the count would reset, so he might as well use it. He could trade water for some food. The message was from an ID named No Cilantro, so Ning Fan clicked on her profile to chat privately. How much food do you have? I have water. How do you want to trade? He quickly received a response. 500 g of bread for 500 milliliters of water. How about it? Ning Fan frowned. In a supply crate, the ratio of food to water was 1:1, but water was obviously more important. He couldn't accept such a trade. 250 milliliters of water for 500 g of bread. Take it or leave it. I'll find someone else. After a moment, the other side replied, deal. Ning Fan, reading the word deal, could almost sense the other person's gritted teeth. But he didn't care about their feelings. Here, whoever had resources was king, regardless of anyone's emotions. He initiated the trade. 250 milliliters of mineral water for 500 g of bread, and soon the other party agreed. The 500 g of bread appeared in his storage space. Just as Ning Fan was about to close the chat, he saw a small notification. No Cilantro has blocked you. Ning Fan raised an eyebrow, amused. Who's this princess still throwing tantrums here? She'll end up lost at sea. He shook his head, closed the chat, and quickly forgot about it. He only needed to take care of himself. Taking the bread from storage, Ning Fan looked down at Feng Linglong in his arms. Hopefully, she wouldn't be as oblivious to reality. Otherwise, he murmured, tearing the bread into small pieces. Come on, time to eat. Feng Linglong's subconscious was quite cooperative. As soon as the breadcrumbs touched her lips, she swallowed them easily. Seeing this, Ning Fan chuckled and continued feeding her. After a while, he had nearly fed her all 500 g of bread, except for the last bit. But for this last piece, she stubbornly refused to open her mouth. Ning Fan was exasperated. If you don't eat properly, don't blame me for feeding you with my mouth. Concerned about resource returns, Ning Fan wasn't going to be polite. As for being gentle, that's something you think about when you're not starving. Surprisingly, Ning Fan's scolding worked. In her sleep, Feng Linglong's brows furrowed slightly, and her lips parted obediently. Ning Fan quickly fed her the remaining bread, not worrying about whether she was full. Ding! The host consumed 500 g of bread for Feng Linglong, returned 50 kilograms of bread. Choose whether to accept the return. Jackpot! Ning Fan was ecstatic and gave Feng Linglong a kiss on the cheek. You're my lucky charm, 100-fold return again. Return. For now, he didn't have to worry about water and food. After giving Feng Linglong some water to aid digestion, Ning Fan carried her back to his raft. However, Ning Fan didn't notice that when he kissed her cheek, her beautiful eyelashes fluttered slightly. In recent days, Ning Fan's luckiest moment was finding a blanket in a supply crate. Without a bed, he used a few wooden planks to prop up the blanket on his raft, making a makeshift bed. On the 5-square-meter raft, this bed took up nearly half the space, and there was nothing else on the raft. Carefully, Ning Fan carried Feng Linglong to the bed, gently laid her down, tucked in the blanket, and then tied their rafts together with a rope to prevent them from drifting apart. After completing these tasks, Ning Fan sat back on the bed, took out some bread to satisfy his hunger, and opened the trading hall. Bread, weighing 50 kilograms, was a highly sought-after commodity, easily tradable for other supplies. Just like the water earlier, even a small trade for water would be worthwhile. However, traded supplies could not be retraded, and compared to 50 kilograms of food, the 4 liters of water seemed insufficient. Browsing through the trading hall, Ning Fan saw countless items listed by many people on Blue Star. However, just like the previous days, there were very few willing to trade food and water. After all, it was only the 3rd day, and most people could still manage unless they were in a situation like his. The occasional trade offer for water was quickly snapped up. Ning Fan clicked on several water-related orders, only to find they had already been traded. How many people are watching the trading hall? Their response time is incredible, he thought. Fortunately, Ning Fan wasn't desperate for water. Since he couldn't buy any, he didn't force it. He leisurely looked at other items, filtering for food as the trade currency, and soon relevant orders appeared. Materials to expand the raft by 3 cubic meters were offered for 500 grams of food, 10 pieces of plastic for 500 grams of food, and a paddle manufacturing blueprint for 2 kilograms of food. These blueprints were single-use, allowing instant creation of the item once the required materials were gathered. Ning Fan lingered on the paddle trade for a moment, but eventually looked away. The paddle's purpose was merely to change the raft's direction briefly, making it easier to retrieve supply crates. These crates would randomly appear within a 100-meter radius around the raft, a distance he could cover by paddling with wood instead of a paddle, albeit with more effort. It was how he had been managing these past 3 days. Spending 2 kilograms of food on this was not cost-effective, especially considering the need to gather materials, which would be another expense. Like a frugal housewife, Ning Fan carefully picked through the trading hall, silently cursing. These guys are insane, pricing things so high. They've clearly never gone hungry. Eventually, he found an item he'd desiree a blueprint for a basic fishing rod, priced at 5 kilograms of food plus 1 liter of water. With a fishing rod, he could catch fish to eat. Although he wasn't currently short on food, thanks to Feng Linglong's good fortune, he likely wouldn't be in the future either. However, the food from the supply crates was mainly staples like bread and instant noodles, which couldn't provide the necessary protein for the human body. Over time, this would be a problem. Therefore, eating fish was essential. Faced with this necessity, Ning Fan didn't hesitate and immediately clicked to trade. A notification popped up on the transaction completion screen, and Ning Fan switched to the construction interface. Suddenly, a blueprint appeared on the previously empty screen, a blueprint for making an ordinary fishing rod. This rod could fish up to a depth of 10 meters and had a very small chance of catching great fish. The materials needed for crafting included 20 metal pieces, 5 plastic pieces, and 1 rope. Great fish? Ning Fan was surprised, as he had only seen such a description in the context of physical attributes. Could this be food that enhances physical strength? Physical strength is a crucial factor in determining one's power. Ning Fan felt he had uncovered a significant secret and was slightly excited. He checked the materials in his warehouse and found 2 metal pieces, 4 plastic pieces, and 1 rope, still far from what he needed. He wondered how many materials Feng Linglong had collected over the past few days. Glancing at the sleeping Feng Linglong, Ning Fan finished the bread in his hand, feeling satisfied, and then clapped his hands to close the Lord interface, stretching lazily. Better get some sleep first, he thought. Even though he could exchange food for the materials needed to make the fishing rod, he was too tired to fish tonight. After all, he already had the blueprint, so there was no rush. Ning Fan lay down back-to-back with Feng Linglong. There was only one bed, so they had to make do and sleep together. He didn't mind. After all, having a woman in bed was a different experience, with her pleasant fragrance. However, just as Ning Fan was falling into a deep sleep, the chat channel exploded. The fishing rod blueprint in the trading hall had been bought. A photo of the historical order was attached, showing no buyer or seller information, just the details of the transaction. Anyone who had been following the trading hall knew which order this was, the one priced at 5 kilograms of food and 1 L of water. Wow, who's the big shot that bought it? Paying 5 kilograms of food and 1 L of water is quite extravagant. Damn, I was watching that order, waiting to gather enough resources to buy it, but someone beat me to it. If I find out who bought it, Illinois. That fishing rod was a gold mine. What was the seller thinking, selling such a moneymaker? Maybe they couldn't gather the materials and had to sell it? Both the buyer and seller got lucky. Life is unfair. I'm still begging for a sip of water online, while others are about to feast on fish. Speaking of which, is there anyone kind enough to spare me a sip of water? On the dark ocean, a lone raft drifted. A young girl in white knee-high socks sat kneeling on the raft, her legs in a V shape. She glanced at the chat messages and then at the bottle cap full of water in her hand, grumbling. What a loss. What a loss. I shouldn't have traded 500 G of bread so cheaply. If she had been more patient, she might have been able to trade with such a generous big shot at a high price. Like a little cat, she licked the water from the bottle cap. She only had 250 milliliters of water from the trade and had to drink sparingly. After finishing the cap full of water, she felt frustrated. How long would this situation last? The young girl bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes. Why can't I meet such powerful benefactors? Why do I only encounter swindlers? The more she thought about it, the more her heart broke, until she hugged her knees and cried. Tears fell on her knees, staining her pretty knee-high socks. After crying for a while, perhaps exhausted, she rested her flushed face on her legs and murmured, I really want to eat fish. I'm so hungry. If I ever meet such a benefactor, I'll cling to them tightly. She sobbed quietly, making a firm resolution. As for dignity, it was insignificant compared to the aroma of delicious fish. Like her, countless people struggled to survive in the dark. as if waking from a dream to find themselves in a primitive life where even water and food were scarce, subtly altering their mindsets. As the sky brightened, another day had begun. Most people awoke feeling hungry, thirsty, and exhausted, while a few never woke again. Ning Fan, however, was rudely awakened by a kick. In his dream, he heard a woman scream and felt himself being flipped over. As he groggily regained his senses, he found Feng Linglong glaring at him fiercely, clutching a blanket. At that moment, Ning Fan was no longer on the bed, nearly falling off to become shark bait. He rubbed the back of his head and was about to speak when he saw Feng Linglong's expression change. Ning Fan, why is it you? She exclaimed in shock, her face turning hostile. What did you do to me? Come on, if it weren't for me, you'd be a cold corpse by now. Is this how you treat your savior? Ning Fan retorted, stretching his sore back, thinking to himself how strong that kick was. Feng Linglong frowned at being called Big Sister, but soon recalled her previous predicament. Before losing consciousness, she had been drifting alone at sea, weak and parched. She glanced at her small raft and immediately understood the situation. You saved me. A hint of guilt appeared on Feng Linglong's face. Ning Fan nodded. Then, why were you sleeping in the same bed as me? Feng Linglong looked down at her clothes. Although they were intact, the memory of the previous night left her uneasy. We're trying to survive here, not on vacation. Do you see any other beds around? Do you want to sleep on the ground? Ning Fan replied helplessly. But you could have slept. Feng Linglong instinctively started to argue but stopped herself, her face turning red, unsure of how to respond. Seeing her expression, Ning Fan chuckled to himself, thinking, gotcha. He eased the tension and said, all right, since we're awake, let's have breakfast. With that, he retrieved food and water from the storeroom. Feng Linglong's stomach growled as she eyed the bread and water Ning Fan offered. Aside from the first day, she hadn't eaten much voluntarily and was naturally craving food. She accepted the food, avoiding eye contact with Ning Fan, her reddened ears adorably betraying her embarrassment. Ning Fan chuckled softly and turned away to eat, giving Feng Linglong some space. Some things she needed to figure out on her own. After a while, Feng Linglong finally spoke up. Thank you for saving me, Ning Fan. Her words brought a smile to Ning Fan's lips as he approached her. Feng Linglong was still sitting on the bed, the blanket covering her graceful figure. The bread was gone, leaving a crumb at the corner of her mouth like a mischievous kitten. As Ning Fan came closer, she instinctively shrank back. Leaning in, Ning Fan said, Senior, I can save you for now, but not forever. Will you choose to follow me, or leave on your own? If you decide to follow me, I need you to give me your Lord Stone to recognize me as its master. The Lord Stone could be bound to a master, and once bound, the owner would lose their status and become a subordinate. Ning Fan's intentions were clear. Feng Linglong was taken aback, lost in thought. She couldn't understand what Ning Fan meant. The Ning Fan she remembered wasn't like this. The person in front of her seemed extremely domineering. Can't we help each other? She asked in return. Help each other? Ning Fan laughed. Senior, do you think we're playing house? This is survival. One moment of carelessness, and you could lose your life to the sea. You can't even ensure your own survival. How can you help me? Warm my bed. There was undisguised mockery in Ning Fan's eyes. He wanted to completely shatter Feng Linglong's pride, to make her understand that here, she was no longer a wealthy heiress, but just a helpless girl. Hearing this, Feng Linglong was filled with indignation, yet had no words to counter. If it weren't for knowing you, I wouldn't have saved you this burden. Think it over yourself. If you can't figure it out, you're free to leave alone. Ning Fan pointed at her raft, a small piece of wood floating in the endless ocean. After speaking, he turned and went back to collecting boxes. The morning's boxes were gradually refreshing, and he had already spotted one not far away. Feng Linglong watched Ning Fan's back, clutching the blanket tightly, a wave of helplessness washing over her. Many times she wanted to muster the courage to get up, but memories of death always surged back, and the feeling of helplessness and fear left her even less courageous to face it. Eventually, tears uncontrollably streamed down her face. Her mental defenses crumbled as she screamed hysterically at Ning Fan. Why have even you become so cold and heartless? Ning Fan paused in his rowing, sighed, and put down the wood, picking up a supply box nearby. Inside was his diary. He flipped to a page that didn't document his system and placed it coldly in front of her. Because the sea taught me to be ruthless. Death is something neither of us wants to experience again. The crooked handwriting in the diary seemed to narrate the writer's struggle. At that moment, Feng Linglong was stunned, even forgetting to cry. Today, I saw a supply box again, 100 meters from my raft. I have to row again. My hands hurt so much, it feels like they don't belong to me anymore. What usually takes half an hour took me an hour this time, but I finally got it. I hope this time I get something good. The hopeful wish had no conclusion, only dark tear stains and deeply engraved handwriting. Feng Linglong's heart tightened, the overwhelming sense of desolation pouring from the pages. She looked up at Ning Fan, suddenly feeling a pang of heartache. Ning Fan just gave a carefree smile and put the notebook away in the storage. From then on, the diary had no need to appear again. To live by facing death, his life didn't need to be told, only lived in his own way. Senior, the slight connection between us, can it really outweigh the lessons the sea has taught me? Ning Fan reached out to wipe her tears. This world doesn't believe in tears, just as I don't trust them. Ning Fan's eyes lowered slightly, ultimately leaving unsaid the words that were both hurtful and true. The conversation ended there. If Feng Linglong couldn't understand, there was nothing more he could do. Ning Fan withdrew his hand and walked away. Although he spoke seriously, he hadn't actually left Feng Linglong, a fact only he was aware of, allowing him to maintain the upper hand. Feng Linglong sat there in a daze, as Ning Fan gently touched her face, but she showed no reaction. Compared to Ning Fan's experiences, her arrival in this world felt like she was just going with the flow, with supply crates coming her way without any effort on her part. She lacked the initiative to paddle out and retrieve them. She looked up at Ning Fan's back as he paddled at the edge of the raft, and the events described in her notebook seemed to overlap with reality. A thought suddenly crossed Feng Linglong's mind. Perhaps going with the flow alongside him might not be a bad choice. Once this thought appeared, it grew wildly like weeds. She sat quietly on the bed, watching Ning Fan's paddling figure, and her heart gradually found peace. Ding! Detected Feng Linglong's favorability towards the host has increased to level 4, just shy of a romantic relationship. The number of returns for today is corrected to 4 times. Ning Fan had just fished up a supply crate when he heard the system's notification. He turned around abruptly and saw Feng Linglong looking at him with a slight smile in her eyes. When she saw him turn, she hastily picked up a blanket to cover her face. Ning Fan chuckled softly, secretly pleased. The frog had finally wised up, skipping directly to level 4 favorability, just below a romantic relationship. This trip was certainly worth it. Now, the resource return multiplier reached the base magnitude of 1,000, with 4 opportunities per day, effectively doubling. Ning Fan didn't immediately disturb Feng Linglong, but instead focused on the supply crate in his hands. It was a small supply crate, and what it contained was entirely up to luck. Lately, all he had found were these, though there seemed to be medium-sized crates as well, but he had never seen one, nor had anyone mentioned them in the chat channels. He hoped to find some useful supplies to sustain the frog. Ning Fan opened the supply crate, and the system prompt sounded. Ding! Obtain plastic 3, wood planks 2, rope 2, mineral water 500 ml. Hearing this, Ning Fan raised an eyebrow, thinking, how come my luck improved since the frog arrived? After several days without finding water, he managed to get some in the first crate today. The first resource eligible for return today was finally found. The breakfast she had earlier consisted of already returned supplies, so it couldn't trigger a return. Ning Fan took the water from the storage, intending to give it to Feng Linglong, but upon looking up, he realized she was no longer on the bed and had returned to her small raft. As he wondered about this, Feng Linglong approached him with a piece of black stone in her hand, her eyes bright and clear. Ning Fan recognized the black stone as the Lord's stone tablet, something he had himself. The two stood facing each other in silence, neither speaking first. After a long while, Feng Linglong pressed her lips together and said, Ning Fan, I've made up my mind. I'll follow you. Take my Lord's stone tablet and claim it. She held out the black stone to Ning Fan. Are you sure you won't regret it? Ning Fan didn't take it immediately, but asked in a serious tone. Feng Linglong shook her head without a hint of regret. I never intended to be a lord anyway. She suddenly turned fierce, glaring at Ning Fan. Even though I've chosen to follow you, you can't use your lord's status to bully me. Hearing this, Ning Fan couldn't help but break into a mischievous smile. All right, it's all a matter of course anyway, and I can't afford to lose favor by bullying anyone, especially not someone as tough as you. He didn't mind the idea of slowly warming up like a frog in boiling water. Reassured by Ning Fan's response, Feng Linglong handed over the Lord's stone tablet to him. Lord Feng Linglong has chosen to become your subject. Do you agree? Once agreed, her Lord's stone tablet will automatically shatter. As the prompt sounded, the black stone in Ning Fan's hand instantly crumbled into dust and dissipated in the air. A subject interface? What's that? Ning Fan quickly opened the Lord interface and, sure enough, a new feature appeared: subject management. He clicked on it, and Feng Linglong's avatar was right there. Number of subjects in the territory, 1. Ning Fan clicked to view the subject information, and a data panel appeared. Feng Linglong, gender, female, age, 24, territory position, unlocked. What exactly is this unlocked territory position? Ning Fan felt a bit confused but decided not to dwell on it. After some exploration, he discovered he could directly chat privately with subjects and provide resources online. Glancing at the bottled water in his hand, Ning Fan had an idea and decided to test it. He stored the water in the warehouse and sent a message to Feng Linglong. On the other side, Feng Linglong was absorbed in the changes to the Lord interface. Apart from the change in identity and the disappearance of certain features exclusive to Lords, Her interface retained most original functions such as chat channels, trade hall, item construction, and warehouse, all of which she could use normally. Just then, she noticed Ning Fan's message, her expression changing slightly as she looked up at him. Ning Fan, with a playful smile, thought to himself, childish. Feng Linglong rolled her eyes dismissively at him before turning to leave. Ning Fan couldn't help but chuckle, thinking, she can still scold me, seems like she's adjusting well. The water had been delivered, and as long as she was happy, Ning Fan was satisfied with the outcome, turning away in a good mood to continue gathering supplies. There were 4 opportunities for returns today, so he aimed to collect more new resources. However, just as he picked up some wood for paddling, a familiar system voice suddenly chimed in. Ding! Target Feng Linglong has become the host subject. One-time manufacturing diagrams consumed within the territory are now included in consumption returns, although the return multiplier is halved. Current resources that can be returned, food and manufacturing diagrams. The system had unlocked a new feature. Ning Fan read carefully and felt a wave of excitement. He had initially thought that providing water and food to Feng Linglong daily, with the possibility of multiplied returns on living resources, was already incredible. To his surprise, it also included returns on manufacturing diagrams. On reflection, Ning Fan understood why the system had changed. With Feng Linglong as a subject of the territory, she could also enjoy all the benefits the territory received. Hence, including one-time consumable items like manufacturing diagrams in consumption returns seemed very reasonable, even if the multiplier was halved. Ning Fan put down the wooden plank he was holding and opened the Lord interface, deciding to set aside the matter of collecting boxes for now. Last night, he had acquired a decent crafting blueprint and was eager to give it a try. The blueprint for a basic fishing rod required 20 metal pieces, 5 pieces of plastic, and 1 rope. While he already had the rope and plastic, he was still short of 18 metal pieces. Metal pieces were relatively advanced materials. Ning Fan had only found 2 in the past 3 days, and their high price in the trading hall reflected this scarcity. A single metal piece cost 100 G of food. Despite the lack of transactions at this price, it was unlikely to decrease. Everyone knew that any metal-related blueprint required metal pieces, and these materials would inevitably become highly sought after later on, so selling them cheaply for a bit of food would be foolish. This also explained the seller's frustration over the fishing rod blueprint, as acquiring 20 metal pieces would practically require selling everything they owned. Sis, how many metal pieces do you have? Ning Fan asked Feng Linglong. He wanted to see how much they were short together before gathering the rest of the materials. Feng Linglong, absorbed in her Lord interface while sitting on the bed, looked up in confusion and asked, what are metal pieces? Ning Fan felt a sense of helplessness, wondering what he would have done without her. He said, just send me all the materials in your warehouse. Feng Linglong obediently nodded, and shortly after, Ning Fan received the list of materials she sent. Upon checking, he was speechless. 2 wooden planks, 2 ropes, and 2 pieces of plastic. Sis, is this all the materials you've collected these days? Don't tell me that's it. Feng Linglong blushed and quietly explained. I only collected 3 boxes. Ning Fan helplessly rubbed his forehead, realizing his expectations were too high. It wasn't a matter of luck, but rather her clumsiness. Seeing Ning Fan's frustrated expression, Feng Linglong pouted, curling her toes with embarrassment. Back in school, she was Ning Fan's senior and the club president, often criticizing him for being clumsy. Now, she had become a burden instead. Sticking out her tongue, Feng Linglong turned away and playfully said, so would I not only eat your food and drink your water, but I also. She glanced at the nearby bed and quickly crawled under the covers. I also sleep in your bed. Watching Feng Linglong's actions, Ning Fan didn't mind. She had just gone through a bout of exhaustion and needed to rest well to regain her strength and be at her best. As for the troublesome tasks, he would handle them. Ning Fan refocused on the crafting blueprint. Since Feng Linglong didn't have any metal pieces, he had no choice but to buy them from the trading hall. Opening the trading hall, Ning Fan filtered through the orders. Before long, he purchased 18 metal pieces at the price of 80 G of bread each, spending less than 1.5 kilograms of bread in total. For the well-off Ning Fan, this expense was manageable. With all the materials gathered, Ning Fan didn't hesitate and clicked on the crafting option. Ding! A notification sounded as he consumed 1 basic fishing rod blueprint and obtained a basic fishing rod, which was placed in the warehouse. Another notification followed, indicating the consumption of 1 fishing rod blueprint triggered a consumption return, with the target being Feng Linglong, at a return rate of 500 times. At this moment, Feng Linglong's favorability towards him had just reached level 4, making 500 times, half of the guaranteed 1,000 times, reasonable. However, the consumption return notification had changed, not specifying what would be returned. Ning Fan frowned slightly, thinking, I wonder what I'll get. He subconsciously chose the return option. Ding! A level automatic fishing net blueprint has been returned. Once again, it's a level item blueprint. Ning Fan quickly examined the description of this blueprint. The level automatic fishing net can be placed around the raft and set to capture target fish or supply crates within a 100-meter range. There's a small chance of catching level fish when targeting fish, with efficiency at a beginner level. Required materials include 40 metal pieces, 40 ropes, and 20 pieces of plastic. Seeing the effect of the automatic fishing net, Ning Fan was almost too excited to contain himself. Automatic fishing, what a magical tool! Who needs a fishing rod anymore? However, upon seeing the required materials, he almost bit his tongue in frustration. This is ridiculous, Ning Fan muttered, thinking that if this thing were given to someone else, they might not be able to gather the materials even by the time the native islands appear in 7 days. Just the metal pieces alone would cost 4 kilograms of food on the trading market. It truly is a level item, with a construction cost far higher than a regular fishing rod. The functions of level items have already surpassed the scope of Earth's technology. Everything, from physical attributes to items and even food, has levels. Perhaps levels are the core of this world, Ning Fan speculated. He still knew too little, so he decided to take things slowly and focus on survival first. Maybe after moving his territory to an island, he could unveil a part of this world's mysterious veil. Ning Fan looked at his warehouse. 2.5 L of water, 43 kilograms of bread, 0 metal pieces, 4 pieces of plastic, for ropes, for planks, and 1 regular fishing rod. Aside from water and food, the other materials were barely enough for a fraction of the fishing net. He would have to trade in the market hall for the rest. Thinking about the cost-free fishing that would come with the net, Ning Fan wasted no time and began shopping. 1 metal piece for 100 G of food, transaction successful. 3 metal pieces for 270 G of food, transaction successful. 5 bundles of rope for 50 G of food, transaction successful. After spending nearly 6 kilograms of bread, Ning Fan finally gathered all the materials. In the vast sea of material trade orders, his transactions didn't make a ripple and naturally didn't attract anyone's attention. Ding! He acquired a level automatic fishing net, which was placed in the warehouse, consuming 1 blueprint. Soon, Ning Fan crafted the net. He took it out from the warehouse. A small net pouch appeared in his hand, barely a square meter in size. Could this really automatically capture targets within 100 meters? Half skeptical, Ning Fan placed it at the edge of the raft and set the capture target to supply crates through the Lord interface. Several supply crates appeared visibly on the sea, as 2 waves of them had refreshed around the raft since Feng Linglong was the Lord earlier this morning. For +4, making 8 in total, just 1 short of. This round of benefits was limited to today only, as Feng Linglong had now become his subject and would no longer refresh her portion of supply crates. But Ning Fan didn't regret it. Now that his system was beginning to function, he could completely break free from relying on supply crates, especially with the fishing net now in play. Leaving a potential hazard for a bit of mosquito meat wasn't worth it. Of course, among so many lords, some would have thought of this too, and in the future, there would inevitably be groups banding together for development. That's their business, after all. Ning Fan would never entrust his back to outsiders. He kept a close watch on the fishing net, and soon after the target was set, the net, originally a square meter in size, suddenly shot out like a mechanical claw, firmly grabbing the nearest supply crate and reeling it back in. The entire process took only about 10 seconds, and a brand new supply crate was caught and shrunk down to a mini supply crate. Ning Fan marveled. This is incredibly smart and convenient. He reached out to take the mini supply crate, and as soon as he touched it, it returned to its original size. Amazing. Ning Fan, like a child with a new toy, repeatedly put the supply crate in and took it out, thoroughly enjoying himself. After a while, Ning Fan got bored, and the automatic fishing net finished its work, hauling up all 7 supply crates with astonishing speed. He sighed, then changed the net's target, hoping it would be just as efficient in catching fish. Having witnessed the net's capabilities, Ning Fan decided to stop paying attention to it and focus on opening the crates, planning to check the results later. Ding! Obtained plastic 4, rope 4, wood planks 4. Ding! Obtained metal pieces 2, rope 2, wood planks 3. Ding! Obtained bottled water 500 milliliters, bread 500 G. Out of all 7 supply crates, the last one contained water and food, while the other 6 were all materials. Ning Fan felt disappointed, thinking how difficult it was to get a blueprint. After experiencing the benefits of blueprint returns, his interest in materials, and even food and water, had waned. Unfortunately, he missed the paddle blueprint yesterday, and he wasn't sure if it was still available. Ning Fan felt a bit regretful, thinking that if he had known the blueprint would be returned after Lejbao became his citizen, he would have taken it without hesitation. In the trading hall, he discovered that the order for the paddle blueprint had indeed disappeared. Although blueprints could be returned, it seemed they only returned similar function blueprints, slightly higher in level. If that were true, missing a paddle wouldn't be a big loss, as the returned blueprint probably wouldn't be essential. While pondering, he browsed the trading hall, but found no blueprint-related transactions, finally deciding not to dwell on it, thinking there was no need to rush. With the increasing return of supplies, Ning Fan's survival basics were secured, and his mindset became calmer, easing his survival anxiety. Today, he had an extra supply crate, and if he could hold out until tomorrow, there would be 5, increasing the chances of getting water and food. In the future, the value of water and food would gradually decrease. He decided to expand the raft. After much thought, Ning Fan made a decision. The 5 raft was already cramped for him alone, and with Lage Bayo, it felt even smaller. Expanding the raft required wood planks 5 and ropes 2, materials that were no problem for Ning Fan at this point. He switched to construction mode, generously spending food to buy materials from the trading hall. After all, once he started catching fish, he would no longer value things like bread, which would lose their value, so he might as well use them up sooner. Consumed wood planks 5, ropes 2, raft expanded by 1. Consumed wood planks 5, ropes 2, raft expanded by 1. Consumed wood planks 5, ropes 2, raft expanded by 1. He expanded it to a full 50, using up all the materials in the warehouse and nearly 10 kilograms of bread before stopping. The reason for stopping was a notification from the Lord interface. Ding! Territory expanded to 50. Territory score increased by 45 points, slightly increasing the risk of ocean creature attacks. Please be cautious of ocean creature attacks. What was this? Could there really be monsters in the sea? The sudden notification caught Ning Fan off guard. Until he figured out what these attacks were, he didn't dare expand the raft any further. If a monster actually appeared and sank his raft, he wouldn't have anywhere to complain. For the sake of himself and Lage Bayo, he decided to act cautiously. Fortunately, the raft space was sufficient and could temporarily meet the living needs of both him and Lage Bayo. Ning Fan sat down to rest for a while and opened the chat channel to see if anyone knew what this attack was about. Ning Fan quietly observed the chat channel, his mind filled with thoughts. Such scenes of searching for family had emerged on the first day, but as the pressure to survive increased, everyone's attention gradually shifted to survival itself, and the search for relatives faded away. Only a handful of people managed to find their relatives on the first day, while most messages seeking family seemed to disappear without a trace, as if the chat channel only contained information from a small number of leaders. As time went on, by the 4th day, the frequency of supply boxes appearing increased, alleviating the shortage of food and water, which reduced the pressure to survive. People began actively searching for family again, all sparked by the statements of 2 sisters. Ning Fan was surprised as he watched their discussion. The sisters had met in this vast ocean and managed to find 4 supply boxes in one day. Together, they had 8. What was initially a simple math problem made people realize that the chances of getting food and water from 8 supply boxes were naturally higher than from 4. In this context, the idea of cooperative survival began to emerge. Trust became the foundation of cooperation. However, randomly seeking partners in the chat channel was impractical, so finding family became the prevailing trend. Unfortunately, most people were unaware that darkness was also brewing beneath the surface. A small group of people turned to robbery, inspired by these messages, choosing a more selfish path to survival. Ning Fan, already alone, did not join the search for family. He watched the lively chat channel and sent a rather abrupt message. Has anyone with the ID Maple Leaf encountered an attack by sea creatures? Each leader could choose an ID, and Maple Leaf was Ning Fan's. An attack by sea creatures? Could there really be something in this ocean that would attack our wooden sails? No one had mentioned anything like that in the past few days. Soon, many people noticed Ning Fan's message and began to inquire. However, Ning Fan did not immediately respond to these questions. As time went on, more and more people were drawn to this information. After all, when it comes to personal safety, everyone had to pay extra attention. Some speculated that perhaps it was just the imagination of the person above, since this wasn't Earth, and not even a shadow of a fish had been seen. Whether there were fish in the sea was still unknown. Ning Fan felt a bit bewildered as the chat channel's discussion veered off in a random direction, making him chuckle. Just then, a mechanical notification chimed in his ear, and messages flooded the Lord interface. Users like Woody Tiendi, AAA Construction King, and No Cilantro Alternate World blocked him one after another, bombarding him with notifications, which made him laugh quietly. People often laugh in disbelief when they're at a loss for words. He promptly disabled the block notifications, restoring peace to his ears. Ning Fan decided not to seek answers in the chat channel anymore, knowing full well that even if he explained the truth, few would believe him, and it might only invite a torrent of insults. He had no obligation to reveal any information about this world and could only rely on his own luck. After closing the chat interface, Ning Fan felt a vague sense of unease, especially as he was clueless about the potential threat from marine creatures. He focused on the weapon blueprints instead, muttering to himself, "To fend off attacks from sea creatures, I'll definitely need firepower." Yet, all he had was a homemade wooden spear. Looking down at his thin frame, he mused that this was the typical image of a useless college student. With a sigh, he couldn't help but think that if he were a few years younger, he might be able to run 100 meters in under 12 seconds. As he was deep in thought, a light tap on his back startled him. Turning around, he saw that Feng Linglong had somehow walked up behind him. Ning Fan rolled his eyes helplessly and said, "Senior, can you make some noise when you walk? Scaring me isn't going to do you any good, is it?" Feng Linglong shrugged with a smile. "Well, you never know. Maybe I could inherit your stuff." Seeing Ning Fan's defeated expression, she covered her mouth and laughed softly, clearly in much better spirits. Curious, Feng Linglong asked, "How did you manage to expand the raft to this size?" She looked around, amazed. Since arriving in this world, she knew how difficult it was to expand a raft to the size of a house. Watching Ning Fan gradually enlarge the raft filled her with a sense of security. Recalling the water and food Ning Fan had provided, her curiosity about him grew, as if meeting him again was a chance to get to know him anew. Under her fluttering eyelashes, Feng Linglong's beautiful eyes were fixed on Ning Fan. Ning Fan gave a gentle smile, though he couldn't help but feel slightly nervous inside. He joked, "I was saving up to get married, but since you're here, I can't let you suffer with me." He knew he couldn't reveal the truth to Feng Linglong, especially about the system. That was his boundary, a secret that must remain untold. As for what Feng Linglong might speculate in the future, he didn't care. She couldn't escape anyway. Hearing this, Feng Linglong's face flushed, and she turned her head slightly, biting her lip. Seeing this, Ning Fan's lips curled into a smile. He thought, "You think you can tease me about losing my manhood without consequences? Just because I left college doesn't mean I haven't learned a few tricks." He quickly changed the subject, not wanting to keep her waiting. "Don't worry, since you're my follower now, I won't let you suffer. Just let me know if you need anything, and I'll do my best to fulfill it." Feng Linglong's eyes lit up, and she leaned forward slightly, asking with anticipation, "Really?" Ning Fan was taken aback but quickly responded, "Of course, it's true." Feng Linglong blinked and continued, "Don't you think this raft is missing something?" Ning Fan looked around, noticing the empty raft with nothing but a bed, confused about what could be missing. "Missing something? Everything's missing. Idiot." Feng Linglong stomped her foot, a little annoyed and embarrassed, and whispered, "I need to use the bathroom." Ning Fan's eyes widened as he instinctively looked at Feng Linglong. The usually confident girl now seemed a bit shy. He suddenly understood, realizing that when he was alone, personal hygiene wasn't a concern, but with a lady on board, it wasn't right to live primitively. "My oversight. Hang in there, I'll figure something out and get a bathroom set up soon." Ning Fan scratched his head, contemplating how to solve this issue. He decided to open the Lord interface and look for a construction blueprint, and if none existed, he'd have to build a makeshift toilet with some wooden planks. Left standing there, Feng Linglong pouted, her face turning red as she thought, "What do you mean hang in there? I'm not in a rush." She wanted to express her annoyance but felt it inappropriate, so she puffed her cheeks and walked toward the bed. Her slightly awkward steps betrayed her true feelings. Ning Fan knew the real culprit behind all this was his lack of gentleness when giving her water last night. Pouring might be a more accurate term. Meanwhile, in the chat channel, a marine current scholar commented, "From my observations, this world's rules differ from those on Blue Star, but there are certain similarities in some aspects. In this world, some physical laws still apply, such as the patterns of ocean currents. We can use the drift direction of these currents to roughly determine the relative positions between locations. As more and more messages seeking family reunions are posted, a small number of people have successfully found their loved ones, fueling their desire to be reunited. Consequently, numerous self-proclaimed experts have emerged, offering advice. Wow, experts are truly impressive. I may not understand all of this, but it sounds amazing. I noticed my raft is drifting from west to east. How about yours? Mine is drifting from south to north. Not everyone is the same, I guess. Impressive that you figured this out. Haha, I'm drifting in the same direction as you. Want to team up? 24K pure gold virgin, no thanks. Not interested. After 4 days, we finally had some basis to judge our location, and the chat channel became lively with people seeking to team up. The sincerity of these requests was questionable. Ocean current experts reminded everyone that drift direction is a very rough estimate and may not be reliable. The ocean beneath us is unimaginably vast, and currents in the same direction are possible, so this conclusion should only be taken as a reference for personal judgment. Seeing the enthusiasm, the ocean current experts quickly issued a disclaimer. Wow, truly conscientious experts, explaining the pros and cons so clearly, much respect. Real experts have a compassionate heart, unlike those who pretend to know. What do you mean by that? Implying something. Our maple leaf expert isn't like that. Damn, a bunch of haters. Unlike me, I truly care about my brother, Maple Leaf, Maple Leaf, Maple Leaf. As Ning Fan entered the chat channel, he saw messages tagging and mocking him. He frowned slightly, but didn't bother with their nonsense and posted a trade request. Looking to buy a blueprint for building a bathroom, offering a regular fishing rod in exchange. Interested parties, please message me privately. The most valuable item Ning Fan had was a regular fishing rod he had made earlier, but now that he had an automatic fishing net, it was of no use. Instead of letting it gather dust, he decided to trade it. Compared to a bathroom blueprint, a fishing rod is more important during these times when most people are struggling to get by, which would attract more people to trade. As soon as the message was posted, the chat channel exploded. Oh wow, the main character is here. Everyone look, he's back at it again. Uft. What a bold offer, trading a fishing rod for a bathroom blueprint. Are you on vacation or something? At least try to make it believable. Looking to buy a nuclear bomb blueprint. Offering a castle in exchange. Message me if interested. How did I do, guys? Ha ha ha. Since no one has it, might as well say anything. Maple Leaf, you're done clowning. Get out of here, you talk like a kid. Oh, you guys mention him and then get upset. Show some empathy for the expert. Expert, don't mind them. I believe in you. Can I see your fishing rod? Clap clap. You're the best at this, hitting him where it hurts. It's not right to embarrass someone like that. You've gone too far. I really truly believe in the expert, laughing and crying. Believe him or believe on Qin Shi Huang. Seeing these messages, Ning Fan's face was like a calm lake. Time passed, and still, no one messaged him privately. He couldn't believe that out of so many people, no one had a bathroom blueprint. Normally, the value of a fishing rod would have people flocking to trade, even if they didn't have the blueprint he wanted. The fact that no one even inquired clearly showed the impact of these comments. Not wanting to engage with these people initially, Ning Fan now felt compelled to act as it affected his interests. Lord Fingya Ning Fan posted the description of an ordinary fishing rod in the chat channel. Fishing depth of 10 meters, with a very small chance of catching a level fish owner. As soon as this message was sent, the entire chat channel fell silent. Everyone in front of their screens seemed frozen, not uttering a word for a whole minute. Even those who were indifferent to the matter hesitated to break the silence, sensing the unusual atmosphere. The tension was palpable, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Everyone could feel the almost tangible pressure. Memories of past online bullying incidents were still fresh, and no one wanted to be the first to speak up. At this moment, even a single punctuation mark could spell trouble. Then, Ning Fan added another message. Anyone interested in trading, message me privately with the manufacturing diagram. Only one available. First come, first served. This message was like a fuse, instantly igniting the pent-up emotions of everyone. The chat channel erupted in excitement. No way, he's really a big shot. I can't handle this. Turns out we were the fools all along. Wait, does anyone remember the fishing rod manufacturing diagram that was bought yesterday? Oh my gosh, could Fingya be the mysterious buyer from yesterday? This is too extravagant, buying a diagram yesterday and trading it for a toilet today? Big shot, I worship you. Sorry, big shot, I shouldn't have cursed you. Please, spare some supplies. Ning Fan's reputation reversed at lightning speed, faster than any online rumor could. In this precarious survival environment, people's admiration for strength was magnified. Soon, someone recalled Ning Fan's earlier warning. So the big shot wasn't lying about the marine creature attack. This question led to a brief moment of reflection. Who would have thought that a casual warning from a stranger was actually from someone who could casually trade fishing rods? Despite this, there were still skeptics trying to question. Come on, he's just a lucky guy. You really take his words as gospel. What marine creature attack? That's just nonsense. However, at this point, no one echoed such skepticism. While the crowd might not dare to question the big shot, they were quick to pile on anyone who did. Are you out of your mind being a hater? The big shot must have his reasons. Exactly, just because we haven't experienced it doesn't mean the big shot hasn't. That's the difference. Fingya big shot, can you explain what the marine creature attack is? Don't just tag the big shot. If he responds, it's a favor. If not, it's his right. Thanks for the reminder, lesson learned. Your behavior is disgusting. Big shot wants some cool photos. On the surface, the crowd seemed eager to please, but in reality, some savvy individuals had already quietly messaged Ning Fan privately. And when Ning Fan received the first private message, he silently exited the public channel. His private messages were flooded, and Ning Fan felt a bit overwhelmed. He could only sift through those with attached screenshots, while ignoring the sycophantic ones. After some effort, Ning Fan finally found a suitable blueprint, sent by a user with the ID, Yutsuan Huang San. Hey, what do you think of this blueprint, he asked. It was a design for a basic stone bathroom, described as a dry-wet integrated bathroom built with stones, without electricity or water, requiring materials like 20 stones, 5 planks, and 5 pieces of plastic. Although the blueprint was quite rudimentary, lacking even basic utilities, it was the best option Ning Fan found. Others were either wooden toilets or just simple pit latrines. Ning Fan didn't intend to use these blueprints directly. He wanted to see what blueprints he could get from resource returns since these were all basic level designs. As long as they were within an acceptable range, there was no need to be picky. However, he needed to address the bathroom issue quickly before it became a problem. Glancing at the curled up figure on the bed, he thought, someone's going to suffer if I don't fix this soon. Alright, let's go with this one. I'll initiate the trade. Ning Fan messaged Yutsuan Huang San, offering a basic fishing rod in exchange for the stone bathroom blueprint. The trade was completed swiftly. The system notification sounded, confirming the successful exchange, indicating the other party was waiting eagerly. After acquiring the item, Ning Fan was about to close the chat when the other person sent another message. Thank you, sir. I don't have much to offer, just a small token. Yutsu and Huang Sen also gifted him 5 rolls of toilet paper. Seeing this, Ning Fan raised an eyebrow. It was quite lucky to obtain such an item. Although resource boxes could contain anything, the probabilities varied, with materials being the most common, followed by food, and lastly, household items and blueprints. He took a roll of toilet paper from his storage, examining it, and found it almost identical to what was used on Blue Star. This gift was timely, addressing his immediate need or rather, Feng Linglong's urgent need. Thanks. Ning Fan accepted it without hesitation. The other party replied instantly. Glad you like it, sir. Then, Yutsu and Huang Sen cautiously asked. I have a question for you, sir, if you don't mind. If it's not convenient, just forget it. His words were humble and respectful. Seeing this, Ning Fan decided to linger a bit longer, considering the small favor he received, and replied, Go ahead. I wanted to ask, what did you mean by marine creature attacks you mentioned earlier? If it's private, please ignore my question. Ning Fan thought it was something serious, but it turned out to be this. It wasn't a big secret. He casually replied, When your raft expands to 50, the system will notify you of a slightly increased chance of marine creature attacks. As for how the attacks occur, I'm not sure. After sending the message, Ning Fan closed the chat and started gathering materials. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, a small, dark-skinned man sat cross-legged on a 5 raft, unable to calm his mind. A 50 raft? Is that even a raft anymore? And now adding a bathroom. It's practically a moving house, Huang Sen murmured to himself, looking at his raft, feeling a bit lost and his hands trembling slightly. Have I just come into contact with the top player in this world? He felt a sense of disbelief. After a while, he regained his composure, his eyes filled with determination. My family has lived by the sea for generations, dealing with the ocean. This situation is my forte. Now that I have the fishing rod, it's time to showcase my skills. I refuse to believe I can't make a name for myself. With that, he retrieved the fishing rod from his storage. Though it was just an ordinary wooden fishing rod, to Huang San, it seemed like a masterpiece, an ultimate product within the rules, unmatched by any mechanical craftsmanship. As Huang Sen admired the fishing rod, he strategized in his mind. The information from the top player might seem trivial to them, but for him, it was a golden opportunity. I must make the most of this chance and maintain a good relationship with the top player. After spending some bread, Ning Fan successfully exchanged enough materials in the trading hall. A familiar notification sounded in his ear. Ding! You have consumed 1 stone ordinary bathroom blueprint and obtained 1 stone ordinary bathroom, which has been added to the construction interface and can be placed within your territory at any time. Another notification followed. Ding! You have consumed 1 stone ordinary bathroom blueprint, triggering a consumption return. Target Feng Linglong. Return multiplier 500 times. Would you like to use your remaining return chances for today? 3 returns available. Ning Fan chose to return without hesitation. He knew that when it came to bathrooms, they should either not be built or be built well, with no compromises. Ding! You have received a D-grade ultramodern convenient bathroom blueprint as a return. As expected, it was a high-grade item blueprint, D-grade, which made Ning Fan happy, as his careful selection paid off. If he had used a wooden bathroom blueprint, it probably wouldn't have reached this level. He quickly checked the description of the blueprint. D-grade ultramodern convenient bathroom blueprint. A home-style dry and wet separation bathroom covering 6, featuring modern decor, equipped with a small solar panel for power and a small water tower for water supply. It includes an integrated water recycling system, allowing for water resource recycling without requiring additional water supply, embodying future technology, zero-carbon environmental protection, and a home necessity. Required materials: metal sheets 40, stones 20, plastic 20, wooden boards 10, glass 5. Wow, future technology. An integrated water recycling system. Ning Fan couldn't help but exclaim. The ability to experience all the functions of a modern bathroom without additional resource expenditure was beyond his imagination, making him subconsciously overlook the high cost of construction. Once he clearly saw the material requirements, his initial feeling of hitting the jackpot and excitement slightly calmed down. As long as the price didn't require extra water or electricity costs, it seemed reasonable. He glanced at his storage. After some transactions, the original 40 kilograms of bread was reduced to 23 kilograms, and other resources were already depleted. Calculating without using drinking water, Ning Fan found that all the bread could be traded for the necessary materials, but it required careful planning to avoid overspending. Allocating 23 kilograms of bread to purchase each material was quite a task. Ning Fan, using both hands, started buying in the trading hall, where many orders were placed, but compared to the vast market, it was just a drop in the ocean. Once all the materials were exchanged, all the bread in the storage was consumed. There was a little left, but Ning Fan ate it. After wiping his mouth, he turned to the construction interface to begin building. Consumed 1D grade ultramodern convenient bathroom blueprint. Obtained 1 ultramodern convenient bathroom, which has been added to the construction interface and can be placed within your territory at any time. A mini bathroom image appeared on the interface. The raft, serving as his territory, had the attribute of not sinking. Ning Fan looked at the available space on the raft and chose to place the bathroom in the southeast corner. The installation of the ultra-modern, convenient bathroom was a success, instantly boosting the territory's score by 30 points, bringing it up to 80. Although Ning Fan was still unclear about the implications of the territory's score, his attention was completely captivated by the sight before Hema brand new single-room structure had appeared out of nowhere on the raft. The building's exterior walls were painted in a soft white, which, despite its simple design, stood in stark contrast to the surrounding raft environment. Driven by intense curiosity, Ning Fan approached this unexpected structure and gently pushed the door open. Inside, Feng Linglong was curled up on the bed, her head buried under the covers, trying to force herself to sleep with her eyes tightly shut. However, a strong physiological reaction left her unable to move, and images of Ning Fan and embarrassing scenarios kept flashing in her mind. She was torn between resolving her physical needs on the spot or continuing to endure. But if she chose the former, how would she face Ning Fan in the future? As her thoughts ran wild and her cheeks grew increasingly flushed, the covers suddenly lightened. Startled by the unexpected sensation, Feng Linglong turned around to find Ning Fan watching her with a meaningful smile. Ning Fan, is there something you need? She asked softly, her gaze evasive, tinged with fear and shyness. Seeing her expression, Ning Fan panicked and blurted out, "Senior, you didn't wet the bed, did you?" As he spoke, he moved to lift the covers, an action that immediately brought disaster upon him. With a loud thud, Ning Fan landed heavily on the floor. Although the senior was gentle in nature, her legs showed no mercy. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Feng Linglong clutched the covers tightly, both embarrassed and angry, looking every bit the victim. Yet, seeing Ning Fan clutching his stomach in pain on the ground, she couldn't help but ask with concern, "Are you all right?" Ning Fan replied with a wry smile, "I should be okay." After checking himself, he was relieved to find he had narrowly avoided a critical hit. Otherwise, he might have been Little Fan forever. Those long, lotus-like legs were a sight to behold, but taking a kick from them was no joke. "I was too forward, sorry," he admitted, standing up and pointing to the bathroom. "Senior, the bathroom you wanted is ready." Following his gesture, Feng Linglong noticed the new structure on the raft for the first time. Realizing it was an independent bathroom, the worry on her face was instantly replaced with joy. Though she hadn't yet seen the interior, having a private space to deal with urgent matters was enough to satisfy her. "Sorry for the trouble," Feng Linglong said gratefully to Ning Fan before eagerly getting out of bed and rushing to the bathroom, not even bothering to put on shoes. "Senior," Ning Fan quickly reminded her, "there's a shoe cabinet on the left side of the bathroom with slippers inside. Remember to put them on." These were among the items provided with the construction, along with fully charged and stocked facilities, making it ideal for living. At his reminder, Feng Linglong paused. Turning back, she caught Ning Fan staring intently at her white-socked feet, which made her face flush with embarrassment. She shot him a fierce glare before swiftly entering the bathroom. Left standing there, Ning Fan was bewildered by her inexplicable anger. Ning Fan sighed softly, feeling a bit melancholic as he touched his stomach and remarked, "I tried to give a kind warning, only to be glared at. Women are indeed unpredictable." However, thinking back to his senior's embarrassed demeanor, his expression turned amused. It was surprising to see that even she could lose her composure so completely it was truly embarrassing. After entering the bathroom, Feng Linglong didn't immediately check her surroundings. Instead, she leaned against the door, covering her face with her hands, replaying the earlier scene in her mind. The thought of her frantic dash under Ning Fan's gaze made her feel utterly mortified. But the cool sensation beneath her feet interrupted her thoughts. She lowered her hands, taking in the sight before her. For a moment, her mind went blank, her mouth slightly agape as she stood there stunned. It felt as if she had been transported back to Blue Star. The decor and fixtures were so familiar, yet this wasn't Blue Star. How had Ning Fan managed to create all of this? Feng Linglong murmured to herself, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. She reached out to touch the wall, the tangible sensation stirring her emotions. Ning Fan must have put a lot of effort into crafting such a bathroom. Suddenly, she wondered if she had been too harsh earlier. He had worked hard to meet her requests, yet she... A wave of guilt washed over her, and her mind was flooded with thoughts as she unknowingly found herself at the washstand. A clear mirror reflected her image, a white gown with pleats that accentuated her figure, her once delicate features now slightly haggard, her bangs disheveled, and her lips devoid of their usual luster. Feng Linglong smiled softly, though the reflection seemed to mock her. Even with such beauty, the weariness of autumn leaves cannot be hidden. After a while, Feng Linglong looked away, her gaze landing on the shoe cabinet Ning Fan had mentioned. She opened the door to find rows of slippers and chose her favorite pair to put on. After Feng Linglong went into the bathroom, Ning Fan didn't idle either. He opened his personal interface. The Lord information displayed. Ning Fan's territory was a single-leaf raft, with an area of 50 square meters and a territory rating of 80, with a building score of 30. In the current bathroom storage, there was 2.8 liters of drinking water left. After consuming some resources, the bread was finished, and he urgently needed to replenish his food reserves. Ning Fan decided to check the harvest from the automatic fishing net. He walked to where the fishing net was placed, and as he got closer, he could clearly see the shadows of fish swimming in the net bag. Since it was in a reduced state, he needed to retrieve it to know exactly how many fish were caught. Ning Fan then lifted the net bag, and the system notification sounded. Ding! Harvested 4 ordinary fish, totaling 12 kilograms. Ding! Harvested 1 grade fish, totaling 4 kilograms. The harvested fish were placed in the Lord's warehouse, and Ning Fan was delighted. In just half a day, he had collected 16 kilograms of fish, ensuring he wouldn't have to worry about running out of fish in the future. He was secretly pleased, realizing that the effects of graded items far exceeded ordinary ones. It was practically an effortless trade. What made him even happier was that this harvest included a graded fish. He couldn't help but wonder about the taste and effect of this grade fish, licking his lips in anticipation. However, Ning Fan quickly realized that he didn't have a kitchen and lacked even the basic conditions for grilling fish. Although a grill rack could be easily prepared by dismantling a wooden plank, he was stumped by the method to start a fire. Rubbing sticks together? He had no idea how to do that. Additionally, lacking a knife to cut the fish, he could only resort to purchasing from the trading market. Ning Fan patted his forehead, acknowledging that living decently here was no easy feat, as everything required resources. He opened the market and found that the current trading resources were limited to readitoate food like bread and water. The freshly caught fish had no trading channels, so he had to use his water for transactions. Fortunately, daily items like knives and lighters were priced much lower than manufacturing diagrams. Ning Fan spent 1 liter of water to successfully trade for a kitchen knife, a lighter, and a few pieces of wood. With everything ready, he began grilling the fish. From the Lord interface, he shaped a few pieces of wood into a simple barbecue rack. Then, he took out the grade fish, grabbed the kitchen knife, and started gutting it. The fish's structure was no different from ordinary fish, complete with all its organs. Although Ning Fan's hands were a bit clumsy, and his knife skills were inconsistent, resulting in a slightly damaged appearance of the fish, the process went relatively smoothly. He simply divided the fish into 2 halves, skewered it on a piece of wood, and used the lighter to ignite a pile of wood chips. Once the fire was going, he hung the fish over it to grill, keeping it plain without any spices. The rich, tender fish sizzled over the flames, making Ning Fan swallow his saliva. Not having eaten meat for days felt like an eternity, and while he was eager, he knew that patience was key. The grilling process was slow and required little skill, so he relaxed and opened the Lord interface, passing the time as if browsing his phone. Meanwhile, the sound of running water came from the bathroom, catching Ning Fan's attention. It turned out that the senior was taking a shower. He chuckled softly. Indeed, in such circumstances, no girl could resist a comforting bath. The bathroom door opened, and Feng Linglong emerged, towel drying her damp hair. After over 4 days of living in mud, she finally had a thorough wash, feeling truly alive again. Although she had no clean clothes to change into, she felt immensely satisfied. Ning, Feng Linglong instinctively called out, eager to share her joy. As she looked up, she was moved by a captivating scene. The fiery sunset reflected in the blue ocean, creating a vibrant, multicolored canvas. Below it, a boy sat idly on the edge of a raft, staring absent-mindedly at the fire before him, occasionally poking at the dying flames with a stick. Everything seemed so leisurely. Feng Linglong's heart was involuntarily touched. After days of exhaustion and fear, she cherished this moment deeply. She stood quietly, reluctant to disrupt the tranquility. However, Ning Fan was inwardly cursing. He thought to himself, women always take their time. It's just a bath, not childbirth, which doesn't take this long anyway. The sun was nearly setting. He fiddled with the charcoal left from the burnt wood, muttering softly. Eventually, he couldn't wait any longer and stood up abruptly, deciding to call her. But as soon as he turned, he saw Feng Linglong standing not far away, quietly watching him. At that moment, her face was fresh and fair, her long hair draped over her shoulders, and her damp bangs added a touch of innocence. Well, he had to admit, a pretty face could indeed lift one's spirits, and his minor annoyance faded away. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere grew slightly ambiguous. Senior, you're done with your bath? Ning Fan spoke first. Feng Linglong nodded slightly, averting her gaze, feeling somewhat like she'd been caught doing something wrong. The sunset's afterglow conveniently hid the blush on her cheeks. I grilled a fish, it's just ready. Come and eat. Ning Fan changed the topic. The harsher his earlier thoughts, the gentler his tone now. Perhaps it was because Feng Linglong looked particularly beautiful at that moment. Feng Linglong, hearing this, walked over. As she approached, the aroma in the air caught her attention, and her eyes fell on the grilled fish on the rack. It was golden and crispy without being burnt, instantly whetting her appetite. What kind of fish is this? Feng Linglong turned to ask Ning Fan, only to find his gaze wasn't on her, but rather fixed on something intently. Following his line of sight, she blushed and explained unprompted, "Those socks were dirty, so I washed them." Hearing this, Ning Fan snapped back to reality. Caught red-handed, he chuckled shamelessly. "Those slippers suit you. White cotton with bunny ears, didn't they match those flawless, delicate feet?" Feng Linglong rolled her eyes dramatically. Without further teasing, Ning Fan took the fish off the grill and handed it to Feng Linglong. "This was just caught from the sea, a grade fish. You should try it." Feng Linglong, curious, took the fish and examined it closely. "Grade fish. What does that mean?" "I'm not entirely sure, but it should be beneficial to our bodies," Ning Fan said, taking another piece of the fish, tearing off a small chunk, and tasting it. It melted in his mouth, the flesh not overly dry, even better than those seasoned grilled fish. It was indeed a grade fish, completely devoid of bones, pure enjoyment. Moreover, Ning Fan felt a subtle energy coursing through him. Unsure if the sensation was real, he quickly tore off more fish and ate it. This time, he distinctly felt a gentle energy emerging within, his limbs filled with strength. "Senior, you should eat. This fish is really good for us," Ning Fan urged. Hearing this, Feng Linglong also began to eat, tearing off a small piece of fish and putting it in her mouth. A wonderful flavor instantly stimulated her taste buds. She chewed instinctively, becoming increasingly fond of the taste, her bright eyes narrowing slightly in pleasure. "Ning Fan, I feel a bit warm." "That's good. I feel it too. If I'm not mistaken, this fish helps improve our physique significantly. You should eat more, finish it if you can," Ning Fan reassured her. "Finish it all." Feng Linglong glanced at Ning Fan devouring the fish and then at the fish in her hand, thinking that she couldn't possibly eat half of the 4 kilograms fish. In the end, Feng Linglong still couldn't finish her meal, leaving half of it on the plate. When she offered the remaining fish to Ning Fan, she caught a trace of resentment in his eyes, leaving her puzzled about what she might have done wrong. "If you can't finish it, just keep it for yourself," Ning Fan said with a dark expression. "The Lord's warehouse doesn't experience time passage, so the fish won't spoil. You can eat it when you're hungry." He thought to himself, this wasteful woman, having the resources returned for nothing. Ding! The host has used resources to cook 1 kilogram of grade fish for Feng Linglong, returning at level 4 not quite lovers. Please choose whether to return the remaining 2 kilograms of fish. Ning Fan felt a surge of vitality within him. At that moment, he realized that consuming graded food was the way to enhance his physique. With consistent use, it could undoubtedly increase his strength. Therefore, he chose to return without hesitation. Ding! Return multiplier is 2,000 times, returning 2 kilograms of cooked crayed fish. Ning Fan was astonished, not by the quantity, but by the quality. Crayed fish had jumped an entire major level. The difference between C and grade was 3 minor levels, each with a tenfold gap, perfectly aligning with the 2,000 times return. Through this return, Ning Fan roughly understood the disparity between levels. What delighted him more was that the return multiplier provided by Feng Linglong reached 2,000 times. In the morning, it was just 1,000 times, now it had doubled. It seemed the bathroom he built for her had earned him considerable favor. Ning Fan's view of Feng Linglong changed, thinking to himself that a senior who provides positive feedback is indeed a treasure. Feng Linglong was startled by his reaction. Just moments ago, he seemed resentful, but now he appeared like a different person, with an intimidating look in his eyes. "I'll go rest now," she said hurriedly, storing the fish in the warehouse and quickly turning away, making sure to smooth her skirt for fear of provoking any inappropriate desires in Ning Fan. Ning Fan thought to himself, "Am I really that frightening?" For the sake of favorability, he didn't want to do anything beastly. He had figured out her temperament, knowing she responds better to kindness than force, and that with time, emotional bonds would naturally develop. But wait, Ning Fan suddenly realized, who said the senior had no feelings for him? Recalling the day's events, a smile involuntarily crept onto his face. He wasn't foolish. He could sense the subtle affections from her. Feeling pleased, Ning Fan withdrew his gaze and took out the returned fish from the warehouse. Although the crayed fish looked no different from grade on the outside, Ning Fan hesitated. He had a hunch that the energy within this fish could help him break through his current physical limits. However, having just devoured 2 kilograms of fish, he was too full and lacked the appetite. In 3 days, the native island would open, and he intended to claim a piece of land as his territory, which would inevitably involve fighting the pirates there. Since he found a way to enhance his physique and strength, he decided to push forward without delay. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Fan finally made up his mind. He was no longer alone. He had a treasured senior to protect, which meant he had to stay vigilant and enhance his strength to face any impending dangers. With this thought, Ning Fan embarked on a new round of gluttonous feasting. The energy contained in the clevel fish meat was indeed extraordinary. Just tearing off a small piece and chewing it released energy comparable to all the fish he had eaten earlier, but this energy was even more explosive. As he continued to devour the fish, his body felt as if it was being roasted over a fire, drenched in sweat, his clothes soaking wet, as if he had just been pulled out of water. He endured and finished all the fish, his belly not only swelling but also turning a ruddy red, his body heating up, and sweat evaporating from his skin. Ning Fan felt like his stomach was a furnace, constantly radiating energy throughout his body. He desperately needed a shower to cool down, or he feared he might burn up. So, he dashed madly towards the bathroom. Feng Linglong, who was sitting on the bed browsing the Lord interface, was drawn by the commotion and glanced over. Her face turned pale when she saw Ning Fan's disheveled state. His entire skin had taken on a strange red hue, veins bulging, making him look terrifying. Ning Fan, are you okay? She asked anxiously, her voice tinged with a hint of fear. Ning Fan didn't reply, heading straight into the bathroom. Feng Linglong hurried over, but was blocked by the door. Unable to force her way in, she could only anxiously knock on the door, calling out, Ning Fan. There was no response, only the sound of running water, which was somewhat reassuring. Feng Linglong felt slightly relieved but still worried, her mind racing with thoughts of what to do if Ning Fan called for help. Her concern wasn't unfounded. Ning Fan's earlier appearance was far from normal. She couldn't understand how he had changed so drastically in just a short time. As time ticked by, the sound of water from the bathroom continued, and Feng Linglong's heart sank. He can't really be in trouble, can he? A shower shouldn't take this long, she thought. She knocked on the door again, her voice trembling slightly as she called out, Ning Fan. The bathroom door opened in response, and Feng Linglong paused, her hand still in midair. Ning Fan appeared at the door, surrounded by a cloud of mist, the cold shower water having evaporated upon contact with his skin. Ning Fan was savoring the refreshing feeling of renewal when he noticed Feng Linglong blocking his way. Oh, senior, do you need to use the bathroom? Ning Fan asked. Feng Linglong didn't hear him, her attention focused entirely on him. She noticed Ning Fan had changed. Not only was he more robust, but his facial features were also sharper. If he was previously a harmless little puppy, now he was a full-fledged alpha dog. These changes were only skin deep. Ning Fan chuckled and teased. Hey, are you starstruck? He knew how significant his transformation was. After upgrading his physique to level, he could feel his strength had reached a new level. He might not be able to punch a bull to death, but he could certainly rival the best special forces soldiers. The image of a frail, useless college student was now a thing of the past. Upon hearing Ning Fan's words, Feng Linglong rolled her eyes, a slight smile playing on her lips. What big dog? It's clearly just a mischievous yellow wolf. Her gaze lingered on Ning Fan, a hint of concern in her expression. Are you alright? You seemed like something was wrong earlier. I'm fine, really, Ning Fan replied with a casual smile. I just had a little breakthrough in my constitution. He added with a deliberately mysterious look. You'll experience it too when you have a breakthrough, senior. Ah, Feng Linglong exclaimed, instinctively stepping back. Then I don't want to have a breakthrough. She recalled Ning Fan's earlier appearance, flushed like a cooked duck, and the thought alone made her embarrassed. Seeing her reaction, Ning Fan stifled a laugh and reassured her. It's nothing, just a momentary thing. Besides, there's no one else here, and I promise I won't tell anyone about you turning red. Not even for a moment. Feng Linglong retorted, her cheeks tinged with a slight blush. She couldn't quite explain why, but she didn't want Ning Fan to see her less than perfect side. Ning Fan realized he might have taken the joke too far and scratched his head. He then said seriously, actually, as long as you don't consume too much high-level food at once and take it slow, you won't experience that. From this breakthrough, Ning Fan had learned that consuming too much energy at once could overload the body, not only causing awkward situations, but also wasting energy. Unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't take such a risky approach again, as damaging his body wouldn't be worth it. Really, Feng Linglong's emotions calmed a bit, though she eyed him skeptically. Ning Fan had explained the benefits of improving one's constitution during their meal, and she was not opposed to it, as it could enhance physical fitness and resistance. Yes, Ning Fan nodded earnestly. Reassured by his confirmation, Feng Linglong relaxed. But then, a thought struck her, and her gaze sharpened. So you were just teasing me earlier? Ning Fan's expression froze. Humph. Feng Linglong huffed, turning on her heel and walking away, leaving Ning Fan with her defiant back. That rascal, not only had he made her worry for nothing, but he also teased her. Senior. Ning Fan wanted to call her back, but he knew it was pointless now. He glanced at the freshly wrung-out white socks in his hand and shook his head helplessly. Honestly, who leaves washed socks in the bathroom to dry? I thought you'd do it yourself, but I guess I'll have to hang them up for you. With that, he carried the white socks toward the raft. Feng Linglong returned to the bed and sat down. It wasn't her favorite spot, but on this raft, There was nowhere else to sit. She was still wearing her dress from the world she came from and didn't want to sit on the ground. Feng Linglong wasn't really angry with Ning Fan. She just felt at a loss whenever he teased her. He was no longer the wooden figure she remembered from school. She thought it might be necessary to give him the cold shoulder occasionally, unsure of where their relationship might lead otherwise. With her mind in a muddle, she decided to open the chat channel, hoping that scrolling through messages would distract her. As soon as she opened the chat interface, she noticed Ning Fan stealthily building something with wood. Looking closer, she realized he was hanging up socks to dry his white socks, to be exact. Feng Linglong's eyes widened instantly. It was sunset, and the golden light made those white socks stand out even more. Embarrassed, she quickly looked away, wishing she could disappear into a hole. This shameless guy, she muttered quietly. Those are intimate items for women. She couldn't imagine how awkward it would be if she had other clothes to wash. Thankfully, it was just socks. Feng Linglong turned over, burying her head under the blanket, trying not to make a sound and pretending she hadn't seen anything. If she didn't see it, it didn't happen. The sun had completely set, and the moon had risen over the sea. This world, too, experienced the temperature changes of day and night. Under the moonlight, Ning Fan was practicing a set of military-style exercises on the raft, his movements precise and strong. His excellent physical condition made him feel invigorated. With a deep breath, he finished his routine and slowly relaxed. He knew that once he reached level A or even S, he might be able to walk on air. However, he also understood the importance of steadily improving his physique by consuming high-grade food over time. Earlier, he checked the automatic fishing net and found it had caught a few more fish, totaling 10 kilograms, though none were of a high level. It seemed the net wasn't very efficient at catching higher-level fish, maybe only one a day. Looking at the 22 kilograms of ordinary fish in storage, Ning Fan began to form a plan. He would find time to process these ordinary fish and trade them. There was no way he and Feng Linglong could consume them all, so it was better to sell them at a high price while others were still eating bread. Additionally, he needed to ensure that he used one return opportunity each day on high-grade food to enhance his physique. Having experienced the difference between grade and grade food, he knew that despite being just one level apart, the effect was vastly different. Therefore, using a resource return opportunity for this purpose was entirely worthwhile. With 3 resource return opportunities left each day, there was plenty of room to support the development of other aspects of their territory. As Ning Fan contemplated his future plans, a familiar notification sound chimed in his ear. Ding! The host has used 100 milliliters of mineral water for Feng Linglong. Return multiplier 2,000 times, returning 200 L of mineral water. Please choose whether to return. One return opportunity remaining today. Ning Fan glanced over at Feng Linglong just as she was drinking from a bottle of mineral water. Actually, since Ning Fan handed over the bottled water from the supply box to Feng Linglong in the morning, the notification sound of the water consumption return has been ringing throughout the day. However, because he discovered that manufacturing diagrams could also be returned, Ning Fan didn't waste the opportunity on returning supplies. After all, the value of some supplies was much less compared to the manufacturing diagrams. The main thing was that there was no anxiety about survival supplies at the moment, so Ning Fan wasn't in a hurry to return them. Since there was one return opportunity left today and not much bottled water left in the warehouse, he decided to return some. Ding! Return 200 L of bottled water, remaining bottled water, 201 L. A one-time reserve of 200 L should be enough for a while. But despite the large number, it's not much in reality equivalent to just 10 bottles of water. If traded in the market, it's only worth 10 ordinary fishing rod diagrams, far less than a clever automatic fishing net diagram. If water weren't an essential life supply, Ning Fan wouldn't want to waste a return opportunity on it. Ning Fan opened the Lord interface and sent some bottled water to Feng Linglong. Here's some bottled water for you. Drink as much as you want. I have more if you finish it. Feng Linglong lay on the bed, looking at the empty water bottle in her hand with a strange expression. How did he know I finished the water he gave me? Curious, she was about to get up and ask Ning Fan when she suddenly felt the blanket being tugged. There's a big black rat. Feng Linglong was startled and quickly hugged the blanket, sitting in the corner of the bed, instinctively throwing the empty water bottle. Ning Fan, what are you doing? The bed wasn't big to begin with, and Ning Fan, lying slightly on his side, took up a large portion of it. The water bottle hit Ning Fan without surprise. Although it felt like a tickle, Ning Fan pretended to look at her with a face of grievance. Senior, I'm just sleeping. Upon hearing this, Feng Linglong's mind went blank. He wants to sleep in the same bed as me. No, absolutely not. She shook her head like a rattle drum, her thick hair scattering around, appearing as if cloaked in a silvery white under the moonlight. But there's only one bed. Ning Fan used his old reasoning. Feng Linglong gritted her teeth, unsure of what to do. Her experience of nearly 4 days of drifting made her fully aware of how precious a bed with a blanket was at this time. Those days, she slept on a hard raft, either waking up from the cold or discomfort. After meeting Ning Fan, She didn't have to worry about food and water and could even take a hot shower. She clearly felt how good and accommodating Ning Fan was to her. If she continued to hog his bed, it would be unreasonable. After thinking it over, she said softly, "All right, but you can't cross the line, and don't try anything." "Okay, okay, I don't want to get kicked again." Ning Fan waved his hand, seemingly indifferent, but actually smiling inside. Sharing a bed, the day of mischief isn't far off. And as for making a new bed, it can't be rushed. Feng Linglong gave Ning Fan a shy and angry glare. "Who wants to kick you? It's your own fault for trying to be sneaky." "Yes, yes, my fault. Can we sleep now, Grandma?" Ning Fan reached out to pull the blanket, naturally taking half of it, and laid down with his back to her. He left Feng Linglong with just his back. Seeing this, Feng Linglong felt an inexplicable frustration but had no reason to complain. So helpless, so shameless. Being able to share a bed with Feng Linglong, Ning Fan didn't push his luck any further. Moderation is key. Just like back on Blue Star, he had to check his phone before sleeping. However, here he was checking the Lord's interface. A faintly glowing virtual screen appeared in front of Ning Fan. He clicked into the chat interface and noticed a message from Huang San from the fishing village. "Boss, thanks a lot for the fishing rod. I caught a few fish this afternoon. Please have a taste of the fresh catch." "Ding, Huang San from the fishing village has gifted you 1 kilogram of fresh fish meat. This guy really knows how to seize an opportunity," Ning Fan thought with a raised eyebrow. Since the other party was making an effort to be friendly, he accepted it graciously. "Got it. You have a way to process the fish now, right?" "That's right, boss. I traded some fish for a butcher's knife and did it myself." Huang San's response piqued Ning Fan's interest. "Are you skilled at cleaning fish?" "I've been doing it since I was a kid, haha." Huang San's confidence made Ning Fan feel he had found the right person. So, he made his request. "I have a batch of fresh fish that needs processing. How about I give you a 10 commission?" The other side was silent for a while, clearly contemplating something. After a moment, Huang San replied, "Thank you so much for your trust, boss. A 10 commission is too much, 5 will do. Don't worry, they'll make sure to handle it perfectly." "All right, we'll do it your way. There might be quite a lot of fish, just send them over when you're done." Ning Fan sent all the fresh fish to Huang San, unconcerned that he might run off with them. Such resources were not significant to him. Huang San looked at the screen notification and gasped. He had fished all day and only caught 5 kilograms, while the boss had casually sent over 22 kilograms. This kind of impact is something only those who toil can understand. Truly a boss, unfathomable, Huang San thought. He realized that if he did this well, the boss would surely entrust him with more fish in the future, and even a 5 commission would be a substantial income. More importantly, building a good relationship with the boss was far more valuable than any commission. If it weren't for fear that the boss might think he was too cheap, he wouldn't even ask for a commission. With this in mind, Huang San quickly replied to Ning Fan, "Boss, they'll process this batch of fish as quickly as possible and send them to you. No rush, just get them to me by tomorrow." All right. The matter was settled amicably. Seeing the opportunity, Huang San took the chance to voice his own thoughts. "Boss, about the marine creature attacks, can I share this information with others?" After sending the message, Huang San anxiously stared at the chat box. This information was an opportunity for him, but he understood that his relationship with Ning Fan was more important. If he angered Ning Fan by being greedy for an opportunity, it would be like losing a watermelon while picking up sesame seeds. That's why he specifically sought Ning Fan's permission. As time ticked by, Huang San felt increasingly restless, unable to remain seated. He stood up and paced back and forth as if each second dragged on for an eternity. In reality, only a few moments had passed. Finally, Ning Fan replied with a brief message, "Up to you." Huang San breathed a sigh of relief, silently thankful for the leniency, and quickly wished him good night before eagerly opening the chat channel. As the night deepened, Feng Linglong found it impossible to sleep. Despite trying to lie at the edge of the bed, she could clearly feel the warmth behind her. The contact of their clothes made her feel both anxious and strangely secure. Earlier, she had seen Ning Fan close the Lord interface and lie down without undressing. Was he still awake? What was he thinking? Would he try anything? Her mind raced with such thoughts, and she rubbed her forehead, trying to focus on the chat channel. She had been scrolling through the chat as a spectator, but it was filled with messages about bread, which had been their only food for 4 days, making her feel nauseated. Be grateful, she thought. At least there's bread to eat. Some people are starving. Feeling offended, she suggested deleting the message, feeling a pang of injustice. "Wah, does anyone have some breadcrumbs to spare? I haven't eaten all day." Offering some fresh, edible fish meat in exchange for water and daily necessities. Limited quantity, PM quickly. After the deal, I will provide information about marine creature attacks, 100 genuine. This message immediately caught everyone's attention. The ID was none other than Fishing Village Huang San. What? Selling fish meat? Is a big shot showing up? Although Huang San wouldn't call himself a big shot, he had only caught a few fish. What about the information on marine creature attacks? Can you share? Huang San replied. No comment. You'll know after the transaction. He posted this message to leverage Ning Fan's popularity. He knew that once he shared the information, it would eventually leak out. By making it a condition of the trade, he hoped to attract more private offers, selling to the highest bidder. With limited fish meat, this was the only way to maximize his profits. Moreover, gaining a reputation now would make selling fish easier in the future. Bro, is the big shot you're talking about Maple Leaf? Huang-san replied, yes. Wow. Bro, you managed to connect with a big shot. Can you help a brother out? I get it. You got that fishing rod from the big shots trade. I'm so envious. Not only did you eat fish, but you also have extra to sell. Huang-san urged. If you want to trade, PM quickly. There's less than half left. First come, first served. Damn, that fast. Bro, I sent you a PM too. Check it out. Damn. Everyone talks big, but when good stuff comes out, they snatch it up faster than anyone. I can't buy it. Just hope someone will share the info after they get it. After all, if it's something big shots care about, it must be significant. One wrong move, and I could be done for. Feng Linglong was surprised as she read the chat messages. The ID Maple Leaf was not unfamiliar to her, quite the opposite. She glanced at Ning Fan, who had turned to face her, his long, steady breaths indicating he was fast asleep, looking completely harmless. So you're the big shot they're talking about. She murmured to herself, her expression somewhat dazed. But soon, she accepted it. No wonder you're so capable, building a modern bathroom. A smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. Unbeknownst to her, the anxiety and helplessness in her heart had quietly dissipated. After studying Ning Fan's face for a while, she reluctantly withdrew her gaze like a thief. Perhaps because she had rested a lot during the day, or maybe because Ning Fan was lying beside her, Feng Linglong wasn't very sleepy. She continued scrolling through the chat to pass the time and learn more about this world. At one point, a message suddenly caught her attention. Linglong, it's Wanting. If you see this message, please contact me. Linglong, this is Wanting. If you see this message, please contact me. Feng Linglong noticed the message seeking an old friend in the chat channel. She usually ignored such messages, but this one caught her attention. Not only did the sender get her name right, but coincidentally, her best friend was also named Mu Wanting. Linglong felt a surge of excitement, and a strong intuition told her that this message was from her dear friend. Without hesitation, she privately messaged the sender. Wanting, is that you? She used no extra words, knowing that if it was indeed her friend, her ID would tell her everything she needed to know. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the reply came. It's me, Linglong. I've finally found you. Feng Linglong was overjoyed and was about to initiate a video call when Wanting beat her to it. She instinctively reached to answer, but then remembered Ning Fan was still around. Glancing around, she spotted the small bathroom and had an idea. She quietly got out of bed and tiptoed to the bathroom. After closing the door and turning on the light, she hurriedly accepted the video call. With great anticipation, a girl appeared on the screen, leaning against a wooden plank, her feet barely able to stretch out. Waves occasionally splashed against the hem of her clothes. Her once beautiful face was now filled with exhaustion. Her disheveled bangs, dry hair, and lifeless eyes were all too familiar to Feng Linglong. It was like looking at her past self. Her initial joy faded away as she trembled and asked, Wan, are you okay? Linglong, I'm so happy to see you again. Mu Wanting forced a smile. Although sincere, it was weak and frail. Witnessing this, Feng Linglong's heart ached uncontrollably, and tears began to fall. Don't say anything. I'll send you some food. Eat and rest. Feng Linglong assumed that Wanting was in a similar situation to her previous one, lacking food and water. It was late at night, and she didn't want to disturb Ning Fan, so she decided to send food to Wanting and explain to Ning Fan later. She scrambled to arrange it, but Mu Wanting stopped her. Sister, don't waste food on me. I'm not going to make it. Feng Linglong didn't stop, explaining, Wan, don't worry about me. I have plenty. Just eat, rest for the night, and we can talk tomorrow. It's no use. I'll be honest with you. I've been feverish and in pain since the second day, and now it's gotten really bad. I might not make it till morning. Mu Wanting forced a light-hearted smile at Feng Linglong, expressing her contentment at seeing her. Then, she turned to gaze at the sea, a tear falling in a place unseen by Linglong. She was terrified, afraid of becoming a decaying corpse, wandering alone on this eternal sea, leaving only bones after the sun and wind had their way. Hearing this, Feng Linglong's hands froze, her mind going blank. She suddenly snapped back and cried out, No. Wan, let's try, okay? Don't leave me. There was a hint of pleading in her voice. Isolated and shunned because of her beauty since childhood, her only friend was her best buddy, Mu Wanting. Feng Linglong held a small bottle of mineral water in her hand, feeling utterly lost and forgetting that resources could be given away all at once. She kept clicking the gift button repeatedly as if to numb herself, not daring to dwell on the consequences that were about to unfold. Mu Wanting stared blankly at the notification on the screen, her sadness momentarily halted. How did her little cutie become so wealthy? The amount gifted was overwhelming. Before long, Feng Linglong had gifted away all the mineral water Ning Fan gave her, leaving only a solitary piece of grade cooked fish, 1 kilogram, in the warehouse. It was what she had left over from dinner, which Ning Fan had told her to keep for herself. Seeing the food, Feng Linglong suddenly remembered something. Ning Fan had once told her that grated food could enhance physical strength and even ward off diseases to some extent. Wan. Feng Linglong exclaimed excitedly. I think I have a way to save you. Linglong, what did you say? Mu Wanting snapped back to reality. I said you can be saved. Feng Linglong quickly sent over the fish. Eat it quickly. Mu Wanting held half of the grilled fish, still warm, with its rich aroma wafting into her nose. She swallowed and asked curiously, what is this? It's something good that can boost your physical strength and should help alleviate your condition. Feng Linglong replied with a gentle smile, her eyes shimmering. She had complete faith in the grated food's effects. Ning Fan wouldn't deceive her. Skeptically, Mu Wanting took a bite of the fish. Its delicious taste made her eyes light up, and her spirits lifted. She devoured it eagerly, and soon her face regained a healthy flush, like a vibrant rose blooming anew. Feng Linglong watched, feeling much reassured, but still nervously asked, how do you feel? It's delicious, Mu Wanting blurted out. Feng Linglong was speechless, her mouth agape. Sister, I'm waiting for your health to improve, and you're just savoring the taste? Is that really good? Realizing her mistake, Mu Wanting quickly added, I feel warm, and my headache is gone. Linglong, I think I'm really better now. She playfully touched her forehead. Oh. Feng Linglong rolled her eyes but couldn't help the smile tugging at her lips, feeling secretly delighted. Mu Wanting noticed her expression and felt equally relieved. Their friendship needed no words. Everything was understood without saying. Relieved of her heavy burden, Mu Wanting teased Feng Linglong. Linglong, you gave me such a good fish to eat. Won't you go hungry? Feng Linglong helplessly rolled her eyes. If you care so much, why don't you share some fish with me? Watching you eat alone at night, aren't you embarrassed? Cheeky little tea spirit, Feng Linglong muttered softly, using the nickname she had given Mu Wanting. According to Feng Linglong, Mu Wanting seemed aloof and sophisticated on the outside, but was a playful sprite at heart. Humph, little bunny, Mu Wanting retorted, not backing down. They pretended to despise each other, but simultaneously burst into laughter. Linglong, I'm so happy, and so am I. Linglong, how did you manage to get so many resources? Mu Wanting swallowed the last bite of fish and joked. Did you hook up with someone rich? Feng Linglong awkwardly pursed her lips, unsure how to respond. Seeing her reaction, Mu Wanting's smile faltered slightly. Did you really use your charm to get them? She teased, eyeing Feng Linglong's clothes for any evidence. Stop it, Wan. What nonsense are you thinking? Feng Linglong glared at her, feeling a bit uneasy. Mu Wanting wore a mysterious smile, clearly understanding Feng Linglong well. She thought to herself, even if it wasn't as she imagined, Feng Linglong's strong reaction meant there was something going on. Knowing she couldn't hide it, Feng Linglong hesitantly said, I met Ning Fan. Mu Wanting was momentarily stunned, her expression turning a bit unnatural. The guy who confessed to you in college? Feng Linglong blushed and nodded, feeling somewhat uncomfortable about her relationship with Ning Fan. So it's him. Did he give you all these supplies? Mu Wanting raised an eyebrow but quickly regained her composure. Feng Linglong replied softly. Yes, I handed over my lord's monument to him and became one of his subjects. She seemed a bit uneasy, as if being interrogated. So you did use your charm after all, Mu Wanting teased. Feng Linglong felt a surge of anger. If Mu Wanting were in front of her, she'd definitely wrestle with her until her clothes were in disarray. My relationship with him isn't what you think, Feng Linglong insisted, starting to explain the situation between her and Ning Fan. That's how it is. Nothing happened between Ning Fan and me. Feng Linglong tried to argue. Mu Wanting, however, looked serious. I believe you. You just happened to sleep together. Feng Linglong bit her lip, glaring at her cheeky friend, determined to embarrass her the next time they met. Mu Wanting read her expression and secretly laughed, thinking, every time you try to act tough, you end up getting yourself into trouble. She shifted her tone to a more serious one. Linglong, what do you think of Ning Fan? Feng Linglong gave her a suspicious look, sensing something was off, but answered earnestly. Well, he's a bit unserious at times, but he's very skilled at survival. She suddenly remembered something. Oh, by the way, Wan. Did you know that the big shot in the chat, Maple Leaf, is actually Ning Fan? Talking about Ning Fan's abilities made Feng Linglong's eyes sparkle. I feel like he handles this world effortlessly, as if nothing can challenge him, she said. Mu Wanting was surprised by this and fell into deep thought. Feng Linglong was used to Mu Wanting's contemplative expressions and waited silently. After a long pause, Mu Wanting suddenly said, Linglong, I think you should try getting to know Ning Fan better. This unexpected suggestion caught Feng Linglong off guard. Wan, what do you mean by that? Mu Wanting sighed and looked firmly at Feng Linglong. Linglong, you understand what I mean. As you said, Ning Fan treats you very well. He clearly has feelings for you, and I can see you don't dislike him. Maybe you even like him a little. Why not go with the flow and establish a relationship with him? Feng Linglong blushed, wanting to refute, but found herself at a loss for words. Mu Wanting continued to persuade her. Take a sister's advice. This is not Blue Star. There is no order here. Everything is determined by strength. No one cares about your feelings or status. To put it bluntly, for us women, coming here is a complete disaster. Meeting someone like Ning Fan is already very fortunate. He respects you, which is a blessing. Have you thought about what could happen if you met another man? Feng Linglong instinctively shook her head, her mind in turmoil. Mu Wanting went on. Actually, before I contacted you, I reached out to Kuchinyan. Her expression was calm, as if she were pondering something. Feng Linglong was shocked. Kuchinyan was their college classmate, someone who was not well liked and often spread rumors about her. Mu Wanting had even fought with her because of this. She never expected Wan to be in contact with her. Do you know the first thing that sharp-tongued woman said to me when she reached out? Mu Wanting's lips curled with a hint of sarcasm. What? Feng Linglong blinked curiously, feeling a vague sense of unease. She asked me to save her. Mu Wanting's tone carried a trace of mockery, but only she knew it was self-directed. Kuchinyan told me that on her first day in this world, she encountered an old man. Not only did he violate her, but he also imprisoned her as a captive. Mu Wanting's voice was low, causing Feng Linglong's heart to tighten. Linglong, do you know? When she contacted me, her tone was so humble it was as if she had become a different person. She confessed all the wrong she had done to you, apologizing profusely, just begging me to save her, to give her a knife. Mu Wanting's face showed even more self-mockery. Kuchinyan didn't know that at that time, I couldn't even provide her with a bottle of water, let alone a knife to save her. She thought to herself, but didn't voice it to Feng Linglong. After failing to get what she wanted from me, she never contacted me again. I don't know what kind of torment she went through, nor do I care about her fate. But for someone like her to abandon all dignity and beg me, the pain she suffered must have been far worse than the act of begging itself. Mu Wanting's eyes were filled with unprecedented determination, understanding the agony Kuchinyan endured. Linglong, if we don't make a change, what happened to Kuchinyan could very well be our future. Mu Wanting's voice held a sense of urgency. Feng Linglong covered her mouth, feeling a chill run down her spine just from Wan's description. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for Kuchinyan's fate. After all, she was someone she had met in the flesh on Blue Star, suddenly thrown into this world with such a tragic end. Compared to Kuchinyan, the hardships I faced seem insignificant, just a matter of life or death. She dared not imagine what her fate would have been if Ning Fan hadn't been the one to save her. Linglong, having someone to rely on in this foreign world isn't necessarily a bad thing for us women, at least someone to protect you. Mu Wanting paused, her gaze firm. Ning Fan is quite good. I think you could do well as his woman. His woman? Feng Linglong's breath quickened, the straightforwardness of the statement stirring something within her. Aye. She was conflicted, and Mu Wanting suddenly softened her tone. Linglong, what will you tell Ning Fan about giving me these supplies? Maybe you should take them back. The tension in Feng Linglong's mind snapped as she realized that if she didn't become Ning Fan's woman, what right did she have to use the resources he provided? With Wan in such a dangerous situation, she should become Ning Fan's woman to help her. It's okay, Wan, keep the supplies. I'll talk to Ning Fan. At worst, I'll just become his woman. Feng Linglong showed a willingness to go to great lengths for her friend, though her blushing ears betrayed her emotions. Mu Wanting laughed, a touch of bitterness in her smile. Ah, she's really good at charming the innocent ones. The bathroom light seeped through the door crack, and for the entire second half of the night, Feng Linglong and Mu Wanting were busy working on the latter's territory construction. To be precise, they were meticulously shopping in the trading hall. Even for just a few planks, they meticulously compared prices, striving to get the most out of the least resources. After a night of effort, they finally helped Mu Wanting expand her raft to 10 square meters, at least giving her a foothold. If Mu Wanting hadn't constantly reminded herself that these were Ning Fan's resources, Feng Linglong might have continued her shopping spree. As dawn broke, Feng Linglong stepped out of the bathroom. Despite her tired face, there was a hint of satisfaction. She was captivated by the feeling of building a territory bit by bit. The morning sea breeze swept in, instantly dispelling her fatigue. Although the bathroom was heated, her hands and feet were icy from staying up all night, and the sea breeze made her shiver. Like a cold-averse kitten, she quickly snuggled into the warm bed. The comfort of a pre-warmed bed made her squint with pleasure. Knowing that this warmth came from Ning Fan sleeping beside her, her hands and feet instinctively moved closer to him. Well, since he sleeps like a log, getting a bit closer for warmth won't wake him, she thought, as she quietly shortened the distance between them and soon fell into a deep sleep, overwhelmed by fatigue and warmth. As the sun rose as usual and the morning mist over the sea gradually dissipated, a new day began. Suddenly, Ning Fan awoke from his deep sleep, pushed aside the pale arm draped over him without looking back, and rushed into the bathroom. The door slammed shut. Half an hour later, accompanied by the sound of flushing, Ning Fan emerged, supporting his numb legs with difficulty. He was puzzled. Despite his physical condition having improved by a level, why did he suddenly have an upset stomach? Was there something wrong with yesterday's fish? After much thought, he could only blame it on the heavy night chill at sea, which must have caused him to catch a cold. It seems I need to build a proper bedroom soon. Sleeping in the open isn't ideal, he thought seriously. Little did he know that the culprit of his stomach ache was comfortably occupying his bed, enjoying the warmth he left behind. With his sleep disrupted, Ning Fan decided to start working. He went to the automatic fishing net, collected the night's catch, and adjusted the target to material boxes. Opening the Lord's warehouse to check the loot, he noticed that although the fish caught this time were a level lower than before, he wasn't concerned. After all, as long as they were level fish, they were much better than ordinary fish. Wondering how Huang San was handling the fish, he opened the chat interface and immediately saw a conspicuous message notification. Boss, mission accomplished. The fish have been processed. Please check if they meet the requirements. In the fishing village, Huang San gifted Ning Fan 20 kilograms of fresh fish meat. After being cleaned and gutted, the fish still weighed 20 kilograms, as Huang San had intentionally left a bit extra. Huang San had stayed up all night to prepare the fish, and Ning Fan was grateful, deciding not to be overly frugal. The fish was meticulously cleaned, so Ning Fan decided to let Huang San handle another fish with special attributes, keeping 1 kilogram for himself to taste, knowing it would be beneficial. As Ning Fan was about to close the leader interface, Huang San quickly responded, "Received. Thank you for your generosity." Ning Fan was surprised that Huang San was still awake and was taking advantage of the morning to go fishing. He marveled at Huang San's diligence, glancing at Feng Linglong, who was sleeping soundly like a log, and sighed at the stark contrast between people. Ning Fan didn't wake Feng Linglong and instead focused on the chat interface. Huang San asked, "What's the purpose of this special fish?" Ning Fan explained, "It's related to improving physical constitution. Consuming it can enhance your physique." He then gathered firewood to grill some regular fish for breakfast. If he could grill all the fresh fish meat, it would fetch a higher price at the trading market. Huang San responded, "That's too valuable. They'll just take the regular fish share. You should keep the special fish." Ning Fan agreed, and Huang San promptly said, "All right, I'll accept your offer. They'll prepare the fish and send it over." Ning Fan was pleased. He had planned to make do with regular fish, but now it wasn't necessary. Soon, a notification from Huang San arrived faster than Ning Fan expected. "The fish has been delivered." Ning Fan replied, "Got it." Huang San continued, "I need to tell you something about the risk of increased marine attacks with raft expansion. I've already spread the word." Ning Fan was unconcerned. "You can share it. No need to inform me again." Huang San explained, "I know, but it had some unforeseen consequences, so I wanted to let you know." Curious, Ning Fan asked, "What consequences?" Huang San replied, "After the news spread, many people stopped expanding their rafts out of fear, causing the prices for raft expansion materials in the trading hall to plummet." Ning Fan was surprised and checked the trading hall, finding that the prices for wood, ropes, and similar materials had nearly halved. He realized that previously, 1 liter of water or 2 kilograms of food could exchange for 5 square meters of material, but now it was nearly 7 square meters. On the 5th day, 5 supply crates had refreshed, and the prices of water and food had also dropped significantly, indicating widespread fear of the unknown attacks. Ning Fan chuckled to himself, knowing such attacks only occurred with rafts over 50 square meters, yet the general public was needlessly worried. In contrast, the prices of living goods and manufacturing blueprints remained stable or even strengthened, suggesting that people were starting to move from survival to development, thanks to the increase in supply crates. Ning Fan reassured Huang San, "No worries, I don't sell those materials anyway." Relieved, Huang San said, "That's good. I was worried ID caused trouble. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to fishing." Ning Fan nodded. "All right, go ahead." He closed the screen and focused on grilling the fish. The chat channel was filled with a light-hearted and cheerful atmosphere. Today, Ning Fan had found 5 supply crates, which was quite a haul. The issues of water and food were no longer a concern for him. However, upon opening the crates, he discovered they were all filled with bread, not a single pack of instant noodles in sight, which left him feeling a bit helpless, as if he had become a monk. The day before, he had managed to snatch a small piece of fish, and the taste lingered in his memory, making bread lose its appeal. Even so, he tried to remind himself to be content. Thinking of those who were still starving, bread could be considered a luxury. "Hey, big brother, you found 5 supply crates today? Does that mean even those less fortunate can have bread now?" Someone joked. "Damn, so eating bread is considered unfortunate now," Ning Fan thought to himself. Indeed, starting this morning, fishing rod and net crafting diagrams appeared in the trading hall and were quickly snatched up, another player mentioned. "Hang in there. Maybe there will be fish orders tonight," Ning Fan thought. But he couldn't help feeling impatient. "Yutsu and Huang San, do you have any fish for sale? I can buy some at a high price," he messaged in the channel. but Huang San was clearly too busy with his fishing to respond. As Ning Fan enjoyed his grilled fish, he kept an eye on the chat channel, pondering his next move. It seemed that Huang San had cornered the fish market, and the demand for fish was high. He could seize the opportunity to sell his fish. But what to exchange it for? Ordinary supplies and materials no longer interested him. He could easily acquire a lot with just one return trip. Yet, fish wasn't as valuable at this stage, especially considering the rarity of crafting diagrams. So, it has to be everyday items, Ning Fan concluded. However, everyone had limited everyday items, and using fish to trade could be time-consuming without a clear price standard. Like a lighter and a blanket, both are everyday items, but their prices vary greatly, he thought. With so much fish on hand, he didn't have the energy to haggle over each item. Besides, if he truly needed everyday items, he could purchase them in the trading hall without going out of his way to collect them. After much deliberation, Ning Fan realized he didn't have much to trade for. Just as he was feeling troubled about this, the chat channel's discussion took a turn. With no response from Huang San, the group's interest waned, and they began discussing other topics. Has anyone ever found a cornerstone? It's a versatile material used for expanding territories. One cornerstone can expand an area by 1 square meter, someone asked. I found one too. I thought it was something valuable, but it turned out to be a material for expanding territory, which was disappointing, another player replied. So, everyone has found one, Ning Fan thought, initially believing it was a unique find, only to realize it was common. We already have materials to expand rafts, so why introduce something new? Finding 2 of these in one supply crate is just baffling, someone lamented. Don't talk if you don't know what you're saying. Do you really plan to live on a raft forever? This is clearly for the upcoming island territories, another retorted. Oh wow, so that's it. In 2 days, the original islands will appear. No wonder this item suddenly showed up. Ning Fan was taken aback. Could it be that cornerstones were indeed valuable? Ning Fan's eyes lit up as he read the messages in the chat channel. While others were refusing to accept the foundation stones, he was planning to take them. He didn't have any items to trade at the moment, and the foundation stones seemed like a good short-term investment, especially since he had decided to develop on the island. For him, these stones were essential, and he was confident their value would increase in the future. So, Ning Fan posted a message in the chat channel, offering a large quantity of fresh fish meat, only accepting foundation stones in exchange. One stone could be exchanged for 200 grams of fish meat, with clear prices in the trading hall, allowing interested parties to purchase freely, with the listing going live in 1 minute. The materials needed to expand a raft were currently valued at around 300 grams of bread, so exchanging one stone for 200 grams of fish was a very fair deal. Wow, Maple Leaf Boss has appeared, someone exclaimed in the channel. Indeed, the boss's offer was different. 200 grams of fish meat counted as a single order. Last night, people struggled to get even 50 grams, which wasn't enough to fill the stomach. People began to realize the value of foundation stones. You're kidding me, a player named Wielding Knife Self-Destruction interjected. If you can't speak properly, just stay quiet. Why are you misleading people? One stone can get you 200 grams of fish from the boss. Are you crazy? Exactly. Just hold on to your 2 useless stones. I'm definitely trading mine. It's only 1 or 2 stones, not like I'm losing a limb. Trying something new is worth it. With this, those who were hesitant changed their minds. Indeed, 1 or 2 stones would only expand their territory by 2 square meters at most, so might as well enjoy some fish to improve their living conditions. A minute passed quickly, and Ning Fan listed all 20 kilograms of fish meat he had, totaling 100 portions. The order flashed in the trading hall and was sold out in less than 2 seconds. Ning Fan wiped his eyes, almost thinking he saw wrong. The speed of these buyers was astonishing. Seeing the system notification that he had received 100 foundation stones, Ning Fan was amazed. He originally thought he had a lot of resources, but now he realized his resources were just a drop in the ocean. Did I go blind? The 100 portions of fish meat are gone, someone lamented in the channel. Damn, I hesitated for a second and missed it. I'm devastated. Another player urgently asked. Boss, you have more fish to sell, right? Ning Fan remembered the player named Wielding Knife Self-Destruction and replied. Not at the moment, but I'll periodically list some fish meat. I'll notify the channel then. Thank you, boss. I'll be ready next time. Wielding Knife Self-Destruction said gratefully. Ning Fan reappeared in the chat channel, and everyone became animated. Maple Leaf Boss, do you need an accessory for your leg? I can be it, someone tentatively asked. Maple Leaf Boss, I don't have foundation stones. Can I trade with something else? Finally, someone brought up the question. Ning Fan straightforwardly replied. If anyone has a blueprint to sell, they can contact me for a trade. It's not limited to fish meat. Water, materials, or even more valuable food can be traded. With that, he left the chat channel. He was just testing the waters, and if someone did come to trade with him, he would be happy to meet them. After all, his resource refund system benefited most from blueprint returns. Of course, Ning Fan wouldn't spend too many resources on long-term investments, as unknown risks always existed, and the future was too uncertain. After dinner, Ning Fan retrieved the 5 supply crates caught by the automatic fishing net and opened them one by one. Ding, he acquired 4 plastics, 4 ropes, and 4 planks. Ding, he gained 500 grams of bread and 1 cornerstone. Ding, he obtained 2 cornerstones. The haul was quite ordinary, with nothing particularly outstanding. Only the 3 cornerstones caught Ning Fan's attention, but compared to the 100 cornerstones earned from selling fish, these were insignificant. It seemed that relying solely on opening supply crates to acquire cornerstones was not feasible, as the drop rate was too low. Even if he received 10 supply crates a day, it wouldn't make much difference. In the 2 days before the appearance of a native island, Ning Fan decided to collect more cornerstones, as opportunities to acquire them might decrease later. Opening a batch of supply crates himself, Ning Fan became more convinced of his judgment. The price of cornerstones would definitely rise in the future. The thought of expanding a territory the size of a soccer field, which required nearly 10,000 cornerstones, made Ning Fan's scalp tingle. It was not enough, completely insufficient, as his resources couldn't support a decently sized territory. Calming down, Ning Fan began to contemplate his future plans. First, he needed to fully utilize his system. Enhancing his rapport with Feng Linglong to increase the resource return multiplier was clearly a gradual process and not something to rush. Secondly, finding more females to bind with could also increase the number of returns from the system. However, Ning Fan decisively abandoned this idea, as encountering people at sea was entirely unpredictable, and meeting his senior was already a stroke of luck. After some elimination, Ning Fan realized that the only remaining option was to create more resource-gathering tools like the automatic fishing net and acquire cornerstones by selling high-grade survival materials. At this point, fish meat was considered a high-grade survival material, also known as a luxury item. To obtain such tools, he could only rely on returns from manufacturing diagrams. With a plan in mind, Ning Fan took action. He opened the Lord's interface to check private messages. Many people messaged him, but most had ulterior motives, and very few were genuinely willing to trade manufacturing diagrams. Ning Fan reviewed them one by one and found that they were all worthless. The most valuable manufacturing diagram turned out to be for an inferior bamboo fishing rod, even worse than his previous ordinary fishing rod. Reluctantly, Ning Fan decided to acquire it, knowing that the return from a fishing rod manufacturing diagram would yield a fishing net, which still held some value. As for the manufacturing diagrams for wooden paddles and wooden beds, Ning Fan considered them less valuable than a bamboo fishing rod, as they were clearly not resource-gathering tools. Exchanging 1 kilogram of fish meat, Ning Fan easily obtained the manufacturing diagram for the inferior bamboo fishing rod. This was something of a surprise, as he hadn't held much hope for anyone offering good manufacturing diagrams for trade. The inferior bamboo fishing rod had a fishing depth of 5 meters, capable only of catching small, ordinary fish. If a large or high-level fish were to bite, it was highly likely the rod would break. The required materials included 5 metal pieces, 5 plastics, 2 bamboos, and 1 rope. Compared to an ordinary fishing rod, this bamboo rod was practically useless. Ning Fan knew that fishing for ordinary fish always carried the risk of breaking the rod, which is why many people chose to trade them. If he didn't catch any fish, it would be a waste, failing to even cover the cost of the materials. Although the required materials were much less than those for a regular fishing rod, the value was still not cheap. Moreover, the price of metal sheets, a crucial material, had been rising for several days. So, considering the required materials, this manufacturing blueprint seemed like a dud, and only someone as reckless as him would take on this task. Ning Fan chuckled at himself and began to gather the necessary materials for the blueprint. Since he had already bought it, he felt he should at least give it a try. He had enough water in storage, so he wasn't worried about acquiring resources from the trading hall. Soon, he had all the materials collected. Ning Fan clicked on Manufacture. Ding! You have consumed 1 inferior bamboo fishing rod blueprint and gained 1 inferior bamboo fishing rod. Triggered resource return. Target Feng Linglong. Return multiplier 1,000 times. Please choose whether to use today's remaining return attempts. This multiplier was double that of the last time he returned a regular fishing rod blueprint, and Ning Fan was hopeful for a good outcome. He chose to return. Ding! You have received 1 D-level automatic fishing net blueprint in return, and it turned out to be another D-level automatic fishing net. Ning Fan was overjoyed. It seemed that improving his relationship with Feng Linglong brought many benefits. Now he had 2 D-level automatic fishing nets, which increased his daily harvest, and more importantly, it solved the shortage of graded food, relieving him from the constant worry about the lack of graded fish, which was crucial for enhancing his physique. With his previous experience, Ning Fan quickly crafted another new automatic fishing net. He placed a net on each side of the raft and stood on it, a satisfied smile on his face. Watching his territory grow and develop bit by bit, he gradually grew fond of this feeling. At this moment, the information about Lord Ning Fan's physique, territory size, and territory rating was as follows. Physique, D. Territory size, 50. Territory rating, 80 area rating 50 building rating 30. Territory buildings. D bathroom, ordinary stone toilet not placed, not included in the rating. Territory tools, level automatic fishing net 2. After receiving the processed fish meat from Huang San, his warehouse resources seemed even more abundant. Instead of rushing to buy more foundation stones in the trading hall, Ning Fan decided to browse with these resources in hand. Due to his previous experience with the bamboo fishing rod, he kept his expectations low. However, despite this, he searched the entire hall and still couldn't find any blueprints worth investing in. He muttered to himself, slightly disappointed. There were blueprints for fishing rods and nets for sale today. Why haven't I seen a single one? Eventually, his attention was drawn to a trade order for a regular stone house blueprint. The memory of his morning stomachache was still fresh, and he mentally marked this blueprint as essential. He then decided to privately message the seller. The trading hall allowed private messaging with sellers through orders, although it displayed anonymously. This was usually done when someone couldn't afford the listed price but wanted to negotiate. However, Ning Fan wasn't unable to meet the price. The seller simply hadn't set one, only noting to message privately. He sent a message inquiring, "How much are you selling the regular stone house blueprint for?" Ning Fan's information remains anonymous to the buyer, so everything is strictly business without any personal connections. The other party quickly sent a message, requesting the manufacturing diagram for an ordinary fishing rod, a fishing net, or a regular water purifier. Upon seeing this, Ning Fan almost turned away. It was an outrageous demand. His stone house, not even considered a concrete house, and yet they dared to ask for a water purifier's manufacturing diagram. Ning Fan had only heard bits and pieces about water purifiers in chat channels and had never seen detailed instructions, indicating how rare they were. If he owned the water purifier's manufacturing diagram, he wouldn't sell it, even without the system's return. A water purifier is a cash cow, providing a stable output of water resources, much more dependable than fishing with a net. Based on the asking price, Ning Fan could roughly guess the buyer's character, clearly someone driven by greed. However, it was just a transaction, so Ning Fan didn't get too worked up. He sent his offer back. The asking price is too high. I have a low-quality bamboo fishing rod. If that's acceptable, we can trade. The other party was silent for a while, seemingly evaluating the bamboo rod's worth. Finally, they replied, "No, this rod is too crude. If you want it, add 4L of water or 8 kilograms of food as compensation." Ning Fan didn't hesitate to close the chat window. Those resources weren't scarce for him, but he wasn't a fool. Trading a bamboo rod for a stone house's manufacturing diagram was simply unacceptable. The other's greed disgusted him, and he cursed inwardly. "Keep it for yourself." Just then, a lazy voice came from behind Ning Fan. "What's going on? You look furious. Who's got you so worked up?" Ning Fan turned his head and saw Feng Linglong approaching from behind, her tousled hair fluttering in the breeze, giving her the look of someone who just woke up. She appeared lazy and cute, like someone who doesn't sleep soundly. Ning Fan thought to himself that meeting a swindler left him speechless. Feng Linglong, seemingly thoughtful, responded, "Oh, if you think they're a swindler, then they must truly be one." Ning Fan glanced at her sideways, thinking it might be better for her to keep that sharp tongue of hers quiet. Feng Linglong chuckled softly, holding her stomach and putting on a pitiful expression. "Ning Fan, I'm hungry." Ning Fan dismissively replied, "If you're hungry, just eat. Didn't we have some fish left over from yesterday? The stuff in the Lord's warehouse won't spoil. Just take it out and eat." Feng Linglong looked awkward, thinking to herself that she had already finished the fish. It was in Wanwan's belly. "You didn't eat it as a midnight snack, did you?" Ning Fan's gaze scanned her, as if he had discovered some secret, his eyes gleaming. "Aren't women supposed to skip midnight snacks to keep their figure? I didn't expect you to be such a little foodie, senior." Feng Linglong blushed, like a child caught doing something wrong, and stammered, I gave the fish to someone." Ning Fan was struck dumb, as if hit by lightning. "Gave it away? How come those words together don't make sense to me? Who did you give it to? There are no outsiders here, unless it was some online friend? A guy, a girl?" he asked urgently, his tone heavy. Seeing Ning Fan's expression, Feng Linglong shivered slightly, her voice tinged with fear. "Ning Fan, don't overthink it. It was a girl." For some reason, she feared Ning Fan's misunderstanding and quickly added, "You actually know her. She's my best friend, Mu Wanting, who was in the same club with us in college. You've seen her a few times." With Feng Linglong's explanation, an image of a tall, cool woman appeared in Ning Fan's mind. She was often with Feng Linglong, aloof and unapproachable. Ning Fan had crossed paths with her several times in college, but her distant aura, despite her beauty, never sparked any interest in him. So it was her. "How did you get in touch with her?" Ning Fan's expression returned to normal, his tone softened, even showing a hint of excitement, though he concealed it well. "We found each other through the chat channel." Feng Linglong bit her lip and continued, "Ning Fan, Wanwan's having a tough time right now. I gave her all the resources you gave me." She thought to herself that she had already done wrong by using Ning Fan's resources without permission, and asking for forgiveness would make her seem manipulative. She lowered her head, standing obediently in front of Ning Fan, ready to accept a scolding. That's understandable. After all, you know each other. If you can help, you should, Ning Fan said casually. I'll give you some more resources. If she needs them, feel free to use them. Don't worry about resources on my end. He paused, then added, but only for Mu wanting, no one else. Yes, I understand. Feng Linglong nodded in agreement. Feng Linglong obediently nodded, feeling even more embarrassed as she saw his calm demeanor. She felt like she had become someone annoying, not wanting to owe anyone anything, yet realizing her every gesture seemed powerless. Looking at the dozens of liters of water and several kilograms of fish that Ning Fan had brought over, she thought to herself, this is really too much. She doesn't lack these things at all. Her voice grew smaller as she softly said, this is really a lot. What should I do? She even felt that the only way to help Wanwan repay this debt was to sell herself. It's fine, just use it slowly. Let me know if you need more. Ning Fan replied with a sly smile. Was he lacking resources? No, what he lacked was companionship. Having found another potential target, Ning Fan was not about to let go easily. He hoped she would owe him more. Although the system only triggered encounters in real life, he believed he would meet her eventually. Feng Linglong was unaware of Ning Fan's intentions. To her, Ning Fan was purely acting out of concern for her, and she saw genuine care in his eyes. From the initial tension to the later calmness, everything gave her a sense of security. With 1,000 thoughts in her mind, she wanted to express them but didn't know how, finally managing to softly say, Ning Fan, thank you. Summoning courage from somewhere, she uncharacteristically hugged Ning Fan and whispered in his ear, Ning Fan, I like you. This confession left Ning Fan a bit stunned. Feeling the warmth in his embrace, he was about to reciprocate this unexpected tenderness when Feng Linglong suddenly pulled away. He looked at her in bewilderment as she stood in front of him, smiling brightly and playfully, blinking her eyes. You confessed to me before, and I turned you down. Now it's my turn, you can reject me. Hearing this, Ning Fan's mind went blank. Is this right? He wondered, confused if Feng Linglong was confessing or not. She rolled her eyes at him, thinking, what a dummy. Can't you react at all? She had intended to put on a dramatic show of unrequited love, but Ning Fan didn't play along. Caught off guard and unsure how to end the situation, her timid side resurfaced, and with a blush, she turned and chose to run away. Ning Fan opened his mouth, but didn't speak for a long time, finally managing to say, weren't you hungry? I have some grilled fish here, don't you want it? Feng Linglong stumbled slightly, looking a bit embarrassed, and quickly hid in the bathroom. Ning Fan, while teasing with his words, couldn't hide the turmoil in his heart. After calming down and spending some time alone, a smile appeared on Ning Fan's face. He realized that her sudden visit was driven by guilt for using his resources so freely and guilt for having rejected him before. Although her feelings for him hadn't reached a devoted level yet, he felt that it wouldn't take long if things continued like this. He could clearly see her attitude towards him changing. At this moment, Ning Fan remembered the fish from the morning. Out of the remaining 4 kilograms of fish, he had given 1 kilogram to Huang San, eaten 2 kilograms himself, leaving exactly 1 kilogram, which was just enough for her. Perfect. Is this what it feels like to confess to someone? Feng Linglong stood in front of the mirror, the scene of her rushing into Ning Fan's arms replaying in her mind, making her blush again. Was I too impulsive? Will Ning Fan think I'm a bad woman? She held her face, staring intently at her reflection, feeling a twinge of regret. However, remembering Ning Fan's dumbfounded look, as if he was startled, she quickly felt at ease. After all, when she was confessed to, she wasn't as foolish as he was. If he dares to laugh at me, I'll use this to embarrass him. Who's afraid of whom? Feng Linglong's imagination ran wild, her mind spinning plots, as she murmured to herself. Suddenly, a notification sound chimed. Feng Linglong glanced at the screen. It was a video call request from Mu Wanting. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions, and when she felt composed enough, she finally accepted the call. The familiar scene appeared, with Mu Wanting sitting cross-legged on a raft, which was noticeably larger than before, a testament to their night's work. After a night's rest, Mu Wanting seemed in good spirits. Despite her travel-worn appearance, her bright eyes and white teeth made her look exceptionally charming. I thought you, lazy pig, were still in bed, Mu Wanting teased as soon as they connected. Feng Linglong rolled her eyes dramatically. Back in school, wasn't it always me waking you up? I'm not the one who loves to sleep in. Well, you never know, especially with a man in bed, Mu Wanting replied with a mischievous smile. Feng Linglong's fists clenched for a moment, but then relaxed as a sly smile spread across her face, resembling a cunning fox. She turned around to grab a piece of grilled fish. Yes, having a man around is great. I wake up to grilled fish, with everything ready at my fingertips. I think I'm going to get fat. How annoying. Unceremoniously, Feng Linglong took a big bite of the fish in front of Mu Wanting, chewing with pleasure. On the screen, Mu Wanting's expression froze. Gurgle. The sound of a rumbling stomach reached Feng Linglong's ears across the distance. Puffed Feng Linglong couldn't help but laugh, quickly covering her mouth to suppress it, and then continued to feign ignorance. Wan, did you raise a chicken there? What's with the clucking noise? A rare blush appeared on Mu Wanting's face, her cute and charming demeanor contrasting with her usual cool and aloof persona, momentarily stunning Feng Linglong. The moment passed quickly, and Mu Wanting promptly shook off her embarrassment, shamelessly pleading with Feng Linglong. Dearest Linglong, I was wrong. I shouldn't have teased you. Can I have a taste of the fish? Mu Wanting's tactic, which never failed, left Feng Linglong defenseless. Though she pouted, she obediently divided the fish, handing half to Mu Wanting. Thank you, darling, Mu Wanting chirped, immediately digging in without a glance at Feng Linglong. So dismissive, Feng Linglong muttered, thinking she should have made Mu Wanting watch her eat as she endured last night's torment. Next time, she thought, she should be more ruthless. So, did you win Ning Fan over? Mu Wanting suddenly asked, looking up. The sudden question caught Feng Linglong off guard. Have you sealed the deal? Mu Wanting's inquiry made her heart tighten. It seemed like she had, yet at the same time, she hadn't. Feng Linglong was at a loss about her relationship with Ning Fan. If Ning Fan were a bit more proactive, she wouldn't be hiding in the bathroom to eat. Although the bathroom was clean and tidy, it still felt a bit uncomfortable. What kind of expression is that? Did something happen? Mu Wanting frowned. Feng Linglong deliberated before replying. I can't really say, but our relationship is quite complicated right now. Maybe we just haven't reached that point yet. I think it's you who hasn't figured out that point, Mu Wanting said, her eyes sharp, seeing through Feng Linglong's thoughts. If you ask me, stop overthinking it. Find an opportunity to just push him onto the bed. What's that saying? Make the rice cooked. Feng Linglong rolled her eyes at her. Easy for you to say. If it were you, the armchair strategist, you'd probably make a mess of it. She unceremoniously exposed Mu Wanting's facade. I mean, who's the one who still covers up when taking a bath together? I can't even imagine you trying to seduce a man. Mu Wanting remained unfazed, looking composed. If it comes to mutual harm, I have quite a few cards up my sleeve. She casually mentioned while nibbling on her fish. I suggest you hurry up. If some other woman snatches him away, don't come crying to me. Feng Linglong's alarm bells went off instantly. Wan, what do you mean by that? Just what it sounds like. Seeing her intense reaction, Mu Wanting set down her fish and asked seriously, Linglong, do you think Ning Fan is a good man? Feng Linglong nodded instinctively. If you think he's good, other women will too. Right now, it seems like you've got Ning Fan, but what about later? As his influence grows, there will surely be other women. Can you fend off all of them? Wan, are you saying there will be many women around Ning Fan in the future? Feng Linglong's face turned pale. Mu Wanting fell silent, not wanting to shatter Feng Linglong's hopeful vision, but it was a fact. I can't guarantee Ning Fan won't fall for someone else. So my advice is to take advantage of your current position and secure a place in his heart. But I don't want to share a man with other women, Feng Linglong said, struggling. Mu Wanting shook her head. It's not that you don't want to, you're just not prepared. Linglong, it's not a big deal. Think about those historical novels you've read. The heroines in the harem still manage to live quite comfortably. You need to understand that your life now is something most people can only dream of. Look at this modern bathroom you're in, and then look at where I am, Mu Wanting said, standing up and pointing her camera at the surroundings of her raft. There's almost nothing on this 10-square-meter raft. Honestly, I envy your situation being able to take a nice bath every day, manage your hygiene, have enough water and delicious food, and not worry about safety. Trust me, you wouldn't enjoy a life of wandering alone. Feng Linglong calmed down and after a while, softly spoke. Wan, I get it now. I didn't realize how fortunate I am. She wasn't unfamiliar with a life of wandering. It was just Ning Fan's kindness that made her forget her circumstances. Mu Wanting gave a wry smile. There's no need to belittle yourself. You're lucky to have this, and Ning Fan can spoil you. I just wanted to remind you that given the world's state, as women, we need to adapt. It's not about right or wrong. Awakened from her daze, the fog in Feng Linglong's heart quietly dissipated, and her eyes sparkled with a newfound brightness. I understand now a woman who doesn't aspire to be a noble consort isn't a good woman. Puffed. Mu Wanting couldn't help but laugh, giving her a big thumbs up. Then good luck, Your Grace. My future life depends on you. Feng Linglong also chuckled, then pretended to be angry. You shameless woman, someone drag her away and send her to a monastery. Your Grace, do they serve meals at the monastery? Mu Wanting quickly got into character, putting on a pitiful look. No meals. Well, then I do have some pride. In that case, await your fate. Feng Linglong waved dismissively. Sigh, I obey, Mu Wanting said, smiling as they both shared a light-hearted moment. With the thin veil between them pierced, Feng Linglong's eyes glimmered with a hint of anticipation for the future. Ning Fan added a new workbench to the raft, placing a wooden table and 2 chairs for him and Feng Linglong to use for their daily rest. Just as he was finishing up the task, a notification sound suddenly caught his attention. He instinctively glanced at the bathroom, its door still tightly shut. This puzzled him, and he thought, is someone sneaking food in the bathroom? Not only that, but how could there be a shortage? He had clearly provided 1 kilogram of fish, yet only 500 g was returned. Ning Fan almost couldn't resist going over to kick the door, but upon seeing the 5000x return rate message, he quickly dismissed the idea. It was just 2000x this morning, and now it's 5000x. The increase in favorability was happening too fast. Ning Fan couldn't help but scold himself, thinking that the shortfall couldn't possibly be the senior's fault. If the conditions allowed, he would have liked to bring some tea over for a chat. He immediately chose to accept the return. Although the amount of fish consumed was less than expected, with such a high return rate, it was a good deal no matter how he looked at it. Ding! The system notified, returned resource, 2.5 kilograms of cooked crayed fish, 0.5 kilograms more than yesterday. Feeling pleased, Ning Fan stored the fish in the warehouse. This would be his food for the day. If he could maintain a daily intake of crayed fish, it wouldn't be long before his physique improved again. At that moment, another warning notification sounded in his ear. Warning, a great ocean creature, the great white shark, is approaching your territory. An attack will occur in 5 seconds. Ning Fan was startled, his smile vanishing instantly as he realized that the ocean creature attack he had feared was finally happening. Before he could react, the raft shook violently, causing Ning Fan to stumble and nearly fall. Another warning, territory under attack, lost 1 of territory. He quickly surveyed the surroundings and saw a massive black shark biting into the wooden planks at the edge of the raft. Damn, this is crazy. Ning Fan's eyes widened. The shark's head was almost the size of a bathroom. He wanted to rush over and drive it away, but the thought quickly faded. As he hesitated, the territory lost another 2. No, if this continues, the entire raft will be destroyed by this beast. Ning Fan grabbed a fish scaling knife from the workbench, the only somewhat sharp tool in the territory, ready to use whatever he had. He wasn't reckless. After confirming that the great white shark couldn't easily attack people on the raft, he cautiously approached the shark. The shark was still focused on biting the wooden planks with its hard teeth and showed little reaction to Ning Fan's approach. Relieved, Ning Fan raised the knife and struck it hard on the shark's head. Bang! A strong resistance met him, causing his arm to tense and nearly lose grip. Upon closer inspection, the once sharp blade had a chipped edge, while the shark's head only bore a faint white line. Damn, it's so tough, like iron. Ning Fan swallowed, thankful that the shark wasn't entirely unharmed. Its aggressive posture indicated it felt pain. Any feedback was a good sign. Ning Fan hesitated no more and swung his arm fiercely, continuing his attack. The territory echoed with a series of thudding sounds, reminiscent of forging iron. Each time the blade struck, Ning Fan's arm ached from the impact, almost causing him to lose grip several times. The flying iron filings marked the glorious battle record of the kitchen knife, alongside the splintered wooden boards, creating a scene of intense combat. Ning Fan felt almost numb, cursing under his breath. The beast seemed like a masochist. The more he chopped at it, the faster it destroyed the boards. Fortunately, his efforts eventually paid off. Ning Fan lost track of how many times he had swung, until the giant evil shark suddenly turned its head and quickly dived into the sea, its massive dark form soon vanishing into the deep waters. He finally drove it away. Ning Fan collapsed onto the raft, his right hand trembling uncontrollably, utterly exhausted, the kitchen knife slipping from his grip. Glancing at it, he noticed the sharp edge had been worn down by a full centimeter, leaving a jagged, blunt edge. It looked rather pitiful. It could hardly be called a kitchen knife any more like a lump of iron. Ning Fan thought to himself that he needed to find a suitable weapon. If not for the level up in his physical abilities, which allowed him to endure such intense attacks, he might have ended up as shark food. Despite this, the raft was left in a sorry state. Ning Fan looked around and saw that the original 50 raft had lost nearly a quarter of its area, with a loss of 9. This damage wasn't too concerning, as he could repair it quickly. What worried him most was the possibility of the giant evil shark returning. He had no effective way to deal with it, unable even to break through its defenses, only able to drive it away with brute force. He let out a bitter laugh, lifting his right hand to find he could barely make a fist. Fortunately, a prompt soon eased his concerns. Ding! Great sea creature, giant evil shark has fled. Attack averted. Probability of sea creature attack reduced. Probability below threshold. No risk of attack for now. Once the territory expands to 100, the attack probability will exceed the threshold, with the risk of attack at any time. Ning Fan let out a long sigh of relief. At least for now, he didn't have to worry about sea creature attacks. He stood up, about to clean up the scene, when he suddenly noticed Feng Linglong standing behind him, having emerged from the bathroom at some point. Ning Fan, are you okay? Feng Linglong asked, her face full of concern. I'm fine, just had a troublesome fish attacking the raft, Ning Fan explained, trying to sound casual. However, he didn't realize that Feng Linglong had been drawn out of the bathroom by the commotion as soon as the attack began. If not for Mu wanting advising her not to distract Ning Fan, She might have spoken up earlier. Having witnessed the fierce battle, Feng Linglong's concern for Ning Fan couldn't be eased with just a few words. She pointed to Ning Fan's drooping right arm, worriedly saying, "Your hand. It seems like it's not working." Ning Fan felt exasperated, thinking, what does she mean by not working? His hand was still quite functional, just a bit injured. No, that's not what I meant. I was trying to say I could give your arm a massage, Feng Linglong quickly clarified, realizing her slip of the tongue. Ning Fan raised an eyebrow and smiled. Thank you, senior. I'll go take a shower first. After the fierce battle earlier, he was covered in grime. If his senior saw him in this state, it would surely ruin her delicate hands. He walked briskly towards the bathroom. Watching Ning Fan's figure disappear at the bathroom door, Feng Linglong's face showed a hint of hesitation. Wan, was I too hasty? He seems to be fine, she asked Mu Wanting. They hadn't hung up the call, and Mu Wanting had witnessed everything through the screen as well. However, for some reason, Feng Linglong didn't receive a response from Mu Wanting. Concerned that something might be wrong, she quickly opened the virtual screen. When Mu Wanting's face appeared on the screen, Feng Linglong was momentarily taken aback to see her dazed expression. At that moment, a wave of loneliness and sadness washed over Feng Linglong. Wan, she called softly. Hearing her name, Mu Wanting slowly lifted her head, her eyes gradually regaining their focus. Once she snapped back to reality, she simply said, Linglong, he's really amazing. Feng Linglong blinked, not quite understanding what she meant. Then, Mu Wanting continued. Safety is like air, we don't notice it when we have it. But when we don't, the feeling of suffocation is overwhelming. At this, Feng Linglong understood her meaning and realized why she was acting so strangely. Wan, you don't need to worry. Ning Fan said that such attacks only occur when the raft is over 50 square meters. Your raft is only a little over 10 square meters, so there's no need to worry about attacks, Feng Linglong reassured her. Mu Wanting shook her head with a bitter smile. How could I not know that? But that's just a predictable risk. Drifting on this endless sea, the real danger comes from the unknown. No one can guarantee that luck will always be on their side. Only strength can truly ensure safety. Seeing Mu Wanting so pessimistic made Feng Linglong anxious. She hadn't expected that witnessing just one fierce battle would trigger such a strong pessimistic emotion in Wan. Perhaps struck by inspiration, Feng Linglong suddenly thought of something. Wan, didn't you hear that we can determine our positions through ocean currents? Look, she pointed the view towards the sea. Our raft is also drifting from west to east, in the same current as you. With Ning Fan's skills, I'm sure it won't be long before we find you. Then you won't have to worry about safety anymore. Mu Wanting stared intently at the surrounding currents and asked softly, will he agree? He will agree. Feng Linglong replied with firm conviction. The hot water was turned up to the maximum temperature, making his skin turn red from the heat. Yet Ning Fan felt a sense of comfort as his muscles gradually relaxed under the high temperature and the exhaustion from the earlier battle faded away. As he stepped out of the bathroom, Ning Fan glanced down at his tattered clothes. He had been wearing this filthy outfit for 5 days, and after the intense battle, it was even more battered, riddled with countless holes. Despite just having taken a shower, wearing these clothes felt like the shower was in vain. Reluctantly, he put them back on. After all, there was still a senior on the raft. Looking up, he saw Feng Linglong sitting intently at the workbench, focused on the leader screen, busy with something. Ning Fan quietly pulled a chair over and sat down beside her. The sudden movement startled Feng Linglong, causing her to instinctively cross her arms over her chest. But upon seeing Ning Fan's freshly washed, refreshed face, she relaxed and casually tucked her hair behind her ear. Nothing special, just designing some clothes for you. Designing clothes? Ning Fan asked with a puzzled expression. Yeah, I saw some clothing design templates for sale in the trading market, Feng Linglong said, keeping her head down, avoiding direct eye contact with Ning Fan. Since you don't have any spare clothes, I used the resources you gave me to buy some, planning to make you a set. This unexpected thoughtfulness took Ning Fan by surprise. Is she becoming the caring, wife-like type? He thought to himself, realizing how this perfectly timed kindness could win anyone over. Clothing design templates? Let me see, Ning Fan said in a low voice. Among all the items he had seen come out of supply crates, this was the first time he had encountered clothing design templates. Here, Feng Linglong said, unlocking the leader interface permissions and displaying the virtual screen to Ning Fan. This is a customizable design template, including inner and outer garments. Once you confirm the style, it only takes 40 units of plastic to make it. She pointed to the already formed design on the screen and added, see if it suits you. I can help modify anything you want. Ning Fan sneaked a glance at her, a peculiar smile playing on his lips. Was this really the same senior he knew? Noticing his gaze, Feng Linglong teased. What are you looking at me for? Look at the design. No need to look, Ning Fan said with a slight smile. As long as it's designed by you, I'm satisfied. By the way, you should change your clothes too. Remember to design a set for yourself. With that, he transferred another batch of resources to Feng Linglong on the spot. Don't be frugal, get whatever you like. A system notification popped up. Leader Ning Fan has gifted you 100 L of mineral water. Feng Linglong's eyes sparkled, and her heart raced. Is this what it feels like to be pampered? She took a deep breath, looked up to meet Ning Fan's gaze, and smiled softly. All right, just don't blame me for spending too much. I wouldn't dream of it. Ning Fan chuckled softly. His indulgent gaze made her heart flutter, prompting Feng Linglong to quickly change the subject. Just hang on for a bit. This design will be finished soon. She continued to tinker with the design plans. Ning Fan nodded, choosing not to disturb her further or mention the massage. As the sun set, the wooden table and 2 chairs side by side seemed to silently nurture the budding emotions between them, creating a serene and warm atmosphere. Ning Fan discreetly admired his senior's beautiful profile, contentedly opening the Lord interface. As he switched to the chat interface, he noticed a message. Bro, I've thought it over. I agree to your terms. Let's trade for the inferior bamboo fishing rod. It was from the seller of the stone house blueprint. Seeing this, Ning Fan smirked, realizing the person hadn't found another buyer and was now afraid of the item's devaluation, seeking reconciliation. But he wasn't going to compromise easily. The morning's price now required an additional fee. He replied succinctly. If he hadn't needed a replacement, Ning Fan wouldn't have bothered. Soon after, the other party messaged back, asking, how much more? Ning Fan unhesitatingly stated his terms. 5 foundation stones plus the blueprint for the fishing rod. The other party hesitated before replying. That's too much. I only have 3 foundation stones. Ning Fan decisively said. Then forget it. He wasn't concerned whether the other party could meet his terms. He was firm on the price. If someone dared to overcharge him, thinking a shabby blueprint would corner him, they shouldn't expect an easy way out. If they returned, they had to pay the price. This was Ning Fan's principle. The other party was silent for a while, but Ning Fan wasn't worried. He knew that once someone like this reconsidered, they were likely desperate. Sure enough, the message soon came. Okay. A simple word, yet tinged with reluctant resentment. Ning Fan was unfazed by this. Business was business, and as long as he profited, it was fine. He quickly completed the trade of the bamboo fishing rod for the stonehouse blueprint, sensing the other party's urgency. After the transaction, Ning Fan was about to close the chat interface when he received a new notification. The other party had blocked him. Ning Fan shook his head, chuckling to himself, thinking of them as another fool. This was the second he had encountered, the first being a girl with the ID, doesn't eat cilantro. Why are you so happy? Feng Linglong suddenly asked, looking up. Ning Fan smiled slightly and replied. Got something good. I'll give you a surprise later. He acted mysterious, knowing that while it was just a stone house blueprint, with a return rate of thousands of times, it should yield a good house blueprint. Feng Linglong pouted slightly, her eyes showing a mix of excitement and anticipation, speeding up her work. Ning Fan took out the blueprint to check the information. Ordinary stone house blueprint. A small stone house with a 10 area, essential for wilderness survival. Required materials, stone 40, plank 2. Judging by the materials, it was a very basic shelter that anyone with decent skills could build. But it didn't matter to Ning Fan, as he didn't plan on living in such a house. After using some water resources, Ning Fan gathered the required materials in the trading hall and clicked to manufacture. Consumed 1 ordinary stone house blueprint and obtained 1 ordinary stone house, which could be placed in the territory to trigger resource returns. Target. Feng Linglong. Return rate. 2,500 times. Choose whether to return. Remaining times today. 2. Ning Fan held his breath in anticipation. The system notification came as expected. Ding. Returned a modern apartment blueprint. The list of materials required for the blueprint of the modern apartment was overwhelming for Ning Fan. 400 stones, 50 planks, 40 pieces of plastic, 40 metal sheets, 20 panes of glass, and 5 ropes. It was the most resource-intensive blueprint he had ever seen. However, Ning Fan wasn't worried, as he had ample resources. In fact, the more materials needed, the more comprehensive the features. Just the term luxury finish said it all. Let's get to work, he thought to himself, excited about finally living in a decent house. With determination, he placed a large number of orders in the market. In a trading hall bustling with millions of people, materials were abundant. It was just a matter of price. After using up half of the water in his storage, he gathered all the necessary materials and immediately started the construction. Ding! A notification sounded as the modern apartment blueprint was consumed, resulting in a modern apartment. However, a message appeared. Insufficient territory area, unable to place. Please expand territory area. Ning Fan paused and suddenly realized the issue. The apartment required 50 square meters, but after a round of shark attacks, his raft was down to just over 40 square meters. The existing space was insufficient to accommodate the apartment, especially since there was already a bathroom on the raft. Fortunately, after repelling the attack, the safe area of his territory could be expanded to 100 square meters, or else Ning Fan would be scratching his head in frustration. Without the risk of attacks, expanding the raft's area was not difficult, especially with the current drop in material prices. It didn't take much to initiate a new wave of expansion. Consume 5 planks and 2 ropes. Raft expanded by 1 square meter. Ning Fan kept issuing commands, gradually increasing the raft's area until it reached 80 square meters before he stopped. He didn't expand directly to 100 square meters to leave some room for error, as perfection often leads to downfall. An 80 square meter raft was already quite large, and Ning Fan could feel the drifting speed of the raft slowing slightly. This wasn't a concern, as the drifting was aimless, and speed didn't matter much. The expansion of the raft soon caught Feng Linglong's attention. Seeing Ning Fan stop, she couldn't help but ask curiously, "Ning Fan, why did you expand the raft so much?" Ning Fan didn't answer, only giving a mysterious smile before clicking on the screen. In the next second, a house appeared out of thin air on the raft, occupying most of the space. Feng Linglong was stunned, her eyes wide with surprise. The creamy white exterior walls, neat doors, and windows looked exactly like the well-decorated apartments on Blue Star. "This," she uttered, utterly shocked, wondering if Ning Fan was on a vacation. How did he manage to create such a house? "Come on, let's check out our new home," Ning Fan said with a light chuckle, walking forward. Feng Linglong pressed her lips together and followed him. As the door opened, the first thing that caught the eye was the living room. The floor was covered with pristine white tiles, and it was equipped with a sofa, a coffee table, a chandelier, and even a large-screen LCD TV. Although the living room was small, it was exquisite and full of life. Feng Linglong stood there, looking a bit uneasy and unsure of what to do. On Blue Star, with her family background, such a small living room wouldn't have interested her at all, but she was well aware that this wasn't Blue Star. It was a harsh, otherworldly place where primitive survival was the norm. Because of this, the modern apartment in front of her made her feel a bit uneasy, as if she didn't deserve such comfort. Ning Fan didn't notice Feng Linglong's discomfort. He walked to the wall, pressed a switch, and looked up, only to find that the chandelier above didn't light up. What a pity, he thought, lamenting the waste of such nice decor without electricity. Without power, the LCD TV was just for show. There was also a small kitchen off to the side of the living room. Ning Fan went in to take a look and, as expected, found there was no gas or water either. Fortunately, the basic infrastructure was decent, and it would be usable once electricity and water were connected. He comforted himself with this thought, acknowledging that while it wasn't perfect, it was a good space with standard furnishings for a house built from an ordinary construction blueprint. He figured that obtaining future technology like a bathroom would require a higher-level blueprint. Returning to the living room, Ning Fan saw Feng Linglong still standing there in a daze. He blinked and asked, "What's wrong, senior? Don't you like the house?" "No, I like it very much," Feng Linglong quickly replied, snapping out of her thoughts. "Glad to hear it. Come on, let's check out the bedroom," Ning Fan said, extending his hand to her. Feng Linglong looked at his outstretched hand. Her heart skipped a beat, and she hesitantly placed her hand in his. Ning Fan held her hand steadily and gently led her to the bedroom. Pushing open the door, they were greeted by an ordinary bedroom, with the only notable feature being a large double bed. The mattress, quilt, and pillows were all in place. Ning Fan touched the soft mattress and smiled with satisfaction. He turned to Feng Linglong and said, "What do you think, senior?" Still holding hands, Feng Linglong felt a rush of emotions. Seeing the neatly arranged pillows on the bed, her face flushed. It seemed inevitable that they would end up sharing the bed. She withdrew her hand from Ning Fan's grip and softly said, "The clothes aren't designed yet. I should get to work." With that, she hurriedly left. Ning Fan chuckled softly, not paying it much mind, and turned to the window in the bedroom. Through the window, the sunset's afterglow washed over his face, and from there, he could see the slightly wavy sea. At that moment, Ning Fan felt an indescribable sense of peace, finally having a haven to shield him from the elements. With that, Ning Fan opened the Lord interface. Lord, Ning Fan's territory, a single-leaf raft, territory area 80, territory score 160. Area score 80, building score 80. Territory buildings, D bathroom, 1 ordinary apartment. Unplaced buildings, ordinary stone toilet, ordinary stone house. Territory tools, grade automatic fishing net 2. Warehouse resources, 108 foundation stones, 35 L drinking water, 24 kilograms ordinary fresh fish meat, 2.5 kilograms cooked crayed fish meat, 500 g bread, 5 wooden planks. With the apartment's completion, the territory score increased by 50. Unknowingly, Ning Fan's territory score had reached 160. He pondered silently, unsure of the purpose of the territory score, but assuming he was likely ahead. He mused to himself, his gaze fixed on the distant, deep sea. Just as he was reflecting, a notification suddenly sounded in his ear. Ding! Consumed 1 clothing design blueprint. Target Feng Linglong. Return multiplier 2,500 times. Please choose whether to return. Remaining attempts for today, 1. Ding! A clothing design blueprint was consumed, targeting Feng Linglong, with a return rate of 2,500 times. Ning Fan saw this notification, and a glint flashed in his eyes. Clothing design blueprints are essentially a type of manufacturing blueprint, and the 2,500 times return intrigued him. However, he hesitated. What would this return actually turn into? As he gazed out the window at the darkening sky, with nightfall approaching, Ning Fan decided to use his last return opportunity of the day on this. After all, it's closely related to daily life and shouldn't go to waste. Return. He stared at the screen, holding his breath. The next second, a notification appeared. Ding, 2,500 copies of the clothing design blueprint were returned. Ning Fan was taken aback, not expecting a direct return in quantity. This method of return seemed a bit crude. He had hoped for some novel items, but on second thought, the quality improvement of the design blueprint was limited, so the quantity return made sense. Suddenly, with 2,500 design blueprints in front of him, Ning Fan scratched his head, thinking that even if he gave his senior sister a new wardrobe, she couldn't use them all. He would have to sell them. He opened the trading hall and searched for similar items' prices. Seeing the exact numbers, he immediately dismissed the idea. Better to hold on to them for now. Selling them would be a waste. Items like manufacturing blueprints were selling for less than daily necessities, proving that not everyone considers personal hygiene important. Having been in this world for only 5 days, his clothes, no matter how shabby, could still be worn. Worst case, he could go without. Everyone has a senior sister. Understanding this logic, Ning Fan couldn't help but smile wryly. The returned blueprints were a burden for now, but the only good news was that he could give his senior sister a few more clothes. So he walked out of the bedroom. In the living room, Feng Linglong was sitting on the sofa, neatly organizing clothes. Upon closer inspection, they were men's clothes. Seeing Ning Fan come out, she immediately stood up and handed the neatly folded clothes to him, saying, "Here are your clothes. Hurry up and change." A strange look crossed Ning Fan's face as he thought, if I'm going to wear them, why fold them so neatly? He kept this thought to himself. He reached out, took the clothes, and smiled. Thanks for your hard work, senior sister. Try them on quickly. If they don't fit, I can alter them for you, Feng Linglong said cheerfully. No rush. I have something for you. Ning Fan began, and Feng Linglong looked puzzled, thinking, didn't he just give me so many supplies? What else does he have for me? She was about to refuse when a notification sounded. Lord Ning Fan has gifted you 20 clothing design blueprints. Ning Fan's voice echoed in her ears, and Feng Linglong's mind buzzed. She had only managed to get her hands on these blueprints from the trading market after a reminder from Wan Wan. Although cheap, they were rare and not essential typical items with no market price. She hadn't expected Ning Fan to casually give her so many, making her own gift seem insignificant. Would Ning Fan's gesture make her feel awkward, like a small-time performer? Feng Linglong blinked her beautiful eyes, reflecting Ning Fan's figure. A question arose in her mind. How exactly did Ning Fan acquire so many design plans? She was unsure how to voice her curiosity. Remembering her senior who studied design, she had purchased a batch of design plans through the chat channel. Sensing Feng Linglong's thoughts, Ning Fan told a small lie. Feng Linglong frowned slightly, seemingly not fully convinced. Ning Fan continued, mentioning that he needed the senior to design a versatile template, one for men's clothing and one for women's. He planned to make some improvements on these. This way, the logic seemed more coherent. Are you stockpiling clothes? Feng Linglong's eyes lit up. Yes. Ning Fan nodded calmly. Although he hadn't accumulated the design plans, he did have quite a few. The train of lies, after taking several turns, finally returned to the right track, and Feng Linglong felt much happier. All right, give me some time, and I'll design them for you. She felt she could finally contribute to Ning Fan, not just receive his affection. Her long-suppressed emotions were released, and the smile on her face grew brighter. Ning Fan was moved and almost immediately thought of a name for their child, but he suppressed the notion, deciding not to rush since he wouldn't be selling these designs anytime soon. He said, I'll go prepare dinner now. With that, he turned and walked towards the door, thinking that if he stayed a little longer, dinner wouldn't just be fish. Feng Linglong watched Ning Fan's back with warmth until he left the room. Then she sank into the soft sofa, wrapped in the comfort of Ning Fan's love. On the raft, Ning Fan retrieved 2 automatic fishing nets, gaining 30 kilograms of common fish with a ding. With 2 nets in hand, his day's catch doubled. There was still 2.5 kilograms of cooked crayed fish meat in the storage, enough for a meal, with the rest to prepare dinner for the senior. He handed the lower-grade fish to Huang San and personally handled the grade fish. If all went well, the grade fish meat would be Feng Linglong's meal, and he awaited the return. After handling the fish, Ning Fan set up a fire to grill them. As time passed and night fell, the sky was dotted with stars. The fire burned brightly, illuminating the raft, and a delicious aroma spread. Finished with her designs, Feng Linglong, like a cat sneaking a treat, followed the scent outside and sat obediently by the fire. It was dim inside, and seeing Ning Fan looking at her with a faint smile, Feng Linglong explained, it'll be ready soon. Ning Fan replied leisurely, almost there. Feng Linglong blushed instantly. though the firelight masked it. The crackling of the wood continued as they quietly waited for the fish to cook. After a while, Ning Fan handed the grilled fish to Feng Linglong. I grilled extra for you. It should be enough to feed you and Mu wanting for a few meals. Just let me know if you run out. Don't go hungry. Touched by his thoughtfulness towards her friend, Feng Linglong felt warmth in her heart. Okay, I will, she replied sweetly. Let's eat. As they enjoyed their meal and the night sky, a bright meteor streaked across, leaving a beautiful trail. Almost simultaneously, a loud warning sounded in their ears. Warning, sudden event. Severe rainstorm is about to hit this area. Please prepare accordingly. Warning, emergency situation. Severe rainstorm is about to hit the area. Ning Fan and Feng Linglong exchanged anxious glances, unsure of how to respond. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the entire sky, followed by a thunderous roar that shook the earth. Startled, Feng Linglong trembled, dropping the fish she was holding. Ning Fan quickly stepped forward, gently holding her and comforting her. Don't be afraid. It's just thunder. Let's go inside. Feng Linglong nodded, still shaken, her face pale. Ning Fan supported her as they moved indoors, essentially carrying her. As they stepped inside, raindrops began to patter against the raft. Once Ning Fan settled Feng Linglong on the sofa, the rain outside intensified into a downpour within moments. Instinctively, Ning Fan went to the window to check the situation. The raindrops pounded against the glass like a raging beast, forming streams of water. Outside, the once blazing fire flickered in the rain, gradually weakening until it was completely extinguished. The last glimmer of light vanished, plunging the world into darkness, including the now pitch-black living room. Ning Fan murmured softly. Is this what an emergency is? The rain started so suddenly, it's terrifying. He felt a sense of relief that he had built this apartment just in time. Otherwise, he and Feng Linglong would have had to huddle in the cramped bathroom during such a storm. Unfortunately, there was no electricity inside, making it inconveniently dark. Just then, a faint blue light appeared in the living room. Ning Fan turned to see that Feng Linglong had activated a virtual screen on the Lord's interface, anxiously saying, Ning Fan, Wanwan is also caught in the rainstorm with nowhere to take shelter. Can you help her? Ning Fan quickly responded. I happen to have a small house that should be good for sheltering from the rain. I'll send it to you. Over the past few days, Ning Fan had built a stone bathroom and a stone house to return the manufacturing diagrams, both of which were now unused. He sent the stone house to Feng Linglong. Receiving the item, Feng Linglong's face lit up with joy, and she immediately forwarded it to Mu Wanting. After a moment, she paused her frantic actions. Ning Fan sat beside her, concerned, and asked, how did it go? Feng Linglong replied, Wanwan is now sheltered in the house and won't get wet anymore, but she's already soaked through. Saying this, Feng Linglong unexpectedly hugged Ning Fan's arm, playfully saying, I sent 2 sets of clothes to Wanwan. You don't mind, do you? Ning Fan replied easily, why would I mind? It's a small thing, you can decide on your own, no need to ask me. Hearing this, Feng Linglong happily rested her head on Ning Fan's chest, snuggling close to him, and softly said, Ning Fan, thank you for understanding. Ning Fan's eyes widened slightly, realizing something surprising, and he wondered to himself, is this senior sister making a move? Should I do something? Ning Fan was about to respond, his hand already raised, when suddenly, Feng Linglong's leader screen lit up with a message. Glancing at it, she saw it was from Wanwan. Without hesitation, she left Ning Fan's embrace to reply, leaving him feeling disoriented and a bit neglected. It was reminiscent of a scene where a boyfriend brushes off his girlfriend while gaming, but with the roles reversed, and Ning Fan being the one brushed off. He glanced at Feng Linglong with a hint of resentment before opening his own leader interface to check messages. The chat channel was buzzing with activity as everyone discussed the sudden heavy rain. Damn it. Why is it raining so hard? I'm soaked to the bone. My blanket that I just aired out today is completely drenched. If this keeps up, I'm definitely catching a cold. Doesn't anyone have a way to stay dry? I set up a makeshift shelter with some planks, and it's a lot better. I did the same, but it's still a bit chilly. I heard someone got a house blueprint and managed to build one. So envious. No idea when this rain will stop. If it goes on all night, I don't know how we'll manage. Look on the bright side. At least we can collect rainwater, so we won't run out in the coming days. Why didn't I think of that? I'm off to collect some water. Haha, same here. Finally, no more worrying about water. Oh no, now my stock of bottled water is worthless. Watching the discussions, Ning Fan turned to look out the window. This torrential rain was like a grand event. It was clear that after this downpour, the price of water in the trading hall would plummet, and water resources might even temporarily exit the market. Hardship and benefits go hand in hand. Perhaps that's the essence of unexpected events. Ning Fan sighed with a wry smile. For him, the benefits seemed non-existent. He wasn't short on water. In fact, he was a water resource merchant. With water losing its value, the water he had given to Feng Linglong also lost its monetary worth, serving only for daily consumption. Ning Fan opened the trading hall, and as expected, all water-related trade orders had been taken down. In their place, the prices of everyday items like iron pots, matches, and lighters were skyrocketing. Understandably, rainwater had to be boiled for safe consumption, though it could be drunk raw if one wasn't worried about stomach issues. Surprisingly, with water losing its currency status, some of the trade resources had turned to cornerstones, while others remained food and materials. This indicated that the value of cornerstones was rising. It seemed everyone realized that resources with fixed values like cornerstones were less likely to depreciate. Ning Fan felt neither joy nor concern over this discovery. Although the value of cornerstones was increasing, acquiring them through trade required more resources. However, once cornerstones became the standard currency, he would only need to continuously gather resources to easily obtain them. Taking advantage of the current moderate value of cornerstones, he needed to collect some quickly. Turning to Feng Linglong, Ning Fan asked, "Senior, have you finished designing the 2 sets of clothing templates I mentioned to you this evening?" To Ning Fan, the heavy rain was not just a nuisance, it actually concealed numerous opportunities. Much like selling umbrellas during a downpour, the rain soaked many people's clothes, including Mu Wanting's, creating an urgent demand for clean, dry clothing. Ning Fan had been troubled by the backlog of over 2,000 clothing design sketches he had on hand. Yet, unexpectedly, this sudden rainstorm presented him with a chance. If he could sell all these designs, the cost of the bottled water he had lost would be insignificant. "Ning Fan, are you planning to sell clothes?" Feng Linglong asked, looking up. "Yes," Ning Fan replied. Upon hearing this, Feng Linglong's face lit up with a bright smile. "It's perfect because Wanwan and I were just discussing this. Wanwan thinks it's best to only sell a portion of the clothes at first and wait until the rain stops to sell the rest, to maximize profits." She leaned forward, her eyes shining with excitement as she continued. "Wanwan studied marketing, and her advice makes sense. We could use this rain for a scarcity marketing strategy. What do you think?" Ning Fan looked at her intently, feeling touched that her discussions with her friends were all in his best interest. He decided to let go of the senior's previous indifference. "Sounds good, we can give it a try." "Great," Feng Linglong responded excitedly, and quickly sent a message to Mu Wanting. Ning Fan couldn't help but smile, thinking how lucky he was to have a senior who could design and a friend who understood marketing. Suddenly, Feng Linglong turned to ask him, "Wanwan wants to know exactly how many design sketches you have." "Around 2,400, Ning Fan answered honestly. How many?" Feng Linglong's voice rose in disbelief as she stared at him with wide, bewildered eyes. "The exact number is 2,490 clothing design sketches," Ning Fan said with an innocent expression, waving his hand. "You asked, so don't blame me if you're shocked." Feng Linglong took a deep breath, her mind reeling. She and Mu Wanting had assumed Ning Fan had at most a few hundred designs, not this many. Their marketing plan might need to be reconsidered. With such a large inventory, they could potentially dominate the market, setting prices at their discretion. "Hold on a moment, don't rush to sell yet. I'll discuss with Wanwan again to figure out the best way to maximize our profits," Feng Linglong said, quickly adapting her strategy without questioning how Ning Fan acquired so many designs. Ning Fan felt a warmth in his heart, realizing that Feng Linglong already considered him important and was even starting to take on a partner's mindset. "It's not necessary to complicate things. I'll give you the designs, and you both can handle the business." Feng Linglong paused. "What did you say?" "I said you two should take charge of this business." "Really? Are you sure?" Feng Linglong's voice carried a mix of nervousness and excitement. She was passionate about doing business, relishing the challenge of making and saving money, but she was also worried about her own abilities and the possibility of failing. "Let's not rush into it." There was a hint of insecurity in her voice. "If things go wrong, they go wrong. At worst, we earn a little less. You wouldn't end up losing money from me, right?" Ning Fan chuckled as he teased. "Of course not," Feng Linglong replied almost without thinking. Ning Fan smiled and said, "Then it's settled. If you're unsure, just ask your friend. I'm leaving this matter to the two of you." "All right." Feng Linglong nodded weakly, a glimmer of joy in her eyes. How could she not be happy when her wish was granted? Ning Fan was also pleased, as he managed to relieve some pressure, please his senior, and even connect with Mu Wanting. It was a win-win situation. He then sent all the design drawings to Feng Linglong. Overjoyed upon receiving them, she kicked off her slippers, sat cross-legged on the sofa, and prepared to share the good news with Mu Wanting. But not before casually acknowledging Ning Fan. "You're the best, Ning Fan." Ding. Good person card. Ning Fan's mouth twitched, thinking to himself, how about some real benefits? After sneaking a glance at the familiar white socks for some comfort, the Lord system suddenly alerted him to a message. This alert only sounded when someone he had chatted with or a friend sent a message. Ning Fan assumed it would be Huang San, but to his surprise, it was a message from the fool who had previously sold him the Stonehouse blueprint. After putting him on the blacklist, the guy had done a U-turn and reached out to him again, probably needing something. Ning Fan smirked disdainfully and skimmed through the message. "Brother, can you return the blueprint? I'll give you back the fishing rod and won't ask for the cornerstone back. Consider it a gift. As expected, this guy couldn't handle the heavy rain and came crawling back for the house. Classic foolishness. Ning Fan didn't mind returning the item, since he had already gained a returned blueprint. Besides, with the rain pouring outside, it wouldn't hurt to be kind. But the way the message was phrased, acting like the cornerstone was a gift, was off-putting. Anyone would be annoyed by such an attitude. He deserved to be drenched and play in the mud at home. It was just a minor incident, so Ning Fan didn't dwell on it. He blocked the person and continued browsing other messages. Many of them were just empty greetings. As he scrolled through, a username caught his attention. Swinging blade to self-castration. Wasn't this the guy who stood up for him in the chat channel before? What could he want? Ning Fan opened the chat to find a message. Hey, do you have a shelter to avoid the rain? I have a regular water purifier blueprint and want to trade it for a shelter. A water purifier blueprint? Wow, trading that for a shelter? Ning Fan was puzzled but soon understood. The issue was that, after the heavy rain, nobody would be short of water for a while, so water wasn't valuable. The value of a water purifier blueprint had plummeted. Unless one was prepared for long-term holding, waiting for the rainwater to be used up, it might regain its value. But who knows what unexpected events might occur. So it wasn't surprising that someone would trade it. This rain had unknowingly done him another favor. Without it, nobody would trade a water purifier blueprint. Ning Fan smiled with satisfaction. In others' hands, a water purifier blueprint might be worth less than a shelter, but for him, it was much more valuable, thanks to resource returns. The blueprint itself wasn't important. The potential returns were. A machine that produces water, with returns multiplied thousands of times, was bound to be worthwhile. He happened to have a regular stone toilet building that could serve as a shelter. Ning Fan messaged swinging blade to self-castration. I don't have a proper house at the moment, but would you be interested in a regular stone toilet? He curiously asked, what should I call you? The other person cheerfully replied, boss, just call me Xiao Dao. Ning Fan was intrigued and joked, castrating yourself with a knife? Xiao Dao, you're quite an interesting person. He continued, all right, Xiao Dao, let's add each other as friends. If you ever have any blueprints that you can't use, feel free to show them to me. If I'm interested, I promise the price will satisfy you. Xiao Dao humbly responded, boss, you're too kind. I'm just a poor guy. If I hadn't struggled to gather materials for the water purifier, I wouldn't have put it up for trade, let alone have any other blueprints. Ning Fan encouraged him. No need to underestimate yourself. As the saying goes, the world is full of possibilities, and both you and I could be the dark horses. You never know, you might hit it big someday. Believe in your ability to change your circumstances. Xiao Dao replied, I'll take your words to heart. If I do come across any other blueprints in the future, you'll be the first to see them. He sent a cool emoji, and Ning Fan smiled slightly, feeling pleased. After closing the chat window, Ning Fan looked out the window. The rain was still pouring, seemingly not stopping tonight. Feng Linglong was absorbed in the Lord interface, her body unknowingly relaxed, with her long legs stretched straight on the sofa. Ning Fan couldn't help but glance over, feeling a bit guilty, and asked, how are you two getting along with things? Feng Linglong looked up, her face full of joy. We've already started selling, and the response is quite good. Ning Fan curiously asked, oh, let me see. Feng Linglong leaned in, unlocked the permissions, and showed Ning Fan the content on the Lord screen. The screen displayed discussions from the chat channel. Maple Leaf's mysterious store assistant. Maple Leaf Boss's mysterious store is now open. Grand opening promotion, offering a discounted item for just 3 foundation stones. You can take home a brand new set of clothes, limited to 500 sets. First come, first served. Come and buy. Below was an image of the clothes, including an outer coat, pants, underwear, and undershorts, all in blue, resembling mechanic overalls at first glance. Besides the discounted item, the assistant also offers various clothing styles. For an additional 2 foundation stones, you can choose your favorite style. The assistant continued to promote, exclusively authorized by Maple Leaf Boss. Follow the assistant for occasional promotional items. A gentle reminder, it's not limited to clothes. There might be other items obtained by the boss. The chat channel was flooded with the assistant's messages, creating a lively atmosphere. Feng Linglong's fingers slowly slid down as the comments from others gradually came into view. Maple Leaf's mysterious shop, could it be the Maple Leaf I know? Who else could it be, really? In our channel, there's only one person with such a grand flair. Maple Leaf is truly impressive, not only opening a shop, but also having a little assistant. Maple Leaf's mysterious shop assistant. Are you male or female? No, don't ask that. The assistant is definitely female. She might even be Maple Leaf's woman. You'd better keep a low profile, or your ID might already be on the boss's radar. Instead of discussing the assistant's gender, shouldn't we try contacting the assistant to buy a discounted item? You don't need to tell me. I've already reached out. All 500 discounted clothes have sold out. By the time you realize it, it'll be too late. Wow, that fast. That's a bit over the top. I thought people would assess the situation first. You should see what's happening outside. People are soaked like dogs, struggling to build wooden shelters. and their clothes are drenched. Anyone with some savings is eager to buy dry clothes, especially at such a low price. Maple Leaf's mysterious shop assistant, can you offer another batch of discounts? It's freezing. The assistant replied. Sorry, the number of clothes is limited and can't meet everyone's needs. If you urgently need clothes, you can pay extra for different styles that are still in stock. I would pay more, but I don't have enough base stones. I'm broke. Can we use other resources for payment? The assistant said. We currently don't accept other resources. Please exchange for enough base stones and come back to purchase. All right. The assistant is very professional. No wonder Maple Leaf is so successful. There's a whole team supporting him, and with Maple Leaf's development speed, we can't keep up. I think we could learn from this model, forming a group to develop with everyone's strengths. What do you all think? It's not that simple. Trust is a huge issue unless they're real-life friends. Otherwise, I wouldn't trust others. No, even real-life friends aren't reliable. I was just backstabbed. When it comes to interests, feelings mean nothing. How does the boss manage it? Simple, trade interest for interest. I'm thinking of starting a guild. Is anyone interested in joining? What kind of guild? Tell us more. The rest was some trivial discussion. Of course, these discussions were trivial only compared to their business. In reality, they evolved into an important topic in the chat channel. This laid the groundwork for the eventual formation of guilds and federations. And all of it was sparked by the drama orchestrated by two women. Ning Fan looked at Feng Linglong with a complex expression, slowly giving a thumbs up. Senior, you two are amazing, truly impressive. He never would have thought that two delicate women could run a business so brilliantly, even creating a brand. Well, it's just leveraging your reputation. It's not as impressive as you think. Feng Linglong was a bit embarrassed by the praise and shyly lowered her head. No need to be modest. I couldn't do it as well as you. Ning Fan continued to praise them, then shifted the topic with concern. But won't managing customer service yourself be exhausting? Responding to everyone must be overwhelming. Not at all. Feng Linglong shook her head, a relaxed smile on her face. We put 500 items in the trading hall and set them as private listings. Anyone who messages me gets an automatic reply with the order number. Buyers can place orders themselves. So, I only need to personally respond to those interested in other styles of clothing. She winked at Ning Fan, looking both cute and sly. You can do that. Ning Fan was surprised, thinking to himself that automatic replies and order codes sounded like online shopping on Blue Planet. The Lord system has such features too? Yes, Wang discovered all this during her free time. She's amazing, Feng Linglong boasted about her friend. Indeed, impressive, Ning Fan nodded in acknowledgement. A simple chat and trading system, and you've made it so innovative. He continued. Even so, there must be quite a few people contacting you for other styles of clothing, right? Actually, not that many. Feng Linglong suddenly lowered her voice, a hint of slyness in her eyes, as if she had done something sneaky. Wan calculated that foundation stones just appeared in the supply boxes today, and few people have managed to get 5. So you see, wow, Ning Fan exclaimed in surprise, so there's a trick to it. He thought to himself that these two friends seemed a bit cunning, but he liked them even more for it. If 3 savvy traders lived under one roof in the future, the speed at which they could make money would be unimaginable. Wan plans to sell all the remaining clothes at a discount tomorrow morning, priced at 4 foundation stones, Feng Linglong said, holding up 4 smooth fingers. Ning Fan swallowed, thinking to himself, it's all a strategy. So he asked, so you never intended to sell those styles at a price of 5 foundation stones from the start? Feng Linglong nodded proudly, seemingly pleased with her plan. Ning Fan felt his innocent senior school beauty had been influenced by Mu wanting. One last question, how did you manage the plastic for making the clothes? Each piece requires 10 plastics, and over 2,400 sets of clothes would need a significant amount of plastic. Ning Fan originally thought they would sell the designs directly, but they produced finished garments, making him curious about their resource sourcing. We used the mineral water you gave us, Feng Linglong chuckled. Wan noticed the water resources were depreciating significantly on the trading market and immediately listed all our mineral water in the trading hall for plastic. In no time, all the mineral water was sold, solving the plastic issue. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Ning Fan almost couldn't resist applauding their maneuver. He thought to himself, why didn't I think of that? After a heavy rain, people wouldn't lack water, but they still needed drinking water in the short term. Rainwater must be boiled to be safe, and not everyone in the area can boil rainwater. Some would be thirsty, even dehydrated when the rain falls. Making a mineral water for plastic, trade a smart move. Who would risk getting sick by drinking rainwater? Plastic is just an ordinary material, and exchanging a bit of plastic for a few sips of thirst-quenching water isn't a difficult choice. In this heavy rain, Mu Wanting keenly observed the untapped market for drinking water. Truly a marketing major with a sharp eye, Ning Fan thought. He hadn't realized this deeply hidden market, assuming that once it rained, mineral water would lose its market. The timing was spot on too, but it's too late now. The market has vanished or has been saturated by boiled rainwater. People can choose mineral water for health reasons, or opt for boiled rainwater for its lower cost. It's all about value choices. How smart is Wan Wan, right? Feng Linglong looked at the bewildered Ning Fan with a sense of pride and began to boast about her friend. Ning Fan snapped back to reality, glancing at Feng Linglong with a mix of amusement and disbelief, thinking her pride was both endearing and exasperating. He jokingly asked, "So what role did you play in all this?" "I'm just the assistant, managing the money, which is quite useful, you know." Feng Linglong pouted, retorting defiantly, "Look, this is tonight's earnings. Citizen Feng Linglong gifts you 1,500 keystones. One discounted outfit costs 3 keystones, and 500 outfits make 1,500. Ning Fan, surprised, asked, "Why give it all to me? Keep some for yourselves. Do you really think I'm the boss, and I should pay you wages?" Feng Linglong huffed, saying proudly, "You're overthinking it. This is pure profit." Her confidence left Ning Fan stunned, wondering if such tactics were even possible. Feng Linglong couldn't help but laugh, finding Ning Fan's dazed expression quite adorable. "Don't worry about us. The fish and ordinary meat you gave us have become valuable currency now. We haven't even spent it all. We don't need that much money," she said nonchalantly, waving her hand. Ning Fan silently repeated the phrase, frugal and thrifty, feeling a sense of admiration. "All right, if you need resources, just let me know," Ning Fan assured her, then shifted his attention back to the screen. Just then, a figure quietly approached her, and Ning Fan suddenly lifted Feng Linglong into his arms. Her mind went blank, and she instinctively asked, "Ning Fan, what are you doing?" Ning Fan chuckled softly. "Don't worry, I'm not going to do anything. Just taking you to bed. It's late, and the living room is a bit cold. You might catch a cold." The faint masculine scent in the air left Feng Linglong feeling flustered, her cheeks turning a rosy hue. "Put me down. I can go to bed myself," she protested in a voice barely above a whisper. But Ning Fan ignored her, carrying her to the bedroom. "I've already picked you up. Is putting you down even an option?" he thought to himself. If he hadn't noticed Feng Linglong engrossed in counting her money with no intention of sleeping, he wouldn't have been so assertive. He was worried that his senior might work late and end up spending the night on the couch. If she got used to sleeping on the sofa, it would be troublesome. Their relationship was just beginning to blossom, and sleeping separately was not a wise choice. Ning Fan insisted on carrying her to bed. Feng Linglong, feeling the warmth of his embrace, had already given up any thought of resistance. She buried her face in his chest, like an ostrich avoiding reality. It wasn't until she was gently placed on the bed and covered with a blanket that she came back to her senses. "You can work, but don't stay up too late," Ning Fan gently reminded her. Feng Linglong nodded obediently, her eyes lingering on him as he moved away. As Ning Fan walked to the other side of the bed, a slight smile appeared on his lips. This move was well played. Winning over the senior was just a matter of time. The double bed was spacious and comfortable, and after getting in, he lay neatly on his side, closing his eyes to rest. In this game of emotions, he knew the balance between being bold and cautious, like an experienced player, carefully controlling each step. This calculated tenderness only drew Feng Linglong deeper in. She hid under the covers, her whole body tense. The restless voice in her mind kept reminding her that her loved one was just inches away. The work orders were long forgotten. Her heart was now filled with the warmth of being in his arms and the anticipation and anxiety of him possibly moving closer. Time slipped away amidst these complex emotions. Suddenly, she heard the sound of steady breathing beside her. Feng Linglong perked up her ears, like a vigilant little rabbit, and only when she confirmed that the breathing was indeed even did she cautiously peek out from under the blanket. "Ning Fan is asleep," she breathed a silent sigh of relief. Her nervousness gradually subsided, replaced by a warm sense of security and an indescribable feeling. After stealing a glance at him, Feng Linglong finally turned her attention back to work. If she couldn't sort out her feelings for now, perhaps avoiding them temporarily wasn't such a bad idea. On the 6th day, as the heavy rain finally subsided, Ning Fan realized he had been wrong. The rain came and went quickly, defying logic. The world after the downpour was in disarray, and out on the dark sea, a small wooden raft swayed with the waves. Zhao was curled up under a makeshift shelter of wooden planks, his clothes soaked through and leaving him shivering with cold as the wind whipped around him from all directions. At his feet lay a bamboo fishing rod, the line cast out, indicating a night of fishing. As the saying goes, the rougher the seas, the more valuable the catch. Zhao pinned all his hopes on that fishing rod. Unfortunately, most of the night had passed without a single bite, leaving him increasingly numb and his lips trembling. Water dripped continuously from the planks above, and at one point, a large drop fell directly onto his face. Unable to contain his frustration any longer, Zhao stood up and cursed loudly. "Damn it! If it weren't for that damned swindler who took my stone house, I wouldn't be out here in the rain." He jerked the fishing rod up, only to find the hook empty and slick. In anger, Zhao slammed the rod onto the ground, cursing, "Damn it! What a useless rod, can't catch a single fish. That damn swindler dared to fool me with this crap, Better hope I don't find out who you are, or I'll make you pay. He kicked a nearby plank to vent his frustration. Suddenly, a pinpoint of light appeared in his line of sight, causing Zhao Hua to freeze in surprise and turn his head. A light source was moving slowly across the distant sea. Instinctively, he wiped his eyes to ensure he wasn't mistaken, and indeed, the light continued to flicker. Could I have stumbled upon someone? Zhao Hua's breathing quickened. He had read in chat channels about those who got rich through robbery and envied them greatly. Had it not been for bad luck, he would have acted on it already. After days of waiting with little hope, he was shocked to encounter someone, and it seemed like a perfect target. Without hesitation, Zhao Hua grabbed a plank and paddled toward the light, silently encouraging himself. My chance to get rich overnight has come. As the raft moved closer, his excitement grew. After much effort, he finally approached the light source and discovered it was another lord's raft. To his shock, there stood a concrete house several times larger than his own raft. Even more surprising was that the light came from a lamp in the bathroom. Zhao Hua's eyes widened as he murmured, "What's going on here?" Then, a wave of immense joy surged through him. I've hit the jackpot. He leaped with excitement, knowing that if he could eliminate the person on the raft, it would all be the raft, the house, and the bathroom. He continued paddling stealthily, keeping his movements quiet. Once the rafts were side by side, Zhao Hua's eyes narrowed as he climbed aboard with a wooden club in hand. However, just as he landed, the bathroom door creaked open, and the glaring light illuminated the area. Zhao Hua quickly reacted, finding a dark corner to hide in. He wasn't stupid. After all, this was a matter of life and death. Rushing in blindly wouldn't work. It would be best to launch a surprise attack, and even better to assess the situation first. His eyes were fixed on the bathroom entrance, ready to strike with a deadly blow at any moment. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Suddenly, a woman gracefully emerged from the bathroom, and Zhao Hua's pupils dilated instantly. She was slender, stunningly beautiful, and even though she was only wearing pajamas and slippers, her elegance was undiminished. Zhao Hua swore this was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life, without exception. After enduring the hardships of primitive living, seeing such a refined woman felt like encountering a fairy. His breathing grew heavy, and reason abandoned him, leaving only one voice in his head. Get this woman. He launched himself like a beast towards her, only to fall flat on his face. Bang! The loud noise immediately alerted Feng Linglong. Who's there? She called out, looking around, but received no response. A sense of dread washed over her as she felt a chill run down her spine. In the dead of night, a sudden loud noise would terrify anyone. She cautiously stepped back half a step, her foot against the doorframe, one hand gripping the bathroom door handle tightly. At the slightest hint of danger, she would retreat into the bathroom. Feng Linglong held this position for a long time, gradually convincing herself that the noise was just an accident, possibly a fallen box. But just as she let her guard down, a shadow suddenly lunged from the darkness. Feng Linglong was almost caught off guard, but at the crucial moment, thanks to Ning Fan's careful nurturing over the past few days, her physique had strengthened, and her reflexes had sharpened. Instinctively, she turned and darted into the bathroom, quickly locking the door behind her. The entire sequence was fluid and swift. A loud bang echoed as Zhao was slammed into the glass door, his blurred silhouette pressed against it, snapping Feng Linglong back to her senses, her face turning pale with fear. Open the door, or you'll regret it when I break it down, a man's rough voice shouted from outside. Feng Linglong retreated 2 steps, trembling uncontrollably. She had never been in such a situation before and was at a loss for what to do. Bang, bang, bang. Without a response, Zhao Hua began pounding on the door. Fortunately, this wasn't an ordinary bathroom but a D-level 1 built with advanced technology, and the glass door was exceptionally durable. Zhao Hua couldn't break through it quickly. However, Feng Linglong was unaware of this. Hearing the banging, her legs turned to jelly, her mind went blank, and she forgot to call for help. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Ning Fan was jolted awake by the sound of the door being pounded. After his physique improved to a D level, his hearing became exceptionally acute. Despite the apartment's good soundproofing, he could hear faint noises. His ears twitched, and the sound of the door being pounded became clearer. Instinctively, he glanced to the side and realized Feng Linglong was gone. Realizing something was wrong, he quickly got up to check and dialed Feng Linglong's phone. Seeing Ning Fan's call, Feng Linglong, hiding in the bathroom, felt like she had found a lifeline and hurriedly answered. Ning Fan, please come and save me. Ning Fan, please help me. Feng Linglong's cries echoed through the air, causing Ning Fan's heart to tighten and his pace to quicken. He urgently asked, where are you? What's happening? I'm hiding in the bathroom. Someone's banging on the door, and I have no idea what's going on. Ning Fan, I'm so scared. Please come and save me. Feng Linglong's voice was filled with despair, her emotions on the brink of collapse. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ning Fan's anger surged. It must be those sea bandits. He cursed under his breath, fueled by adrenaline, and sprinted outside. As he ran, He reassured Feng Linglong. Linglong, no matter what happens, do not open the door. Trust me, wait for my signal. Soon, Ning Fan reached outside and spotted the threat. A short man was furiously kicking the bathroom door, seemingly oblivious to Ning Fan's approach. A fierce determination flickered in Ning Fan's eyes as he thought, I can't let him continue. Every kick is a blow to Linglong's spirit. Without hesitation, Ning Fan charged forward. Zhao Hua, hearing the rapid footsteps behind him, turned abruptly, only to be met with a powerful kick. Shocked, Zhao Hua hastily raised his arms to block, but Ning Fan's strength and speed sent him flying like a kite with a broken string. Ah! Zhao Hua hit the ground hard, letting out a scream. Ning Fan's physical prowess was beyond ordinary, and the kick was anything but gentle. However, he didn't intend to be lethal, merely to inflict some pain. Zhao Hua struggled to rise, glaring at Ning Fan with a sullen face. So, a woman has such a luxurious territory because she's your kept canary. Heh, daring to sneak attack me? You've got guts. Watch me kill you and then enjoy that woman at my leisure. Zhao Hua sneered, eyes filled with lust. Courting death. Ning Fan interrupted Zhao Hua's arrogance with a cold shout. He opened the Lord interface and took out a wooden spear from the warehouse. It was a weapon he had prepared early on, specifically for dealing with ill-intentioned individuals, and now it was proving useful. Huh, grabbing a weapon? You think I don't have one? Zhao Hua sneered, brandishing a wooden stick as he charged at Ning Fan. The stick aimed wildly at Ning Fan's head. Ning Fan remained unfazed. As Zhao Hua closed in, Ning Fan, with his extraordinary agility, sidestepped the attack and swiftly kicked Zhao Hua away. Ning Fan quickly pursued Zhao Hua's landing spot. Under Zhao Hua's stunned, fearful gaze, Ning Fan closed in like a rabbit and, before Zhao Hua could react, jabbed the spear towards his groin. Ah! Zhao Hua screamed like a banshee, overwhelmed by pain and utterly defeated. Remember, I'm a eunuch, he cried, writhing on the ground, unable to comprehend his complete and utter defeat. He clutched his groin in pain, fear evident in his eyes as he stared at Ning Fan. This seemingly fragile young man possessed a power that was truly intimidating. I was wrong, please don't. Zhao Hua pleaded in terror as Ning Fan grabbed his collar. Filled with a desperate desire to live, Zhao Hua no longer cared for any woman. He just wanted to survive. Ning Fan was indifferent, dragging him like a dead dog to the edge of the raft. Just one more step, and it would be the vast ocean. Half of Zhao Hua's body hung in the air, and sensing Ning Fan's intention, he struggled desperately, ignoring his pain, but it was all in vain. In your next life, if you provoke me, remember not to covet my woman. That way, I might leave your body intact. Ning Fan coldly stated before casually letting go as Zhao Hua looked on in despair. Zhao Hua immediately splashed into the sea, crying out in desperation, "Help! I was wrong." Ning Fan watched him struggle in the water without a trace of emotion. Although it was his first time killing someone, and in such a ruthless manner, he felt little disturbance in his heart, even a slight thrill. Anyone who dared to covet and harm his senior deserved to die. Zhao Hua's body was already battered, leaving him no strength to struggle further. After swallowing a few mouthfuls of water, he sank straight into the ocean. It was over. Once Ning Fan was certain Zhao Hua couldn't survive, he sighed with relief. Instead of immediately calling Feng Linglong from the bathroom, he circled the raft. Finding no more danger, he stepped onto Zhao Hua's raft. It was crude and lacking anything valuable, but a bamboo fishing rod caught his attention. Picking it up, he examined it closely, surprised to find it was the very rod he had sold earlier. The markings were identical, something impossible to replicate even with the same blueprint. It could only mean it was his fishing rod. What a coincidence, he thought, having dealt with a fool who didn't know his place, yet now his rod was returned to him. Ning Fan chuckled lightly, though a hint of regret lingered should have made Zhao Hua suffer more before his death. He glanced toward where Zhao Hua had sunk. No body surfaced, likely devoured by fish. Too bad he couldn't desecrate the corpse. Sighing, he stored the fishing rod and headed toward the bathroom to comfort his senior, who was probably terrified. At the bathroom door, Ning Fan gently knocked. "Linglong, it's me. It's over. You can come out now." As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened, and before he knew it, he found someone in his arms. Feng Linglong collapsed into him, tears streaming down her face. "Ning Fan, you're finally here. I was so scared. It's okay now. I've dealt with him." Seeing her so frightened, Ning Fan regretted letting Zhao Hua off too easily. He should have been more brutal before throwing him overboard. Feng Linglong said nothing more, just continued to sob. Not knowing how to comfort her, Ning Fan said, "Let's get you back to bed." She was still in her pajamas and had been through a scare. Staying out in the cold might make her catch a cold. Without waiting for Feng Linglong to respond, Ning Fan took the initiative and lifted her into his arms. Surprisingly, Feng Linglong was very cooperative this time, showing no resistance and allowing Ning Fan to carry her. As they entered the room, Feng Linglong quietly stopped crying and rested her head against Ning Fan's chest, as if she had forgotten about what had just happened. Soon, they returned to the bedroom. Ning Fan carried Feng Linglong to the bed, expecting the story to unfold as it had before. However, just as he bent down to lay her on the bed, Feng Linglong suddenly grabbed him, her face flushed as she whispered, "Don't sleep separately, hold me. I'm scared." Ning Fan's eyes widened. Hold her while sleeping? Did it mean what he thought, or was it just to hold her? Well, he swallowed hard, deciding to hold her first, regardless of the meaning. He took off his clothes, lay down beside Feng Linglong, and gently wrapped his arm around her waist, careful not to cross any boundaries. Normally, at this point, Ning Fan would have pushed further, but today was different. Feng Linglong had just gone through a dangerous experience, and he needed to be mindful of her feelings to avoid hurting her. As the saying goes, if the mountain does not come to me, I will go to the mountain. Ning Fan did not make the first move. Instead, it was Feng Linglong who took the initiative. She gently rested her head on Ning Fan's chest, her body pressing closely against his, as if she wanted to blend into him. After doing this, Feng Linglong's face turned a deep red, and a satisfied smile appeared on her lips. She felt a sense of security. After what had happened earlier, she finally understood what Wanwan had once told her. Safety is like air. You don't notice it when you have it, but you feel suffocated when it's gone. She had once hidden in the bathroom, facing the fear of someone pounding on the door, feeling a suffocating fear with not an ounce of strength left. But when Ning Fan appeared before her, it was as if she was reborn, feeling the warmth of the world rushing towards her. At that moment, she also lost all her strength, but it was melted away by warmth, allowing her to rely on someone wholeheartedly without needing to be on guard. Thinking of this, Feng Linglong gently wrapped her arms around Ning Fan's shoulders and whispered in his ear, "Ning Fan, take me." With those words, Feng Linglong's body went limp, entirely yielding to him. Even if Ning Fan were as dense as a block of wood, he could feel the change in Feng Linglong's body. Without further words, the long-restrained Ning Fan moved in closer. Mu Wanting gasped, her eyes examining Feng Linglong, who was sitting on the bed, with a peculiar look. "Sister, I'm really glad you're still alive," she said, her voice carrying a hint of warmth. Feng Linglong lowered her head, a blush spreading across her face as she recalled last night's madness, feeling a mix of emotions. Mu Wanting rubbed her forehead slightly, thinking to herself, is this still the timid girl she knew? "Just indulge him," she said, waving her hand and changing the subject. "You should quickly get today's discounted items out. We've already missed the best time, and if we delay any longer, it will be hard to sell them once the weather clears up." They had planned to sell off the remaining clothes at a discount first thing in the morning, but Feng Linglong had slept until noon, causing a delay. Mu Wanting felt a bit helpless about it, but at least it wasn't too late to make up for it. Although the heavy rain had stopped early this morning, the sky remained overcast, and the damp clothes couldn't dry completely, so market demand hadn't changed. It was still a good time to sell. Okay. Feng Linglong nodded in shame, and quickly began taking action. Just then, a system notification sounded. Ding! Detected that Feng Linglong's favorability towards the host has increased to level 5. Love is strong as gold. Resource return multiplier has reached 10,000 times. Today's return count has been corrected to 5 times. Ning Fan, who had just woken up and was gathering resources, couldn't help but smile at this notification. Last night, he had been too busy to notice the alerts, but now that he had unmuted them, they were all playing back in his head. The favorability finally upgraded. My efforts last night weren't in vain, he thought to himself. After retrieving all 6 resource boxes, Ning Fan immediately took out the blueprint for a water purifier he had obtained last night. It was a blueprint for a basic water purifier capable of purifying seawater to a drinkable level, with an efficiency of 5 liters per day. The required materials included 30 metal pieces, 5 plastic pieces, and 2 glass pieces. With the return multiplier skyrocketing to 10,000 times, it was the perfect time to use the blueprint. Ning Fan started gathering the materials, thinking that the resources needed for the water purifier were quite costly, especially the 30 metal pieces, which seemed a bit excessive. At the current market rate, this would equate to about 6 foundation stones. Although that doesn't sound like much, the average person could only gather that amount in a day from resource boxes. Given that it was the 6th day and resource boxes were more abundant, achieving this output was possible. In the earlier days, without a stroke of luck, gathering the necessary materials for a water purifier would have required tightening one's belt for a couple of days. This was why some, like Xiao Dao, sat on valuable items but couldn't make use of them. Ning Fan glanced at the number of foundation stones he had in hand, with his warehouse holding 1,605. He didn't need to worry about this issue. With just 7 foundation stones, he quickly gathered all the materials. Build, he thought to himself. Ding. Consumed 1 basic water purifier blueprint. Obtained 1 basic water purifier. The system notification sounded again, triggering a resource return for Feng Linglong with a 5,000 times multiplier. Would you like to use the remaining returns for today? 5 times. Ning Fan exclaimed, surprised that the increase in favorability had allowed the blueprint returns to reach the threshold for level. Ning Fan was overjoyed and quickly opened the newly obtained water purifier manufacturing diagram. The required materials included 80 metal pieces, 10 plastic items, and 3 pieces of glass. Considering his previous experience with grated food, the emergence of grated water did not surprise him. On the contrary, it confirmed his earlier hypothesis. Grated items are the core of this world. What surprised Ning Fan was that the keystone also had the effect of increasing production, reminding him of the energy stones mentioned in movies. He took out a keystone and held it in his hand. Its dark exterior and irregular shape made it look like a piece of scrap rock, but upon closer inspection, it was indeed just a broken stone. Finding nothing of value, Ning Fan wisely stored the keystone back in the warehouse. As he delved deeper into understanding this world, Ning Fan increasingly felt it was unfolding into a magical dimension. The cost of nearly 20 keystones for materials was truly astonishing. After making a casual remark about it, Ning Fan began purchasing materials again. A notification sounded, and a water purifier appeared in the warehouse. Ning Fan walked into the kitchen, which, although small, was uncluttered due to disuse. He chose a corner to set up the water purifier. The main body of the purifier was about the size of a microwave, but was wall-mounted and came with a large water tank for storing seawater to be purified. The tank was placed outside the house and connected to the main body via pipes. After setting everything up, Ning Fan fetched water from the sea to fill the tank and eagerly pressed the start button. The purifier immediately began operating, emitting a sound similar to a fan running. The electronic screen displayed standard mode, purifying. Now, all that was needed was patience. The purifier's built-in tank could store about 5 liters of purified water, enough for a day's supply. Of course, using the increased production mode was a different story. Ning Fan decided to test the purifier's special feature. He placed a keystone into the conspicuous slot and manually switched the purifier's mode. The screen information changed, increased production mode, switching. With a beep, the purifier halted its current operation. The next moment, it roared to life, producing a noise akin to a motorcycle revving its engine, deafeningly loud. Even Feng Linglong in the bedroom was startled. Curiously, she got out of bed, slipped on her slippers, and walked to the kitchen, asking, "Honey, what are you doing? Honey, what are you doing?" Upon hearing the voice, Ning Fan turned around and saw Feng Linglong standing at the doorway, her curious gaze directed towards the kitchen. Ning Fan opened his mouth awkwardly, feeling like he had brought home a faulty electronic product and didn't know how to explain it to his wife. He hadn't expected the so-called increased production mode of the purifier to turn out like this. He thought to himself, maybe it's better not to push it, like an old ox struggling to pull a cart. Just as he was about to explain to Feng Linglong, suddenly, a stream of water gushed out from the purifier's faucet, splashing everywhere. Ning Fan jumped back in surprise, cursing under his breath. It's spilling everywhere, not even pretending to work properly. This increased production mode doesn't even store water in a tank, it's a total ripoff. Scrambling to find something to catch the water, Ning Fan made a mess in the kitchen, with water splattering everywhere. Feng Linglong, having avoided the chaos, stood at the door, stifling a laugh at Ning Fan's clumsy antics. Turning to face her, Ning Fan looked at her with a face full of grievance, tugging at his clothes which were soaked. He had just changed into these new clothes this morning, and last night's set hadn't dried yet. Feng Linglong couldn't help but giggle, and Ning Fan shot her a glare before she composed herself and said, "All right, go change your clothes quickly, or you'll catch a cold. I've made a few more outfits for you. They're in the closet." Hearing this, Ning Fan's face lit up, his grievances vanished, and he eagerly ran off to change. As he left, he stole a quick kiss from Feng Linglong's cheek, saying, "You're so thoughtful, honey." Even though she and Ning Fan were already in a relationship, Feng Linglong couldn't help but blush. Once Ning Fan entered the bedroom, the blush slowly turned into a sweet feeling, leaving her lost in the moment. After regaining her composure, she looked back towards the kitchen, where a steady stream of water was still flowing from the purifier, albeit a small one, but it had already filled quite a bit. Her curiosity piqued. Linglong walked in. When Ning Fan returned to the kitchen after changing, Feng Linglong was holding the collected water, examining it closely. By then, the purifier had stopped working, no longer making noise, and the base stone in the groove had turned to ash, completely spent. Feng Linglong asked, "Honey, what's with this water? Why does it taste sweeter and fresher than the water we usually drink?" Ning Fan chuckled at her question, thinking to himself that she was brave to try anything, grateful that the water wasn't harmful. He explained, "This is grade water, like the grade fish you've been eating these past few days. It can enhance your physique and eliminate negative reactions in the body, though its effect is a bit milder." Feng Linglong was surprised. "You mean this water has the same effect as grade food?" Ning Fan nodded. "Yeah, why?" Instead of answering, Feng Linglong asked, "How much of this water can be produced in a day?" Her expression hinted at excitement. Ning Fan raised an eyebrow, sensing she might have an idea, and explained in detail, 50 liters? That's a lot." Feng Linglong's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, and after a moment of pause, she regained her composure, pondering silently. She started counting on her fingers. If the water is divided into 50 milliliter portions, then 50 liters would make 1,000 portions. Selling each at 1 base stone, after deducting the cost of 50, the profit would be 950 base stones, almost a 20-fold return. Realizing this, Feng Linglong couldn't help but take a sharp breath, feeling that this profit seemed too easy. Listening to Feng Linglong's muttering, Ning Fan finally understood her intention. You're planning to sell the water? Feng Linglong nodded mischievously, wrapping her arms around his neck playfully. There are many people outside who caught a cold from yesterday's rain, and quite a few have fallen ill. If this water truly has the effects of grade-level food and can cure ailments, we could definitely sell it, and it would be in high demand. Don't you think so, honey? Feng Linglong had witnessed Mu wanting recover from a severe cold after consuming grade-level food. So when she heard that grade-level water had similar effects, she immediately thought of selling it, given the current situation in the chat channel. Ning Fan gently tapped her nose, indulging her, and said, after yesterday, I've realized the importance of physical fitness. If not for the improvement, last night's outcome could have been unpredictable. I know. Honey, you're so good to me. Feng Linglong said happily, unable to resist giving him a kiss. Perhaps it was a reward, but it seemed Ning Fan was not entirely satisfied with it. As Feng Linglong loosened her grip to leave his embrace, Ning Fan pulled her back, feeling her tender curves through her soft pajamas. Honey, what are you doing? Feng Linglong asked as Ning Fan carried her towards the bedroom, his gaze still in a daze. Meanwhile, in the chat channel, everyone was seeking help. Does anyone have medicine for colds? It's urgent. Someone responded. Do you need children's cold granules? Yes. Yes. Name your price. The other person replied eagerly, only to be met with 5 base stones, not a stone less. Another person angrily retorted. Damn, that's robbery. Get lost. Whatever. Take it or leave it. No one's going to help you otherwise. The supply boxes contained all sorts of things, and naturally, where there were illnesses, there were medicines, making the chat channel lively. Brothers, don't waste your time. These medicine peddlers are desperate, selling a cold medicine at such a high price. Is there any point in bargaining? Another admitted, I don't want to either, but my headache and dizziness need treatment. Yeah, because of this cold, I missed out on picking up a supply box today, just didn't have the strength to row. Another lamented, I'm worse off, missed 3. Someone suggested, why not just drink some hot water, warm yourself by a fire, and sleep it off? Another countered, it's easy for you to say, standing there. None of my clothes are dry, how can I sleep? I thought everyone bought clothes from the little assistant. The other coldly replied, get lost. It's not that I didn't buy them, it's that you guys snatched them all up, 2,000 pieces of clothing, gone in 10 seconds. 10 seconds. A bunch of beasts. Beast. Seeing someone was upset, another person kindly tagged the little assistant. Maple's mysterious store assistant. Have mercy, put more clothes on sale. Everyone thought the assistant wouldn't respond, as it seemed like a joke. The moment the new message appeared in the chat channel, everyone was stunned. The mysterious shop assistant of Maple Leaf Store, considering everyone's needs, and with the consent of the Maple Leaf boss, decided to launch a batch of new discount products. The supply is limited to 1,000 units, each containing 50 milliliters. Interested parties can contact the assistant for an order number in 1 minute. Instead of listing the orders directly in the trading hall, Feng Linglong and Mu Wanning added what seemed like a redundant step to actually increase customer engagement. They plan to run this account long-term, and the success of their business relies on trust and reputation. As soon as the message was sent, the chat channel became lively. This is new to me. Does water have levels? I only knew about levels for manufacturing diagrams and items, someone asked in the comments. Maple Leaf's mystery shop assistant, can you explain this to us? The assistant responded. In this world, not only do items and manufacturing diagrams have levels, but food and water do as well. The classification is the same as for item diagrams. She further explained that, according to Maple Leaf's verification, enhancing one's constitution can grant extraordinary powers beyond the physical body, and consuming graded food is key to this enhancement. Graded water, when paired with graded food, has an even better effect, similar to the relationship between a primary and secondary medicine. The assistant's explanation left everyone silent for a full minute. Ning Fan summarized, powers beyond the physical body. Is that literal? Can we really transcend the earth and sky? The question that lingered in everyone's minds was finally voiced. The assistant replied, reaching a certain level of constitution should make it possible. Someone exclaimed, wow, this is eye-opening. I thought constitution was just about fitness. I didn't expect it was improved through consuming graded food and water. If I'd known, I wouldn't have worked so hard. Another person joked, why are you all so excited? Aren't these discount products meant for us, the sick ones? If you want to enhance your constitution, go get graded food yourselves. Feng Linglong, lazily lying on her bed and seeing the feedback in the chat channel, felt a wave of joy in addition to the happiness already present. She tapped the screen and announced, "Orders are now listed." The order was on the shelf for just 10 seconds. "It's sold out and has been taken down." Mu Wanting's voice came through the communication device, sounding somewhat relieved. Feng Linglong lay on the bed, covered with a thin blanket, breathing lightly. She responded softly, "All right, you can rest easy now. Go get some rest." It turned out the two had been on the call the entire time, with Mu Wanting remotely involved in the whole process of Feng Linglong selling water. Mu Wanting's voice was filled with worry and reproach. "Honestly, you're in such bad shape, yet you're still worrying about making money for him. Aren't you afraid of exhausting yourself?" Feng Linglong clutched the blanket and sheepishly pulled her head back. She whispered defensively, "What else can I do?" Ning Fan insisted, and I couldn't just refuse. Besides, my body can handle it now. Hearing this, Mu Wanting seemed so shocked by the words that she almost blacked out. She sighed helplessly. "Unbelievable, girl. Fine, I don't want to talk to someone who's got a man today. Do whatever you want." With that, she grumbled and ended the call. Watching the communication screen disappear, Feng Linglong stuck out her tongue, then obediently followed Wanwan's advice, turning off the Lord interface to prepare for sleep. She knew Wanwan would definitely keep an eye on the follow-up matters, a mutual understanding between them. Sure enough, after ending the call, Mu Wanting immediately opened the chat interface. The chat channel was filled with various feedback. "You guys are insane. What kind of speed is that? I couldn't get any. So I'm often proud of not being as fast as you all. Anyone with a big mouth care to share how it feels after drinking it? Quiet. I'm still savoring it. Is it really? 50 milliliters of water isn't something you just down in one go. You don't understand. It's like a car without fuel suddenly getting a full tank, feeling full of energy. I feel the same. My body feels warm. Never felt so wonderful. After drinking the level water, I realized how generous it is to sell 50 milliliters of water for just one cornerstone. 1. It's really generous of the boss to sell such good stuff. Thank you, Maple Leaf Boss. Thank you, little assistant. My cold is finally gone. Wow, is it really that amazing? Makes me want to try it. Maple Leaf's mysterious store assistant. Assistant, can you sell a little more water?" Seeing the positive response, Mu Wanting happily closed the chat. She took a bottle of water from the warehouse, and its information displayed on the screen. This was the water Feng Linglong had given her earlier, saying Ning Fan had prepared it for their daily use. Mu Wanting gazed at the water in her hand with a complex expression. Ever since she started running this store, she had become increasingly aware of the living conditions everyone faced in this world, and thus more aware of Ning Fan's immense strength. Carefully, she unscrewed the cap and took a gentle sip. As the water slid down her throat, she distinctly felt a stream forming within her, like a gentle breeze blowing throughout her entire body. Suddenly, a system notification flashed before her eyes. Ding! Physique breakthrough to D level. Seeing this notification, Mu Wanting's eyes slightly widened, her long eyelashes fluttering gently, and a wave of indescribable shock surged within her. Just like that, her physique had broken through. This was not surprising, considering she had eaten quite a bit of high-grade fish from Feng Linglong in the past 2 days. Mu Wanting looked down at her hands and slowly clenched them. Her fair little fists seemed harmless, but only she knew the terrifying strength contained within her body. No wonder Linglong said she could withstand it. It seemed she had already broken through her physique under Ning Fan's care. She realized that breaking through her physique had such a profound impact on her body's perception. Mu Wanting muttered to herself, realizing she had wronged Feng Linglong. 9 times, 10 times, it was far from her limit. She carefully tightened the bottle cap, afraid of any leaks. After putting the water back into storage, Mu Wanting gazed into the distance with deep eyes, not knowing when she would reunite with Linglong and Ning Fan. The enhancement of her physique gave her a sense of security and filled her with anticipation for the future. Suddenly, her pupils contracted sharply. A small black appeared on the horizon. Mu Wanting looked repeatedly to confirm she wasn't mistaken. It was definitely a raft. Her heart sank heavily, and a hint of panic crossed her face. The last thing she wanted to encounter was happening. Meeting others while drifting on the sea was the most dangerous situation. However, she quickly calmed down, as she had envisioned this scenario countless times in her mind. It just happened a bit earlier than expected. The most important thing was that her physique had already broken through. She was no longer the frail girl who couldn't lift or carry anything. Mu Wanting clenched her small fists, a faint and ambiguous smile playing on her lips. She immediately ran to the edge of her raft, took a wooden plank from the storage, and began paddling. The raft started to accelerate, but not to escape. Instead, it headed directly towards the other raft. Mu Wanting decided to confront it head-on. If Ning Fan were here, he'd probably be astonished and scold her as a reckless woman. Unfortunately, Ning Fan wouldn't know of her bold move because Mu Wanting didn't plan to tell Feng Linglong. She felt there was no point in mentioning it, as it would only cause unnecessary worry. Mu Wanting had her reasons for acting this way. If the newcomers had ill intentions, there was nowhere to hide on the open sea. It would just be a chase. So why not confront it directly? Time passed slowly, and the small black gradually became clearer. It was indeed a raft. However, the size of the raft surprised Mu Wanting. It was half the size of her own. This discovery made her expression more serious. The small size of the raft indicated that the occupants were in a dire situation. In this world, people with nothing to lose often showed a more ruthless side. Mu Wanting immediately took out a pre-prepared wooden stick from the storage, gripping it tightly, ready for any conflict. The two rafts slowly approached each other. When Mu Wanting finally saw the situation on the other raft, she was stunned. Lying on the raft was a girl in a short skirt. Mu Wanting opened her mouth, her mind blank. After all the mental preparation, this was the result, leaving her feeling bewildered. Thud! The two rafts collided, and Mu Wanting took a deep breath, finally stepping towards the other raft. The wooden raft, barely 5 or 6 square meters in size, was extremely basic. Apart from a few supply boxes, there was almost nothing else, not even a makeshift bed. A girl lay flat in the center of the raft, looking somewhat lifeless. Mu Wanting approached her. The girl was dressed in white knee-high socks and a pink Lolita dress, her petite frame resembling a doll. Despite the dirt covering her body, her cute and charming face now seemed dull. Mu Wanting bent down to check her breathing, and the result made her frown slightly. She wasn't dead. This was a bit troublesome. If it had been a man, Mu Wanting would have left without hesitation, perhaps even thrown him into the sea to send him on his way. It's not about good or bad, it's just a survival rule. But this was a woman, a harmless-looking girl, and she couldn't bring herself to do it. Besides, she had other considerations. With the resources she had, she could easily support a girl. Additionally, the number of supply boxes refreshed each day would double, increasing the chances of obtaining new crafting blueprints and items. Moreover, having someone else for company on this drifting journey wouldn't be so bad. However, all of this was contingent on whether this girl was suitable to be cared for. Appearances can be deceiving. This seemingly adorable girl might harbor a malicious heart. Mu Wanting examined the girl carefully, her eyes revealing a hint of calculation without a trace of pity. She thought to herself, I am much stronger than the average person now. Just a girl, she can't cause much trouble. I'll save her for now. Finally, Mu Wanting made up her mind and gave her about half a cup of water, observing as the girl's face gradually regained some vitality, and her skin, once pale as a corpse, slowly started to show a hint of color. Seeing this, Mu Wanting withdrew her hand, satisfied that she was alive. Knowing the girl wouldn't wake up immediately, Mu Wanting carried her back to her own raft. Su Yiya had a nightmare, dreaming she was in the palace of the king of hell, who said her obsession was too deep and she hadn't even tasted fish before dying. So she was sent back to the human world to endure another lifetime of hardship. Before she could understand the situation, the smell of fish reached her nose, and she woke up. Opening her eyes, she saw a dark ceiling above her, and the unfamiliar surroundings left her momentarily disoriented. Suddenly, a woman's voice came. Awake? Su Yiya sat up abruptly, seeing a woman leisurely sitting at the door, holding a piece of grilled fish, looking at her with a faint smile. The woman was extremely beautiful, her cool demeanor leaving Su Yiya momentarily stunned. Then she secretly breathed a sigh of relief, realizing it was most likely this sister who had saved her. She asked, Sister, was it you who saved me? Mu Wanting nodded. Su Yiya sweetly said, Yiya thanks you, sister. However, Mu Wanting was blunt. Don't be too happy too soon. I didn't save you out of pure kindness. There's a price. The cold expression made Su Yiya shiver. Her aura was too strong. Su Yiya wasn't foolish. Her days of wandering had taught her that to gain something, one must first give something. Everything has a price. She bit her lip and said resolutely, Sister, whatever you require, just tell Yiya. As long as you are willing to keep me. Mu Wanting's lips curled slightly. Seeing that she could assess the situation and wasn't a fool made things easier. With a calm demeanor, she uttered 2 words, sell yourself. Sell myself. Su Yiya's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, thinking to herself, this is a great opportunity. She wouldn't have to worry about food and drink anymore. Ever since she traded her bread for water with a swindler, she had barely eaten anything. She wanted to find someone to rely on, but drifting alone at sea gave her no such chance. Now, an opportunity had presented itself, and it wasn't a man but a sister. This was a blessing for her. Thinking of this, Su Yiya couldn't help but shed tears of relief. Sister, you're too good to me. I'll do it, I'll do it. Things like morals, character, and dignity don't matter to someone who's been through life and death, especially to a young girl like me. Mu Wanting was taken aback, not expecting such a reaction. She frowned and reminded her, make sure you understand, I'm talking about selling yourself, like a maid in ancient times. I know. I love reading historical romance novels. Su Yiya nodded quickly, secretly relieved and afraid that Mu Wanting would abandon her. She didn't want to experience another day of hunger and cold. Mu Wanting raised an eyebrow, pleased that Su Yiya was so understanding, saving her a lot of trouble. She tossed a piece of fish to Su Yiya. Have something to eat first. Remember, you're my person now. As long as you behave and know your place, I won't let you go hungry. Su Yiya caught the fish, looking at the fragrant piece in her hand, and said excitedly, Don't worry, sister. Whatever you say goes. With that, she started eating immediately. The fish Mu Wanting had was of a higher grade, given by Feng Linglong, and it tasted better than regular fish. Su Yiya, having been hungry for so long, was moved to tears of joy after just one bite. It's so delicious. Mom, I'm finally eating fish. Mu Wanting quietly watched Su Yiya devour the food, her gaze inadvertently falling on Su Yiya's outfit. White knee-high socks paired with a warm-colored skirt, and her appearance was excellent. This alluring yet cute image might not attract women, but it would certainly attract men. Suddenly, Mu Wanting thought of something and asked, if I asked you to use your body to please a man, would you do it? Su Yiya paused, looked around, and tilted her head. Who do you want me to please, sister? There don't seem to be any men here. Don't worry about whether there are men here or not. I'm asking if you can do it, Mu Wanting said coldly. Though Su Yiya was reluctant, she obediently replied, as long as you command it, sister, I can do anything. Good, you'd better remember that, Mu Wanting said. Then she opened the Lord's interface. What's your Lord ID? Add me as a friend. Don't eat cilantro, Su Yiya replied softly, feeling a bit anxious as she wasn't sure what Mu Wanting was planning. She quietly continued eating her fish, waiting for what was next. Soon, Mu Wanting's voice came again. I've added you as a friend. Please accept. I've sent you 2 clothing design templates. Later, design 2 sets of clothes for yourself based on your current style. Based on my current style? Su Yiya looked down at her clothes and suddenly realized with a flushed face, sister, these are just for fun at home. I'm not that kind of girl. She hadn't expected Mu Wanting to seriously consider having her please men, even preparing clothes, which clearly wasn't a joke. Does it matter? Mu Wanting said coldly. I'm telling you this so you can be mentally prepared, not to question me. Seeing Mu Wanting's displeasure, Su Yiya immediately caved. Okay, I understand. Please don't be mad, sister. I'll do whatever you say. At this point, she could only hope that the man Mu Wanting wanted her to please wasn't an old man. If that was the case, she'd just have to grit her teeth and do it. Knock, knock, knock. On the raft, Ning Fan hammered in the last wooden plank, and a small wooden hut was finally complete. He spent the entire afternoon building it to house the water purifier. Due to the purifier's poor productivity and loud noise, Ning Fan had to place it outside. After repositioning the purifier, he clapped his hands with satisfaction. Just then, a notification sounded in his ear. Ding! The host has consumed resources to roast 1 kilogram of grade fish for Feng Linglong, with a return rate of 10,000 times. Please choose whether to return. 4 returns remain today. Ning Fan glanced into the room and saw a petite figure sitting in the living room. Through the window it seemed the little glutton had woken up and was ready to eat. He smiled indulgently and opted for the return. The notification sounded again. Ding! Return resources include 1 kilogram of C-grade roasted fish and 10 L of C-grade water, with the return rate reaching 10,000 times, thus upgrading the fish's grade. Although the quantity decreased, the grade improvement was gratifying for Ning Fan, as it was 4 levels higher than his own physical grade. With the combination of C-grade fish and C-grade water, Ning Fan's physique should reach a new level. It had been several days since his last upgrade, and he had consistently consumed high-grade fish, using the return option multiple times. Now, the energy within him had accumulated to a new height, and it was time to aim for a higher level. He took out the returned fish and water to satiate his hunger. Perhaps due to the water's great improvement or his enhanced physique, Ning Fan did not encounter the previous issues after consuming the fish. The energy from the C-grade fish flowed gently through him, and every acupuncture point in his body responded with excitement, making him feel extraordinarily comfortable. Before long, he seemed to hear a crisp cracking sound from within, followed by a notification. Ding, physique breakthrough to D. A breakthrough already? Ning Fan blinked, feeling a bit unaccustomed. After adjusting, he noticed his body felt increasingly restrained, like a powerful sword hidden in its sheath, and he was very pleased with this. Opening his personal data panel, he saw Lord Ning Fan, physique, D, territory, 1 leaf raft, territory area, 80, territory rating, 160, area rating, 80, building rating, 80, territory buildings, D grade bathroom, 1 ordinary apartment, territory tools, grade automatic fishing net 2. With a day's accumulation and the automatic fishing net's yield, the resources in the warehouse were becoming plentiful, with the number of keystones reaching 9,588, most of which were earned by Feng Linglong and Mu Wanting selling clothes on his behalf. Over 2,000 pieces of clothing were sold for 9,000 keystones. However, selling at such high profits again seemed unrealistic now, as the weather had cleared and temperatures were rising. These keystones were enough for him to expand his territory to the size of a football field, ready to occupy a native island once it appeared tomorrow and begin development. Suppressing his excitement, Ning Fan thought, drifting at sea is incredibly dangerous, and this so-called territory doesn't feel like one at all. It's more like being a wanderer. Establishing a base on the island and becoming its leader is crucial. Ning Fan thought to himself that while the prices were low, he should sell his resources and gather more foundation stones. The area of a football field was far from sufficient for him. His ambition was never just survival. He aimed to own vast lands. So he opened the trading hall and put all his fresh fish meat up for sale. As more lords acquired fishing rods, nets, and other means of fishing, the supply of fish meat on the market increased, causing the price to drop from an initial 200G per foundation stone to 500G per foundation stone. This was partly due to the appreciation of foundation stones. Ning Fan had 90 kilograms of fish meat, totaling 180 portions, priced at 180 foundation stones. Although this seemed insignificant compared to the over 9,000 foundation stones he already had, he didn't mind. Every bit counts. The order quickly sold out, and soon all the ordinary fish meat was sold, earning him 180 foundation stones. Maybe I should let Ling Long sell it in the store, Ning Fan pondered. Currently, high-grade food was quite rare for others. Compared to ordinary fish meat, high-grade fish meat was better suited for exclusive sale and could also enhance the reputation and brand value of the mysterious store. Just as he was about to send the fish meat to phone Ling Long, a message notification interrupted his thoughts. Ning Fan instinctively put the fish meat matter aside and checked the message. It was from Xiaodao. Are you there? I got a new manufacturing blueprint. Do you want it? The message referred to a blueprint for a traditional mass sail, which allows control over the raft's direction and speed by adjusting the sail's angle and tension. However, the speed is limited by wind speed and the size of the vessel, with a theoretical maximum speed of 6 knots, or 10 km/h. After reading the blueprint information from Xiaodao, Ning Fan was intrigued. This is great. Although not very fast, having control over the raft's movement was extremely valuable to Ning Fan, especially in unexpected dangerous situations. Sure, what do you want in exchange? Ning Fan asked. Xiaodao replied. I previously bought 50 milliliters of high-grade water from your store, and it was very effective. I heard that high-grade food is even better for enhancing physical strength. Do you have any? Ning Fan raised an eyebrow, thinking, what a coincidence, I was just about to sell high-grade food. He thought to himself, since it didn't matter who he sold it to, he said, 4 kilograms of high-grade fish meat is enough for a day, and it's actually worth more than a mass sale blueprint. Clearly, Xiaodao understood this, and he immediately agreed. Sure, thanks. You're very generous. The transaction was successful, and both parties were pleased. After receiving the blueprint, Ning Fan curiously asked, did you get this blueprint from a crate again? If so, your luck is incredible. It's been 6 days, and I haven't gotten a single blueprint from a supply crate. Xiaodao replied. No, a friend of mine got it, and I'm helping him sell it. I hope you don't mind. Seeing this message, Ning Fan was surprised. Selling stolen goods. Wow, I thought you were an honest person, Xiaodao, but you're quite the character. He asked, what did your friend do on Blue Star? Xiaodao answered, mercenary. Ning Fan understood, thinking it made sense for someone to become a pirate in this new world. And what about you? Ning Fan continued. Xiaodao replied, same. Ning Fan thought to himself, so much for online personas being real. Xiaodao added, I've connected with 3 brothers who have also taken up pirating. If you don't mind, we can offer any goods we acquire to you first. How does that sound? Anything you acquire through skill isn't stolen goods. Feel free to bring them to me. Ning Fan replied, not holding a high moral standard and thinking it was an opportunity to gain more blueprints. Xiaodao happily said, haha, thanks. I knew you were open-minded and wouldn't judge us. If you ever need our help, just let us know. Ning Fan couldn't help but roll his eyes at the mercenary-like tone, thinking, how did I not notice this before in our chats? Without dwelling much on it, he closed the chat and took out the blueprint for the traditional mast sail. Ding, you have used one standard mast canvas blueprint and obtained a standard mast canvas. It can be installed on rafts, wooden boats, and other sea vessels. Once installed, it can only be manually removed and cannot be cancelled. Ding, you have used another standard mast canvas blueprint, triggering a consumption return, with the target being Feng Ling Long, at a return rate of 5,000 times. Please confirm whether to proceed with the return. You have 2 returns remaining today. A propulsion device is essential for navigating the seas. Even after acquiring a territory, Ning Fan still needed to venture out to sea, as he planned to bring Mu Wanting to his domain. Therefore, a good propulsion system was indispensable. After some thought, Ning Fan decided to opt for the return. Ding, you have received a blueprint for a grade woodburning steam engine for ships. This grade woodburning steam engine provides power by burning wood, with a theoretical maximum speed of 18 knots, or 30 kilometers per hour. The required materials include 60 metal pieces, 10 plastic pieces, 4 glass pieces, 4 stones, and 4 wood blocks. Ning Fan's eyes widened. A woodburning steam engine was something he had never heard of before. What surprised him even more was that this engine could propel a raft to speeds of 15 knots. The wonders of technological advancement left him in awe. Burning wood was more convenient for him. If it were a coal-burning steam engine, he would be left helpless. From this perspective, it seemed promising, but he still had reservations about its actual performance. As per usual, Ning Fan went to the trading hall to acquire the necessary materials and then clicked to build. Ding! You have used a grade woodbending steam engine blueprint and obtained a grade woodbending steam engine, which can be installed on the edge of the raft. After seeing the notification, Ning Fan went to the side of the work area by the wooden house, which was right on the edge of the raft, and chose to place the woodbending steam engine there. A device the size of a bathroom appeared instantly. The lower part of the engine was submerged in water, while the upper part featured a steering wheel, steam engine, and its instruments. Looking at its retro appearance, Ning Fan felt it might fall apart when operating. He decided to test it out first. Taking a few wooden planks from the warehouse, he threw them into the combustion chamber, cranking the hand lever like a tractor to ignite it. With a roar, the steam engine began to operate. The underwater engine hummed, and the raft gradually picked up speed, trailing a long white wake. Gurgle. Black smoke puffed from the exhaust, and the steam engine was in full operation. Wow, this is incredible! Ning Fan couldn't help but exclaim as the raft's speed increased. With this device, he now had the means to explore the sea and could go pick up Mu Wanting as soon as her location was confirmed. Ning Fan gazed thoughtfully at the distant ocean currents before shutting off the engine. They were currently in the same current as Mu Wanting, so it was unwise to act hastily without establishing their position. For now, he would let the raft drift with the current. Once the engine was completely off and there were no issues, Ning Fan turned to head inside to share the good news with Feng Linglong. However, after taking just a couple of steps, a familiar notification sound rang out. Ning Fan's brow twitched as he thought. Who could it be now, causing so much trouble? He opened the chat to find the same familiar contact. Let me take another look at this blueprint, Ning Fan thought as he examined the design for a wooden watchtower. In ancient military camps, these were commonly built, but this one had been magically enhanced to automatically monitor a 100-meter radius around the territory. If any unknown creature approached, it would alert the Lord automatically. The required materials included 5 metal sheets and 40 pieces of wood. Ning Fan raised an eyebrow, realizing that Xiao Dao and the others had tasted the benefits of high-level food and were now offering their best items. This watchtower blueprint was a significant upgrade from previous designs like the mast and sail. It was truly a lifesaver. If Ning Fan had this watchtower the previous night, Zhao Hua wouldn't have been able to silently approach his raft, preventing the extreme situation that followed. Sure, I'll take it. Are we still trading high-level food? Ning Fan replied. You're sharp, boss. After my brother ate the level-up fish from you, he experienced a breakthrough in his physique. Another brother, hearing about this, was envious and decided to trade his most valuable blueprint through me. He hopes to trade for more of your high-level fish, as his physical condition is slightly inferior. Of course, the price is up to you. Ning Fan understood now. It took him a lot of fish to break through, but compared to them, he had a head start. Once everyone reached level D, they'd be on the same starting line, but his resources would give him an undeniable advantage. With his current D physique, that one level difference was enough to keep them chasing. Add 2 kilograms more than the last deal. It's only fair, he thought. This generosity was because they had provided him with 2 blueprints in a short time. Now, there was no need to sell high-level fish to Linglong. Ning Fan gave a wry smile, as the pirates had already helped him consume the surplus. As the saying goes, a horse doesn't get fat without night grass, and a man doesn't get rich without windfall. Soon, Xiao Dao replied, Sure, thanks boss. I'll start the trade. With the trade completed and another valuable blueprint in hand, Ning Fan decided to provoke the pirates a bit. Maybe they'd offer more. Haha, great. I'll tell them. Though I've got nothing left here, Xiao Dao said. After closing the chat, Ning Fan got busy collecting materials, building, and going through a series of processes. Ding, consumed 1 wooden watchtower blueprint. Triggered consumption return. Target phone Linglong. Return multiplier 5,000 times. Choose whether to return. 1 return left today. Return. Ning Fan didn't hesitate. He never spared resources that ensured his and Feng Linglong's safety. Survival was paramount, and the return chances reset daily anyway. Ding, obtained 1 level high-power radar blueprint. Ning Fan was surprised. This return was completely unexpected. Jumping so many technological levels to unlock a radar was quite astonishing. Although the level wasn't high, this was solid modern technology, far more valuable than a supermodern bathroom. Ning Fan quickly checked the details. The blueprint for a grade D high-power radar is installed within the territory, capable of real-time monitoring of all dynamic activities within a 10-kilometer radius. Once placed, the radar screen automatically binds to the Lord and is solar-powered, ready for immediate use. The required materials include 100 metal sheets, 5 plastics, and 5 glass pieces. Ning Fan, without hesitation, began gathering the materials to build this radar. With such an extensive monitoring range, it can almost prevent all potential dangers. Ding. Consumed 1 grade D high-power radar blueprint. Acquired 1 grade D high-power radar. Ning Fan continued to the workshop in the wooden house, with a wood-fired steam engine on the left and an empty space on the right. After placing the radar on the right, the Lord's screen immediately received the monitoring feed. Unlike radar images from the past, this one resembled a game UI map, with terrain and biological presence clearly visible. From the radar map, the 10-kilometer range was filled with endless sea and schools of fish. Ning Fan quickly filtered out marine life, and the radar map instantly cleared, displaying no signs of unknown biological activity. After setting it to monitor non-marine life, he turned off the radar map, relieved that he no longer had to worry about sudden intrusions. With the power engine in conjunction, even if a group came to hunt him, Ning Fan could detect it early and escape safely. He turned to look at the steam turbine beside him, a proud smile on his face. The 2 returns this afternoon were truly worthwhile, solving many security issues. The wooden lookout tower and mast canvas in his hand could also be combined into a low-level defense set, enough to fend off ordinary pirate attacks. Ning Fan decided to give it to Mu, wanting to ensure her safety. With this thought, Ning Fan turned and walked back into the house. In the living room, the evening glow streamed through the window, casting a golden hue over the sofa, as if draping the entire space in a warm, golden wallpaper. Feng Linglong lounged lazily on the sofa, her legs stretched out, her white socks playfully swinging, reflecting her inner joy. She was on a call with Mu Wanting, teasingly saying, "So, you've become a lady of a wealthy family and found yourself a maid?" Mu Wanting chuckled softly, replying, "What else could I do? I never intended to save her, but seeing her plight, I lent a hand. We have no ties, and letting her serve me is already a kindness." Her voice was light, but her thoughts were deeper. Mu Wanting was weary of wandering at sea, the daily unease eroding her pride. She longed for Ning Fan to come for her, ready to give herself to him. Yet, she also craved emotional connection. Under these complex emotions, she made her choice, to send a woman to Ning Fan, gaining a bit of initiative in her emotional pursuit. It might seem selfish, but she didn't care, knowing the world's harshness. Many wished to lower themselves for others without a chance, and keeping Mu Wanting as a maid was already her good fortune. "You don't have to feel sorry for her," Mu Wanting explained, as if justifying herself. "I'm not feeling sorry for her," Feng Linglong pouted playfully. "I just think if I were you, I wouldn't be as rational. I might even treat her as a sister." Mu Wanting glanced at her, smiling slightly. "Are you saying I'm cold-hearted?" "No way. Don't accuse me wrongly," Feng Linglong said innocently. "I'm clearly praising my dear Wan for doing the right thing." "Oh, so I misunderstood, my dear Linglong." Mu Wanting chuckled. Exactly, exactly." The living room was filled with delightful laughter just as Ning Fan walked in. "What's making you all so happy?" Feng Linglong looked up and instinctively called out, "Honey, are you done with your work?" Then she turned to Mu Wanting on the screen and said, Wan, let's chat later." Mu Wanting's expression dimmed slightly, about to agree when Ning Fan said, "Wait, don't hang up. I have something to give Mu Wanting, and there are some details I need to discuss with her face to face." Hearing this, Mu Wanting's body trembled slightly, her eyes showing a hint of unusual emotion. "What is it?" Feng Linglong asked curiously. "I'll send it to you, and you can forward it to Senior Mu Wanting," Ning Fan said with a smile, sitting down next to Feng Linglong, looking at the screen. The woman on the screen was tall, with fair skin, delicate features, and long black hair tied simply at the back. Her plain sportswear couldn't hide her elegant demeanor. Even without makeup, she was as pretty as a picture. What caught Ning Fan's attention most were her thin, light red lips, small and delicate, as if they promised a unique taste if kissed. "Hi, Senior Mu Wanting, long time no see," Ning Fan greeted warmly. In the past, he might have seemed like just another nobody, but now things are different. The boy has become a man. Ning Fan stood there with a calm demeanor and eyes like a hawk, a far cry from the awkward teenager he once was. "Ning Fan, long time no see." Mu Wanting gently tucked her hair behind her ear, her eyes lowered, her voice soft and soothing like a spring breeze. There was a hint of shyness in her manner, a stark contrast to her usual aloofness. Feng Linglong was absorbed in the items in her hands and didn't notice the subtle change in the atmosphere. She looked up at Ning Fan and exclaimed excitedly, "Honey, these 2 things seem really impressive." Mu Wanting's curiosity was piqued. "What are they?" Feng Linglong realized her oversight and chuckled awkwardly. "Oh, I forgot to send them to you, Wan. Just a moment." She quickly sent the information to Mu Wanting. Mu Wanting looked closely, her eyes twinkling with a myriad of colors. Her long eyelashes fluttered, revealing her inner turmoil. "This? Ning Fan, these are too valuable." Her voice trembled slightly, a mix of surprise, excitement, and a touch of hesitation. She knew all too well the worth of these items after wandering alone for so long. Ning Fan smiled gently. "Compared to your safety, these items are trivial." "Exactly, Wan. Don't be so formal with Ning Fan. Safety is the most important thing," Feng Linglong chimed in. Faced with the couple's insistence, Mu Wanting nodded slightly and stopped refusing. Seeing this, Ning Fan continued to explain in detail. "Once you set up the mast and sails, make sure to set the speed to 3 knots. That way, even if you encounter others, you can quickly speed away. It's best to drift along the ocean currents, ensuring that we're on the same current. This way, once we determine our positions, I can find you quickly and bring you over. All right. Mu Wanting replied obediently, completely different from her aloof demeanor in front of Suyeya. At this moment, Feng Linglong interjected. Honey, how long do we have until we meet Wan Wan? Hearing this, Mu Wanting also looked at Ning Fan with anticipation. With both women staring at him, Ning Fan couldn't help but blush. He scratched his head and said, it shouldn't be long. Once the native island appears, it will serve as a reference point in the ocean, making it much easier to determine our positions. Really? That means just 2 days. That's great. Feng Linglong exclaimed, hugging a pillow in excitement. Mu Wanting, on the other hand, remained more reserved, her eyes curved into crescents, a shy smile playing on her lips as she couldn't contain her emotions. You two chat. I'm going to take a shower. Ning Fan said, getting up and heading toward the door. Through the screen, Mu Wanting watched Ning Fan's departing figure, a hint of admiration in her eyes. Stupid Wan Wan, what are you daydreaming about? Feng Linglong's voice suddenly broke the silence, startling Mu Wanting. She quickly averted her gaze, only to see Feng Linglong looking at her with a pout. Mu Wanting was at a loss, feeling like she'd been caught in the act of infidelity. Linglong, she began to explain, but Feng Linglong suddenly smiled, her lips curling mischievously. Stupid Wan Wan, have you fallen for Ning Fan? Don't bother explaining. We're such close friends, and as a fellow girl, did you really think your odd behavior could fool me? Feng Linglong teased, pointing playfully at Mu Wanting. Mu Wanting looked down, her face turning bright red. She was mortified and wished she could disappear into the ground. It's not like I haven't seen you in that seductive fox form before. What's there to be shy about? Feng Linglong chuckled softly, narrowing her eyes as she rested her chin on her hand, scrutinizing Mu Wanting with a mix of teasing and curiosity. I just didn't expect that even someone as ethereal as you could develop feelings, Feng Linglong said with a hint of surprise and a touch of mockery in her voice. Mu Wanting caught the underlying meaning in Feng Linglong's words and bit her lip. Feeling there was nothing left to hide, she decided to be straightforward. Linglong, do you mind? Her voice trembled slightly, her eyes showing a trace of unease. Of course I don't mind. Feng Linglong put her hands on her hips, her expression one of exasperation. Silly Wan Wan, are you out of your mind? You know full well after all the talks we've had that Ning Fan won't lack women around him, and you have feelings for him too. Why can't you wrap your head around it? I'm worried about hurting you. Mu Wanting averted her gaze, her voice growing softer. Good grief. Feng Linglong rolled her eyes, her tone filled with helplessness. Aren't you my closest friend? I'd love it if you helped me deal with Ning Fan. He's so formidable, I can't handle him alone. As she spoke, a slight blush crept onto Feng Linglong's face, and she lowered her head. Mu Wanting's mouth opened slightly, unsure of how to respond. She hadn't expected the usually reserved Feng Linglong to say something like that. After a long pause, she replied softly, all right. Great, it's settled then. You just make sure you're ready, and I'll take care of the rest, Feng Linglong said before quickly hanging up the phone. How embarrassing. Feng Linglong flopped onto the sofa, burying her face into a pillow. Although she spoke with ease, it was mainly to reassure Mu Wanting while she herself was mustering her own courage. Ning Fan sure is lucky, she muttered to herself. Mu Wanting was no better off. Staring at her phone's dark screen, she slumped to the floor. Feng Linglong's last words echoed in her mind, and she couldn't stop the blush from spreading across her face. At that moment, Suye came out of the room and was alarmed to see Mu Wanting in such a state. Sister, are you all right? She asked anxiously. I'm fine. Give me a bucket of hot water. I need a bath. Mu Wanting replied, trying to compose herself. Okay. Suye nodded obediently and turned to go back inside to boil the water. Mu Wanting's gaze fell on Suye's legs, clad in sexy white over-thinny socks, and suddenly an idea struck her. Wait, she called out to Suye. Sister, is there anything else? Suye asked, puzzled, as she turned back. Design me an outfit like the one you're wearing. I'll send you the design later, Mu Wanting instructed, her tone leaving no room for argument. What? You want to wear something like this too? Suye looked at Mu Wanting with a strange expression. Stop talking and just do it. Mu Wanting's eyes narrowed, and the air around her seemed to chill slightly. Suye shivered, not daring to say more. She hurriedly turned back inside, her short skirt fluttering as she ran, occasionally revealing glimpses of her legs. Watching this, Mu Wanting blushed even more. She murmured to herself, if I were something like that, Ning Fan might really like it. 9 times, is that too much? Her voice grew quieter until it was barely audible, leaving only her flushed face as evidence of her thoughts. At night, Ning Fan sat on the bed, feeling refreshed as he scrolled through his phone messages. Beside him, Feng Linglong looked exhausted, lying lazily and breathing softly. Honey, I'm going to sleep first, Feng Linglong said, her eyelids drooping and her voice weary. Ning Fan tenderly brushed away the sweat-dampened strands of her hair and asked softly, do you want me to carry you for a bath? Please spare me, dear. Feng Linglong replied weakly. Ning Fan felt a bit wronged, as he genuinely had no other intentions. Helpless, he tucked her in and said gently, "All right, sleep well." "Mm." Feng Linglong murmured, quickly finding a comfortable position and drifting into a deep sleep. Once he ensured Feng Linglong was sound asleep, Ning Fan turned his attention back to his phone's chat channel. A particularly eye-catching message popped up. "Haha everyone, look what I caught." It was accompanied by a picture of a fish. Comments poured in like a tide. "Wow, a rank fish, I'm so jealous." "Hey man, are you selling the fish meat?" "No, no. Do you think I'm some rich and heartless big shot? It took me days to catch this one, and it's barely enough for myself." The topic soon shifted to the miraculous effects of rank food. Someone claimed that after their friend ate rank fish meat, their physique upgraded to the level, and they could carry an old lady across the street with ease. The discussion heated up, with someone mentioning a big shot named Maple Leaf, but they were politely declined. The big shot isn't in the same league as us, so they're not part of this discussion. Suddenly, a user named Wolf revealed that his friend acquired rank food by pirating. This statement left the chat channel in silence, as if a wolf and sheep were suddenly sharing a room. Someone expressed concern. "We're doomed. If pirates have enhanced physiques, we won't stand a chance against them." Wolf casually responded, "We pirates are just regular folks, with no special skills, acting randomly. Just pray you don't run into us. If you do, well, sorry about that." The topic then shifted to native islands, with someone suggesting taking over an island for development. But they were quickly doused with cold water. "Easy for you to say. Take a good look at the announcements. Native pirates are stationed on those islands. Do you really think you can conquer them easily?" Everyone collectively agreed. Ultimately, it's all about strength. At that moment, a particular message caught Ning Fan's attention. Someone had come up with the idea of renting out fishing rods and chose this moment to announce it. Ning Fan thought to himself, people with a sharp mind can make money anywhere. He knew that for fishing enthusiasts, 8 hours meant endless possibilities, and surely someone would be tempted. Although they were reluctant to admit it, being in the Air Force was their norm. Ning Fan scrolled through the messages, and sure enough, it was as he suspected. Who on earth rented out his fishing rod? He cursed inwardly, having planned to make good use of this sea area, only to be told he couldn't get a rod? "Is there anyone else willing to rent me one? My fishing skills are quite exceptional. How about splitting the catch 50-50? Usually inactive fishing enthusiasts saw that a rod could be rented for just a couple of foundation stones, and they all emerged, instantly igniting the entire chat channel. "Why didn't I think of renting out my fishing rod while resting at night? Everyone, wait for me. I'm going to rent out my rod now," Ning Fan thought to himself, feeling smug. Haha, another source of income, albeit small, but it's free money. Whoever discovered the rental feature is a genius. With the message sent, all sorts of creative ideas began to flood in like a river breaking its banks. Before long, the chat channel was filled with various rental offers. A lighter for rent. Anyone needing to start a fire, order now. A supply box for rent, for those in need. Open it and return to tomorrow. There was even an offer to rent a pair of underwear for a day, with the condition to return it the day after tomorrow without damage. Seeing these messages, Ning Fan couldn't help but smirk. This is absurd, renting out anything and everything. What's even more outrageous is that there are people willing to rent. Aren't those renting underwear afraid of catching something? He wondered. Although, to be honest, some might be afraid, but compared to the cold wind, a minor illness didn't seem so bad. "Dude, you've been floating in the air too long. You don't understand the struggles of us at the bottom," someone chimed in. "Agreed. More rented underwear. Please. I haven't managed to rent any yet." As time passed, the entire chat channel buzzed with the excitement of renting throughout the night. Ning Fan also contributed to his less fortunate brothers by renting out his bamboo fishing rod. In this atmosphere, the 7th day quietly arrived. At the stroke of midnight, an announcement suddenly flooded the entire chat channel. Announcement: in 12 hours, the original sea island will appear, and the age of exploration will commence. Lords, please prepare. Announcement: in 12 hours, new native islands will appear, marking the dawn of the exploration era. All lords should prepare to explore this new era. Each native island will generate various initial resources, and there will be a varying number of indigenous pirates guarding them. The pirate's physical level will be set at grade D. The larger the island, the more resources and pirates it will have. Lords need to move their monument to the native island to claim it, causing all resources to automatically transfer to the Lord's warehouse. Once claimed, the island size will reduce to 10 square meters, becoming the Lord's Island. If not claimed, all resources must be collected manually. During the exploration era, supply crates will randomly appear in the sea, with 7 crates spawning daily near each territory. Once ship transportation is unlocked, lords can choose to make a ship their territory, becoming wanderers. However, wanderers cannot expand their territory, only change it. After 30 days, all rafts will sink, so lords must secure a new territory promptly. The map feature will unlock in 12 hours, initially covered in fog. requiring exploration. Lords, embark on your grand exploration. Someone exclaimed. The indigenous pirates are at level. How can I possibly handle even one pirate? Another reassured. No worries, we have 30 days to improve our physical level. Do you plan to claim an island the moment it appears? But can we really reach level in 30 days? I can't even access high-level food right now, someone questioned. Another responded. Reaching level is barely enough. You might only manage a one-for-one with a pirate. Who said there's only one pirate on an island? Could there be a whole group? Someone asked, puzzled. Think about it. If one pirate could hold an island alone, they'd be a pirate king. So, we need to reach D level to claim an island? Someone summarized. Another interrupted. No need to state the obvious. If I were that skilled, I'd be a pirate myself. So, is my fate to become a wanderer? I don't want to wander anymore. Someone, please take me in. Don't lose hope. Isn't the map feature about to open? We can form a team to conquer islands together. Solutions are always plentiful. True, someone agreed. Another calmly analyzed. How do you know your teammates won't be pirates? Aren't there enough pirates lurking in this chat channel? Longzi, want to team up with him? Someone suggested. Just as hope was kindled, it was dashed again. Trust is a big issue. Who knows if the person behind the online persona is a ruthless pirate? Teaming up is only suitable for close real-life friends. At that moment, an announcement suddenly appeared, covering the entire chat channel. Exploration Precursor. A large batch of supply crates is descending upon this world. Be ready to collect them. As everyone was momentarily stunned, numerous messages followed. Everyone, go pick up the supply crates around your raft. There are so many floating in the sea. I've already got one. Ha ha ha, look what I found, a Nepalese knife. Many people discovered the existence of resource boxes and excitedly logged off to collect them, leaving the chat channel in silence. Ning Fan also exited the chat channel, intending to check out the situation outside. Just then, a notification sounded, indicating that the radar had detected a large number of resource boxes nearby. He suddenly remembered that he had this tool and quickly opened the radar map, which was filled with red dots. There were dozens of resource boxes within a 10-kilometer radius. He couldn't help but gape in amazement at this abundance. He quickly got out of bed and headed outside, going straight to the automatic fishing net. He swiftly changed the fishing net's target to resource boxes. Although he no longer relied on resource boxes for resources, the sheer number was tempting. After adjusting both fishing nets to target resource boxes, the capture speed increased significantly. However, the great automatic fishing net had a capture range of only 100 meters, wasting the radar's extensive detection range. Ning Fan sighed, realizing that the radar's detection capability could help the automatic fishing nets capture resource boxes more quickly and efficiently, but the degrade nets had a severely limited coverage area. He suddenly thought that with so many resource boxes appearing, someone must have found blueprints for fishing rods or nets. He decided to purchase one or two at a high price, returning a few automatic fishing nets, and take advantage of this resource box surge to catch more and make a profit. Without delay, Ning Fan opened the chat and sent a message, limiting it to 3 requests because he didn't want to use all of his returns today. With a return multiplier of 10,000 times, the level of the returned blueprints would surely be higher than his current 2 automatic fishing nets, likely meeting his needs. He planned to trade using the sea water he had, as it was the only resource of that level he currently possessed. At that moment, Feng Yi, a prominent figure, appeared again, and everyone welcomed him. There was a high probability that using it would enhance one's physique to grade. Was he really going to use such a good thing to trade for a fishing rod blueprint? If he was trading it, it certainly wasn't the best thing he had. People seem to overlook the earlier statement that if you didn't have a high physical quality, drinking it might not break your level. If you're worried about not breaking through, then don't buy it, saving yourself as a competitor. Feng Yi, please check your private messages. I've sent you the blueprint to have a look. Please consider mine. Please, I don't have a blueprint, but can I sell myself? I'm a soft girl. As private messages flooded in, Ning Fan didn't linger in the chat channel for long and went to check his private messages. After filtering out the meaningless ones, he found that there were over 999 messages with blueprint information. It seemed that everyone had benefited significantly from this resource box event. So many people found blueprints while just starting to collect boxes, something unimaginable under normal circumstances. Ning Fan had a vague premonition that with so many people getting a taste of the benefits now, an unimaginable crisis might occur when the age of exploration truly arrives. Ning Fan wasn't interested in trading for a regular fishing rod. He simply couldn't find anyone willing to exchange a more valuable fishing net. Compared to a fishing rod, a net is far more beneficial, as it allows for steady catches with minimal effort. Just cast it and haul it in. This is something a fishing rod cannot match. Therefore, Ning Fan wasn't surprised. After all, even he wouldn't give up a quality long-term asset for a one-time opportunity to improve his physique. After gathering the necessary materials, Ning Fan began the process of returning. Ding! A regular fishing rod blueprint has been consumed, triggering a return. Target: Feng Linglong. Return multiplier: 5,000 times. Please confirm whether to proceed with the return. 5 return attempts remaining today. Ding, you have received a D-grade automatic fishing net and its blueprint. Once placed around the raft, you can set it to target fish or supply crates within a 1,000-meter range for automatic capture. When targeting fish, there's a small chance of catching D-grade fish. The fishing efficiency is basic. Required materials include 60 metal pieces, 40 ropes, and 20 pieces of plastic. The capture range reaches 1,000 meters, significantly surpassing the grade fishing net by an entire magnitude. Although the fishing efficiency remains basic, Ning Fan didn't mind, as it was still a slight improvement. He then proceeded to return the other 2 fishing rod blueprints. Ding, you have received 2D grade automatic fishing nets. Holding 3D grade automatic fishing nets, Ning Fan went to the edge of the raft and placed them in the water from 3 different directions. As the newly deployed nets began to operate, the supply crates within a kilometer were gradually cleared, leaving the sea surface increasingly clean. Watching the nets fill up, Ning Fan had the smile of a shrewd trader. While others were still manually retrieving each supply crate, he had activated a cheat mode, achieving unimaginable efficiency. Robbery, he thought to himself, realizing that such profits still couldn't satisfy his appetite. He then approached the steam engine, manually cranking it to start. As the engine roared to life and the raft began to accelerate, Ning Fan pulled the steam valve to its maximum, running the engine at full power. He intended to sweep the entire ocean like a robotic vacuum cleaner. The raft sped across the sea, leaving a trail of white waves in its wake, missing hardly any supply crates. However, this aggressive fishing method didn't last long. As the raft moved away from the initial area, Ning Fan was surprised to find the number of supply crates on the sea surface noticeably reduced. It seemed the supply crates only concentrated around the raft initially, providing him with a burst of resources, after which they refreshed randomly. Fortunately, even so, with a sweeping range of a kilometer, the coverage area is still substantial, and the automatic fishing nets occasionally catch supply crates, Ning Fan muttered to himself. The raft sped through the night, with the fishing nets working silently on the sea's surface. Ning Fan turned back inside, deciding to check the catch the next morning. He crawled back into his warm bed and opened the Lord's screen to find a message from Mu wanting sent a few minutes earlier. The flashing text on the screen caught Ning Fan's attention. Ning Fan, the watchtower alerted me to many supply crates around my raft, but it's too dark to see them, and I can't retrieve them. Do you have any solutions? Ning Fan's eyes lit up, recalling his 2 somewhat inefficient grade automatic fishing nets. He quickly replied, "Hold on, I have 2 retrieval devices here. I'll send them over to you." "Okay," Mu Wanting replied briefly. Ning Fan swiftly got up, his bare feet landing on the cold floor, and quickly made his way outside. The sea breeze brushed against his cheeks as he skillfully retrieved the 2D-grade fishing nets and sent them to Mu Wanting through the system. Set the automatic fishing nets target to the supply crates. They can automatically retrieve the crates around you, Ning Fan added. Also, remember to bind the watchtower's monitoring function to the automatic fishing nets for higher efficiency. It wasn't long before Mu Wanting excitedly responded. "Ning Fan, this automatic fishing net is amazing. I've caught so many supply crates." Ning Fan smiled slightly and suggested, "Try pulling the sail to its fullest, and take this opportunity to gather as many supply crates as you can." "I got it. Thank you, Ning Fan," Mu Wanting replied gratefully. "You're welcome," Ning Fan said, closing the chat interface. Just as he was about to return to his warm bed, a sudden urgent alert sounded. "A large supply crate has entered the territory. Please take note." The radar's monitoring alert jolted Ning Fan awake. He quickly opened the radar map to see a sizable red dot appearing on the edge. A large supply crate? Ning Fan's heart raced, as this was the first time he had encountered such a description. With anticipation, Ning Fan got out of bed again and went outside. The vast dark sea was invisible, so he could only rely on the radar map to determine the location of the large supply crate. Ning Fan quickly moved to the steam engine, expertly turning the wheel to adjust the raft's direction. As the raft moved, the radar map indicated they were getting closer to the large supply crate. Soon, the target was within the automatic fishing net's range. A net aimed at the target and shot out with a swoosh. The rope of the net instantly went taut, and Ning Fan held his breath, watching intently as the rope was reeled in. As the net was drawn back, a massive square object appeared in the net's pouch. Even in its minimized state, it was several times larger than a regular supply crate. Ning Fan carefully extracted it, and the next second, a container-sized supply crate suddenly appeared before him, its enormous size causing him to step back in shock. "Whoa, this is huge. How much stuff is inside?" Ning Fan exclaimed. Just then, a notification popped up on the Lord's interface. "Large supply crate. Can contain anything. Guaranteed to have various items. Guaranteed to have at least crate items, with a small chance of containing a grade items. Large supply crates are limited and only appear during special events or unexpected occurrences. Ning Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly anticipated discovering the contents of this mysterious large crate. Ning Fan reached out, his fingertips lightly touching the exterior of the large supply crate, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He knew in his heart that this crate was bound to yield items of at least grade quality, and there was even a small chance of obtaining a grade item. Such a luxurious prize pool made it clear that these large supply crates were extremely rare. He felt fortunate to have installed the radar. Otherwise, he might have missed out on this big reward. These large supply crates were limited edition, only appearing during special events, and missing them would truly mean missing out. Taking a deep breath, Ning Fan prepared to open the crate, eager to obtain his first high-grade item. However, he suddenly realized something, and his outstretched hand froze in midair. Wait, according to my eyebrow pencil attribute, it says I can only get crate items, no doubt about it. Realizing this, he quickly pulled his hand back as if shocked. No, I can't waste this large supply crate. I'll wait for Linglong to wake up and let her open it. Her luck seems to be consistently good. Ning Fan pondered silently, then reluctantly glanced at the supply crate before decisively turning away. The eyebrow pencil shouldn't be used to open crates, especially those with a guaranteed minimum reward. Otherwise, you'll find that the minimum reward is set just for you. He returned to his bed, warming his hands and feet with the little greedy cat beside him, then opened the radar map. He kept his eyes glued to the changes on the radar, hoping another large supply crate would appear. However, until he succumbed to sleep, the radar remained silent. Ning Fan slept soundly, but for others, it was a sleepless night. Everyone shared their loot, having picked up over a dozen crates and unlocked the fishing rod blueprint, finally able to fish for themselves. Huh, only a dozen crates? I picked up 25. Do you know what a cement house blueprint is? I don't even care about fishing rods anymore. Wow, how come you're all so lucky? I opened 10 crates, and they were all junk. No more talking. I'm off to find more crates. Ha ha ha, look what I got. A grade steel machete? A graded weapon? That's new. What's it for? Maybe to help me take down grade pirates? I'm not sure, but it definitely boosts my strength. So powerful. Hey, can I ask you a favor? No way, don't even ask. I'm not renting this out. If it gets damaged, I'd be heartbroken. Besides, no offense, but can you even afford the deposit? Various items appeared in the chat channel, sparking a wave of rental requests. Or rather, pre-rental bookings. Everyone's attention was on the native island that would appear in a few hours. As long as you had a weapon, regardless of grade, someone would contact you for a pre-rental. Fishing rods and nets also became more common, reflected in the trading market with occasional orders for graded fish meat. Although the quantity was still small, it at least gave hope to those without fishing rods or nets for obtaining graded fish meat. Overall, the wave of benefits from the supply crates greatly boosted everyone's confidence in capturing the island. At one point, an eye-catching recruitment message suddenly appeared in the chat channel, posted by a user named Huangchao Tianxia, instantly drawing many people's attention. The Huangchao Guild was recruiting new members, promising no mandatory rules within the guild, focusing mainly on providing rental convenience. Guild members could rent fishing nets, rods, and various living items internally, with flexible deposits and rental periods. Lords were welcome to join, especially those interested in renting out items. They could join the guild unconditionally by renting out just one item, with the guild ensuring their rental interests. If items were damaged, not only would the deposit be compensated, but the guild would also provide additional compensation. However, as the information spread, people began to question Huangchao's recruitment message. Some doubted whether the guild would really offer extra compensation if rented items were damaged. This sounds like charity, but I don't believe anyone other than Maple Leaf can afford such compensation, one user questioned in the channel. Huangchao Tianxiao responded, is 856 keystones enough? The guild only plans to recruit 1,000 people, and I am confident in fulfilling this promise. How can we join the Huangchao Guild? Users eagerly asked. Huangchao Tianxia simply replied, if you are ready to rent out items, just send me a private message to join. Due to limitations, the guild currently only has one chat group. He added, if you just want to join the guild to rent items, you'll need to pay 1 keystone for a spot. Wait a minute. Joining a guild requires a keystone? Isn't this illegal fundraising? The crowd immediately became cautious, questioning Huangchao's true intentions. Come on, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If you're scammed, it's on you. The atmosphere becoming increasingly wary. Sitting in front of the screen, Huangchao Tianxia seemed to have anticipated the doubts and ridicule in the channel. With a dismissive smile, he casually edited a message. A D-level exquisite crossbow, magically modified by the power of the world, holds 10 shots, with a range of 50 meters. When used with D-level bolts, it can harm D-level creatures and poses a lethal threat to D-level and below. Even with regular bolts, it can harm D-level creatures. He continued, any member of the Huangchao Guild can rent this crossbow to deal with pirates. No rental fee required. Just pay the deposit, and you can rent it for 1 hour for free. The guild encourages all members to occupy islands and develop them. This message was like a bombshell, quickly changing people's perceptions and instantly reversing the guild's reputation. Really? A D-level weapon for free rental? Someone who can offer D weapons surely isn't a scammer, one excited user said. Another responded coolly, don't think I don't know what you're up to. I don't want to be one of the 1,000 fooled. Huangxiao Tianxiao watched as his private messages shot up to 999, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. He thought to himself, I am indeed the chosen one. The limited intermediate resource box is truly a blessing. Without this crossbow, starting a guild would have been much harder. That maple leaf is such a fool, with so many resources, only thinking of opening a shop. If I had that many resources, huh? The guild structure was already in place, and soon, his resources would surpass Maple Leaf's, making him the top figure in the channel. The sun was already high in the sky when Feng Linglong was woken by the sound of her phone ringing. She was lying on Ning Fan, and after rubbing her eyes and focusing, she saw that it was Mu Wanting calling. Glancing outside at the bright sunlight and then at Ning Fan, who was blowing bubbles beside her, Feng Linglong couldn't help but roll her eyes. Not wanting to disturb him, she lazily got out of bed, dressed, and quietly went to the living room. Oh, morning, Wan. Feng Linglong said, answering the video call with a yawn. Mu Wanting's image appeared on the screen. Feng Linglong glanced at her and was instantly startled, her eyes widening. Wan, what happened to you last night? Did you not sleep? You look like you have panda eyes. Mu Wanting's weary appearance quickly sobered Feng Linglong. Don't even mention it. Last night, the whole world refreshed a batch of supply crates, and I spent the entire night collecting them. Mu Wanting said, gently rubbing her eye bags, tears forming at the corners of her eyes from sleepiness. I'm kind of envious of you, not having to worry about anything, just eating well and sleeping like a lazy pig. Feng Linglong teased, sticking out her tongue, too lazy to argue. Instead, she asked, so how did it go last night? Speaking of her haul, Mu Wanting's eyes lit up instantly, a smile forming on her lips. Pretty good. I collected over 40 crates. Over 40? Feng Linglong exclaimed. She had been here for days and never heard of anyone collecting so many supply crates. Seeing her reaction, Mu Wanting's smile widened. That's not all. I also picked up a medium supply crate. A medium supply crate? Feng Linglong wondered aloud. Look, this is what I got from it, Mu Wanting said, sending over a picture. 10 kilograms of Crade spirit rice seeds. Crade crop, edible or plantable, requires soil of Crade or higher. The higher the soil grade, the richer the yield. Feng Linglong read the description, her mouth forming a perfect O in surprise. Wan, you're amazing. With the seeds, we just need to find the right soil, and we can mass-produce high-grade crops. Then the store will have another high-value item. Exactly. This is about the best you can get from a medium supply crate, Mu Wanting said proudly, feeling her exhaustion melt away. Though she knew that much of her success was thanks to Ning Fan's help, which played a major role. After basking in Feng Linglong's admiration for a while, she admitted, actually, I owe a lot to Ning Fan. Without his help, I wouldn't have collected so much. Ning Fan? He helped you? Feng Linglong asked curiously. Yeah, he gave me 2 automatic fishing nets, which made it much easier to retrieve the supply crates, Mu Wanting said, her eyes softening at the memory of the previous night. I collected so many crates, so Ning Fan must have gathered even more. Really? Feng Linglong glanced at Ning Fan, sleeping soundly like a log, and couldn't help but smirk. I think between the two of us, he's more like a lazy pig. She turned the camera towards the bedroom to show Mu Wanting. Mu Wanting chuckled lightly, then teased, seems like you wore him out. Upon hearing this, Feng Linglong lowered her gaze slightly, a faint, almost imperceptible smile gracing her face. If she were dressed in white at this moment, she might resemble a ghostly woman from folklore, beautiful yet eerie. Mu Wanting chuckled and said, all right, I won't tease you anymore. You don't really understand how an automatic fishing net works. It doesn't need constant watching. Whether you're keeping an eye on it or not doesn't matter. She continued, you can check the raft to see if there are any nets. If there are, last night's catch should be in the net bag. Feng Linglong stood on tiptoe, peering out the window. She saw a large box on the raft, but no sign of a supply box. This seemed to confirm Wanting's words, piquing her curiosity. I'll go take a look, she said, and with that, she headed outside. After a night, the steam engine's fuel had been exhausted, and it was now at a standstill. The raft drifted slowly with the current. Feng Linglong reached the raft and, following Mu Wanting's guidance, walked around its edge. It wasn't long before she found a fishing net. Wan, is this it? She asked, focusing her gaze on the net. Mu Wanting, upon seeing the contents of the net bag, felt a chill run down her spine. The bag was packed with countless small supply boxes, far surpassing her catch from the previous night. Linglong, quick, pull it up, Mu Wanting urged urgently. Feng Linglong swiftly lifted the net bag. Be careful and step back a bit, Mu Wanting advised suddenly. Feng Linglong hadn't quite processed the warning when, in the next moment, a large pile of supply boxes appeared out of nowhere, dropping onto the raft in front of her. Her face went pale as she awkwardly stepped back. Once all the boxes had piled up, a notification sounded in her ear. Ding, 98 supply boxes captured. How many? The experienced Mu Wanting asked promptly. 98. Feng Linglong replied, swallowing hard, her face flushing with suppressed excitement and joy. She thought to herself how formidable Ning Fan was, achieving such abundant results with ease. The two women stood in stunned silence for a moment before Mu Wanting suddenly spoke. Linglong, why don't you check around? I feel there might be more than just this net. Feng Linglong blinked in confusion. Could there be more? That would be quite a haul. With a mix of apprehension and hope, she searched around and indeed found another net. After retrieving the supply boxes from the net, another small mountain of boxes formed on the raft. How many? Feng Linglong murmured, surrounded by supply boxes, feeling as if she were dreaming. 100, she counted, feeling numb but still hopeful for more. Are there more? Feng Linglong's heart raced with anticipation, thinking, this is too much, really too much. When she reached the third net, she finally felt a sense of calm. There was indeed more. As usual, she lifted the net bag, and more supply boxes appeared before her. Feng Linglong calculated that the raft was now encircled by a total of 300 supply boxes, leaving only a small space next to the large box in front of the house. Standing by the large box, Feng Linglong took a deep breath as she gazed at the multitude of supply boxes. Wan, I don't feel very secure about this, she admitted. Why? Mu Wanting asked, retracting her intense gaze and looking curiously at Feng Linglong. Have you ever heard the saying, poor man's chicken, rich man's express? I'm worried that getting so many resources at once might attract unwanted attention, Feng Linglong mused. Mu Wanting couldn't help but laugh. What are you thinking about all day? This isn't a game. This is survival, the world of a lord. The more resources Ning Fan acquires, the stronger he'll become, and the better he can protect you. Stop overthinking and just enjoy being a wealthy lady, she advised with a teasing tone. However, Feng Linglong didn't respond. Mu Wanting looked up to see Feng Linglong staring blankly at the large box, as if she had seen something unbelievable. Linglong, Mu Wanting called out. Feng Linglong snapped back to reality, her expression odd as she pointed at the large box, stammering, Wan, a large supply box. Feng Linglong forwarded the notification that popped up on the screen to Mu Wanting. The notification stated that a large supply box would definitely contain a variety of items, with at least one crate item guaranteed, and a small chance of finding a great item. Mu Wanting was so surprised that she covered her mouth, her pupils slightly contracting in shock. Compared to the rewards from the medium-sized supply box she received, this was exponentially more generous. The upper limit of items in a medium-sized box was merely the minimum guarantee for a large box. She looked up at the large box in front of Feng Linglong, her gaze becoming complicated. This seemingly ordinary box was actually hiding such a wealth of treasures. What annoyed her even more was that such a valuable item was just sitting openly on the raft. Ning Fan was being too careless. Wasn't he worried someone might steal it? Mu Wanting stomped her foot in frustration, a hint of annoyance appearing on her face. Feng Linglong glanced at her sideways, thinking to herself, sister, aren't you being a bit hypocritical? Earlier, when we were counting so many supply boxes, you didn't have this attitude. You confidently said there was no need to worry about others coveting them. So why the change now? Though she didn't voice her thoughts, Mu Wanting sensed Feng Linglong's speechless gaze and instantly felt her facade being pierced, her cheeks flushing. At the core, Mu Wanting was still a little money grubber. Otherwise, she wouldn't leave the lookout tower and automatic fishing net to work, insisting on personally overseeing and counting every box caught throughout the night. Linglong, do you want to open this big box? Mu Wanting suddenly suggested. Open the box. Feng Linglong turned to look at the large supply box beside her, hesitating. Is that a good idea? Ning Fan is still sleeping. If I open such a valuable box without him, he might be upset when he wakes up. Why would he be? Mu Wanting waved her hand, continuing to coax. You have to realize you're his woman now, the lady of the house. You're not selling the box, just opening it. You have the right to enjoy this. Besides, aren't you curious to see what you might find? Feng Linglong was tempted. Who could resist the allure of opening a box? Is it really okay? I'm afraid my luck might be bad. Maybe you should wake Ning Fan and ask him. Seeing her indecision, Mu Wanting's face turned stern, and she said irritably, Feng Linglong, you can't have such a lazy attitude. She glanced at the bedroom, where Ning Fan had shifted sleeping positions again, feeling a wave of helplessness. Forget it. Waking him up would just mean dealing with his morning grumpiness, and he might tease me. Feng Linglong muttered, rather than that, I might as well just open the box. At worst, I'll just get scolded. That's the spirit. Go on, I believe you'll have good luck. Mu Wanting smiled slyly. Feng Linglong took a deep breath and reached out to touch the supply box in front of her. Opening a supply box wasn't complicated. She just needed to touch it, and the basic information and an open button would appear on the leader screen. As she looked at the flashing open button on the screen, Feng Linglong suddenly snapped back to reality. Wait, why do I have to get scolded by Ning Fan? If I don't open the box, nothing will happen, she thought, realizing she had been led astray by wanting. Feng Linglong rubbed her forehead, a wry smile appearing on her face. Feng Linglong pondered silently. Although she had been forced to open the supply box, she didn't mind much. Her eyes once again focused on the box, and a sense of excitement and anticipation filled her heart. Holding her breath, she gently pressed the button. With a ding, the box opened, and Feng Linglong excitedly discovered that she had obtained an A-grade automated farm, a crate catapult blueprint, an ordinary iron or vein, and 200 foundational stones. She had actually gotten an A-grade item and jumped up in excitement, looking particularly adorable. What did you get? Mu Wanting couldn't help but ask curiously upon seeing her reaction. Of course, it's something good. Feng Linglong was a bit excited for a moment, then lifted her chin proudly. If Ning Fan weren't still asleep, she would have run to show off. With such a great find, Ning Fan surely wouldn't stay mad at her and might even reward her. She thought happily and sent the description of the A-grade farm to Mu Wanting. An A-grade automated farm, an A-grade structure that can be directly placed within the territory, increasing the territory's score by 10,000. It covers more than 10 acres, with a planting area of 10 acres, all covered with A-grade soil, capable of growing crops below A-grade. The farm uses futuristic technology, with all facilities automated. It only requires seeds to be supplied, and crops will be cultivated automatically, without manual intervention. Feng Linglong explained excitedly. Mu Wanting exclaimed in surprise, "See, my luck isn't bad, right?" Seeing her so amazed, Feng Linglong's mood soared even higher. Mu Wanting calmed herself down a bit, and gave Feng Linglong a complex look, feeling a twinge of jealousy. She had racked her brains to add value to Ning Fan, even resorting to some unsavory means, like a thief trying to steal affection from Ning Fan, yet she couldn't match the impact of Feng Linglong's casual luck. If she had been the one to find this A-grade item, Ning Fan would surely like her more. Her mind was racing, and a hint of confusion appeared in her eyes. Wanting. Feng Linglong's voice interrupted her thoughts, and Mu Wanting snapped back to reality, meeting Feng Linglong's big, innocent eyes, feeling a wave of guilt. She had wanted to share Ning Fan with her best friend, seeking a haven for her heart, yet such unsavory thoughts had crept in. Mu Wanting mentally slapped herself. It's nothing. She shook her head, biting her tongue to dispel the negative emotions within. Once she calmed down, she smiled at Feng Linglong. It's the first time I've seen such a high-level item. It's hard not to lose my composure. Seeing she was fine, Feng Linglong sighed in relief and playfully said, is your fragile heart overwhelmed? After all, it's a great item. I didn't react as well as you did just now. Mu Wanting smiled slightly, the emotions she had buried almost resurfacing. Feng Linglong continued to excitedly envision the future. With this A-grade farm and the crate spiritual rice seeds you have, we can grow crate spiritual rice and sell it. Crate food will definitely be popular. When you come over, we'll run this business together, and our store will surely grow and thrive. Listening to Feng Linglong's hopeful plans, Mu Wanting felt a twinge in her nose, and her eyes grew slightly moist. While Feng Linglong wasn't looking, she discreetly wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes, her slender fingers brushing her cheek, taking away the unsavory thoughts in her heart. Once she composed herself, she responded softly, "Okay." Feng Linglong then sent the information about the remaining 2 items to Mu Wanting, a class catapult blueprint and an ordinary iron or vein. Both of them knew nothing about military equipment, and Mu Wanting had never seen such things before. After some discussion, they still couldn't make sense of it. Mu Wanting suggested that they wait for Ning Fan to wake up and let him take a look since he might understand their purpose. Feng Linglong nodded in agreement, thinking it's better to let a man worry about these things. She turned to look at the bedroom, only to see Ning Fan shifting positions without any sign of waking up. Mu Wanting followed Feng Linglong's gaze towards Ning Fan and then noticed the piles of supply boxes around them. An idea struck her, and she smiled. She said to Feng Linglong, "Linglong, why don't we open these smaller supply boxes while Ning Fan is still asleep?" Feng Linglong was startled and instinctively glanced at the supply boxes around them, timidly saying, "Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Mu Wanting coaxed her, "What's the harm? We've already opened the best boxes, so why worry about these ordinary ones? Besides, with your luck, you might get more good stuff for Ning Fan." Feng Linglong thought about it, and seemed to agree. Tentatively, she asked, "Should we open a few more?" With Mu Wanting's encouragement, Feng Linglong sprang into action like a little rabbit, eagerly diving into the pile of supply boxes. Soon, she was lost among them. "Don't just open them yourself. Send some my way too," Mu Wanting called out. Feng Linglong replied, "Oh, okay." The sound of their laughter and exclamations occasionally echoed from the wooden platform. As noon approached, Ning Fan finally woke up. Not finding anyone beside him, his first instinct was to look for his wife. He checked the living room, but found no one, so he headed outside. However, when he opened the door and stepped onto the raft, he was stunned. The once clean raft was now covered with small mountains of empty boxes, with no place to step amidst the scattered boxes. Did we get robbed? Ning Fan wondered, bewildered. His answer came in the form of an empty box falling from above, which he narrowly dodged. It was then he noticed a familiar figure busily working at the edge of the raft Feng Linglong. Ning Fan chuckled to himself, planning to give her a little scare to remind her to clean up after opening the boxes. But as he got closer, the number of empty boxes increased, and he accidentally made a noise with a loud thud. Feng Linglong turned around, curious, and upon seeing that it was Ning Fan, she beamed with joy. Honey, you're awake. She tossed the box aside and rushed over to hug him tightly. Ning Fan smiled helplessly, thinking, well, with a sweet gesture like this, how can I stay mad? He resigned himself to enjoying her embrace. Honey, I opened the large supply crate you left over there. You won't be mad, right? Feng Linglong playfully pointed to the side. Ning Fan followed her finger and saw an empty crate. He chuckled lightly, thinking to himself, that's convenient. I was planning for you to open it anyway, but you fell asleep last night, so I left it there. Really? That's great. Feng Linglong's worries vanished instantly, and her smile grew even brighter. She said mysteriously, honey, I have a surprise for you. As soon as Ning Fan heard this, he immediately understood. Could it be that she found something good? Honey, you're so smart. Feng Linglong playfully opened the Lord's screen, operated it quickly, and sent the items to Ning Fan. The screen displayed a message. Feng Linglong has gifted you 1 a grade automated farm, 1 grade catapult blueprint, and 1 ordinary iron or vein. Ning Fan's eyes widened in surprise. You got all these from the large supply crate? Feng Linglong nodded proudly, confirming his guess. Ning Fan couldn't help but give her a kiss on the cheek. He was right. Linglong's luck was always impressive, even managing to get a grade item with such low odds. If it had been him, the grade blueprint might have been his limit. The only slight disappointment was that the grade automated farm was a building, not a blueprint, so it couldn't be returned. But Ning Fan was already content, and a grade item was more than enough. Senior, you're truly my lucky charm. The more Ning Fan thought about it, the more excited he became, and he couldn't help but kiss her again. Feng Linglong was left feeling dizzy and filled with warmth. Once Ning Fan stopped, she slowly came back to her senses and whispered, honey, Wanwan is still on the phone with me. Ning Fan's smile froze instantly as he thought, really? You tell me this after the fact. Hello, Ning Fan. Mu Wanning's voice chimed in from the screen, clear and pleasant. Ning Fan scratched his head, feeling the awkwardness in the air. Sensing the situation, Feng Linglong chimed in. Honey, Wanwan and I opened all the supply crates you fished up last night. We've sent everything to you. Take a look. Ning Fan turned to the screen, where Mu Wanning had gifted him 611 cornerstone stones, 5 ordinary fishing rod blueprints, 1 ordinary water purifier blueprint, 6 Nepalese knives. The long list of items was dizzying. After a quick tally, there were over 1,400 cornerstone stones, 10 fishing rod blueprints, and 25 various ordinary weapons. These were all valuable items, and there were countless other materials and small daily items. After reviewing all the items, Ning Fan's complex gaze shifted between Feng Linglong and Mu Wanting, marveling at how people's luck could differ so greatly. He had been opening crates for days without finding a single blueprint, yet these two managed to uncover over 10 in just one morning. Fortunately, both of them were closely connected to him. Otherwise, Ning Fan couldn't imagine how jealous he would be. Honey, is something wrong? Do we not do well? Feng Linglong asked anxiously, noticing Ning Fan's unusual expression. He gave a wry smile. If what you did isn't considered doing well, then no one could do better. He affectionately patted Feng Linglong's head and continued. I was just thinking, maybe I should leave the crate opening to you two from now on. All right, we'll take care of opening the boxes from now on. Feng Linglong agreed happily, thinking to herself how delightful it was to have boxes to open every day. What do you think, Mu Wanting? She asked. I'm fine with it, Mu Wanting replied softly. See, Wanwan agrees too, Feng Linglong said playfully, turning to Ning Fan with a teasing look. When are you going to bring Wanwan over so she can officially start working? Ning Fan raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that the little cutie seemed more eager than he was. He looked over at Mu Wanting and noticed she was looking down, a bit shy and avoiding his gaze. It should be soon. In just over an hour, the map function will unlock. Once we confirm Wanting's location, I'll definitely find a way to bring you over, Ning Fan promised, easing the worry in Mu Wanting's heart. She glanced up at him, her eyes sparkling with joy. That's great. Feng Linglong excitedly pecked Ning Fan on the cheek, making him feel lightheaded. But before he could fully enjoy the moment, she had already slipped away. As he stood there puzzled, Feng Linglong waved her hand playfully, saying, Hubby, you go ahead and work. Wanwan and I have some girl talk. Watching her disappear into the distance, Ning Fan felt a touch of helplessness and thought to himself, such a familiar feeling of being brushed off. She left him to clean up the mess, but fortunately, collecting the supply boxes wasn't complicated. A simple touch was all it took to recycle them into the warehouse as reusable wood. Waking up in the morning, Ning Fan was full of energy and worked quickly. Soon, the raft was back to its usual cleanliness. Oh, there were still 2 unopened supply boxes. Ning Fan walked over to where Feng Linglong had been crouching and picked up the boxes, opening them casually. Ding, obtained. Foundation stone 1, plastic 4, wood plank 3, rope 2. Ding, obtained. Foundation stone 1, bread 500g, metal shard 1. Just a pile of junk. Ning Fan's expression changed as he angrily scolded himself. Why did you have to be so impulsive? These supply boxes aren't something your eyebrow pencil can handle. After this disappointment, Ning Fan lost any interest in opening more boxes. After the minor setback, Ning Fan opened the Lord interface and navigated to the construction page. Displayed prominently was the blueprint that Feng Linglong and the others had provided. C-class catapult blueprint, modified by the world's power to use the foundation stone as ammunition, with a range of 500 meters and powerful destructive capabilities against C-class and lower buildings and life forms. Required materials: iron or 20 can be substituted with metal shards, wood 40, rope 4. So powerful. Ning Fan was amazed. He had been worried that his D physique might struggle against a group of pirates, but with this catapult, there was nothing to fear. The pirates, limited to a D-class physique, wouldn't stand a chance against the catapult's bombardment. Additionally, Ning Fan was surprised to find that the weapon used the foundation stone as ammunition. Now he had over 10,000 foundation stones in his account, essentially turning it into an arsenal ready to fire at will without a second thought. Ning Fan mused that the value of the Grade catapult blueprint even surpassed that of an Grade farm. With such a powerful weapon at his disposal, he could practically walk sideways with confidence. If he decided to become a pirate, he'd undoubtedly be unbeatable. However, that was just a fleeting thought. He couldn't abandon his role as an island lord to become a pirate. Besides, he was curious about what formidable weapon would be returned from this item. He was determined to return it, as the original blueprint was already impressive, and the returned blueprint was bound to be even more promising, potentially supporting the development needs of his territory for a while. Ning Fan didn't rush to return it. Instead, he turned his attention to another item, something quite novel. It was a regular iron or vein, with the core being a piece of refined iron. Once placed in the island territory, it could grow into a small iron mine, producing 1,000 extractable iron ores each month, with the resources accumulating over time. He had to be cautious not to overmine, as damaging the vein could lead to reduced production or even depletion. Ning Fan's eyes lit up. With a regular vein producing 1,000 iron ores monthly, a few more veins would essentially be a treasure trove. It was a good find, and he planned to place it as soon as he landed on the island. With that decision made, he continued to examine other blueprints. Ning Fan didn't intend to become a wanderer, so he merely glanced at the other blueprints and set them aside. It was time to build the catapult. He checked the warehouse. He had enough materials and didn't need to purchase any from the trade hall. He lacked iron ores, but metal scraps could substitute for them. Unfortunately, he didn't have any, and there were no iron ores circulating in the market. All metal materials were currently being replaced by metal scraps, which kept their prices high. However, as lords gradually acquired more metal veins, the price of metal scraps was expected to decrease. Once he had a steady supply of resources, he wouldn't need to buy materials from the market anymore. Ning Fan pondered this silently. He clicked to construct. Ding. Consumed 1 Grade catapult blueprint. Obtained 1 Grade catapult. Placed in the warehouse. Ding. Consumed 1 Grade catapult blueprint. Triggered return consumption. Target Feng Linglong. Return multipliers 7,000 times. Please choose whether to return, with 2 returns available today. Ning Fan felt a surge of joy. Linglong's favorability towards him had increased again. Just this morning, the reduction multiplier was 5,000 times, and after a nap, it had become 7,000 times. This tangible positive feedback deepened Ning Fan's affection for Feng Linglong. Return. Ding. Obtained 1 C Grade modified stone cannon blueprint. Ning Fan frowned slightly. This was unexpected. In his view, a 7,000-fold return should have at least resulted in a Grade stone cannon, yet it was only C Grade modified. He hoped it wouldn't disappoint him. He pursed his lips and opened the description. The C Grade modified stone cannon blueprint was adapted from a regular stone cannon, with a range of 1 kilometer. It used standard foundation stone ammunition and had a significantly increased firing rate. Upon hitting a target, the projectile could create an explosive effect, causing destructive damage to buildings and life forms within the C Grade range, and even damaging Grade targets if hit directly. The modification feature could bind to monitoring equipment for precision strikes, a critical element in the Lord's world. The presence of this feature influenced the return level, as typical blueprints didn't include such features. After attaching the monitoring equipment, Ning Fan's mind kept echoing the words precision strike. Although he recognized the words, he couldn't grasp their combined meaning. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat, and his pupils dilated. Isn't this a term used for rockets or missiles? Wow, you actually have a range of 1,000 meters, and you're using something like this? Realizing this, Ning Fan couldn't help but curse. To verify his assumption, he quickly began gathering materials to start building. With a ding, he consumed AC-level modified stone thrower blueprint and successfully acquired AC-level modified stone thrower. The newly manufactured thrower stood out prominently on the raft, with its nearly 3-meter-long iron barrel mounted on a 2-wheeled wooden cart. Its black muzzle was raised at a 45-degree angle, exuding an aura of ancient majesty. Ning Fan, like a child with a new toy, excitedly circled the stone thrower several times. Satisfied, he opened the radar map. Upon entering the interface, a prompt popped up. New equipment detected. Bind now. Overjoyed, Ning Fan immediately chose to bind it. As the notification sound faded, a new option appeared in the top right corner of the radar map. Clicking on the stone thrower radar operation interface, the sight that greeted him left him utterly speechless. Current stone thrower status: unloaded. Manual loading required. Radar operational status: normal. Target: not locked. Looking at this familiar interface, Ning Fan felt as though he was back playing games on Blue Star. The straightforward operation process was so user-friendly that even a complete novice could quickly get the hang of it. He decided to test its effectiveness. Using the radar map, he noticed 2 or 3 red dots within a 1,000-meter radius, all drifting with the ocean current as supply boxes. The nearest supply box was only 200 meters away from the raft. Ning Fan leaned over to gaze at the sea, faintly spotting the supply box, and decided to target it. With a gentle point, the barrel slowly leveled, the muzzle aimed directly at the supply box. Target locked. Ammunition not loaded. The stone thrower's ammunition needed to be loaded from the rear of the barrel. Ning Fan gently touched the wheel of the stone-throwing cannon, growing increasingly fond of it. In contrast, the trebuchet was complicated to operate, relied on intuition, and its power was barely adequate, so he had long forgotten about it. As a Class C weapon, it had fallen out of favor before it even had a chance to shine, probably feeling more neglected with Ning Fan than anywhere else. It was now noon, 12 hours since the last announcement. The new announcement arrived on schedule, with everyone closely watching the Lord interface, Ning Fan included. The announcement stated that the age of exploration had officially begun. The native island map function was now unlocked. The self-destruct countdown for the raft had started, with 29 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes remaining. The quality of items in the supply boxes had slightly improved. The refresh probability had been adjusted, and a new unexpected event would occur in a day. All lords were advised to take note, as some changes had taken place in the world. As the announcements flashed before him, Ning Fan read them carefully. Suddenly, a notification sounded in his ear. He glanced sideways to see the radar map, alarming, and immediately opened it. It detected an unknown island 5 kilometers to the southwest, and the map function had been activated. Would he like to bind the radar map? Ning Fan was taken aback to see a new feature on the interface, so he clicked to check it out. The map was shrouded in fog, with only the surrounding 1,000 meters visible. As the raft drifted, the fog on the map gradually dispersed, evidently. With only 4 native pirates guarding it, this island doesn't seem particularly special, Ning Fan thought to himself. Judging by the island's resources, that seemed accurate. Apart from the core resources, the only notable asset was a small copper mine. Suddenly, the sound of rushing waves interrupted his thoughts. Instinctively, Ning Fan looked up to see 2 small rafts speeding towards the island from the left and right. Each raft carried 2 pirates dressed in dark clothing, brandishing swords in their left hands and bows in their right, looking fierce and menacing as they shouted. What the heck? Such a grand welcome. Ning Fan was startled. He hadn't expected them to come out in full force at the slightest provocation, truly living up to their bandit ways, simple and brutal. He had been planning to use the cannon to clear out these pirates, but now they were walking right into his trap, saving him a lot of trouble. Ning Fan skillfully loaded the cannon with ammunition and lightly swiped across the radar screen. The cannon was ready, target locked, and prepared to fire. Boom. With a loud explosion, a bright splash erupted on the sea. When the spray settled, only one raft remained out of the 2 that had been side by side. The pirates on the remaining raft stared blankly at the pieces of their companions splattered on them, utterly bewildered. What happened? Where am I? Mom, I want to go home. Ning Fan didn't give them time to repent. With another thunderous boom, the pirates vanished from the sea. Done. Ning Fan clapped his hands, having not broken a sweat during the entire battle. Using C-grade weapons against a group of grade pirates was like using a cannon to swat a mosquito. After eliminating all the pirates on the island, the rewards arrived as expected. He received a ship blueprint, slightly more advanced than the previous one, with a more sophisticated structure. However, it wasn't something he urgently needed, so he glanced at it briefly before putting it away. More important matters awaited him landing on the island. The engine roared to life, and the raft sped towards the island. Ning Fan stood at the bow, hands clasped behind his back, quietly watching the island grow closer. Feng Linglong, who had been observing from the raft, hesitantly stepped out of the cabin and approached Ning Fan with small steps. Honey, Are we going to the island now? She asked, her voice trembling slightly. The previous scene had frightened her. Ning Fan turned to see her looking pale. He pulled her to his side and pointed at the island ahead, saying, "From now on, this island will be our home." Regardless of the resources he might gather, he had already decided to settle here. Many tasks required him to become the island's lord to proceed, such as utilizing the Agrade farm, which couldn't be used without landing. Delaying the landing would only be a loss. What about Wan Wan? What do you plan to do about her? Feng Linglong suddenly asked. Has her location been determined? Yes. Feng Linglong nodded. I just shared our location with her. She's over 1,000 kilometers away and is heading towards us. But she trailed off, looking worried. Wan Wan's raft is slow. It might take 7 or 8 days for her to arrive. Since we can share locations and determine where each of us is, it will be manageable, Ning Fan reassured her. Ning Fan gently stroked Feng Linglong's furrowed brow and reassured her. Don't worry, I have a faster engine here. Once we reach the island, I'll dismantle it and give it to Wanting. He pointed to the steam turbine nearby, which could propel the raft at a speed of 30 kilometers per hour, much faster than a sail. Barring any mishaps, Wanting could arrive in just 2 days. Really? That's great. Feng Linglong excitedly climbed up to hug Ning Fan's neck, and he embraced her in return, sharing a moment of intimacy. However, Ning Fan didn't make any further moves as the raft had already reached the shore. Observing the island up close, Ning Fan realized it was essentially a flat piece of land barely a meter above sea level, small in size, covered with grass and shrubs, with only 2 coconut trees standing alone. Despite its simplicity, the sight was a welcome change from the monotonous sea, and Ning Fan and Feng Linglong paused to admire it for a while. After a while, Ning Fan said, I'll go up and check things out first. You wait on the raft, and I'll call you when it's okay. Feng Linglong nodded obediently. All right, you go ahead. I need to inform Wan Wan about the engine so she won't worry about it. With that, Feng Linglong left Ning Fan's embrace and went back into the cabin. This natural island had a unique feature: no beach. Perhaps due to its small size, it appeared more like a platform floating on the sea or a port, allowing boats and rafts to dock from any direction. Ning Fan approached the steam turbine, maneuvering the raft to dock securely, and turned off the engine. He stepped to the edge of the raft and lightly stepped onto the island. The firm ground felt unfamiliar, and he paused briefly to adjust before slowly walking further inland. The few hundred square meter island didn't offer much to explore. Ning Fan noticed signs of native pirates having lived there, some burnt fire pits, beds made of leaves, and remnants of animal pelts, likely fallen from clothing. He also found a few wild watermelon vines with plump watermelons hidden among the weeds. The island's resources matched up, except for a small copper mine, presumably hidden underground and yet to be exploited. Ning Fan thought that once they took over, the resources would be automatically gathered. Returning to where he first landed, Ning Fan took out the Lord's monument, which detected an unclaimed island, and asked whether to transfer the territory and occupy the island. The note indicated that the island was a natural island, and upon occupation, all resources would be automatically collected into the warehouse, but the island size would be initialized to 10 square meters. Finally reaching this point, Ning Fan took a deep breath and made a solemn decision. Yes. As soon as he spoke, a notification followed. Ding, acquired 30 kilograms of ordinary watermelon, 2 ordinary coconut trees not bearing fruit, 1 ordinary copper or vein needs repositioning, 1,000 copper ores, 200 foundations. The previously mentioned bows and spears had long vanished along with the native pirates. Once the resources were collected, the island began to change. A rumbling sound arose, and large tracts of land started sinking, with seawater rushing in to submerge them. The collapse spread towards Ning Fan's location, stopping only when a small area around him remained. The transformation happened in an instant, and as Ning Fan looked again, the places he had walked were now a vast ocean. Ding! Congratulations to the Lord, the territory has changed to an island. Personal data has been updated. Please check the current territory area, 10 square meters. Warning! Due to the territory change, the raft will lose its territorial properties in 24 hours, after which it will navigate the sea as a regular raft without territorial protection. The reason rafts can safely navigate the ocean is due to their stability and resistance to capsizing. However, with the change in territory, this characteristic no longer exists. Ning Fan thought to himself that building a ship had become essential, otherwise, future sea voyages would be extremely inconvenient. He turned to look at the raft behind him and murmured, without the territorial traits, I wouldn't dare to sail on this raft again. If it capsizes or sinks, I'd have nowhere to cry. Fortunately, he had 2 shipbuilding blueprints in hand, so there was no immediate concern. The shipbuilding project could wait. The most important task now was to establish the framework of the territory. Ning Fan checked the number of foundations he had, leaving 430 out of 11,430 and using the remaining 11,000 to expand the area. He had already made up his mind. as a level farm required an area of 10,000 square meters, and the remaining 1,000 square meters would be enough for other facilities. He decisively ordered, ding, consuming 11,000 foundations to expand the island area by 11,000 square meters. He had been saving the foundations for this moment of extravagance. With a rumble, the seawater began to recede, and a vast piece of land slowly rose from the sea. Compared to the previous commotion, this was on a much grander scale. Before long, the activity ceased, and the island's expansion was complete. The newly formed land was barren, with nothing but soil. Ning Fan switched to the construction interface and placed the A-level automated farm. Instantly, a farm surrounded by wooden fences appeared before him, making the island seem less monotonous. At the same time, the farm's general information appeared on the screen. Ning Fan took a closer look and saw that the farm contained 10 acres of A-level fertile soil and several storage warehouses, with daily operations managed by 5 agricultural robots. All he needed to do was provide seeds, plan the planting areas, and wait for the harvest. If the Lord required, they could even reserve some of the harvest for seed cultivation. Indeed, the capabilities of an A-level building were impressive. Ning Fan couldn't help but marvel. Currently, he had 10 kilograms of clevel spiritual rice seeds given by Mu Wanting, just enough to plant the 10 acres. Ning Fan used the Lord system to send the seeds to the robots, specified the planting area, and issued commands. The agricultural robots began their work, and Ning Fan watched curiously as various farm machines emerged from the farm's warehouse and started working systematically in the fields. He sent a message to Feng Linglong, telling her she could come to the island. Soon, he heard footsteps behind him. Honey, is this going to be our home? It's so big. Feng Linglong looked around with delight in her eyes. The area, almost the size of 2 football fields, was indeed much larger than the cramped raft. This is all thanks to you and your friend for earning so many foundations. Ning Fan chuckled, taking her hand. We just added the final touch. Without the resources you provided, even the best housewife can't cook without rice. Feng Linglong shook her head, knowing that everything she enjoyed was thanks to Ning Fan. On the surface, it seemed like she had accomplished something, but in reality, she was just standing on his shoulders. Ning Fan playfully tapped her nose, choosing not to dwell on the topic. Ning Fan muttered to himself, I'll move the stuff from the raft to the island. He knew that when relocating structures, it's important to ensure no one is inside, so he called Linglong to assist him. Turning towards the raft, Ning Fan began his moving task. First, he retrieved the apartment and the bathroom, placing them near the farm through the construction interface. Then, he dismantled the steam turbine and engine, handing them over to Feng Linglong to pass on to Mu Wanting. The 3D-grade automatic fishing nets were also moved to the island, along with the radar. All valuable items were transferred one by one. Finally, Ning Fan looked at the now empty raft, and a thought struck him decided to dismantle the raft. It was of no use anymore, so he might as well recycle it into wood for reuse. And so, the raft was honorably retired, and Ning Fan was fully settled on the island. He gazed at where the raft had disappeared, quietly reflecting on the past, and then took out a piece of ordinary iron or vein from the warehouse, a stone even darker than the foundation stone. All other items were properly placed, except for this or vein, which needed attention. Curious about what kind of small or vein it would form after placement, Ning Fan decided to leave it for last. Within the 11,000 square meters of territory, the farm occupied 10,000 square meters, leaving about 500 square meters of land aside from the living area. Ning Fan walked to this open space, strategically positioned to be diagonally across from the apartment, making future mining convenient without affecting the living area. A notification sounded. Ordinary iron or vein placed. Do you wish to accelerate the formation of a small iron mine? Scratching his head, Ning Fan thought, this feels like making the earth pregnant. He chose to agree. A notification continued. Small iron mine forming, progress 1.1. The larger the territory, the faster the or vein formation. Please be patient. Estimated time remaining 1 day, 22 hours, 23 minutes. Ning Fan was speechless, thinking, it really is like it's pregnant, even comes with a gestation period. But since it was less than 2 days, he didn't mind and took out another or vein stonian ordinary copper or vein. This was a mature copper mine collected from the island, which turned back into un or vein stone after collection, yielding an additional 1,000 copper or pieces. Ning Fan placed it down, and the formation of a small copper mine began, with an estimated time remaining of 2 days, 20 hours, 20 minutes. Strange, why were the times different? Could it be that the more valuable the mineral, the slower the formation? He speculated. Without thinking too much, Ning Fan left the 2 or veins to form and returned to the apartment. Feng Linglong wasn't inside. She was outside, excitedly exploring the new home. Being in a new environment, she needed to release the pent-up frustration. Ning Fan took out some food, sat alone on the sofa, and finally had a moment to rest. Just then, a message notification sounded. Startled, Ning Fan thought, wow, someone really knows how to pick their timing. I haven't even warmed the seat yet. He suspected he was being watched, but had no proof. Upon checking, it was a message from Huang San. Hey boss, do you have any extra fishing rods to rent out? Huang San recently found himself in a bittersweet dilemma. He reached out to his father, an old fisherman who had spent his entire life fishing in a coastal village. Through his father, he connected with many uncles and elders from the same village and discovered that the older generation of fishermen had secretly established a chat group. This group was filled with like-minded individuals, or rather, old-timers. Despite the large number of people in the group, none of them knew how to adapt to the rapidly changing world. Most of the discussions revolved around small fishing tips, such as how to catch fish with a single line or whether using bread as bait could increase the chances of a catch. These seemingly practical tips, however, only kept them struggling in the mire of poverty. They knew almost nothing about resource exchange, leading to a life of scarcity and constant struggle to make ends meet. In fact, the founder of the group had died of hunger just 2 days earlier. When Huang San realized he was living a relatively good life, a few slightly younger uncles suggested he take over as the group leader and perhaps form a guild to support these elders. Huang San agreed, not out of vanity, but because he saw a potential benefit. Although the group had many members, no one had ever tried renting out fishing equipment within the group. They were accustomed to taking their items to the marketplace. To them, the chat group was for discussions, not transactions. If anyone dared to propose a deal, they would haggle and appeal to personal connections, trying to get a discount. After all, they were all fellow villagers. How could they charge money? The lack of clear rules allowed this situation to persist. A few days of environmental change were not enough to alter their lifelong perceptions. Seeing this, Huang San took over the chat group and established the Fishing Alliance. The alliance focused solely on the rental and leasing of fishing tools. He set clear rules and rental prices, learning from the practices of guilds in the empire to protect the interests of the lessors and ensure their profits weren't overlooked. The old fishermen did have rental needs, but were too proud to ask for help. They were not adept at using information systems and couldn't compete in the marketplace, which led to their plight. When presented with a clear rental order with fixed prices, they were willing to pay to rent the equipment. The Fishing Alliance enabled them to access fishing tools at a lower cost. As the Fishing Alliance was enthusiastically formed, nearly everyone in the chat group eagerly joined. However, this brought a new challenge for Huang San. There was a significant shortage of fishing tools. Everyone was a fisherman, and those with equipment only rented it out during their free time, resulting in more demand than supply. A fishing rod rented by the hour had a long queue of eager renters. Realizing this, Huang San decided to seek help from Ning Fan after careful consideration. Huang San noticed a discussion in the chat about Fengya renting out fishing rods. He felt a wave of anxiety and eagerly awaited Ning Fan's response. He understood that if this issue wasn't resolved properly, the structure of the Fishing Alliance could suffer a severe blow, potentially reducing it to a loose coalition. Everyone joined because they believed they could rent fishing tools. If they couldn't, these old stalwarts wouldn't easily respect him. However, if he could rent or even buy some fishing rods from Fengya, it would greatly enhance his credibility and contribute to the growth of the Fishing Alliance, attracting some fame. As the earliest guild, the royal court was well known, and newer guilds couldn't match its scale or reputation. Although Huang San didn't originally hope for the Fishing Alliance to surpass the royal court, it seemed to be facing issues, giving him hope. If he could secure enough resources from Fengya, he was confident he could seize the fishing tool rental business from the royal court. As he was lost in thought, a message notification sounded, and Huang San focused on the screen. Ning Fan asked, "Why do you need to rent fishing rods? Don't you already have some?" Huang San quickly explained, "Sir, I started a fishing alliance that specializes in renting fishing tools, but we're facing a shortage." Fishing alliance? Ning Fan paused, reflecting on how quickly guilds were forming and engaging in rental business. This world indeed had no shortage of enterprising individuals. He casually replied, "I do have some. How do you plan to rent them? How many do you have?" Huang San asked nervously. Ning Fan glanced at the construction interface and replied, "Not too many, just 10 ordinary fishing rods." "How many?" Huang San was shocked. Assuming an 8-hour order, 10 rods could meet the needs of 30 people. If calculated hourly, they could serve 240 people. 240 people. The largest guild, the Royal Court, didn't even have 1,000 members. Meeting the needs of 240 was enough to solve the current issues. Huang San took a deep breath to calm himself and quickly devised a reasonable plan. "Sir, how about this? I'll rent out all your fishing rods, and I won't take any part of the rent. Whether others rent them or not, I'll pay you the full 24-hour rental fee. Also, if you're willing, I can offer you an honorary president position. No matter how the guild evolves, you'll enjoy the president's privileges. What do you think? 24-hour rental fee?" Ning Fan raised an eyebrow, clearly appreciating Huang San's attitude. The 10 fishing rod blueprints he had were of no use to him, and returning them would be wasteful. There were many things to return, and he couldn't afford to use the returns on fishing rods. After consideration, he decided to create the rods and rent them to Huang San. Alright, give me a moment to get the rods for you. But I'll pass on the honorary president position. I'm not planning to join a guild. He shook his head, thinking that starting a guild was troublesome enough, let alone joining one. Huang San, upon receiving the reply, jumped up in excitement, feeling a sense of relief. It worked. With these 10 rods, he could finally establish himself as a guild leader. Overjoyed, he quickly responded, "Thank you for your support, sir. This token of appreciation is just a small gesture." He then gifted Ning Fan 2 grade apple saplings. Huang San from the fishing village gifted you 2 grade apple saplings, quite a thoughtful gift. Ning Fan chuckled softly, thinking to himself, although these saplings have a grade, what use could they possibly have? Compared to the 2 coconut trees in his warehouse, they're insignificant. They'll just serve as decoration to enhance the surroundings of the apartment. So, Ning Fan sent these saplings along with the coconut trees to Feng Linglong, leaving her to decide how to plant them aesthetically. After dinner, Ning Fan took a watermelon from the warehouse, sliced it into pieces, and handed some to Feng Linglong to taste, saving the rest as dessert. The vibrant and juicy watermelon looked incredibly tempting. He devoured several pieces in one go, letting out a satisfied burp, feeling immensely relaxed. Watermelon always brings a sense of leisure. Ning Fan patted his round belly and lazily sprawled on the sofa. He hadn't checked the chat yet today, so he took this opportunity to rest and see what's going on outside. He opened the chat channel and saw someone speaking. Damn, where is this native island? I've searched all afternoon and haven't even caught a glimpse. Another person responded. Same here, no luck. A player named Huang Chao chimed in. What's the use of finding it if you can't conquer it? It's just frustrating to see it and not be able to take it down. Seeing someone with the Huang Chao name commenting, someone immediately asked, "Hey, aren't you from the Huang Chao guild? I remember your guild members can rent D crossbows for free. Didn't you get one?" The Huang Chao leader sneered. D crossbow? That thing is useless. I quit the guild long ago, about to change my name. Almost got screwed by that guild leader. Someone exclaimed, "Whoa, what's going on? Is the D crossbow a scam?" The leader didn't reply, likely off to change his name, but someone else explained, "The D crossbow isn't fake, it just doesn't work well against pirates." Why doesn't it work? Are the pirates that strong? Another person asked. Not exactly. It's just that the native island pirates are quite unique. When a raft gets within a kilometer of the native island, the pirates will actively attack, explained Huang Chao Shaoxing. Have you heard of pirate speedboats? The rafts those native pirates use are incredibly fast. Just think, the D crossbow has a range of only 50 meters. By the time the pirate's raft gets within that range, you basically have one shot, and you must hit a fast-moving target. The difficulty is really high. Unless you're a professional shooter, it's nearly impossible. And once the pirates board your raft, you're facing a group attack, and the crossbow loses its effectiveness. That's outrageous. So the pirates actively engage, someone remarked in amazement. If that's the case, the crossbow is indeed useless. In naval battles, even with bows and arrows, you need a volley to inflict damage. A single crossbow is just impractical. Another person commented. Good thing I didn't impulsively join Huang Chao. Save myself a cornerstone. Heh. A Huang Chao player laughed. I've already bailed with my bucket. That cornerstone might as well have been fed to the dogs. Damn, what bad luck. The imperial dynasties will is hard to defy. That dog is still silencing people in the guild chat, leading me to rent a crossbow only to find out it's a trap. Luckily, as long as you escape a kilometer beyond the territorial waters, the pirates won't chase you too far. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster today. Silly Dog Dynasty, look at my ID. For those who haven't joined yet, take my advice and forget about it. Dynasty Third Brother, I haven't seen anyone in the guild use a crossbow to take down an island. Not even that silly dog himself. Dynasty World, come out and say something. As soon as the entry fee of 1 cornerstone is mentioned, the entire chat channel explodes like a powder keg, with people feeling deceived voicing their complaints. Dynasty World is watching the chat channel, and as more people join in the criticism, his face turns as red as a liver. The newly praised leader from yesterday has become everyone's target today. This drastic shift makes him lose control, and he quickly types a message and sends it out. Dynasty World, since you've left the guild, you should know how to part on good terms. If we can't be brothers, let's not be enemies. Although Dynasty World is angry, his words are restrained. Unfortunately, while he remains composed, those truly harmed by the situation aren't willing to be reasonable. Seeing him appear, a group immediately goes into battle mode. Big Boss Resurrected version. Talk about parting on good terms. Why don't you refund my cornerstone? Dynasties will is hard to defy. You silenced me. Didn't you think about parting on good terms then? Come on, I'm insulting you. Try silencing me again. Dynasty Third Brother, you're nothing. Drama alert, drama alert. Bystanders in front of their screens stop posting, letting the stage belong to them. Ning Fan is no exception, leisurely picking up a slice of watermelon, crossing his legs, and enjoying the show. It's fresh gossip. Dynasty World clenches his fists tightly, his muscles trembling as if he's about to smash the screen. But he holds back, breathing out a heavy sigh. he calmly types a message. When I shared the D crossbow instructions, you all saw it yourselves. Now you're blaming the D crossbow for being useless, which isn't fair. No one can predict pirate behavior. The D crossbow's ineffectiveness was just an accident. We're all adults. No one forced you to join the dynasty. You need to take responsibility for your decisions. Plus, the dynasty hasn't wronged you. At least when renting items within the guild backs you up, right? The chat channel falls silent. It seems to make sense. At least the outsiders think so, and some who believe they see through everything start to agree. The dynasty leader is right. Adults must be responsible for their decisions. Arguing over nothing is foolish. Silly dog dynasty, screw you. Simple insults, ultimate satisfaction. Everyone in front of the screen bursts into laughter. Silly dog dynasty, dynasty world, stop pretending to be something you're not. Don't think I don't know what kind of fool you are. Do you think we left the guild just because the D crossbow is useless? It's because you, silly dog, kept covering things up, silencing people, not letting the real effects of the D crossbow get exposed, leading us into traps one after another. You just want us to die so you can pocket the rental items. The guild offers two primary ways to rent items: short-term and long-term rentals. In short-term rentals, guild members can rent out their items independently. In contrast, for long-term rentals, items are handed over to the guild leader, who manages the rental on behalf of the guild. Unlike short-term rentals, long-term rentals require the guild leader to provide a security deposit as collateral, with the final rental terms typically agreed upon verbally. Long-term rentals are crucial for maintaining the guild's prosperity as they allow resources to be centralized, enhancing the guild's appeal. If the guild only offered short-term rentals, it would eventually become just a simple leasing platform. To encourage long-term rentals, guilds often offer additional rewards. However, long-term rentals carry risks since adherence to the agreement relies entirely on the guild leader's integrity. The rented items cannot be sublet, and the process of members pledging their items to the guild leader is merely a verbal agreement without any systemic enforcement. As for the deposit, it serves more as psychological reassurance, as it cannot truly compensate for the value of the items if the leader defaults. To date, no guild leader has ever defaulted or misappropriated items. This isn't due to exceptionally high integrity, but rather because they have long-term interests that keep them in check. Most guild leaders don't rely on rental income for profit. For example, someone like Huang San even invests his own money. Their profits mainly come from the guild's added value. For instance, Huang Chao Tianxia profits through membership fees, while Huang San profits by purchasing fish from old fishermen for resale. Each guild has its own methods, but the core remains unchanged. The stronger the guild, the more its members benefit. Thus, no guild leader would jeopardize their position by embezzling others' items unless they were short-sighted and greedy for immediate gains. However, Huang Chao Tianxia is an exception. He realized the D crossbow's significance was overestimated, sensing that the guild's core competitiveness would diminish. Driven by malicious intent, he sought to exploit the situation for personal gain before leaving, all while maintaining his public image. It's truly a case of using others to do his dirty work. Thankfully, I never joined any guild. The situation is far too insidious. Long-term rentals are risky, and caution is needed when acting as an agent. I once thought Huang Chao Tianxia would be the next great leader like Feng Yi, but he turned out to be a fraud. He doesn't deserve to be mentioned alongside Feng Yi. His vision is so limited, he's practically a hypocrite. I wish Feng Yi would establish a guild too. Only with him as the leader would I feel safe pledging my items for long-term rental. Don't be so suspicious, brother. Huang Chao Tianxia is just a bad apple. Other guild leaders are trustworthy, and you can safely pledge your items, said someone from the upper floor confidently. Watching his carefully crafted image being torn apart, Huang Chao Tianxia looked as if he could wring water from his face. Just then, there was a knock on the door. The house was a simple concrete structure he acquired through membership fee transactions. The visitor was a new recruit, brought to him via shared location on the raft, with the ID Huang Chao Dihu. The guild leader, many members have canceled their long-term leases and are demanding their items back. Dihu's tone was hesitant as he had been keeping an eye on the chat channel, fully aware of what was happening. If it weren't for the increasing number of cancellations, he wouldn't have wanted to disturb the leader at this time. Huang Chao Tianxia remained silent, his expression dark. Leader, maybe we should just take the stuff and run? Dihu suggested quietly. He was already lacking in morals and integrity, so running away didn't weigh on his conscience at all. Bang! Huang Chao Tianxia slammed the table hard, causing Dihu, a burly man weighing 150 pounds, to shudder. Give it to them. Huang Chao Tianxia's voice was low and resolute. Give it to them? Leader, if we return the items, they'll surely leave the guild immediately. Isn't that letting them off too easily? Dihu asked, confused. You don't understand a thing. Huang Chao Tianxia glared at him fiercely. If we run off with the items, we'll be branded as true scoundrels. No one will trust us again if we try to rebuild. Right now, we haven't technically breached any contracts. At worst, Our scheme has been exposed, and some people will distance themselves from us. But if we can't walk the straight path, we can still walk the crooked one. As long as our credibility is intact, there will always be like-minded individuals willing to support us. Huangxiao Tianxiao walked over to Dihu, surprisingly calm, and patted him on the shoulder. Return the items as promised, not for them, but for those who choose to stay. Dihu nodded, somewhat understanding, and then turned to handle the matter. As the door closed, a hint of malice flashed in Huangxiao Tianxiao's eyes. He vowed to remember today's humiliation and to repay those who embarrassed him 100-fold in the future. Suddenly, the door opened again, and Dihu returned. Leader, you need to check the chat channel quickly. Something big has happened, he said with a tone of panic. Can't you knock before coming in? Huangxiao Tianxia, overwhelmed with anger, slammed the door shut, leaving Dihu outside. In the midst of making a vicious vow, his emotions were interrupted, making it hard for anyone to remain composed. It took a moment for his facial muscles to stop trembling with rage before he calmed down and reopened the chat channel. In the chat channel, Yutsuan Huang San was speaking. Don't miss out. The Fishing League Guild is recruiting. Join the Fishing League with no membership fee. It's a deal you can't refuse. Come take a look, everyone. Huang San had been selling fish in the chat channel for a while, and many people knew him. Someone immediately asked, Boss Huang, what's this Fishing League all about? Yutsuan Huang San replied. The Fishing League currently specializes in leasing fishing tools. If you own fishing gear you'd like to rent out, as a member of the Fishing League, the guild will back you up. If you want to rent fishing gear within the league, you'll enjoy better rates than outside. This was similar to what Huangqiao did, and most guilds operated this way, so it was easy for everyone to understand. What about the earnings for long-term rentals? And how much is the deposit? Someone asked the most pressing question on everyone's mind. Yutsuan Huang San said, the rent is calculated based on 22 hours a day at market price, and the guild doesn't take a cent. As for the deposit, we might not be able to offer much since the guild is just starting, and I don't have many resources on hand. The deposit will be reasonable. It's up to you to weigh it. But I, Huang San, promise here that I will never breach a contract. His words were sincere, revealing his true intentions. Having seen the real world with Fengya, he wouldn't jeopardize a promising future for some ordinary rentals. Boss Huang is a straightforward person. He handled the deposit issue quite normally, and I think it's sufficient. Indeed, wanting to make money from long-term rentals without taking any risks is a rare thing. Compared to that foolish dog from the dynasty, I've already switched sides, said the leader of the Fishing Alliance. Xiaosheng from the dynasty, President Huang, I want to ask if your guild can lease other items. I don't have fishing gear, just some daily necessities, Lu Di from the dynasty said, sounding dissatisfied. I've also left the guild. I can't stand seeing the president like this. I wonder if the Fishing Alliance accepts long-term rentals of clothing. If so, I'll join. Huang San from the fishing village replied. Sorry, we currently don't offer long-term rentals for other items. If you need to rent out other items, you can do so within the guild, but we can't guarantee short-term rentals. He wasn't against lifting the long-term rental restrictions. It was mainly because he didn't have enough resources to cover deposits. Focusing on one area seemed better. Most members of the Fishing Alliance were seasoned fishermen, and expanding the business could lead to chaos and be counterproductive. Oh, I see. I'll look around for now, someone said disappointedly. You could try joining other guilds. Their conditions aren't worse than the Fishing Alliance, someone suggested. As soon as the words were spoken, members from other guilds began speaking up. The White Robe Alliance invited all lords to join, offering discounts for any rental needs within the guild. The Wu Tian Guild welcomed those backstabbed by the dynasty, and the Gold Alliance claimed, when a whale falls, all things thrive. Clearly, the situation with the dynasty had gone awry, and small guilds were emerging to recruit members. The information was varied, but they all shared one common feature: no entry fees or membership dues. The chat channel became lively, and everyone was eager to move. No membership fees? Then it doesn't hurt to join one. Maybe I can get some benefits. Dynasty World watched the bustling chat channel, his face darkening. He glanced at the guild group, where notifications of members leaving had skyrocketed to over 99. Looking at the remaining members in the guild, in just a short moment, their numbers had dwindled to under 300. He watched the numbers decrease second by second until finally, they stopped at 200. Purified. Dynasty World took a deep breath, comforting himself. After a moment of calm, he opened the door. Earth Tiger was still standing outside, and upon seeing Dynasty World step out, he didn't dare breathe loudly and stood slightly lowered to one side. Do you think I've been completely defeated? Dynasty World asked expressionlessly. Earth Tiger shook his head and remained silent. Huh. Dynasty World suddenly let out a cold laugh. Only sheep flock together. A wolf king needs only a team. Maple Leaf did one thing right. If you want to stand out, you must solidify your core team. Those dependent sheep just need a carrot to keep them in line. After this, I've come to see things clearly. He patted Earth Tiger on the shoulder. I don't need sheep. I need wolf cubs like you. Earth Tiger immediately understood and stood upright. President, what do you need me to do? Dynasty World gazed into the distance. where a native island lay not far away, the site of his previous setbacks. First, focus on training with the crossbow, and strive to seize another island as soon as possible. Although the D-repeating crossbow lacks power, Huangchao Tianxia has not entirely dismissed its value. Standing at the edge of the island, he gazed at the distant pirate ships, his mind swirling with thoughts. Accurate shots to vital spots, a kill with one blow is not impossible. He murmured to himself, his fingers unconsciously stroking the trigger of the crossbow. Capturing an island might open new avenues for the dynasty. Huangchao Tianxia's eyes swept over the empty island as if he could already see its prosperous future. The vision of crossbow training and native island outsourcing were gradually taking shape in his mind. He clenched his fist, determination to revive past glory flashing in his eyes. As long as we restore our former glory, I will cultivate more loyal followers like Di Hu. He vowed silently, but then sighed. Unfortunately, resources are scarce, and there's hardly any strength left to train subordinates. Meanwhile, Ning Fan had just completed a spectacular performance. He noticed that Huang San had taken the opportunity to recruit many newcomers, so he quickly crafted 10 fishing rods and sent them to Huang San. Moments later, a system notification sounded. Your friend Fishing Village Huang San has gifted you 600 cornerstone stones. Following this was a private message from Huang San. Thank you. Big shot. This is 10 days rent. Please accept it. Ning Fan quickly calculated that the daily rent for each fishing rod was 6 cornerstone stones, already twice the market rate. He nodded in satisfaction, chuckling softly. Not bad, a nice little profit. Ning Fan accepted Huang San's compliments without hesitation. He understood well that in this world, resources were everything. Guilds were merely a means of resource exchange, benefiting all parties involved. Renting out 10 fishing rods at once couldn't be calculated at the regular market price. Ning Fan opened his personal interface to check his status. Lord, Ning Fan. Physique, D. Territory, an island. Territory area, 11,010. Territory rating, 21,090. Area rating, 11,010. Building rating, 10,080. Territory buildings, a grade automated farm, D. Bathroom, 1 standard apartment. Unplaced buildings, none. Large weapons, grade catapult 1, C grade modified stone thrower 1. Seeing his cornerstone stones surpass 1,000 again, Ning Fan frowned. Busy with collecting supply crates these past 2 days, he had neglected fishing, and his supply of high-grade food was running low. After pondering for a moment, he decided that continuing to fish was the best strategy. Getting up, Ning Fan walked out of the room and headed to the seaside where the fishing nets were set up. Although he had landed on the island, supply crates still drifted past. By the end of the afternoon, the 3 fishing nets had caught nearly 10 supply crates, though the efficiency was much lower than when he was adrift at sea. This is the downside of being on an island, Ning Fan mused to himself. But everything has its pros and cons, and everyone is voting with their feet. He decisively changed the targets of the 3 fishing nets to fish. It was better to focus on fishing rather than miss a few supply crates. As night fell, Ning Fan returned to the living room to find Feng Linglong already seated there. As soon as she saw Ning Fan, she immediately asked, Honey, do you have any watermelons left? Can we take them to the store to sell? Feng Linglong gently snuggled into Ning Fan's embrace, playfully asking, Hubby, how many watermelons do you have left? Can we sell some? Having recently tasted the forbidden fruit, she had become especially clingy. Ning Fan paused for a moment, allowing her to nestle in his arms like a kitten. I don't have much left, just a few, enough to satisfy a craving now and then, he replied. Feng Linglong looked a bit disappointed and continued, watermelons are only found on the islands. She had checked the trading hall and noticed that there were no watermelons circulating in the market, which sparked the idea of selling them for profit. Although they are just ordinary fruits, the potential seemed promising. She and Wanwan had already discussed it. Fruits were almost a blank slate in the market, with lords mostly consuming high-calorie convenience foods and only a few able to enjoy fish and meat. If they sold fruits, many people would likely be interested. Even if not for taste, people would instinctively want to eat fruits for their health. If you want to make money by selling watermelons, why not start planting them now? Ning Fan suggested thoughtfully. He suddenly remembered that the farm's planting robots could assist with cultivation. Ordinary plants didn't require high-grade soil, and a plot of land within the territory could be used to grow watermelons. For him, land was no issue, as the recent harvest of 600 foundation stones could easily be used to expand a watermelon plot. Moreover, planting watermelons wasn't difficult. Just bring the farm's robots outside to work overtime, without even needing overtime pay. Calculating it this way, planting watermelons seemed cost-free. Can we plant them? Feng Linglong's eyes lit up, but then dimmed again. Isn't it too late to start now? Watermelons take over 100 days to mature. By then, everyone might have fruits, and our watermelons might not sell. Don't worry, Ning Fan reassured her with a gentle laugh. Watermelons are consumables. Although some native islands might have them, there won't be enough to meet market demand. Even if others start planting later, we'll be the first, and as the pioneers, we'll earn the profits first. And even if it doesn't work out, it's no big deal. We can afford the risk. Hearing this, Feng Linglong felt reassured, the joy returning to her eyes. Hubby, you always have a clear perspective. Should we start planting now? Sure. Ning Fan nodded enthusiastically, then retrieved a large watermelon from the warehouse and placed it on the table. Seeing the plump, round watermelon, Feng Linglong blinked in confusion and asked, Hubby, why did you bring out a watermelon? Aren't we going to plant them? Well, we don't have any seeds yet. Ning Fan scratched his head, indicating they'd have to eat the watermelon and save some seeds. As for the previous seeds, well, they should be resurfacing soon. But I'm already too full, Feng Linglong said, patting her rounded tummy with a pout. That won't do. It was your idea, so you need to pitch in, Ning Fan chuckled, slicing the watermelon with a few swift cuts and handing a piece to Feng Linglong. With a reluctant expression, Feng Linglong started eating, but halfway through, she suddenly paused, a light bulb going off in her mind as she thought of a clever solution. I almost forgot to send some watermelon for Cho Wan want to try, but luckily she can help with that. Ning Fan quickly opened his screen, started operating it, and instructed her to keep the seeds. Ning Fan silently put down the watermelon in his hand, thinking he was already full. She replied, Don't worry, honey. Ning Fan couldn't help but wonder how many watermelons she should eat. Such a good friend to be able to eat even one watermelon, let alone more, as if worried she might not get full. At night, the raft sailed swiftly across the sea, and Mu Wanting stood at the bow, staring blankly at the ocean ahead. The screen in front of her was open, displaying a map. As the raft moved forward, the fog on the map gradually cleared. In the midst of the fog, the destination of this journey was clearly marked Ning Fan Island, still 1,000 kilometers away from her current location. At this speed, they would arrive by noon the day after tomorrow. Behind her, Su Yuanyuan sat on a small stool, holding a watermelon in one hand and a handful of seeds in the other, with a pile of watermelons in front of her. She took a bite from the left, spat out seeds from the right, appearing leisurely and carefree. Wan, aren't you going to have a few pieces of watermelon? They're really sweet, Su Yuanyuan urged, seeing that she had already devoured half of the watermelon in front of her. Mu Wanting didn't respond. Wan, I know you're eager to reunite with them, but with such a distance, there's no rushing it. Just relax and wait, Su Yuanyuan advised, like a nagging old woman. She had learned the truth from Mu Wanting, knowing that their current lifestyle was supported by Ning Fan, and that Mu Wanting wanted her to please Ning Fan. As a result, her mindset became very optimistic, even slightly expectant. Such a young and wealthy man was precisely what she had dreamed of. To that end, she secretly prepared a few nice outfits over the past few days. Mu Wanting still didn't pay her any attention, prompting Su Yuanyuan to stick out her tongue and contentedly reach for the other half of the watermelon. It's so delicious, she murmured, savoring the sweet and refreshing taste, her delicate white legs tightly pressed together. Just then, Mu Wanting turned around, and, seeing Su Yuanyuan in that state, frowned slightly, her gaze falling between her legs. A few drops of watermelon juice had somehow stained her white knee-high socks, creating a vivid red stain that looked quite striking. Eat your watermelon properly, and don't get it all over yourself, Mu Wanting quietly scolded. After spending a few days with Su Yuanyuan, she realized that even though Su Yuanyuan was a college student, she still had the mindset of a little girl. As they got closer to their destination, Mu Wanting's anxiety grew, unsure of how to face Ning Fan. Hearing Mu Wanting's words, Su Yuanyuan snapped out of her watermelon-induced daze, looked down, and said with a cheerful smile, It's okay, I'll just change my socks later. I can rent out the dirty ones and not lose anything. Mu Wanting was taken aback. Could dirty white stockings really be rented out to others? The idea sounded eerily familiar. Suddenly realizing something, she fixed her gaze on Su Yiya and asked in surprise, You're not renting out dirty stockings to people with peculiar preferences, are you? Su Yiya's face flushed red as she hurriedly explained, Wan, what are you thinking? I only rent them to some girlfriends who need them. Really? Mu Wanting asked, still skeptical. Dirty stockings? She found it hard to believe anyone would want to rent them. Isn't that uncomfortable? Of course it's true. I joined a guild called Tianxiang Alliance, and it's all girls. Even the president and vice president are sisters. The members often rent out extra clothes and daily necessities to help each other survive in this world. It's not just stockings. Even bras and underwear can be rented, Su Ye mumbled. Not every girl is as lucky as I am to meet someone like you. Many of them don't even have warm clothes, arriving in this world in pajamas or short skirts. Stockings are the cheapest warm clothing they can rent. After hearing this, Mu Wanting seemed to understand and nodded. I see, I misunderstood. But then her tone turned sharp. However, I must remind you that everything you eat and wear now comes from Ning Fan, including yourself. So before you do anything, you better think it through. If you upset Ning Fan, you'll have to face the consequences on your own. I won't plead for you. With that, Mu Wanting turned and walked into the house. Su Ye's smile vanished instantly. She looked down at the stockings on her legs, and after thinking for a while, decided to take them off and store them away. She thought to herself, better not rent them out. If they end up in the hands of some random guy, it would be a shame. Who knows if a female ID is really a girl? Even if it is, Ning Fan might mind, so it's better to avoid such risks. Anyway, with someone to rely on, she could keep the dirty stockings and change into a new pair every day. The big boss probably wouldn't mind paying for stockings. With these thoughts, she opened the screen and sent a message to Linlin. I'm really sorry, the stockings I planned to rent to you are torn. Can I rent you a new pair for the same price? Linlin was a girl she met in the guild, and they often chatted. Suya understood Linlin's difficult situation and decided to rent her worn clothes at a low price to help her through tough times. Though technically low-priced, it was just slightly cheaper than clean clothes, but being able to rent specifically to one person was already a favor. After all, the early morning on the sea could be freezing. Before long, Linlin replied, yeah, thank you. I just received a blueprint for making fishing nets. Soon, I'll be able to lift myself out of poverty. I will definitely repay your kindness. Upon seeing Linlin's message, Suya instinctively glanced at the edge of the raft, where two-grade automatic fishing nets were hard at work. She thought to herself, if one net could lift someone out of poverty, what would giving away these two automatic nets do? However, she also understood that these grade nets were just scraps from the table of a big shot. To avoid dampening Linlin's spirit, Suya simply replied, congratulations. Keep it up. After closing the chat, Suya quietly opened a clothing design blueprint. Encouraged by Linlin, she suddenly felt the urge to design two more pairs of more seductive stockings. If she couldn't win the favor of the big shot, she'd end up living as hard a life as Linlin. Ordinary fishing nets required manual casting and retrieving, and the yield was unstable. Such a life was undeniably tough. Even buying a slice of watermelon required careful consideration. Suya muttered to herself as she continued eating a piece of watermelon. This time, she was wiser and didn't rush to put on her stockings. Her soft, delicate feet were exposed to the air, and the slight tremble of her slender legs reflected her inner joy. In this sweet moment, she increasingly felt that Linlin's life was truly challenging. Why should a young woman have to endure such hardship? Thus, on a whim, she secretly sent Linlin a slice of watermelon. That piece of watermelon opened a door to a new world for Linlin. Late at night, Ning Fan and Feng Linglong sat side by side at the head of the bed, with Feng Linglong leaning against Ning Fan as they both stared intently at Ning Fan's screen. The watermelon seeds had already been obtained, and due to their ease of cultivation, the automated farm had processed and selected the seeds. Ning Fan operated the screen, and with a ding, he spent 1,000 foundation stones to expand the territory by 1,000 square meters, creating a flat area around the living quarters. He designated the entire 1,000 square meters as a regular vegetable plot. Then, Ning Fan instructed the agricultural robots to start cultivating and planting. The Agrade automated farm came with 5 agricultural robots, more than capable of managing the 10 acres of farmland and handling other agricultural activities. He estimated that they could efficiently work up to 100 acres of land. Ning Fan marveled once again at the power of Agrade items. Even the included components solved so many of his problems and pain points. He couldn't imagine how powerful the core function of the Agrade soil would be. Now, Ning Fan was eagerly anticipating the harvest from planting Crade's spiritual rice in the Agrade soil. At least the description mentioned that the higher the soil grade compared to the crop grade, the higher the yield. Agrade was 2 full levels above Crade, so the yield should be astonishing. As the agricultural robots began their work, Feng Linglong watched the automated control interface on the screen, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Honey, is that it? We don't have to do anything else. Of course, Ning Fan replied with a gentle smile as he turned off the screen. As the screen went dark, Feng Linglong instinctively looked at Ning Fan, only to be caught by him. I'm sorry, you've committed the crime of being adorable. Hands behind your back, don't move. Ning Fan playfully advanced toward her. The night passed quietly, with the two people inside the house busy nurturing life, completely unaware that life outside was also growing wildly. On the barren land, blades of grass were stubbornly pushing through the soil, their changes concealed by the night. If someone could dive deep into the ocean at that moment, they would discover that right beneath the island, the seabed made of foundational stones was emitting a faint glow. Strands of gray energy were being extracted from these stones, transferring towards the land base above the sea, and ultimately vanishing into it. During the day, this phenomenon would not be visible, as the foundational stones of the seabed also needed to draw energy from the depths of the continental shelf to continuously support the land base. This is one of the fundamental rules of the Lord's world, something Ning Fan had already grasped, and future island lords would gradually come to understand this rule as well. The next morning, Feng Linglong got out of bed, exhausted, and headed towards the bathroom. She walked into the courtyard, which was more like a small yard enclosed by the apartment and the bathroom. In the yard, there were 4 trees, 2 coconut trees, and 2 great apple trees. Feng Linglong suddenly noticed that the apple saplings she had planted the day before were already half as tall as a person. She was stunned and turned to look at the coconut trees, only to discover that they had produced coconuts of varying sizes. It was all too bizarre. She rubbed her eyes to make sure she wasn't seeing things, felt a chill run down her spine, and hurried back to the bedroom. Honey, wake up, wake up. Feng Linglong knelt by the bed, leaning over Ning Fan's chest, her voice soft but tinged with anxiety, as if something unclean was chasing her, and she was afraid of attracting attention. Ning Fan was awakened by her gentle voice, groggily opening his eyes and coughing as he asked, "What's going on?" Seeing him awake, Feng Linglong felt a sense of relief and whispered in his ear, "Honey, the coconut and apple trees outside seem to have gone crazy. They've grown a lot overnight." Huh? The trees have gone crazy? What kind of explanation is that? Ning Fan turned his eyes in confusion, wondering if he was dreaming. Really? Honey, just get up and take a look, Feng Linglong urged, shaking his shoulder when she saw his disbelief. With that shake, Ning Fan's sleepiness was completely dispelled. He glanced skeptically at Feng Linglong and then reluctantly got out of bed. As soon as he was up, Feng Linglong hurriedly took his hand and led him outside. Still a bit dazed, he thought she was playing a prank, but when they reached the door, the scene before him made his pupils contract suddenly. On the previously barren courtyard soil, patches of green had appeared, which were the newly grown weeds. What is going on? Ning Fan quickly stepped out of the house and looked at the 4 fruit trees, finding them just as Feng Linglong had described. A sudden realization hit him, and he understood that this was not just some strange occurrence, but likely accelerated growth. His mind, unusually clear upon waking, quickly deduced the reason. In a magical world, one must understand it with magical thinking. Without waiting for Feng Linglong to say anything, he led her by the hand out of the courtyard. When they reached the vegetable garden, everything confirmed his suspicion. The newly expanded territory and the seeds just planted should have been barren, but that was not the case now. On a 1,000 square meter plot of land, thick watermelon vines crisscrossed, with large leaves covering the entire area in a vibrant green. Occasionally, a few tall weeds stood out among the vines, but the most striking sight was the large watermelons hiding beneath the leaves. They were like pipa instruments half-covered, making them even more enticing. Feng Linglong stared, captivated, counting 1, 2, 3 all ripe without exception. Honey, what's going on? How did this happen overnight? Did we sleep for 3 months? She asked curiously, trying to comprehend the change. Ning Fan smiled slightly, pulling at the corner of his mouth, and replied, "Let's check out the farm first. If I'm not mistaken, this is due to the accelerated growth effect of the island." Accelerated growth. Feng Linglong was a bit puzzled, but followed Ning Fan to the farm. They soon arrived, and opening the main gate, the scene before them was astonishing. In the 10-acre field, the spirit rice had grown over a meter tall, swaying with the sea breeze. However, Ning Fan noticed that the rice hadn't sprouted, indicating it wasn't mature yet. He accessed the Lord's interface, entering the farm's automated control center, where the crop monitoring system reported, "Current crate spirit rice maturity at 50, growth status good." Ning Fan realized the watermelon, with a typical maturity period of about 100 days, had ripened overnight, suggesting the island's acceleration effect was 200 times. Thus, the maturity period for crate spirit rice would be 200 days. With this understanding, Ning Fan was thrilled. A 200-fold acceleration effect, even if only at night, meant 1 day of growth on the island equaled 100 days on Earth. Such an exaggerated plant growth effect is an enormous fortune, Ning Fan thought, feeling fortunate to have arrived on the island early, allowing him to benefit from this effect ahead of others. He realized that he needed to quickly plant some ordinary fruits for sale while the island was still sparsely populated. Otherwise, as more people arrived, the market for ordinary fruits would soon become saturated. The market for graded foods, however, wouldn't be affected, since cultivating them required specific seeds and soil, which limited production. Ning Fan ordered the harvesting robots to start gathering the watermelons, then told Feng Linglong, "The watermelons are being harvested. I'll give them all to you to sell, as you see fit. But I have one request: sell them all, because there might be more tomorrow." Watermelons were clearly the most cost-effective crop to plant, with high demand and fast consumption, making them ideal for expanding planting areas and quickly capturing market share. Fruits like coconuts and apples, even with a 100-fold reduced fruiting cycle, still required nearly half a month from seedling to fruit, making them unsuitable for large-scale planting and selling. Now was the perfect time to capitalize on the information gap and make money. "All right, I'll go back and work on it." Feng Linglong realized the importance of this business and left without hesitation. She had discussed some details about selling watermelons with Mu Wanting the previous night, but with the drastic changes in the harvesting cycle and yield, everything needed to be reevaluated. Shortly after Feng Linglong left, all the watermelons were harvested. A total of 400 ordinary watermelons were gathered, weighing 2,000 kilograms in total, with each weighing about 10 kilograms. The yield of 400 watermelons from 1,000 square meters of land was neither too much nor too little. It seemed that ordinary soil didn't increase the yield of ordinary crops, similar to Earth. Ning Fan sent the watermelons to Feng Linglong, contemplating the future market. The chat channel suddenly erupted with activity. A player, still shaken, shared his recent harrowing experience. Guys, I barely made it out. A class giant shark attacked my raft, and that beast almost bit all my stuff to pieces. I fought like hell to drive it away, and I'm still shaking. Other players exclaimed in shock, with someone teasing, "You're too reckless." It's common knowledge that rafts larger than 50 square meters attract sea creatures. How could you dare to expand it that big? The survivor chuckled wryly. I had no choice. I just built a new house and needed space to put it somewhere. Someone consoled him. You're lucky to have survived the attack. You won't have to worry about raft space for a long time now. However, the survivor's response left everyone speechless. Lucky my foot. When the shark attacked, there was no time to move anything. My newly built house went straight to the bottom of the sea. The chat was filled with sympathetic sighs. Someone tried to comfort him. Take it easy. At least now you have 100 square meters of safe expansion space, so there's a silver lining. The topic quickly shifted to the dangers of larger rafts. Someone wondered, I'm curious, what happens if you expand beyond 100 square meters? Has anyone tried it? Probably not. Another player replied. Anyone with half a brain would know the attack would be even fiercer than at 50 square meters. The discussion gradually turned to survival strategies. Someone sighed. Sigh. Rafts aren't a long-term solution. What else can we do? Another player chimed in. There are native islands, but they're impossible to conquer. Yesterday, 3 pirates from the Marshall Alliance joined forces to attack an island with only 4 pirates. What happened? They failed and lost 1 person. This news caused a stir, with someone exclaiming, no way, even the Marshall Alliance's vice president got involved. However, another player scoffed, Marshall Alliance vice president, my foot. It's just a pirate union. The conversation quickly turned to island attack strategies. A player analyzed. Initially, we thought reaching a class physique would be enough to handle a native pirate, but those guys are so skilled, and their weapons are better than ours. It seems like we need at least a D physique to have any chance of taking an island. Someone shared new information. I heard the Dynasty is making a move today. Dynasty World is gathering members, and they plan to use a D crossbow to kill pirates. This news was immediately mocked. Let them dream. A declining guild just wants attention. Exactly, another player agreed. I don't think anyone will succeed in landing on an island within a week. Unless a guild gathers a massive number of members for an assault, but the cost is too high. The island's resources aren't even worth the reward. Someone pointed out a crucial issue. Rewards are secondary. The main problem is trust. Now that the map feature is open, no guild leader dares to reveal their coordinates. If the information leaks and pirates come, it's over. So they only gather trusted allies privately. Despite this, the allure of the islands remains strong. A player couldn't help but sigh. I really want to see the island, all that greenery. Just imagining it is enticing. An experienced player gave some advice. Don't rush. Once those guild leaders get on the island, the top resources and methods will gradually flow to us regular players. For now, the priority is to collect supply crates, or you won't even have money to rent resources later. That would be a disaster. This advice was widely agreed upon, and someone immediately responded. Makes sense. I'm off to collect supply crates now. As everyone was about to disperse, a player suddenly remembered something. Wait, now that you mention it, I just thought of someone. Who? The others asked curiously. Maple Master. The player replied, causing a stir. Right, someone realized. I almost forgot until you mentioned it. Where's Maple Master? Haven't seen him for 2 or 3 days, and there's no word of him forming a guild. This topic sparked a heated discussion. Someone added, not just Maple Master, even the mysterious shop of Little Assistant hasn't opened in the past couple of days. What's going on? Could something have happened? Someone worriedly speculated. Could the master be gone? But another quickly refuted. I doubt it, considering he's such a big shot. Finally, a player offered a thought-provoking perspective. I feel like Maple Master might have become just another face in the crowd. Without forming a guild, how could his resources keep up with those top guild leaders? Even if he has some capital now, the gap will only widen in the future. This speculation stirred a silence in the chat channel, leaving everyone lost in thought about the future. If that's the case, it makes sense. Choosing to gracefully retire after not keeping up with the changing times is indeed a respectable way to bow out. Sigh, I thought Fingya, the big boss, would leave everyone else in the dust. It's been over 2 days since Ning Fan last appeared in the chat channel, and during his absence, the guilds have been rising rapidly, each one stepping into the spotlight and drawing most of the chat channel's traffic. Due to being occupied with island affairs, Feng Linglong hasn't introduced new items in the mysterious shop these past 2 days. So, when people realized this, it seemed as if Ning Fan had vanished without a trace. When a prominent figure suddenly disappears from the public eye, it's natural to speculate whether they've come to a bad end or simply faded away. There might be a third possibility, but you'll never hear about it amidst public gossip. While everyone was fervently debating whether Ning Fan was dead or in decline, a piece of news emerged that stunned everyone. The prices of grade food and grade water remain firm, especially the grade water. Feng Linglong's pricing hasn't changed, but the quantity proportion has doubled to meet the demand for enhancing physical levels. Feng Ye's mysterious shop assistant also introduced a special product: ordinary watermelons, each weighing up to 10 pounds. Due to the inconvenience of retailing them individually, these are primarily sold to guilds. Each watermelon is priced at 5 base stones, with each order comprising 10 melons, and there are 40 orders available. Interested guilds can contact the assistant to place an order. Feng Linglong and Mu Wanting discussed this for a long time and finally decided to sell the watermelons as wholesalers. Few people buy individually, and even if they can afford it, they might not be willing to purchase, given the hefty price. So, they came up with this solution, which might earn them a bit less than retail, but it offers convenience and helps establish a wholesale channel. As their resources grow, only guilds can afford large transactions, so it's better to establish connections with them early. Once these two products were launched, the chat channel exploded. The former could be understood, as it had been sold before, but the latter? Watermelons? Is that something that can appear now? Wow, the big boss is still the big boss, making such an astonishing move with 4,000 pounds of watermelon. My raft couldn't even hold that much. Hey, you're missing the point. Do you know what watermelons mean? What? It means the big boss has already reached the island. As soon as this was said, many who were confused suddenly had a revelation. Reached the island? From day one, the trading market had never seen any fruit, with the only evidence of its existence being the resource list from the original island. Do you understand the value of 4,000 pounds of watermelon now? As soon as this was said, the chat channel fell silent. 1 minute, 2 minutes. More and more people flooded into the chat channel, frantically scrolling through the message history. Maple Leaf has landed on the island. This news spread like a virus through various chat groups and guilds, becoming the sole topic of discussion. Everyone realized that reaching the island was no easy feat, not something that could be achieved overnight. Now, being told that someone had succeeded in doing so was like a nuclear bomb dropping on them. Shocked, everyone was filled with questions, yet no one dared to ask. The map was out, and offending someone of such caliber could be disastrous. A person who could reach the island by the second day must have unimaginable skills. Finally, urged by guild members, Huang San broke the silence and asked the question on everyone's mind. Huang San had once bought a fishing rod from Maple Leaf, so everyone thought he was the best person to step forward. Nervously, he asked, "Assistant, did Maple Leaf really reach the island?" The assistant didn't reply, but Ning Fan did. The word maple alone was like a heavy blow to everyone's hearts. He really made it to the island. How could such a formidable person be in the same area as us? Instantly, countless new messages spread wildly in various chat groups. Even those who hadn't opened the chat interface, busy with real-world tasks, were drawn to the chat channel by the frequent notification sounds. A 99.9 online rate broke the chat channel's record, yet still, no one dared to speak. Their frenzy was only expressed in the major chat groups. Fishing Village Huang San, quickly ask about the island's situation. Fishing Village Huang San, find out how he got to the island, hurry. In the guild leader group, Huang San was bombarded with mentions, pressured by everyone, and asked Ning Fan the second question. Did you collect all 4,000 pounds of watermelon on the original island? Ning Fan answered truthfully, no. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It was a relief that it wasn't true, as imagining an island with 4,000 pounds of watermelon was daunting. It would have to be huge, maybe thousands of square meters. However, Ning Fan's next sentence nearly took their breath away. It was planted yesterday. The island has a special effect that can accelerate biological growth by about 100-fold. This statement blew the lid off everything. Upon discovering the island's incredible ability to accelerate growth by 100 times, everyone was overwhelmed by the potential profits and couldn't contain their excitement. They eagerly asked, "Boss, is this true? Does the island really have the effect of accelerating plant growth by 100 times? Whoa, this is insane. Is this even real? If watermelons planted yesterday can be harvested today, getting on the island would surely make us rich." Wait a minute, the boss was on the island yesterday. Seeing the messages in the chat, Ning Fan smiled slightly. This was exactly the reaction he wanted. By revealing this information, he intended to make everyone realize that the benefits of getting on the island far exceeded their expectations. This way, he could rent out his crate catapult at a higher price. The fruit market business was short-lived, and since he had the upper hand, it was better for him to announce the secret before others found out. By voluntarily giving up some profit, he aimed to gain a greater return. Once he felt the crowd's interest had peaked, Ning Fan released a rental advertisement, renting out a crate weapon. If used properly, it can easily eliminate pirates, only accepting level manufacturing blueprints as rent. The rental period depends on the item's value. Interested parties, please contact me privately. As soon as the message was sent, the chat went silent for a moment before being flooded with a new wave of messages. A crate weapon. A crate weapon with a 500-meter range using keystones as ammunition. This is outrageous, someone exclaimed. No wonder the boss could easily take down an island. The pirate's alert range is only 1 kilometer. With a 500-meter range, even if a few shots miss, you can retreat and regroup. Yeah, even if you don't know how to use it, you could wear the pirates down one by one, someone else remarked. The boss is indeed bold, renting out something like this. It makes you wonder if he has even better equipment. Too bad the boss only accepts level manufacturing blueprints as rent. I can't afford it, a player lamented. Being broke is your problem, not the boss's. Thanks, someone replied. The fact that he's renting it out is already generous. If I had a blueprint, I'd definitely rent it. With the island's 100-fold growth effect, making money wouldn't be an issue. Yeah, the boss has already laid out the opportunity to make money, but we just can't seize it, another side. Enough talk, I'm off to scavenge supply crates. As long as I have something in hand, there will definitely be opportunities in the future. With the rental announcement, the chat turned into a gathering of minor players. Guild leaders and those who benefited from the previous wave of supply crates quickly reacted and privately messaged Ning Fan. His private messages were once again flooded, but this time he didn't check them because someone had already intercepted him. The message was from Brother Knife. Our Martial Alliance wants to long-term rent your catapult. How about this offer? A D-grade woodburning generator blueprint, plus 50 of the resources from the island we conquer using your catapult. Rest assured, I have a special tool treaty agreement. We can sign a contract with you. If we breach the agreement, the Lord system will automatically terminate it and impose a heavy penalty. We're looking to rent for 30 days, and if you're interested, we can negotiate the terms. The 30-day period was precisely the deadline for the raft to sink, and the Wu Alliance was clearly eager to acquire the catapult to take advantage of this opportunity. They offered generous terms, but Ning Fan was not tempted, as he sensed something was amiss. He sent a message inquiring about the distribution of core resources and random manufacturing diagrams on the island. Although he had previously obtained resources from the island, the 50 share seemed generous but was actually insignificant, especially given the limited value of permanent mineral resources. Perhaps it was because the native island he encountered was too small, but undoubtedly, the random manufacturing diagrams of core resources were the most important. Ning Fan also had plans to venture out to find native islands to acquire core resources, but the complex affairs within his territory made it impossible for him to ensure safety if he left, so he temporarily set aside this idea. Now that someone had proactively approached him for cooperation, he was naturally willing, but the distribution of interests had to be negotiated. The Clevel catapult was crucial for capturing native islands, and without it, no matter how many ideas the Wu Alliance had, they couldn't easily take the island. Therefore, he had to maintain absolute control over this matter. Xiao Dao seemed to have been hit in a sore spot and replied after much hesitation. How about this? You get the first pick of the manufacturing diagrams for the core resources. If you fancy one, you can compensate us with some resources. As for the existing resources on the island, we'll stick to the 50 split, with you having the priority pick. This sincere proposal clearly showed no signs of deceit. Ning Fan smiled slightly. Dealing with smart people was convenient, as they understood the nuances. However, these terms were still not satisfactory to him. After all, the 30-day rental period was almost like handing over the resources, and who knew what the Clevel weapons would be worth afterward. A Clevel large weapon, at this stage, could be a guild's prized possession. Next, Ning Fan asked, what position do you hold in the Wu Alliance now? He guessed Xiao Dao's position wouldn't be low, but Xiao Dao's response still surprised him. I'm the vice president, but if I complete this deal with you, I can become the president. Xiao Dao further explained. Our Wu Alliance's core circle is formed by me and a few brothers, operating under a round-table elder system, where the presidency rotates based on who brings the most benefit to the alliance. Ning Fan thought to himself that the Wu Alliance was established by them. That makes things easier, Ning Fan directly asked. After you capture the island, are you going to occupy it or just collect resources? Xiao Dao replied. Of course, just for resource collection. We pirates can't develop on the island. Looting resources is much faster than development. Moreover, once the territory is moved to the island, rafts and ships lose the protection of territorial characteristics, which is fatal for our long-distance voyages. I'm sure you're aware of this. Ning Fan was a bit surprised, not expecting Xiao Dao and his group to realize this. But he quickly understood, probably because someone in the Wu Alliance had moved their territory onto a ship and discovered the importance of territorial characteristics. Without the support of territorial characteristics, rafts were clearly unable to make long voyages, and small ships were inadequate. A three-masted sailing ship was required to have basic long-distance sailing capabilities. However, a three-masted sailing ship was already a D-level item, and the difficulty of obtaining it was imaginable. Ning Fan looked at the situation before him and thought to himself that the pirate profession wasn't really suited for development on an island. After collecting resources, would the conquered islands become unnecessary? Xiao Dao asked with a puzzled expression. Boss, besides the conditions you mentioned, do the islands we conquer also belong to you? Ning Fan nodded in agreement. Xiao Dao was confused. We come across these islands randomly and conquer them randomly. How can we hand them over to you? Ning Fan smiled faintly and said, you just need to send me the coordinates of the islands, and I'll auction them off. He wasn't worried about them copying this idea. The success of the business depended on trust. Who would dare to trade islands with pirates unless they had a death wish? Xiao Dao was shocked by this idea. Islands can be traded like this? Truly, you are a mastermind, with so many ways to make money. However, he knew this kind of business wasn't something he could handle, so he earnestly replied, Boss, I promise the coordinates I give you will absolutely not be leaked, and we won't return to invade the islands. You can rest assured. Rest assured? That would be naive, Ning Fan replied coldly, then added, write these conditions into a contract and let the system oversee it. He knew that only words in black and white could put people at ease. Although he held many resources, he couldn't take trust issues lightly. Xiao Dao nodded. All right, boss, he'll draft the contract right away. Moments later, a notification sounded, and a thin piece of rice paper appeared in Ning Fan's hand. The contract materialized in black and white, which didn't surprise Ning Fan. He carefully reviewed the content on the paper, confirming it matched the conditions they discussed, with no hidden traps. He then signed his name with a flourish. Ding! The contract has been established. The Lord system will oversee whether both parties adhere to the contract, and it will automatically terminate if either party breaches it. Xiao Dao received the notification and immediately expressed his gratitude, his tone filled with excitement. Thank you, boss. May you always be well. With that, he withdrew. Watching Xiao Dao leave, Ning Fan felt a sense of satisfaction. The crate catapult in the warehouse had disappeared, indicating it had been transported to Xiao Dao. Now he just needed to wait and collect rent. Being a landlord felt pretty good, and he stretched, feeling refreshed. At that moment, he noticed Feng Linglong was engaged in a battle of wits with the guild leaders who came to buy watermelons. Her expression focused. Ning Fan asked, Linglong, how's it going on your end? Feng Linglong rubbed her neck, exhausted, and said, today's watermelons are all sold out. With a wholesale price of 5 base stones, the guild leaders will sell them individually to their guild members. It's a hassle, but there's still a profit margin. The guild leaders came one after another to pick up their goods, keeping her extremely busy. Seeing this, Ning Fan sat down beside her, reaching out to rub her shoulders, and asked with concern, what's the reason you're giving them? Feng Linglong lazily leaned against Ning Fan's chest and softly said, what they mean is that the production of ordinary fruits on the island is so high that the prices are bound to drop sooner or later. Maybe by tomorrow, it won't be the same price. So if we want them to place an order, we'd better lower the price expectations a bit. Ning Fan frowned slightly at this. Pre-orders are a common tactic used by distributors that benefit both parties. Sellers can get funds in advance, while buyers secure their supply and profits. However, given their attitude, there's no need to pre-order. Tomorrow's share can be put directly on the market and let them scramble for it. He firmly decided. The fruit production on the island is indeed high, but only if someone can actually access the island. Currently, the catapult is monopolized by the pirates of the Wooming Alliance, which practically makes it unavailable. There's still a lack of means to deal with the pirates. I want to see if this fruit market will really drop that easily. Ning Fan initially planned to collect more foundation stones to expand the watermelon planting area, but since the negotiation fell through, there was no need to continue. He didn't necessarily need those foundation stones. If necessary, he could sell some resources instead. Okay, Feng Linglong nodded slightly. She wouldn't oppose Ning Fan's decision, but she still asked, what about the guilds that have already placed pre-orders? Which ones are they? Fishing Alliance, Wooming Alliance, Tianxiang Alliance, and the Golden Alliance. They have pre-ordered a total of 10,000 pounds of watermelon, Ning Fan replied. Just deliver to them as usual, and try to take care of these 4 guilds in the future. Considering the interests of his own guild was not wrong, but he warned, don't bring this attitude into business. Pressuring wholesalers, what does that mean? If they don't want to buy, then don't. I'm more than willing to welcome those who are sincere about doing business and can even offer them special treatment. Understanding Ning Fan's stance, Feng Linglong nodded and returned to her business activities. Moments later, almost all guild leaders received a message. Maple Leaf's mysterious shop assistant. Pre-order quotas are cancelled. Guild leaders interested in purchasing watermelon. Please pay attention to tomorrow's orders and purchase on your own. Reading this message, the guild leaders felt a mix of emotions, as if they had messed up. However, something even more regretful awaited them. An announcement appeared in the chat channel. Breaking news, a heat wave is imminent and will last for 3 days. All lords, please take preventive measures. An unexpected event is on the horizon, a heat wave lasting 3 days. All lords need to take preventive measures. As the notification ended, Ning Fan turned to look outside the window. The sunlight was noticeably more intense, and the air was filled with a scorching sensation. It felt as if the warmth of spring had suddenly been replaced by the searing heat of the sun. The temperature in the living room quickly rose, humidity evaporated, and heat waves rolled through the air. Ning Fan felt hot and restless, but with his D physical level, he could still endure it. Feng Linglong, on the other hand, was struggling. She had already taken off her jacket and was fanning herself frantically, her bangs slightly damp with sweat. Honey, it's so hot, she complained. Just wait a moment, it'll get better soon, Ning Fan reassured her. At that moment, a blueprint appeared on the screen in front of him, the D-grade wood-fired generator blueprint. This generator occupied 6 and could consistently supply electricity to a small apartment at full power, requiring daily consumption of 100 units of wood, 50 of iron ore, 20 of copper ore, 10 of tungsten ore, and 40 of stone. Their current apartment had no electricity, but once powered, appliances like the air conditioner could be used. Ning Fan thought that with this generator, they should be able to get through this unexpected event comfortably. In terms of materials, he only had enough copper ore, the iron ore, and tungsten ore could be substituted with metal sheets. He had just purchased enough metal sheets from the trading market. It can be built now, Ning Fan decided. Ding, consumed 1D wood-fired generator blueprint, obtained 1D wood-fired generator. The system notification sounded. Then, another prompt followed. Ding, triggered consumption return, target Feng Linglong, return multiplier 8,000 times. Please choose whether to return, remaining return attempts today, 4. Ning Fan pondered. Although this generator blueprint met the current needs, as the territory expanded, future electricity demands would inevitably increase. He decided to take a more comprehensive approach and return a more powerful blueprint. Return, he chose decisively. Ding, returned 1 C-grade micro foundation generator blueprint. The system continued. C-grade micro foundation generator. Occupies 5. Can meet the electricity needs of a small village of 100 people when running at full power, consuming 10 foundations daily. It uses non-radiative wireless power transmission technology, eliminating the need for traditional wiring. Simply place the generator within the territory and connect the receiver to the household grid to supply power to all appliances. Ning Fan exclaimed in surprise. Great, another piece of futuristic technology that can meet the power needs of a small village. We won't have to worry about power shortages for a long time. He got up to set up the generator, turning to Feng Linglong and saying, Linglong, once the power is on, remember to turn on the air conditioner immediately. The temperature is rising, and it feels at least 40 degrees, even worse outside. Feng Linglong's bangs were already soaked, and she was dripping with sweat. Hearing Ning Fan's words, she paused, a look of excitement in her eyes as she stopped fanning herself. Honey, did you get a power device? Yes, Ning Fan nodded in response. Feng Linglong jumped up excitedly and said to Ning Fan, Honey, you're amazing. The refrigerator will be working soon. Remember to cut some watermelon and chill it for later. She stepped forward to give him a hug, but suddenly stopped, realizing she was covered in sweat. Ning Fan didn't seem to mind, but to avoid dirtying his clothes, she awkwardly said, Honey, you go ahead. She shyly withdrew her hug. Ning Fan chuckled and didn't mind, turning to head outside. After his physical enhancement, Ning Fan's tolerance for heat had increased, as evidenced by his and Feng Linglong's demeanor. However, when Ning Fan opened the door and stepped outside, the intense heat still took him by surprise. The scorching sun on his skin felt like a sharp sting. The oppressive weather couldn't be compared to a furnace. It was more like being roasted by fire. Just standing at the door for a moment, he began to sweat. Noticing this, he quickly moved to the side. In such hot weather, every extra second outside increased the risk of heat stroke. Ning Fan reached an open space next to the apartment, which was designated as a living area. He didn't choose another location and quickly set up the Crade Foundation generator. Inside this small, enclosed space, like the size of a restroom, the internal workings were unknown. He inserted dozens of foundation stones, and as he heard the low hum of the engine starting, he hurried back inside. It was unbearably hot. His thick hair clung to his forehead, and in just a short time, he felt as if his head was on fire, the heat radiating to his nerve center. Moreover, Ning Fan noticeably felt that physical exertion in this high-temperature weather was extremely taxing. Even a short jog back to the door left him breathless. This was definitely not normal. With AD physique, he shouldn't be this weak. After catching his breath, Ning Fan pushed open the door and stepped into the living room, greeted by a wave of cool air that instantly revitalized him. It was refreshing. Looking up, he saw the wall-mounted air conditioner was working, set at 16 degrees. He stood under the airflow, cooling himself down before sitting back on the couch. Just then, Feng Linglong came out of the kitchen, carrying a plate of sliced watermelon. Honey, you're back. Have some watermelon, she said, placing the plate in front of Ning Fan and sitting beside him. Having been outside for a while, Ning Fan was feeling thirsty. He quickly grabbed a piece of watermelon, and the sweet, cool taste instantly dispelled the heat from his body, making him feel rejuvenated and relaxed. Eating watermelon, enjoying the air conditioning, and sitting next to his lovely wife, Ning Fan glanced at the glaring sunlight outside and suddenly felt no desire to move. In weather like this, lying down seemed perfect. Working felt like asking for trouble. He lazily slouched on the couch and opened the Lord interface. As soon as the screen lit up, a warning message popped up. Warning: lack of irrigation water. In high heat and drought conditions, crop health is rapidly deteriorating. Please replenish fresh water resources as soon as possible. Current Crade's spiritual rice paddy health is at 73. Below 50 will cause irreversible damage to yield, and below 30 will halt growth. Ning Fan was startled, suddenly remembering something important. He hadn't planted today's watermelons yet, and the Crate spiritual rice was being taken care of by the automated farm. As a result, he subconsciously overlooked the impact of the scorching weather on the crops. Fortunately, the farm's monitoring system would issue an alert. Otherwise, by the time he realized it, the rice fields might have dried up. Ning Fan quickly uploaded the remaining ordinary drinking water from the warehouse, but the warning sign persisted, indicating that it wasn't enough. As Ning Fan's thoughts raced, he had a sudden flash of inspiration. He remembered the water purifier blueprint he had received earlier. The ordinary water purifier he had made was sitting idle in the warehouse because regular water resources weren't valuable. Now, it could finally be put to use. Additionally, there was another ordinary water purifier blueprint available on the construction interface, which could be used to create a new purifier to tackle the current situation. Having devised a plan, Ning Fan immediately took action. He opened the construction interface and focused on the water purifier blueprint. This blueprint was obtained yesterday when Feng Linglong and Mu Wanting helped him open a supply box. It hadn't been used due to the lack of extra returns. Its value was higher than that of the fishing rod, making it worthwhile to redeem. Ding! The system chimed, consuming one ordinary water purifier blueprint to produce an ordinary water purifier. Then, it triggered a consumption return, providing a Crate water purifier blueprint with an 8,000-fold return rate, which was a higher level than the existing purifier. Although the effect was the same, the quality of the water produced was improved. With no other options, Ning Fan busied himself for a while longer, setting up all the purifiers. The two ordinary water purifiers began working, continuously supplying the farm with clean water. However, the purifier's output was limited, so Ning Fan eventually bought some rainwater from the trading market, making the warning status disappear. At that point, the health of the Crade's spiritual rice gradually increased to 73, 74, and 75. Seeing the improvement, Ning Fan breathed a sigh of relief and murmured, "I hope tomorrow brings a good harvest." This crop setup was fully optimized, and a grade farm, Crade seeds, a 10,000 square meter territory, and now water resources had been invested. If the yield wasn't good, Ning Fan would be exasperated. He walked to the window and could vaguely see the farm situation. Several spraying robots were watering the crops. The water consumption for 10 acres was immense, but what worried him more was the watermelons he planned to plant at night. The high temperature and drought had persisted for 3 days, nearly evaporating all the moisture in the ground. The watermelons would definitely need watering once or twice at night, and this wasn't just a matter of a few acres but dozens. Unless he decided not to expand the watermelon planting area, which was out of the question. With the arrival of the hot weather, the cooling value of watermelons had increased manifold, and market demand would undoubtedly be high. Ning Fan calculated in his mind, concluding that the worst-case scenario would be to buy 3 days' worth of rainwater from the trading market. Although the cost would be higher, it would still be profitable. Ning Fan's storage space was limited. Despite having a capacity of 100 cubic meters, he had no rainwater stored, which made him particularly uneasy as the heat wave approached. Unlike him, others had stored dozens of cubic meters of rainwater, and the price of rainwater in the trading market had only slightly increased, which was good news for Ning Fan. He opened the trading market, intending to purchase some rainwater to meet his farm's needs. Just then, Feng Linglong approached him excitedly, pointing at a special item on the screen. "Honey, what do you think of this?" Ning Fan leaned in curiously to see a description of a great spring. This spring could continuously produce mountain spring water within his territory and could even develop into a small river. Ning Fan's eyes widened in surprise. "Where did you find this?" "It's like a pillow delivered when you're sleepy. With this, we won't have to worry about water shortages." Feng Linglong shook her head and explained, "It's just a description someone posted. We don't have it yet." She tilted her head and asked, "Is it really useful?" Ning Fan nodded seriously. "Very useful. Let me think about how to trade with them." He was determined to acquire this item, especially intrigued by the possibility of developing a river. Feng Linglong waited quietly, not interrupting his thoughts. Ning Fan considered that helping to conquer an island wasn't complicated. A few shots from the stone cannon would suffice. Meanwhile, the girls in their guild were suffering from heat stroke and needed a large amount of high-grade water to recover. Ning Fan understood their urgent need. "Tell them we can help take the island, but they must pay for the high-grade water themselves," Ning Fan said. "I can give them 50 liters of grade water, which is exactly the day's output increase from the newly built Crade purifier." Although it was 50 liters less, the higher grade meant more effective healing, which was definitely beneficial for them. Feng Linglong nodded. Okay, I'll discuss it with them. Shortly after, she smiled. Honey, they agreed to offer 4,000 foundation stones plus a grade spring in exchange for your help taking the island and 50 liters of grade water. However, they don't have enough foundation stones right now and need to sell the water to guild members first to make the payment. Ning Fan waved his hand. No problem, I'll give you the water shortly. You send it to them and have them send over the grade spring. Let them know I'll help take the island once the payment is made. With that, he got up to adjust the purifier settings. Once the water was purified, Ning Fan immediately sent it to Feng Linglong, and a notification appeared on the screen. Reclaimable items will not trigger consumption refunds. After receiving the grade D spring, Ning Fan once again braved the scorching sun to reach the watermelon patch and place the spring on the ground. The spring was square, resembling a bottomless well. Within moments, a gurgling sound emerged as a stream of water surged from the opening, quickly covering it. The water overflowed from the spring, creating a small puddle and then flowed towards the low-lying areas, starting to form a small stream. Ning Fan didn't interfere with the stream's direction, allowing it to develop naturally. He understood that transforming it into a river wasn't easy, and any interference might disrupt the process, making it counterproductive. Besides, in such hot weather, even if he wanted to, he didn't have the energy to do more. He returned to the living room, where the coolness contrasted sharply with the outside heat, causing him to shiver slightly as he entered. Honey, you're back, Feng Linglong said, holding an empty supply box and filling it with ice cubes, which were shaped like teacups, clearly frozen in the fridge specifically for this purpose. What are you doing? Ning Fan asked as he sat beside her. I'm freezing some ice to send to Wan Wan. She doesn't have air conditioning, and in this heat, I don't want her to suffer, Feng Linglong replied. Ning Fan raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips as he appreciated the friendship between the two best friends. He didn't say more and turned to open the screen. By this time, the chat channel was filled with complaints. How can it be this hot? This damned sudden event. Why is it always a disaster? I feel like the fat on my body is evaporating. I'm about to be cooked, someone complained. It's unbearable under this sun. I almost fainted just going out to pick up a supply box, another person added. Thinking about working in this weather, you're truly brave, someone responded wryly. It's so hot I can't muster any energy. I don't want to move, even if I don't pick up a supply box for a day, someone else said. I think I'm having a heat stroke, feeling dizzy and feverish. Any tips to beat the heat? Someone asked for help. Drink level water. It's guaranteed effective. Not only does it cool you down, but the more you drink, the longer you stay energized, a fellow suggested. If it was available for purchase, everyone would know to drink that. Give us some common solutions, someone retorted. Hey, Fish Alliance's leader brother, let me teach you a practical method. Follow my lead. Then, a picture appeared on the screen. Ning Fan enlarged it to see a muscular, slightly tanned man floating in the sea next to his raft. He had a rope tied around his waist, with the other end attached to the raft, seemingly to prevent drowning or drifting away. On his head was a watermelon rind, with only his head above water, and he was waving to everyone with one hand. Just looking at this makes me feel cooler. Fish Alliance's leader, brothers, if you can't afford it, just join me in the sea. It's not hot at all, he shouted. Wow, this method is genius. I'm going to try it in the sea right now. I'm going too, someone echoed. What if we don't have watermelon rinds? Does anyone have extra watermelon rinds? Another inquired. Fish Alliance's leader. Yes, I have a whole bunch of leftover watermelon rinds. Don't worry, I'll put them on the trading market, buy them as needed, he replied. Ning Fan couldn't help but laugh at this scene, finding it hilarious. To discover a business opportunity in such a scenario was truly a stroke of commercial genius. However, Ning Fan merely saw it as a joke, unimpressed by these small tricks in the secondary market. Honey, those guild leaders have come to ask about reserving tomorrow's watermelon shares again, Feng Linglong suddenly said, turning her head. Ning Fan heard this and smirked internally. Once something becomes overpriced, it attracts everyone like moths to a flame, and obviously, the good stuff wouldn't come their way. He decided to ignore these people. They've been notified, and they should just follow the instructions. All right, honey, I understand. Feng Linglong nodded and got ready to work. However, Ning Fan suddenly raised his hand to stop her. Feng Linglong looked over curiously. Honey, do you have any other instructions? Ning Fan's eyes slightly drooped as he weighed the pros and cons in his mind, finally making a decision. Here's what we'll do. Send them a group message, telling them if they want watermelon shares, they should attend tonight's auction. Auction? Feng Linglong tilted her head, curious, and leaned in closer. Honey, you're planning to hold an auction, and you never mentioned it to me? Didn't I just tell you now? Ning Fan teased her nose, having just decided on the auction tonight. The sole reason was to gather a large number of foundation stones. Including the 4,000 foundation stones that Tianxiang Alliance had yet to pay, he only had 8,000 in total, all from today's sales of water and watermelons. This amount was nowhere near enough to plant many watermelons. With the value of watermelons skyrocketing, He had to seize this unexpected opportunity to make a significant profit. Later, post a notice in the chat channel. At 10 tonight, the mystery shop will hold an auction, with the highlight being an island, Ning Fan said. As for where the island was, it depended on whether Xiao Dao and the others could deliver. If not, he'd just have to capture another island himself. He had the confidence, though it would be a bit troublesome. Okay. Feng Linglong nodded, then quickly planted a soft kiss on him, leaving a moist mark. Honey, can I host the auction tonight? She playfully pleaded. Ning Fan glanced at her with a peculiar look. Who taught you to be so good at this? Ahem. If you want, I'll do it for you. Yay. Honey, I knew you were the best. Feng Linglong happily snuggled into Ning Fan's arms, rubbing against him like a playful kitten. Running the business was her passion. People always want to show their worth, and since she entrusted herself to Ning Fan, she increasingly felt that being with him was the right choice. Every day, she enjoyed a high-quality life without worrying about safety and could do what she loved. Apart from Ning Fan's somewhat overwhelming energy in that aspect, it was all benefits. Moreover, that issue would soon be resolved because Stinky Wan Wan was arriving soon. Thinking of this, a blush crept onto Feng Linglong's face. I wonder if Stinky Wan Wan can handle it so many times. Ning Fan was completely unaware of the wild thoughts in his wife's mind. He didn't make any moves, letting Feng Linglong cuddle as she pleased. He opened the screen, preparing tonight's auction items, packing all the unused resources for auction, and preparing a few heavyweight items. For the first auction, he needed to build a solid reputation, ensuring it wasn't all talk with no substance, to keep the business thriving. With that in mind, Ning Fan opened the construction interface, where 2 blueprint diagrams remained. It was time to build the 3-masted sailing ship from the level blueprint and return it. Ding! After using a level 3-masted ship blueprint, a refund was triggered, resulting in acquiring a level tower ship blueprint. Items constructed with this blueprint, including buildings, will be stored in the building interface, not occupying warehouse space. By the end of the day's remaining refunds, Ning Fan had 4 more ships in his possession. The 2-level ships were not noteworthy, but the 2-level ships caught his attention. First, he examined the information on the 5-masted sailing ship. This ship had no offensive capabilities and required self-equipped weaponry. In case of danger at sea, it could be propelled manually with oars, in conjunction with sails, reaching a maximum speed of 30 knots, approximately 50 kilometers per hour. However, the ship's structure limited its speed. Exceeding the normal speed posed a risk of disintegration, and the likelihood of this increased significantly if it sustained an impact. After reviewing, Ning Fan concluded that this ship truly embodied the flagship of pirates, emphasizing speed and a reckless nature. However, the risk of disintegration led him to decide against using it and instead consider it for auction. Next, he reviewed the details of another ship, a level tower ship, standing 8 stories high. Magically modified by world powers, it utilized mechanical propulsion, requiring no manpower, and could accommodate up to 500 people with a top speed of 18 knots, approximately 30 kilometers per hour. Although it lacked offensive capabilities and needed self-equipped defensive facilities, it could withstand harassment from level and below marine creatures and maintain defense for a significant duration against level and below weapon attacks. Despite being slower than the pirate ship, its large size and formidable defense made it truly suitable as a territorial ship. Ning Fan nodded in approval at the tower ship's details, seeing it as a perfect fit to fill his need for long-distance vessels. Out of the 4 ships, he decided to keep 1, gaining 3 more auction items. Given the current scarcity of ships, these 3 could be considered heavyweight auction items. Ning Fan felt everything was in place, just waiting for the right moment. He mused that while he could offer more high-level items, he worried the guilds couldn't afford them. After all, it was only the 8th day, and the guild leaders likely had limited resources. In this scenario, offering too many high-level items could devalue them. Now, he just needed to wait for news from Xiao Dao. Ning Fan subconsciously glanced out the window. Miles away, near a primitive island, a raft was docked. 2 men stood on it, one in front of the other, seemingly in a leader and follower relationship. The man in front was tall and sharp as a blade, gazing into the distance. At a certain moment, a raft appeared in his line of sight, heading their way. Here it comes, he murmured. The follower's expression changed slightly, stepping forward to ask eagerly, Wolf Master, is the trebuchet in Brother Dao's hands really effective against the island natives? The Wolf Master, as referred to by the follower, was the deputy leader of the Wu Alliance, Longzi. We traded a hefty price with the big boss for it. It's not for you to question its effectiveness, Longzi reprimanded calmly. When Brother Dao arrives, don't mess up. My brother here is a ruthless killer, the follower assured, nodding and bowing. Soon, the raft from afar reached their vicinity. A man stood on the raft, also looking this way. As their eyes met, both Longzi and Zhao Dao smiled. It was a joyful reunion. Even the eyes of these tough men sparkled with excitement. As soon as the rafts touched, Longzi immediately approached him, saying, Brother Dao, finally you're here. You've been doing well, bringing along some followers too. Zhao Yidao walked up to him, patted his shoulder, and laughed. I can't compare to you, Brother Dao. Without your negotiations with the boss, who knows when we would have conquered an island. With that, Longzi gave a signal to the young man behind him. The young man understood and immediately offered a cup of water. I'm Lu San, at your service, Brother Dao. Zhao Yidao glanced at the water and asked, What's this? Longzi chuckled. You're thorough as always. All right, let me drink this, and then we'll deal with the island's pirates. Zhao Yidao took the water and gave Lu San a hearty pat on the shoulder, nearly knocking him off balance. Seeing this, Zhao Yidao couldn't help but laugh. Kid, stick with your brother. With your build, you've got a long way to go to become a professional pirate. Lu San nodded repeatedly. Yes, Brother Dao, you're right. Longzi interjected at the right moment. Brother Dao, let's go. The island is just ahead. He moved to the center of the raft, raised the sail, and the raft began to move slowly. The medium-sized supply box on the island hasn't disappeared, has it? Zhao Yidao asked after finishing the water, walking over to Longzi. No, from what I observed, the native pirates don't touch the supplies on the island, Longzi replied. That's good. Zhao Yidao's face brightened with relief, thinking that if it weren't for that supply box, he wouldn't have come all this way. He then laid out a plan. In a bit, you and Lu San stay on the raft. I'll handle the pirates that come charging. If only one or two manage to board the raft, fight them off. But if too many get through, take the chance to steer the raft away, and we'll wear them down slowly. All right, Brother Dao, don't worry. I'm best at retreating when things get rough, Longzi said with a smirk. Zhao Yidao chuckled, feeling pleased. Back on Blue Star, he loved going on missions with Longzi because he could always trust him with their escape plan. Before long, the island appeared before them. A warning sounded. You have entered the territorial waters of native island B20401. Beware of pirate attacks. Zhao Yidao reacted swiftly, deploying a catapult, and a 3-meter-long siege engine appeared on the raft. Brother Dao, the pirates are coming, Longzi shouted. Zhao Yidao looked up to see 4 rafts speeding over the waves. The Bsiri's island was guarded by 8 pirates, but Zhao Yidao remained calm. He had practiced with the catapult dozens of times and was mentally calculating the trajectory of an approaching raft. He placed a stone on the catapult, adjusted the direction, and prepared himself. Once the raft entered the designated spot, he didn't hesitate for a second and pressed the catapult with force. Fire. The cornerstone was hurled into the air, quickly transforming into a fireball that traced a brief arc across the sky before striking its target directly. The pirate and his raft vanished into the waves in an instant. Witnessing this, Zhao Yidao couldn't help but laugh heartily, secretly relieved that his painstaking practice had paid off by immediately sinking a raft. This success was the best reward for his efforts. However, his joy was short-lived as Longzi's urgent voice interrupted him. Brother Dao, the other 3 pirate rafts are closing in. We need to retreat. Zhao Yidao was taken aback. Looking up, he saw the 3 pirate rafts were now only a few hundred meters away, too close for him to aim and fire another shot. Cursing his carelessness inwardly, his expression turned serious as he shouted, Retreat. Quickly, facing pirates with the catapult for the first time, he hadn't considered the issue of reloading and had been somewhat overconfident. Fortunately, the initial success of sinking a pirate raft allowed them to regroup and try again, easing some of the pressure. Longzi directed Lu San, and the two began paddling furiously. There were still 6 pirates left, and allowing them to land would be disastrous. Zhao Yidao, assessing the situation, grabbed a paddle and joined in. Soon, they were out of the danger zone, but the pirates continued their pursuit, albeit at a slower pace. It wasn't until they had put 2 kilometers between themselves and the pirates that the chase was called off, and the pirates retreated. Finally out of danger, the 3 exhaustedly collapsed under the wooden shelter, panting heavily. Zhao Yidao and Longzi were in slightly better shape, though disheveled, thanks to their level physical condition. Lu San, however, was utterly spent, sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, his tongue hanging out as he panted heavily, as if he might run out of breath at any moment. Here, Brother Dao. Longzi offered a cup of level water to Zhao Yidao. Without hesitation, Zhao Yidao took it and drank it all in one go, not putting the cup down until it was empty. He then spoke, his voice serious. I miscalculated this time. Given the catapult's reloading speed and the pirate's attack speed, we can only fire once before we have to retreat, or we'll be surrounded. Pausing, he glanced at Longzi and Lu San, continuing solemnly. So, we'll need at least 3 trips to completely take over the island. Hearing this, Longzi looked worried and said, Brother Dao, we're running low on level water. The implication was clear, they might not last 3 trips. In such scorching weather, skirmishing with pirates was a significant test of endurance. Without level water, attempting 3 trips could lead to disaster. Zhao Yidao furrowed his brows, pondering for a moment before making a decisive call. Then we'll make 2 trips, eliminate 2 pirates each time, and then after a rest, we'll take on the remaining 4 pirates in one go. If we can use the catapult to take out 2, we might have a chance in close combat with the last 2. Of course, all of this depended on Zhao Dao's ability to accurately sink a pirate raft with each wave, which was no easy feat. Considering this, Longzi advised, Brother Dao, today let's focus on wearing them down. We can kill a few pirates and then take the island tomorrow. It's a good plan. After all, good things take time. Zhao Dao nodded slightly, as he usually valued Longzi's concerns due to his experience. However, just as they were about to settle on this strategy, Lucen stood up at some point, walked over to them, and said, Boss Dao, Boss Lang, I have some news I need to share with you. With that, Lucen opened up a screen. Zhao Dao and Longzi couldn't help but look over. The chat channel showed a message. Assistant from Maple Leaf's mysterious shop will hold an auction tonight at 10. Interested friends can message the assistant directly. A ticket to the auction costs just 1 cornerstone. All items for this auction are exclusively provided by Maple Leaf. Below is the main item list. Additionally, there will be some ordinary resources auctioned in bundles, and those interested can purchase a ticket for more details. The auction only accepts cornerstone bids. If you can't pay for the items you win, you'll bear the consequences. Maple Leaf's mysterious shop's first auction is locked in for 10 tonight. Don't miss it. The list detailed several ships, causing a stir in the entire chat channel. Wow, that's extravagant. 3 ships that can serve as territories released at once. I can't imagine how rich the boss is, one player exclaimed. It seems that in the boss's shop, items without levels don't even make it to the list, another added. What does this headline item mean? An island? Can that even be auctioned? A player from the Cloth Alliance asked curiously. The assistant from Maple Leaf's mysterious shop responded, auctioning the coordinates of an unowned island. The pirates there have been eliminated, and resources have been collected. The buyer will only get the island. Judge its value for yourselves. Once someone wins the bid, the mysterious shop guarantees not to disclose the coordinates or attack the island in the future. The player from the Cloth Alliance pressed further. Is this your guarantee, or Maple Leaf's? The assistant replied, I can represent Maple Leaf. The player nodded satisfactorily. All right, I understand. Thank you, assistant. I will represent our Cloth Alliance in this auction. He thought to himself, auctioning an unowned island is a big move. Besides the boss, I haven't heard of anyone else reaching an island. With the boss's endorsement, winning the bid is a sure profit. The island has a 100-fold growth acceleration effect, and the top guilds will likely fight fiercely for it. Now that you mention it, I suddenly want to attend the auction. It's just a cornerstone for a ticket. I'm in, another player chimed in. Count me in too. It's good to broaden our horizons. Lucen scrolled through the chat messages, and Zhao Dao and Longzi absorbed all the information, their expressions a mix of seriousness and surprise. Stop, Zhao Dao instructed, halting Lucen scrolling. There's not much valuable information further down. Go back to the previous list. As Lucen scrolled back, Zhao Dao exchanged a glance with Longzi. Brother Dao, do you think the boss is waiting for us to send him the coordinates for the island? Zhao Dao shook his head. Don't overthink it. The boss can take an island much easier than we can. Regardless of whether the boss is waiting or not, we have to take this island today. What about the pirate flagship? Should we aim for that? Zhao Dao's lips curled with anticipation. But we don't have many cornerstones, Longzi questioned. There are some over there. Zhao Dao pointed to the distant native island, saying resolutely, let's go. We need to seize this opportunity, or we might not find such a suitable ship for us again. In a shabby room, Huang Chao Tianxia sat at the table, staring grimly at the messages on the screen. His face had been clouded all day. Just yesterday, he was full of vigor, planning to storm the island with a D crossbow, hoping to make a grand impression. However, the news of Feng Yi reaching the island this morning hit him like a ton of bricks, completely shattering his morale. To make matters worse, Feng Yi was renting out crate catapults, which was exactly his original plan. He felt an overwhelming sense of despair, as if others were walking his path while he was left behind. Despite this, he tried to pull himself together. After all, if he couldn't be the first to reach the island, being the second could still earn him a share of the vast market. Yet, unexpected events soon disrupted his plans. In such scorching weather and under high consumption conditions, fighting pirates with a D crossbow was simply unrealistic. The island conquest plan was declared a failure before it even began. Faced with this double blow, he watched Feng Yi about to hold an auction, and a deep sense of jealousy and helplessness erupted within him. These emotions intertwined and lingered, refusing to dissipate. He had been so close to surpassing Feng Yi, only to fall to this state. Huang Chao Tianxia clenched his hands tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, drawing blood. He was unwilling to accept this. Nearby, Di, who noticed the blood marks on his hands and shuddered, finally unable to resist, asking nervously, President, are we attending the auction tonight? Huang Chao Tianxia turned his head stiffly, his sinister gaze causing Di Hu to instinctively take a step back. His clenched fists suddenly relaxed, and he slowly closed his eyes, striving to compose himself before stating with determination, yes, not only will we attend, but we will also bid for that island. Di Hu looked surprised. President, haven't you always looked down on Feng Yi? Huang Chao Tianxia replied. Looking down on him is one thing, but as long as there's profit to be made, why not give him money back? As he said this, his eyes flickered with uncertainty. Although he spoke lightly, he still felt a bit uneasy inside. But, President, we don't have that many foundation stones, Hu whispered. Huang Chao Tianxia frowned slightly, calming down as his mind raced. He realized that the island being auctioned was like a lifeline, giving him renewed strength. This burst of energy made his thoughts exceptionally clear. Soon, he came up with a clever idea and slapped the table, saying, "If we don't have them, we'll borrow. We'll issue guild bonds and raise funds from guild members." Guild bonds. Hu looked puzzled, clearly unfamiliar with the term. Huang Chao Tianxiao explained. Guild bonds mean borrowing money from guild members through leasing. Borrow 1 foundation stone and return 1.5 stones a few days later. A smile crept onto his face, feeling like a genius for coming up with such a plan. This time, he wasn't playing tricks. He genuinely wanted to raise funds through this method. The value of foundation stones was tied to the island's size and wouldn't depreciate easily. Borrowing 1 stone and returning 1.5 meant a solid 50 profit, which would tempt many. President, can we really borrow money this way? Hu was filled with doubt. Borrowing money relies heavily on trust, but he thought to himself, President, do you really have that kind of credibility? Although he didn't voice this thought, his skepticism was obvious. Emperor Tianxia saw through his concerns. Despite feeling a twinge of jealousy, he didn't show any anger. Faced with such doubt, he was already prepared and responded with a contemptuous smile. What if he put everything in his territory as collateral, or even the entire territory itself? Since no one believed him, he might as well lay all his cards on the table, showing all his assets, so no one could question his credibility. After all, he had to secure this island. Once he owned it, he would have the leverage to turn things around. By then, the debts would be a minor issue, easily settled with a wave of his hand. Hearing his plan, Hu's mouth dropped open in surprise. All in, if he couldn't pay back by the due date, wouldn't he lose everything? His doubts didn't linger long, as he quickly realized that even the citizens could be pledged as collateral. He himself became part of the collateral. Go notify a few people below, have them start pooling funds within the guild, and choose a representative to sign the lease agreement with me. Emperor Tianxiao instructed. The debt term was set for 5 days, and if he couldn't repay it by then, everything in the territory would be at the creditor's disposal. The leasing function was built into the trading hall and restricted by the lord system, so there was no chance of default. Borrowing money was essentially a form of leasing. Emperor Tianxiao was just adopting a unique leasing approach, with deferred rent payment. All right, President, I'll arrange it right away. Hu agreed reluctantly, then turned and left the room. Left alone in the room, Emperor Tianxia slowly closed his eyes to rest. Despite his calm exterior, his slightly trembling hands betrayed his inner turmoil. This was a massive gamble. If he failed, he would lose everything. Taking a deep breath, he reopened his eyes and murmured to himself, these days, anyone with ambition is in debt, nothing to worry about. The news of Emperor Tianxia issuing guild bonds quickly leaked into the chat channels, and all the guild presidents learned about it. After cursing the cunning merchant, they all followed suit, starting to raise funds within their own guilds. They had no choice. If they didn't raise funds, they would miss out on the island. However, when they actually issued the guild bonds, they realized how attractive it was. At this stage, everyone had some foundation stones saved up, mostly for preparations once they reached the island. Suddenly, a low-risk investment project appeared in the guild, offering 50 returns. With the president's family as collateral, it was a no-brainer. Even if they didn't get their money back, it didn't matter. If the president failed, they might even be a bit happy. With this mindset, each president gathered a significant amount of foundation stones, eagerly awaiting the auction to begin, ready to make a move. As the evening approached, the temperature outside began to drop, and the air conditioning in the living room was turned up a few degrees. Ning Fan was snuggled up to phone Ling Long for warmth, scrolling through messages when he suddenly received one. Medium supply box 1. Grade large villa construction blueprint. Foundation stones 1,000. Potatoes 50 kg, pineapples 10 kg. If you need all these resources, please accept them. As for our share, please convert it into foundation stones and store it as auction credits for us. Our Martial Alliance is also preparing to participate in your auction. Ning Fan was slightly taken aback, holding a medium supply box and a D-grade villa blueprint. He thought to himself that this was quite a haul. Given the opportunity to choose, he accepted everything without hesitation. All right, I'll give you a 5,000 base stone auction quota, and we'll adjust it as needed later. Although the exact value of the medium supply box and the D-grade blueprint was unclear, Ning Fan knew their value would fluctuate over time. He speculated that Zhao Dao and his crew were probably after the 5-masted sailing ship, so he gave a fair estimate. Thank you, boss. I'll send all the resources to you now. Zhao Dao replied without any objections, and also sent the island's coordinates. Ning Fan smiled, thinking that he had made the right decision by renting the catapult to Xiao Dao and his team. If he had rented it to another guild, the efficiency wouldn't be as high, since mercenaries are generally more skilled in combat than ordinary people. Having exhausted today's return attempts, the D-grade villa blueprint had to be set aside for now. Ning Fan turned his attention to the description of the medium supply box. It was his first time acquiring one, and he was filled with anticipation. The medium supply box was guaranteed to yield 2 items, with a small chance of yielding more. It would at least contain 1 grade item, and there was a very slim chance of a C-grade item. This was a limited supply box that only appeared in era benefits, sudden events, and as rewards from exploration adventures like native islands, similar to the large supply box, offering an additional method of acquisition. Adventure-type exploration rewards like native islands. Does that mean dungeons? Ning Fan mumbled to himself. He retrieved the medium supply box from the warehouse, and a 1-meter cubic box appeared in the living room, noticeably smaller than the large supply box. Without hesitation, he gently poked Feng Linglong, who was engrossed in chatting nearby. Honey, it's time to open the box. He thought to himself that if he opened it, it would just be a waste. Feng Linglong returned to reality, and upon seeing the large box, her face lit up with joy. Honey, you want me to open this box? Ning Fan nodded, and with his affirmation, she excitedly rubbed her hands together. After her last box opening experience, she had been eagerly anticipating another chance. She contained her excitement and placed her hands on the edge of the supply box, ready to open it. Suddenly, she paused and turned to Ning Fan. Honey, you won't scold me if I don't get anything good, right? Ning Fan chuckled. What are you thinking? Of course not. However, his hand subtly moved to Feng Linglong's waist. Feeling his playful pinch, Feng Linglong pouted and rolled her eyes, thinking to herself that he might not scold her, but he might tease her mercilessly. Faced with Ning Fan's mischief, she could only let him have his way. Taking a deep breath, Feng Linglong refocused on the supply box and finally mustered the courage to open it. With a ding, a notification sounded. Received 1 crate sea salt processing plant and 10 special items, treaty agreements. Ning Fan leaned in, saw the notification on the screen, and looked at Feng Linglong in disbelief. Honey, you really are a goddess of luck. Last time Ning Fan opened a large supply crate, he unexpectedly obtained a top-tier A-level item. This time, he almost managed to get another top-tier item from a medium-sized supply crate. What surprised him even more was the appearance of a special item, a unique good luck charm, which yielded 10 items at once. In total, Feng Linglong received 11 items from the medium-sized crate, as if it had exploded into a treasure trove. Thinking about this, Ning Fan couldn't help but plant a few kisses on Feng Linglong's face. The sudden affection made her blush shyly like a young girl, lowering her head, letting out a soft murmur. She had already prepared herself for Ning Fan to take things further, but after waiting for a while, nothing happened. She looked up to find him intently focused on the information about a clever sea salt processing plant. Feeling a bit dissatisfied, she playfully stuck out her tongue. What? I was ready, and that's it. Feng Linglong thought to herself. The clever sea salt processing plant covers an area of 500, equipped with an automated sea salt production line, capable of producing 100 kilograms of refined salt daily, requiring self-supplied electricity to operate. Consuming enough refined salt can slightly aid in absorbing energy from level food, enhancing physical fitness. This information made Ning Fan's eyes light up, realizing that this world is similar to Blue Star in some ways, where the body needs trace elements to stay healthy, and here, they help improve physique. With this sea salt processing plant, my physical improvement will be much faster, Ning Fan thought with delight, planning to find a place to set up the plant. Just then, he caught a glimpse of Feng Linglong's resentful gaze, and following her eyes, he noticed her pouting with a face full of grievance. Ning Fan's lips curled into a smile as he bent down towards her, gently tapped her cheek. Linglong, you're amazing. Having you is my good fortune. With that, he turned to leave, leaving Feng Linglong standing there, feeling a bit upset. Stupid Ning Fan, always teasing me, she muttered softly, though slightly annoyed. She realized that Ning Fan might have held back considering she had to host an auction later. Once she calmed down, she refocused on her work. With over 5,000 participants at the auction, she needed to organize everything properly. As time went on, the number of onlookers continued to grow. Although many gathered to watch, those truly participating in the auction remained members of the guild. As the sun set and night fell, the day's heat dissipated, leaving a hint of warmth in the air, and the long mist coolness lifted everyone's spirits. The auction group became more lively, and even those not in the group were actively discussing the auction in chat channels and other groups. Suddenly, all eyes were on the upcoming auction. Seeing the intense discussions, Feng Linglong couldn't help but feel nervous. What if things went wrong? She instinctively glanced around. The spacious living room was empty except for her, as Ning Fan had not yet returned. Feeling insecure, her anxiety grew. Just as her thoughts began to spiral, the living room door quietly opened, and Ning Fan returned with a satisfied smile on his face. Having secured another resource, how could he not be happy? However, When he saw Feng Linglong's anxious demeanor, he immediately toned down his smile and sat beside her. Are you ready for tonight's auction? If you're not confident, I can handle it, he suggested softly. Seeing Ning Fan by her side, Feng Linglong inexplicably felt relieved and naturally placed her hand in his, feeling the warmth of his palm. Honey, I'd like to try. Can you watch over me? She asked gently. Okay. Ning Fan nodded, saying nothing more. With his support, Feng Linglong slowly opened the auction group. It was only a quarter of an hour until 10 o'clock, and the group's activity surpassed even the chat channels, with messages refreshing at an astonishing speed. Feng Linglong silenced everyone. Maple's mysterious shop assistant. All participants in the auction, please carefully read the following rules. Once the auction begins, everyone is prohibited from speaking except to bid. If you have any questions about the items, please save them or contact the assistant privately. Do not raise them in the auction group. Violators will be removed from the group and permanently banned. If there is no higher bid within half a minute of a bid being placed, the item will be considered sold. The auction only accepts cornerstone bids. If you win an item but cannot pay in cornerstones, it will be considered an affront to Maple, and you will face their pursuit. Do not take chances. After each item is auctioned, there will be a 5-minute window to display the next item, allowing bidders to decide whether to participate. The first item up for auction is 25 standard weapons, with a starting bid of 100 cornerstones. These are the rules. Please adhere to them carefully. The auction will officially begin in 10 minutes. Feng Linglong systematically issued a series of rules, her thought process exceptionally clear with Ning Fan by her side, ensuring everything was organized. Once all the messages were sent, she turned to Ning Fan for his opinion, asking, Honey, what do you think? No problem, you did great. Just go ahead and do it boldly. If anything goes wrong, I'll back you up, Ning Fan praised. With her experience from the first time, Feng Linglong was becoming more adept, allowing Ning Fan to gradually hand over more responsibilities to her while he focused on acquiring resources. As the first auction item was unveiled, the chat channel buzzed with excitement. Although standard weapons were now quite common, they shared a similar principle to the fishing rod Ning Fan gave to Huang San. As the quantity increases, so does the value. Especially at this critical moment of fending off pirate invasions, weapons became even more crucial. As the first auction item to set the stage, the 25 standard weapons were undoubtedly a fitting choice. The guild leaders eagerly awaited the auction item, ready to bid. 10 minutes quickly passed, and Feng Linglong lifted the auction group's silence, announcing, the first auction of Maple Leaf's mysterious shop is officially open. The first item, 25 standard weapons, starting bid at 100 foundation stones. Bidding starts now. Upon Feng Linglong's announcement, people immediately began placing bids. Wutian Guild, 200 foundation stones. They boldly doubled the bid to intimidate individual lords. However, the guild leaders participating in the auction were all holding substantial funds, and a few hundred foundation stones were merely a drop in the bucket for them. Golden Alliance, 300 foundation stones. Heaven and Earth Society, 400 foundation stones. Plain Clothes Alliance, 450 foundation stones. Wutian Guild, 460 foundation stones. The auction group remained orderly without chaotic bidding. The guild leaders or vice leaders participating were all dignified individuals capable of maintaining decorum. Eventually, after a round of bidding, the price settled at 510 foundation stones, with Wutian Guild winning the item. The average price per weapon was 20, slightly higher than the market, but acquiring so many at once was clearly a profitable deal. The auction group fell silent again, but the enthusiasm among the participants was ignited. Previously, Ning Fan had only offered 3 portions, each 1L, which had everyone scrambling. This time, presenting 7L at once was enough to drive everyone into a frenzy. Someone exclaimed in the chat channel, Wow, is this what the assistant meant by auctioning off some ordinary resources? I underestimated the wealth of the big shots. Bro, no kidding? The person above, don't speak without knowledge. They're the president of the Electricians Guild, not likely to deceive you. I'm going too. I have a good relationship with our guild leader. Zhao Yidao sat under the wooden shelter, watching the chat channel, and then advised the nearby Longzi. Don't worry, even without using the auction quota with the big shots, we have enough foundation stones to secure this water. Hearing this, Zhao Yidao felt reassured. Similar scenes played out in various guilds, as they viewed this as a ticket to enhancing their strength significantly. So much so that when Feng Linglong announced the start of bidding for the second auction item, the auction group briefly descended into chaos. Ninja Guild, 800 foundation stones. In the auction, there was a chaotic bidding with Tianya at 780 foundation stones, Mamin's Home at 840, and Tomodajan at 820. Although such disordered bids occurred simultaneously, it was hard to judge right from wrong because everyone bid at the same time. Feng Linglong, looking distressed, glanced at Ning Fan for help. Don't worry, you can interrupt and restart the auction to take the highest bid, Ning Fan said calmly. Feng Linglong nodded and initiated a silence mode. Instantly, The auction group fell silent. Due to the large number of bidders and technical limitations, the assistant from Maple Leaf's mysterious store announced a temporary pause in the auction. After explaining the situation, Feng Linglong lifted the silence mode. When the auction resumed, those small guilds stopped bidding. Around 1,000 foundation stones was the maximum they could afford, so when the price reached 900, they had to consider carefully. By league, 1,000 foundation stones. This price effectively blocked the smaller guilds, forcing them to exit and leaving the larger guilds to compete. Gene League bid 1,100, Electricians Guild 1,200, Fisherman's League 1,250, Tainahoe 1,300, and Electricians Guild again at 1,500. As the price climbed, the number of bidding guilds dwindled. Just when everyone thought the auction would end with the relatively unknown Electricians Guild, Longzi made his move. Wu League, 2,000 foundation stones. He boldly raised the bid by 500, displaying a pirate-like audacity. At the auction site, people cursed. Damn, these pirates don't treat money like money. How can they bid like this? At 2,000 foundation stones, there was no competition. The next auction item is a 10,000 pound watermelon sales quota, divided into 5 auctions, each for 2,000 pounds, starting at 1,000 foundation stones. Since it's a reserved quota, the auction price only determines the final payment, with a prepayment of 1/5 of the winning bid. Today, Ning Fan sold watermelons at 5 foundation stones, with each weighing 10 pounds, equating to 1 foundation stone for 2 pounds of watermelon. Hence, the starting price for a 2,000 pound quota is 1,000 foundation stones. Clearly, the price was set to increase. Guild leaders watching from their screens wore bitter expressions. They wished they had reserved at today's price, but now they had to pay more. However, paying a bit extra was better than watching others profit, and no one wanted to miss out. Thus, the bidding for each watermelon sales quota was fiercely contested. Wuya 1,100 foundation stones. Wutian Guild, 1,300 foundation stones. Carpenters Guild, 1,400 foundation stones. Feng Linglong kept her eyes fixed on the bids from various guilds in the auction chat. Each bid involved transactions of thousands of base stones, so she didn't dare to slack off. In contrast, Ning Fan appeared much more relaxed. He took a pineapple from the warehouse, skillfully peeled it, and offered a small piece to Feng Linglong. Relax, it's just an auction. Don't overthink it. Just pay attention to their bids and don't bid recklessly. Here, try this fresh pineapple. Instinctively, Feng Linglong opened her mouth, and Ning Fan quickly popped the pineapple in. The sweet and tangy flavor filled her mouth, snapping her back to reality. She glanced at the pineapple near her lips and then took a big bite, chewing with puffed cheeks while continuing to monitor the chat group, seemingly ignoring Ning Fan's words. Ning Fan blinked and teased. Hey, give me some feedback. Is the pineapple sour, sweet, or poisonous? I'm waiting for your review to decide if I should eat it. As Feng Linglong slowly stopped chewing and swallowed the pineapple without saying a word, Ning Fan skeptically took a piece himself. As soon as he tasted it, he squinted his eyes with delight. Delicious. The pineapple, though freshly picked, was perfectly ripe, with a juicy and tender texture. He continued eating with confidence, occasionally offering a piece to Feng Linglong out of a sense of fairness. Before long, the auction for 5 shares of watermelon was finally completed, with prices reaching around 1,800 base stones each, nearly double the starting price. The Carpenters Guild won 2 shares, while the Electricians Guild, Ranchers Home, and the Civil Engineering Masters each secured 1 share. Seeing Ning Fan enjoying the pineapple, Feng Linglong naturally grabbed a piece from his hand, taking a delicate bite and chewing it finely, a stark contrast to her earlier gulping. She asked, Honey, why didn't we auction more watermelon shares? They seem to be quite in demand. She noted that the total shares auctioned, along with the pre-orders from the 4 major guilds, amounted to only 20,000 pounds. Based on the yield of 4,000 pounds of watermelon per 1,000 square meters, this represented only 5,000 square meters of land value, clearly less than the area Ning Fan planned to expand for watermelon cultivation. Ning Fan glanced at the pineapple piece snatched from his hand and rolled his eyes before explaining. They were actually out of the running during the bargaining phase. If it weren't for wanting to make the auction more lively, I wouldn't have given them the chance to meddle in the watermelon market. These 4 guilds that won shares, they just came to add to the atmosphere, and I'll let them earn a bit. The other guilds shouldn't bother trying to get involved. Feng Linglong, with her sharp business acumen, immediately guessed what was going on and asked in surprise. Honey, are you planning to retail the rest of the watermelons tomorrow? Ning Fan nodded. So what price are you thinking for each watermelon? Ning Fan calmly raised a finger. 10 base stones per watermelon. Feng Linglong couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Feng Linglong asked quietly, doesn't that mean the guilds that bid for the 2,000 pounds of watermelon shares can only earn up to 200 foundation stones? Will anyone buy at such a high price? Her voice carried a hint of concern, as this price was twice as much as today's. Ning Fan smiled slyly, offering reassurance. Don't worry, people will definitely buy. If one person can't afford it, They can buy in groups. Today's watermelons were sold before the incident occurred, at a wholesale price of 5 foundation stones, which now seems like a bargain. Plus, with the high temperatures these days, watermelons at 10 foundation stones each in the trading hall will surely attract buyers looking to cool off. Moreover, even the watermelon rinds have value, so a price increase is acceptable. Besides, when you think about it, a retail price of 10 foundation stones is only 2 or 3 more than the guild's retail price today. Setting it at 10 foundation stones is quite reasonable. Feng Linglong nodded slightly, not saying anything further, and continued to focus on the auction. The auction moved into one of its most crucial stages, the auctioning of ships. Many guilds were there for the 3 ships, as they could be converted into territories, making them the best option below the islands. The participating guilds were medium-sized, which meant it was hard to create a significant asset gap. The auction quickly turned into a fierce battleground. Ninja Guild, 720 foundation stones. Stone Alliance, 730 foundation stones. Co-Creation Guild, 740 foundation stones. The guild showcased remarkable thrift in bidding for the first 2 ships, making the auction process extremely lengthy. Watching the steadily rising prices, Feng Linglong yawned and complained to Ning Fan. "Honey, they're so slow." Ning Fan chuckled, explaining, "There's no helping it. Unlike the previous items, ships can't be resold for cash flow. They're for personal use and are considered real estate. Interestingly, most of their funds come from guild member financing, so winning the bid means debt, and they have to be cautious." He recalled that the idea of issuing guild bonds came from the emperor of the guild, Huangqiao Tianxia, and he thought to himself, "What a good brother, raising the competitive level of the auction and earning me a lot more money. I shouldn't have mocked you before, Huangqiao." After half an hour of back-and-forth bidding, the auction for the 3 ships finally concluded. A flat price of 5,000 foundation stones left all the guilds stunned, showcasing the pirates' boldness. However, those who could afford it were more interested in the final item, not wanting to compete with the Martial Alliance for the ships. The auction reached its final moment. The assistant from Maple Leaf's mysterious shop announced, "The next item is the highlight of this auction, a set of coordinates for an unclaimed island." She continued, "Before the auction begins, there are a few rules to clarify. First, the mysterious shop guarantees that the coordinates of this unclaimed island will not be disclosed through any channel, so rest assured. Second, the shop ensures the validity of the island's coordinates. To ensure the safety of the eventual island lord, the coordinates will not be publicly revealed, so please consider carefully before bidding. The island may be far from your current location, and you must bear this risk. Of course, the shop offers a transfer service, renting a ship to the buyer at 30 kilometers per hour for 1,000 foundation stones, to help them reach the island quickly and safely. Third, if you choose not to use the transfer service, the shop provides no after-sales service once the coordinates are given." The audience was taken aback by this third rule. While they hadn't expected after-sales service, stating it so bluntly seemed a bit overbearing. Seeing no response in the muted chat group, Feng Linglong promptly said, "Since there are no objections, the auction for the unclaimed island will begin in 5 minutes." In the realm of the Huang dynasty, Di Hu complained, "President, this mysterious shop is too domineering. Without choosing the 1,000 base stone transfer service, there's no after-sales guarantee. If we bid on the island and later find it's too far, we could risk someone else taking it over." "Absolutely not." Huangqiao Tianxiao replied firmly, shaking his head. He continued to analyze. The more overbearing Feng Yi acts, the more it shows he has no intention of backstabbing. He just wants to sell quickly and make money. As he spoke, Huangqiao Tianxia's tone gradually became somber, eventually falling silent. Feng Yi's approach was simply to avoid trouble from buyers, and he himself wanted to avoid complications. Huangqiao Tianxia thought to himself, Feng Yi doesn't care about those resources, but the reality made him speechless and inwardly pained. The gap between them was too vast, making him feel ashamed. "If it were me, I'd definitely trick the buyer since they don't know the island's coordinates. I could auction it off again later." Huangqiao Tianxia sighed, realizing he was ultimately poor and short-sighted. He thought that if this were exposed, he would fall into the same predicament. Taking a deep breath, he cleared his mind of distractions and continued speaking to Di Hu. "Your concerns are purely unfounded. Encountering an island is a rare event. Besides, who dares to enter a warning zone easily? In this heat, being chased by pirates is no joke. So as long as we land on the island before the incident ends, there shouldn't be any surprises." Di Hu suddenly understood and eagerly said, "President, you have sharp insight. I didn't think of that. So, should we confidently bid on the island later?" Huangqiao Tianxiao nodded but showed little joy on his face. "We must bid, but whether we can win is uncertain." He knew that after the debt issue was leaked, he had no confidence to compete with those thriving guilds. After a day of recovery, his guild had only grown by over 200 members, totaling less than 500. He had raised only 8,000 base stones, achieved by ruthlessly increasing the profit margin to 100 and squeezing the guild members dry. He sensed the island's final price might exceed what he could afford. Thinking of this, Huang Chao Tianxia looked out the window, the dark night seemingly foretelling his future, weighing on his heart. President, the auction has started. Dihu's urgent voice interrupted his thoughts. Huang Chao Tianxia had to temporarily suppress his anxiety and focus on the auction group. Feng Ye's mysterious shop assistant announced, "Time's up, I won't say much more." The final item is an unclaimed island. Starting at 1,000 base stones, the auction begins. As soon as the message was sent, a bid followed. Alliance, 3,000 base stones. The 2,000 base stone increment made everyone's eyes widen. Damn, not holding back, are they? Going for a 5-figure bid. Often, the first bid sets the tone for the entire auction. Seeing such aggressive bidding, other guild leaders were unwilling to be outdone. The auction prices were swiftly climbing by 1,000 stone increments. Yulian Guild, for 1,000 stones. Carpentry Guild, 5,000 stones. Wutian Guild, 6,000 stones. Golden Alliance, 7,000 stones. The rapid escalation left all onlookers astounded. This is outrageous. It's like money means nothing to them. This scenario perfectly aligned with the intentions of the major guilds. At this critical moment in the auction, almost everyone was gathered, with real-time updates on the latest developments being broadcast in chat channels and group chats. The guild leaders were displaying their extravagance, using the opportunity to advertise their guild's financial power to attract more members. Everyone understood the game and placed high bids within their limits, aiming to outshine the others. As the prices neared his limit, Huangchao Tianxia's face darkened with frustration. These damn guys, still competing at this point. It's like handing money to Feng Yi. Unable to hold back, he made his first bid. Huangchao, 8,000 stones. That was his absolute limit. Unfortunately, it was surpassed within seconds. Plain Clothing Guild, 8,500 stones. Yulian Guild, 9,000 stones. Golden Alliance, 9,500 stones. The prices surged towards 10,000 stones without causing much of a stir. However, once it hit 10,000 stones, the guilds became more cautious, increasing their bids by only 100 or 2 stones each time. Clearly, they were nearing their financial limits, burdened with debt, and had to be careful beyond their 10,000 stone goal. "Boss, we don't have enough stones. Maybe we should stop," Dihu whispered, secretly relieved. "Please, let's stop. We should take this money back and pay off those damn loans. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, I'll end up being collateral. If I fall into the hands of the likes of Nyoma, it won't be as a sidekick, but as a slave." He dreaded such a life. However, Huangchao Tianxia shattered his hopes with a single statement. "No way. A true man doesn't get tripped up by a bit of money. I have one last card up my sleeve. I didn't want to use it, but if I can't get through this hurdle, it won't be as useful later." Exuding a door-die aura, he instructed Dihu firmly. "Contact the assistant at the mystery shop. I have something to sell that they might be interested in." In the living room, Feng Linglong and Ning Fan were closely watching the bidding war among the guilds with great interest. So much money, all for the money. "Honey, this carpentry guild is loaded, ordering 4,000 pounds of watermelon and bidding 11,000 stones for the island. I guess they're in high demand for carpentry work, so it makes sense they have money," Ning Fan chuckled. "It seems like not many guilds are bidding anymore. Do you think Yulian Guild will win, or will the Carpentry Guild get the island?" Feng Linglong asked. "Well, it seems like," Ning Fan began to reply, but was interrupted as a notification popped up on Feng Linglong's screen. It was a special alert she had set up to notify her if anyone from the auction group sent her a private message during the auction. "Huangchao Guild. The auction is almost over. Why are they messaging me now?" Feng Linglong wondered aloud as she clicked to open the private message, with Ning Fan looking on curiously. "Huangchao Group ID, Assistant, I don't have enough stones to win the island. I have a special item here. Can you see if it can be used as collateral for stone credits?" The message indicated that all the eggs he had could hatch, but those with levels required professional equipment for incubation. This special item was obtained from a medium-sized supply box from the royal dynasty, along with the D crossbow in his hand. Feng Linglong curiously asked Ning Fan, "Honey, is this thing worth anything?" She thought the great egg was somewhat useless, as it required a special incubation device. "It's all right. Offer them a 2,000 base stone limit and see if they accept," Ning Fan said in a deep voice. He believed that with the right incubation device, he could have an additional source of meat, making eating chicken not just a dream. However, the problem was that he didn't have an incubation device and had no idea when he might get one. Therefore, the item's value wasn't very high. "Wait, an item?" Ning Fan looked closely, and after confirming he wasn't mistaken, he raised an eyebrow, thinking of the widely discussed topic. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? In the world of lords, eggs were classified as special items for hatching hens, so clearly, the egg came first here. Feng Linglong followed Ning Fan's suggestion and sent out the offer. Soon, the other party replied quickly, seemingly a bit anxious. "Honey," they refused, saying it's too low. This wasn't surprising, as they were after the island, and dissatisfaction with the price was normal. Ning Fan was unfazed and waved his hand, saying, "Then add 500. This 500 is out of respect for what Brother Royal Dynasty has silently contributed. Otherwise, it might have been just 200. Feng Linglong nodded and continued messaging. Meanwhile, the room fell into a dead silence. Earth Tiger, with his head ducked, sneaked a glance at the president, who exuded an eerie aura, not daring to speak. Add 500. That won't do any good, he thought to himself. In the short time just now, the auction price had already increased by more than that. Silly Dog Maple Leaf was definitely taking advantage of the situation, trying to get a tool that could provide a source of premium food for just 2,500 base stones, which was like giving alms to a beggar. Royal Dynasty was burning with anger and kicked a nearby chair away. 2,500 base stones are worthless. With an extra 2,500 base stones, they can only chase after the auction price and eat dust. Tell them, without 4,000 base stones, this deal won't happen, he said coldly. Got it, President. Seeing that he was in a rage, Earth Tiger didn't dare to slack off and quickly conveyed the message. A few moments later, he stopped typing, his face pale. President, he stammered, clearly indicating the negotiation hadn't gone well. Speak, Royal Dynasty shouted coldly. They said if the deal included a grade hen chick, they could offer 5,000 base stones, or if it included incubation equipment, it could reach that price. Earth Tiger paused, hesitating to continue. But what? Royal Dynasty's face turned sour, having a vague idea of the outcome. With just a grade egg, even 2,500 was generous. As his words fell, the room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. It wasn't that Ning Fan was deliberately pushing the price down. He simply knew that the egg's actual value to him was only that much. Its designation as a special item highlighted its importance. The underlying message was that a grade egg currently wouldn't appear as a level food or item. As a special item, it had a certain rarity. Once hatched, it means having an earlier access to a channel for obtaining high-level food than others, possibly even a unique one. Those familiar with Ning Fan know that his initial offer in business is often the most lenient price he can give. However, the Huangchao Tianxia is completely unaware of this, assuming Ning Fan is just a shrewd businessman trying to manipulate him, which makes him furious. President, we shouldn't take this lying down. Let's just withdraw from the auction, Hu said indignantly. He thought to himself that he was too upset to keep sending money to Feng Yi. Unfortunately, Huangchao Tianxia was not an ordinary person. He snorted coldly and said firmly, "At this stage, there's no reason to give up." He had planned to hold back, but as the island bidding in the auction group was nearing its end, he was running out of time and had to go all in. He decided to send them the blueprint to see their reaction. Huangchao Tianxia sent a blueprint to Hu, which was for a regular chicken coop designed for hens to hatch ordinary eggs. A hen can hatch up to 10 ordinary eggs at a time. If there is no hen, it can be done manually, although it takes slightly longer and has a very small chance of hatching an egg within the grade range, with unpredictable timing, requiring careful handling. Trading grade eggs with Ning Fan was already a reluctant choice, so he initially held back, trading only the eggs without the coop blueprint, hoping Ning Fan would take the loss silently. This way, at least he could console his envious heart a little. But he never expected Ning Fan to fix the price so rigidly. If only he added 1,000 more base stones, he could scrape together enough to bid for the island. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned, and he had to give it all away, feeling displeased about providing Ning Fan with a lucrative opportunity. He could only comfort himself that the hatching probability was extremely low, and even if the facilities ended up with Feng Yi, they wouldn't be able to hatch grade hens. On the other side, Feng Linglong's eyes sparkled upon receiving the blueprint information. Honey, they've actually brought out the equipment for hatching eggs. Should we follow through with what we said earlier and give them a 5,000 base stone auction credit? The prospect of enjoying chicken seemed so close, and Feng Linglong was unusually excited. However, Ning Fan was not as thrilled. Instead, he frowned, thinking to himself that Brother Huangchao was quite cunning to have hidden this detail. Having the facilities but not offering them together wasn't a proper business attitude. In an instant, his favorable impression of Huangchao Tianxia plummeted to the lowest point. After careful consideration, he said in a deep voice, "The hatching probability is too low. Deduct 1,000 base stones and offer 4,000 base stones to see if they agree." Ning Fan's consistent attitude is that as long as one sincerely wants to do business with him, he welcomes them. Even if they're pirates, they can get rich together amicably. But if someone harbors ill intentions, then sorry, you better have no demands, and if you do, you'd better bow your head honestly. What? The hatching probability is too low, deduct 1,000 base stones. Upon learning this result, Huangchao Tianxia was so enraged that he almost spat blood, his heart burning with anger, thinking, "This treacherous villain dares to deceive me like this." Hu was so frightened that he hid in a corner. He had never seen someone so angry they coughed up blood before. Sensing an opportunity, he urged, "President, Feng Yi is clearly taking advantage of us. Let's pull out. If we can't get the island, So be it. Huang Chao Tianxia wiped the blood from his mouth and replied coldly, no, we will make the deal with them. His jealousy slowly turned into deep hatred, and with a fierce look, he thought to himself, endure hardship to achieve revenge, just like the 3,000 soldiers of you who conquered Wu. I will swallow this loss for now, but I will pay it back eventually. However, even with the additional 4,000 units of base stone, they still couldn't secure the island. The current auction price had reached 12,100. What? Upon hearing this, Huang Chao Tianxia, who was full of ambition just a moment ago, spat out another mouthful of blood. He staggered, his complexion pale, almost losing his balance. Di Hu quickly stepped forward to support him. Get off. I don't need your help, Huang Chao Tianxia snapped, shaking off his hand. At this point, he had no choice but to go all in. Go, continue to raise funds within the guild. Those old members must have some base stones left. Borrow them all for me. At any cost. Huang Chao Tianxia understood clearly that this gamble was too big, and he couldn't turn back. He had to risk everything to secure the island. Once he had it, it would be his turning point. Until then, every sacrifice was just another straw on the camel's back. Until the last straw, they were all minor issues. Di Hu was intimidated by his allure-nothing attitude and dared not argue further, obediently going to borrow money. Eventually, he managed to secure another 1,000 base stones for Huang Chao Tianxia, but at the cost of triple repayment. Looking at the mounting debt, Di Hu's legs trembled, feeling that his good days were numbered. In stark contrast, Huang Chao Tianxia now had a total of 13,000 base stones at his disposal, and a long-lost sense of confidence returned to his face. Briefly filled with renewed determination, he took the auction account from Di Hu and personally placed a bid. Huang Chao, 13,000 base stones. Going all in is a form of wisdom. There are no secrets that time does not reveal. The reckless actions of Huang Chao Tianxia quickly reached the ears of the leaders of various major guilds. Tripling the price and refinancing again. Everyone thought he had lost his mind. In light of the situation, the guild leaders adhered to the principle of happy one's retreat, abandoning the fight for the island. Even Huang San, the most powerful among them, was no exception. Bidding against a madman was too risky. No one dared to take such a chance, especially since the price of 13,000 had already exceeded their limits. Ultimately, Huang Chao Tianxia got his wish and successfully won the island. Ning Fan kept his promise and had Feng Linglong send the island's coordinates, following the procedure to ask if a transfer service was needed. Upon receiving the precise coordinates, Huang Chao Tianxia was ecstatic, quickly opening the map to confirm the location. Di Hu also came over, concerned, and said, President, the island is over 500 kilometers away from us. Should we grit our teeth and get the transfer service? With the matter settled, Di Hu quickly adjusted his mindset. He was eager to get to the island, develop power, and solve the high debt. Give that stupid dog Maple another 1,000 base stones. Am I crazy? Huang Chao Tianxia sneered. Now that he had the island, he wanted nothing more to do with Maple, wishing to stay as far away as possible. Just start rowing with the wooden oars now. It's only 500 kilometers. Row overnight, and with the help of the sails, you should reach by tomorrow afternoon, Huang Chao Tianxia instructed, not forgetting to offer some encouragement to Di Hu. He patted Di Hu's shoulder and said earnestly, Once we're on the island, I'll appoint you as the deputy island master. Then you can recruit some followers. Only 500 kilometers. Di Hu's eyes widened, but he dared not argue and quickly masked his emotions, pretending to flatter. Don't worry, President, I'll get it done. In the living room, Ning Fan and Feng Linglong were closely counting their earnings. 25 standard weapons, 10,000 pounds of watermelon pre-orders for 510 base stones, 1,800 base stones in advance payment, a grade 3 masted sailboat, and an unclaimed island for 13,000 base stones. Feng Linglong read out today's gains one by one, while Ning Fan categorized them. They found that today's auction had brought in a total of 25,610 base stones. After deducting the 9,000 exchange value given to Wu Ming and Huang Chao, but adding ticket revenue, they still had 25,000 base stones in hand. Indeed, the auction path was the right choice, leading to a significant fortune. Including the watermelons and water sold in today's mystery shop and the watermelon prepayments from the 4 major guilds, the base stone count reached a staggering 30,000. And this was just one day's earnings. Ning Fan looked towards the warehouse, noting 31,004 base stones, accounting for losses and previous leftovers. By the way, has Tianxiang Alliance settled the 4,000 base stones they owe? Ning Fan asked. Feng Linglong shook her head. Not yet, it was too busy tonight. I didn't have the chance to ask. Ning Fan glanced out the window. It was late, indicating they wouldn't receive the payment today. Never mind, let them be. There was no set payment date. They could pay whenever they wanted. After all, what they owed was a chance to seize an island. He wasn't in a hurry. With over 30,000 base stones in hand, he wasn't lacking at all. Ning Fan opened the territory interface and began expanding the island. Ding, he consumed 30,000 foundation stones to expand the island by 30,000 square meters, leaving just over 1,000 stones for emergencies, with the remaining 30,000 used entirely for expansion, making the area larger than before. The current territory now covered 42,000 square meters, with the additional land located next to the watermelon field, perfectly allowing for its expansion. Without hesitation, Ning Fan designated all the newly expanded land for watermelon cultivation and instructed the agricultural robots to start working. With 31,000 square meters of watermelon field, nearly 50 acres, it reached half the efficiency capacity of 5 agricultural robots. Considering the work on their farm, there was no need to further expand the agricultural planting area in the short term, Ning Fan mused to himself. He looked out the window, the dark night concealing the significant changes to the territory, with only the faint mechanical sounds occasionally breaking the silence as the agricultural robots worked diligently. Feng Linglong asked worriedly, "Honey, planting watermelons so late won't affect the harvest, will it? If we can't deliver the scheduled watermelon quota tomorrow, it could be troublesome." Ning Fan shook his head with a smile. "Don't worry, it won't." He had learned through the farm's monitoring function about the island's principle of accelerating plant growth. Each plant had a charging opportunity once a day, which didn't require the entire night, just about 4 hours. Like the crayed rice in the farm, today's charging was complete, and the detection showed only 8 hours left until maturity, ready for harvest by morning. Feng Linglong sighed in relief, as the main task for the day was completed. The two of them were momentarily at a loss for what to do, exchanging glances in an awkward silence. Suddenly, Feng Linglong said, "Honey, did you forget to do something?" Ning Fan asked in confusion, "What?" "Hatching eggs, remember? The chicken coop blueprint says if there's no hen, you need to hatch eggs manually. Aren't you going to build the chicken coop and start hatching?" Feng Linglong said earnestly. Ning Fan slapped his forehead. If only it were that simple. A regular chicken coop couldn't possibly have that function. Feng Linglong realized her misunderstanding and felt a bit embarrassed. If it were that simple, why would we need hens? Ning Fan chuckled. Well, having hens would make it faster. Feng Linglong stuck out her tongue, realizing her mistake. To help Feng Linglong better understand the egg hatching process, Ning Fan extended his fist. "Let's pretend this is an egg." Feng Linglong nodded in confusion, then watched as Ning Fan hid the egg behind his back. "This is called hatching." Feng Linglong's eyes widened in realization of what hatching actually involved. Embarrassed by asking Ning Fan to hatch eggs, a blush crept onto her cheeks. Seeing her expression, Ning Fan smiled slyly. Of course, artificial hatching isn't like that. A regular chicken coop certainly doesn't support artificial incubation, so we have to resort to this primitive method. He planned to wait until tomorrow to get a refund, and after refunding, the chicken coop should be equipped for artificial incubation. "Honey, how about we hatch an egg?" Ning Fan teased, moving closer to Feng Linglong with a mischievous grin. Instinctively, Feng Linglong shook her head. No. But the next second, she found herself being lifted by Ning Fan. "You don't have a choice," he said. Confused, Feng Linglong looked at him, and it wasn't until they were in the bedroom and she was laid on the bed that she understood what Ning Fan meant. After an intimate moment, Feng Linglong lay softly in Ning Fan's arms. Following a busy day filled with achievements, Ning Fan was in high spirits, appearing much gentler than usual, and he didn't push her to exhaustion. "Honey, there's something I want to tell you," Feng Linglong whispered softly, her breath warm and fragrant. "Go ahead," Ning Fan replied, helping her tidy her hair. "Tomorrow at noon, Wanwan will arrive. Actually, there's another girl in her territory. I haven't mentioned it to you before," Feng Linglong said, biting her lip hesitantly. If not for the honesty she shared with Ning Fan, she would have found it difficult to bring up. Ning Fan's eyes widened with surprise and excitement. "What's the situation? A Tufferone deal? That's great. I could use someone else to bond with." He thought to himself, considering that while Linglong's affection was steadily increasing, it wouldn't reach the next level quickly. To gain more from the system, the best strategy was to develop relationships with more female leads. Mu Wanting was already on his list, ready to be pursued, and now there was an unexpected addition, which delighted him. The girl's name is Suyeya. Wanwan saved her by chance and kept her as a maid. Feng Linglong continued, her gaze drifting as she mentioned the maid. Ning Fan's eyes widened further. "Wow, a maid. You girls really know how to play. In just a few days, you've already brought back these old hierarchical concepts." But on second thought, he understood. If it were him encountering a strong man, starting with servitude and signing a contract wouldn't be unusual. Slavery and feudalism, it seems, men have played even more ruthlessly. The world is inherently cruel. The tiger rowing the boat. Yes, yes. "Honey, Wanwan means that if you take a liking to Suyeya, you can have her," Feng Linglong said brightly, her voice flowing like a gentle stream. This way, Wanwan wouldn't feel guilty, since she was the one who decided to keep Suyeya. Ning Fan looked at her with some surprise and asked, "Linglong, what about your opinion?" Ning Fan, "I don't mind," Feng Linglong said, meeting his gaze without hesitation. bravely expressing what she had long been afraid to admit. I know you're exceptional, and I know I won't be the only woman in your life. As long as there's a place for me in your heart, I'm okay with it. Her reliance on Ning Fan was everything to her, and she had already gained so much, even without giving much. She understood the harshness of the world and knew she had to adapt. Their eyes met, and Ning Fan's mouth curved into a smile as he gently caressed her cheek. What? You don't want to call me husband anymore? Feng Linglong paused, then caught on, her eyes brightening as she wrapped her arms around Ning Fan's neck, affectionately calling out, "Husband." She wished she could merge into Ning Fan's body. Just a simple title made her understand her place in his heart, filling her with indescribable satisfaction. Ning Fan's temple throbbed, almost tempted to engage in another round. After a while, Feng Linglong settled down, noticing Ning Fan's reaction. She playfully stuck out her tongue and cautiously moved to the side, not wanting to take responsibility. Seeing that Ning Fan didn't take any further action, Feng Linglong quietly sighed in relief. If they went another round, she definitely wouldn't be able to get out of bed tomorrow, and she definitely didn't want to greet Wan Wan in such a state and risk being laughed at. So, she quickly changed the subject. Honey, Wan Wan and the others are coming over tomorrow. Where do you plan to have them stay? This apartment is a bit small for so many people. Don't worry, there's plenty of room. I've already made arrangements, Ning Fan replied, turning over to wrap his arm around her waist with a relaxed tone. He held a blueprint for AD Villa in his hand, so accommodations were the least of his worries. Even if 10 more women came, there would be enough space. Ning Fan hadn't built it yet, as he was waiting for tomorrow's returns. Once Mu Wanting and Su Ye arrived at the territory, the returns wouldn't be so tight. Really? Feng Linglong cast a doubtful glance, tinged with curiosity. Let's get some sleep. You'll see in the morning, Ning Fan said, pulling her into his arms and comfortably closing his eyes. Seeing this, Feng Linglong obediently closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. After a while, feeling the woman in his arms sleeping peacefully, Ning Fan slowly opened his eyes, his expression complex. They had only discussed Su Ye, but tacitly avoided mentioning Mu Wanting. He wasn't oblivious. He could sense that Feng Linglong didn't want to interfere in his relationship with Mu Wanting. She was seeking a legitimate status for Mu Wanting, rather than becoming a plaything like Su Ye. In today's world, monogamy was a thing of the past, and naturally, these women sought higher status. The issue of wives and concubines became increasingly real, especially as the territory expanded, and necessary rules became indispensable. Since Feng Linglong and her friends chose to follow him, he was determined not to let them down. He gently brushed Feng Linglong's hair from her ear and murmured softly, "Things have come to this point. I might as well go with the flow." Whether due to the system's nature or a man's disposition, he was destined to have more than just a few women around him. It was better to establish their statuses early, making them his right-hand women to help manage daily affairs and household matters. With this in mind, he opened the Lord's interface and sent the blueprint for a class ship to Mu Wanting, along with a message. If possible, transfer the territory to the ship. It's not as fast as a raft with a woodbending steam engine, but it's safer. The road is long, stay safe. Mu Wanting couldn't help but smile at the message. Ever since she took in Su Ye, she'd been conflicted, wondering if it was right to send Su Ye to Ning Fan. She often doubted herself, thinking she was a bad woman, too shameless. But it turned out she made the right choice. In this world, strength reigns supreme, inherently dividing classes. Everything done for a better life is beyond right or wrong. As for Su Ye's happiness, she glanced at the sleeping Su Ye on the bed. The opportunity had been given. It was up to her to seize it. Mu Wanting walked to the bed, picked up Su Ye, and prepared to transfer the territory to the class ship. Her physique had reached class, so lifting the petite girl was effortless. Be gentle. Boss, Ye can't take it. A soft murmur suddenly came to her ears. Surprised, Mu Wanting looked down, thinking she had woken Su Ye. But she was still sound asleep, merely talking in her sleep. Mu Wanting pursed her lips in amusement, thinking, even her sleep talk is like this. I guess I don't have to worry about her winning Ning Fan's favor. The next day, on the morning of the third day of the Age of Exploration, the sun rose slowly, and waves of heat hit them as the mist over the sea dissipated visibly. On the raft, Huangchao Tianxia spread his hands, sitting at the edge with a paddle casually tossed beside him. Sunlight fell on his face, and despite his fatigue, a fulfilling smile graced his lips. Through his and Dihu's relentless efforts, the distance to the island had finally been reduced to just over 100 miles. Dihu, keep it up. At this rate, we'll reach the island before noon. Huangchao Tianxia encouraged. Dihu continued paddling tirelessly, having not rested all night. His hands were stiff as ice, and his paddling had become a mechanical repetition ingrained in his very being. Hearing Huangchao Tianxia's call, he wavered slightly, almost falling into the sea. Brother, even oxen and horses aren't worked like this, with no rest at all, he thought to himself, though he dared not voice his complaints and pretended not to hear, continuing to paddle. He feared that breaking the current state would lead to his collapse, so he didn't even bother to respond. Huangxiao Tianxia didn't mind, as long as Dihu worked diligently. He stood up, stretched lazily toward the rising sun, basking in the sunlight, as if seeing a bright future beckoning him. My territory, here I come, he shouted, expressing the hardships of their journey. At that moment, a message from the Lord system suddenly popped up. Special announcement. Due to the ongoing high temperatures, the strength of the native pirates on the original sea island has decreased by 50%, and their alertness has been lost. This effect will last until the high temperatures end. Huangxiao Tianxia froze, his hands raised but stuck in midair, his silhouette bathed in the morning light, becoming an ironically poignant emoji, a person surrendering at dawn. Unexpected events are equal for everyone, just as opportunities are. Huangxiao Tianxia could have enjoyed this opportunity like everyone else, but he chose to gamble everything on this path. It's simply fate, wasting the opportunity brought by the medium-sized resource box, and he would inevitably be taught a lesson by the Lord World. In the chat channel, everyone cheered. Haha, what great news. The power of the pirates is halved, making it much easier to land on the island. Does this mean the pirates won't attack from the island anymore? It should mean that. Finally, no more battles at sea with pirates. Their rafts are so fast, who could beat them at sea? Wah. Unexpected event. I shouldn't have cursed you yesterday. You're the best unexpected event ever. Please come more often. After the previous unexpected event of heavy rain, everyone once again felt the benefits of such occurrences, realizing that while they bring challenges, they also come with great advantages. Spirits quickly lifted, and some guilds, quick to react, extended olive branches to the scattered lords. There's no need to battle pirates at sea. Instead, we can choose to fight on the island, where our numbers and weapons can be fully utilized. If pirates can't set sail, they're just second-rate thieves. The era of going ashore has begun, yet right from the start, someone threw cold water on the idea. In such scorching weather, while the pirates' strength may decline, our combat effectiveness is also hard to maintain. Everyone fell silent for 5 seconds, feeling helpless. Indeed, in this heat, no one wants to move, let alone fight pirates on the island. It's like walking into a trap. For them, resisting the high temperatures became a real challenge. Soon, the guild members began offering advice. Reputation is crucial for the guild, so they're happy to help. Any suggestions, experts? Someone immediately asked. Another method is to beat the heat using ice packs, eating watermelon, and so on, to lessen the impact of high temperatures on the body and reduce energy consumption. Simply put, it's about balancing resources and conserving energy. For ordinary people, drinking high-grade water isn't practical. The most feasible way is to get some watermelon to cool down and stock up on food just in case. Everyone was waiting for the experts to sell watermelon, having heard that thousands of pounds would be available today, hoping to grab some. Before long, a special announcement was made, and people began to act, some scouting the island, some gathering manpower, and others preparing to approach the island alone. Taking advantage of the relatively cooler morning, they started getting ready to hunt down the island. Everyone kept an eye on the chat channel, waiting for the assistant to open the doors to sell watermelon. Although the pirates' strength had halved, the battle wouldn't be easy, so thorough preparation was necessary. If the fight dragged on and stamina ran low, it would be over. Mu Wanting, who hadn't slept all night, eagerly checked the chat channel messages. After much hesitation, she finally called Ning Fan. She didn't choose to call phone Ling Long, knowing the little rabbit was probably still in bed. As for other reasons, only she knew. The phone rang for a while before Ning Fan answered, yawning. What's up, Wanting? Mu Wanting cleared her throat, pursed her lips, and said, Ning Fan, check the chat channel. It's probably time to get up and sell some watermelon. After a brief conversation with Mu Wanting, Ning Fan ended the call and opened the chat channel. By reviewing the history of messages, he understood the situation and immediately instructed the robots on the farm to start harvesting watermelons, saving him the trouble of doing it himself. As he suspected, unexpected events are a double-edged sword. He muttered to himself, and his previous doubts dissipated. Although he was already on the island and couldn't enjoy the direct benefits of the unexpected event, the derived advantages could still fill his needs, at least ensuring that he didn't have to worry about the watermelons not selling. Ning Fan pondered that he could even find a way to increase the production of level water and earn significantly more. As for the convenience of being on the island gradually disappearing, he was mentally prepared. After all, it's bound to happen sooner or later. Everyone is progressing, and he can also more easily gain more resources through business, which is beneficial to him as well. With 50 acres of watermelons, it would take a while to harvest them all. Taking advantage of this break, Ning Fan stayed in bed, holding the sleeping Feng Ling Long in his arms like a doll, stealing a moment of warmth. He continued to browse the messages in the chat channel. Due to the assistant's long absence, the discussion had shifted. Fishing League leader commented, Luckily, our president didn't buy the island yesterday. Otherwise, I doubt he could have repaid his debt. Following this, Foolish Dog Dynasty chimed in, laughing heartily, mentioning the foolish dog of Dynasty World, who was probably crying secretly now. When the topic of the island purchased yesterday came up, the chat channel was quickly filled with former members of the Dynasty world. Among those most eager to kick someone when they're down were the ones previously hurt by Dynasty world. Suddenly, a message made things interesting. Foolish dog Dynasty. Brothers, it seems that fool is dead. I was about to mention him to mock him, but found the ID was deleted. Ning Fan was taken aback. Dynasty brother dead? What happened? He quickly opened the search box, typed Dynasty World, and hit confirm. The results showed this ID has been deleted. Please re-enter. It was truly deleted. Ning Fan blinked, internally lamenting. My 13,000 resources, just gone without a word. With the island depreciating and Dynasty brothers passing, the era of the once mighty 13,000 is now gone forever. Foolish dog Dynasty. Anyone from Dynasty still alive? Come out and talk about what happened to your president. After a while, someone with a Dynasty ID finally spoke up. Didn't you sign a rental agreement? Once the person dies, the debt is cleared. This message made everyone in front of their screens gasp. Some were willing to forego profits just to get their principal back. Seeing Dynasty's predicament, they all realized the risks of investing and the need for caution when lending money. Presidents of various guilds couldn't help but curse. Damn Dynasty World. If you're dead, just stay dead. Don't drag us down with you. Dynasty World's journey to the underworld proved to be restless. On the raft, Dynasty World lay flat on the ground, hands raised, eyes unclosed in death. The cause of his death was simple. The island project went bankrupt, and the enormous debt became the final straw that broke the camel's back. It's hard for anyone to accept such a blow, especially after a sleepless night. D, who squatted nearby, staring dazedly at the body, unable to believe it. Is he really dead? After a long while, he bowed his head, tears streaming down his face as he sobbed. Oh, vast heavens, don't fail me. After the tears fell, D, who suddenly burst into laughter, a loud, carefree laugh that released the emotions he had long suppressed. This foolish dog was finally dead. A notification appeared on the screen before him. Your lord has been detected as deceased. As the sole resident within the territory, you have the right to inherit his land and assume the lordship. Do you choose to inherit? D, who shouted excitedly. Inherit. Ding, you have inherited the territory. All items within the territory have been recorded into your lordship system. From now on, he could live as a person again. D, who took a deep breath, savoring the moment, then glanced disdainfully at the body of Huang Chao Tianxia and gave it a hard kick. With hands already stiff, he sent Huang Chao Tianxia on his final journey. Go feed the fish, you old fool. With a splash, the last trace of Huang Chao Tianxia vanished from the world. As the water surface gradually calmed, D, whose expression also settled into calmness. He opened the guild chat, composed a few messages, and sent them out. Huang Chao is dead. D, who will rise. From now on, the Huang Chao Guild is officially renamed to D Ku, with me as the guild leader. All leasing activities are cancelled. From now on, this guild will only engage in one thing: human trafficking. Those who wish to leave, please do so on your own. D, who understood that he lacked the wisdom of Huang Chao Tianxia and could not revive the guild under the original framework, so he decided to start anew. He paused, thought for a moment, and added, I will help pay off the debts left by Huang Chao Tianxia, but only the principal, no interest, and most will be settled through item collateral. Those with debt issues, bring your leasing records and message me privately. Huang Chao Tianxia had once taught him a principle. To grow and rise, one must not lose credibility. D, who kept this in mind, and aimed to develop his guild by settling the debts of Huang Chao. He took the D crossbow from the warehouse, gazing at the finely crafted weapon with a complicated look. Everything stemmed from this item. Without it, Huang Chao Tianxia's ambition wouldn't have swelled to such an extent, and things wouldn't have turned out this way. Fate is indeed capricious. With a sigh, he opened the chat channel. Huang Chao D, who, selling D crossbow, interested parties, private message with offers. Witnessing the quiet decline of the once glorious dynasty, Ning Fan couldn't help but sigh inwardly, realizing that strength is the key, and everything else is illusory. Just then, a notification sounded in his ear. Ding, harvested 60,000 kilograms of watermelons. Delighted, Ning Fan tossed the precious artifact he was holding into the bed and got up, calculating in his mind. If he could sell all 60 tons of watermelons, his territory would begin to take shape. However, just as he got out of bed, another notification sounded. Warehouse space insufficient. Unable to store watermelons. Please choose a location to store them. Ning Fan paused, realizing the problem. The warehouse space was only 100 cubic meters, nowhere near enough to store so many watermelons. After thinking for a moment, he decided to store the watermelons in the farm's warehouse. Although it didn't have the time-stopping feature of the system warehouse, he could access the items stored there as long as he was within his territory. The system warehouse, on the other hand, could be accessed anytime, even outside his territory. Since the watermelons were to be sold, temporarily storing them in the territory's warehouse was no big deal. Once the watermelons were stored, Ning Fan sent out all the watermelons ordered by several large guilds and then opened the trading hall. He decided to put the remaining 50,000 kilograms of watermelons on sale. Each watermelon was listed as 1 unit, with a total of 10,000 units, each priced at 10 base stones. Maple Leaf, the watermelons from the mysterious shop are now available in the trading hall. Purchase as needed, Ning Fan reminded in the trading hall before turning off the screen and heading outside, completely ignoring the buzzing chat channel. My goodness, 10,000 orders. How many watermelons did the boss grow? One player exclaimed. I discussed it with some friends yesterday. The boss made at least 30,000 base stones from last night's auction. I estimate the boss's territory is no less than 40,000 square meters, another responded. Wow, that's incredible. We haven't even set foot on the island yet, and the boss's territory is already the size of 6 or 7 football fields. There's no need to envy. The boss is on a different level from us. The faster the boss develops, the more resources he'll have to sell. True, since the mysterious shop opened, I've bought many rare items from it. But a watermelon for 10 base stones is a bit pricey. I'd have to empty my savings to afford one. I've said it many times, if you can't afford it, don't blame the boss. Ask yourself if you've been working hard these days. Never mind, I don't want to argue with people like you. Every time the boss sells something, there's always this kind of talk. I'm tired of explaining. Why bother with them? Instead, plan how to deal with the pirates. Join the Scattered Lords team, watermelons required for entry. If you can't afford even one watermelon after all this time, you'll just be a burden. Don't worry about trust issues. I have this treaty signing book, up to 5 people can sign, join quickly. Hey, don't you have a guild? Why aren't you teaming up within your guild? Alright, you're in. Anyone else want to join? I'm in. I've got 3 watermelons. Ning Fan had already reached outside, standing in front of the watermelon field, stunned by the scene before him. The freshly tilled vegetable field was a vibrant mix of yellow and green, full of life. A meandering stream stood out prominently, resembling a silver thread weaving through the entire field. The stream was about half a meter wide, with crystal clear water flowing gently, its soft murmur soothing to the ears. Ning Fan walked forward excitedly. What was once just a well-sized spring had now expanded into a mountain spring as large as half a room. The progress of its evolution into a small river was at 20. He stared intently at the stream when a notification suddenly appeared before him, and he exclaimed in delight. It's only a fifth of the way through its evolution, and it's already this effective. Once fully evolved, won't it turn into a pond? Ning Fan moved downstream and dipped his hand into the water. The icy mountain spring instantly refreshed him, with a depth of about 10 centimeters. This flow rate was more than enough to meet the territory's water needs, and the stream could continue to evolve. Once fully evolved, the water depth would be sufficient to support any species of freshwater fish. He thought to himself, I should keep an eye out for where I can get freshwater fish fry. Fish raised in such pure mountain spring water would be absolutely delicious. Licking his lips, he pondered. If I can breed freshwater fish, not only would it be a new business venture, but it would also diversify the menu. As he walked along the stream, Ning Fan took out the chicken coop blueprint, thinking, it's time to start incubating chicks. Following standard procedures, he built a regular chicken coop, and system notifications followed in quick succession. Ding, consumed 1 regular chicken coop blueprint, triggered consumption return, target phone Ling Long, return multiplier 10,000 times. Would you like to choose to return the remaining times today? 510,000 times. Ning Fan remarked. Every day is different. Clearly, what Ling Long said yesterday was sincere. A smile appeared on his face as he thought. With such a remarkable school senior, what more could I ask for? So he chose to return. The incubation room could hatch eggs below grade, with an incubation time of 1 day. The lower the egg grade, the higher the success rate. The chicken farm needed electricity and water connections to operate normally, with a maximum capacity of 10,000 chickens. With adequate food and water, regular chickens could be ready in a day, while higher grade chickens required more time, with each higher grade taking an additional day. Once mature, hens could lay 1 to 20 eggs per day, with higher grade chickens having a lower egg-laying rate. Regarding material requirements, 20,000 stones, 1,000 wood, 400 iron ore, 40 copper ore, and 20 tungsten ore were needed. Ning Fan felt fortunate, thinking, raising animals on the island indeed accelerates their growth. This meant it wouldn't be long before he could enjoy chicken drumsticks, eggs, and chicken wings. However, the material requirements seemed excessive. Looking at the long list of materials needed, especially the various metals, Ning Fan speculated, such a large-scale construction isn't something just anyone can handle. He instinctively glanced at the farm and thought, probably even the assets of a small guild wouldn't be enough to gather all the necessary materials. Ning Fan began collecting materials, thinking, with so many materials, 10 watermelons won't cut it. At least 20 or 30 are needed. He made a small sacrifice, gathered the required materials, and then clicked to build. Once placed, it would increase the territory's score by 1,000 points. Ning Fan's territory spans over 40,000 square meters. The farm is located to the west. The living area is situated in the center of the territory. The vegetable garden is on the east side, and the southwest corner is designated for a developing mining area. Ning Fan walked to the southeast corner and marked off a section from the watermelon field to plan the construction of a 2,000 square meter chicken farm. This farm is intentionally set at a distance from the living area to prevent odors from affecting the residential space. As the territory expands, future zoning will likely follow a similar layout. Currently, the chicken farm is enclosed by a tundra-high wall made of red bricks, with a sturdy iron gate that gives off the distinct feel of a rural chicken farm. Ning Fan pushed open the gate and entered. The main structure of the farm is a modern steel-framed chicken coop with a small concrete building next to it, presumably the hatchery. Surrounding these structures is a barren patch of land, consistent with the state of the vegetable garden. Inside the coop, rows of chicken cages are neatly arranged on racks, appearing monotonous yet orderly. Ning Fan glanced at the chicken coop and headed straight to the hatchery. Through the Lord interface, he had already connected the chicken farm to electricity and water, with the water supply coming from a spring, and the current river development is adequate to meet the farm's water needs. Inside the hatchery, incubation chambers and various high-tech instruments are neatly arranged, appearing quite advanced. Although Ning Fan didn't understand these devices, he didn't need to. The hatchery's operations are fully automated. If not for his desire to personally experience the incubation process, he could have handled it entirely online. He opened an incubation chamber and took out the only egg he had from the storage. He hoped it wouldn't disappoint him, having put so much effort into this. Ning Fan placed the egg in the chamber and pressed the start button. Every egg has the potential to hatch, but success isn't guaranteed. Raw eggs cannot be returned through consumption due to the system's consumption mechanism. To return the egg, he would have to cook it for long, but that would return only a cooked egg. Swallowing it whole wouldn't be feasible either, and even if attempted, it might only return fragments of a raw egg. Life forms cannot be returned. Thus, he could only hatch this egg and gradually nurture a flock of chicks. Fortunately, with the accelerated growth mechanism, this process wouldn't take long. The grade chicks could mature within 2 days and start laying eggs. Assuming 10 regular eggs per day, excluding grade eggs, the chicken farm would only need to go through 4 growth cycles of 10 to the 4th power to reach full capacity. The incubation chamber began operating, emitting a warm light and gradually increasing the temperature to maintain a constant level. Ning Fan observed the smooth operation inside the chamber and then stepped outside. As soon as he did, a notification sounded in his ear. The monitoring system reported that crayed rice had matured and was ready for harvest. Finally, it was ripe. Excited, Ning Fan accessed the farm's automated control center and instructed the agricultural robots to harvest the rice. After investing so many resources, he hoped it wouldn't disappoint him. While waiting, he kept himself busy by heading to the coast to collect the yields from the automatic fishing nets from the past 2 days, and then check the output from the water purifier. The coconuts from the trees had already been picked, while the apple trees were still growing and hadn't borne fruit yet. After some hard work, Ning Fan gathered a considerable amount of resources. The rice yield was finally ready. Ding! 10,000 kilograms of crayed rice harvested and stored in the farm warehouse. Ning Fan was astonished to discover that 10 acres of land produced 10 tons of grain. A yield of 1 ton per acre was unimaginable on Blue Star. However, this was just the paddy yield. Once milled into rice, the yield would decrease significantly. Fortunately, the farm had equipment to hull the paddy, saving Ning Fan the trouble. Eager to taste the crayed spirit rice, he immediately set the robots to hull the paddy. The automation level of the agrade farm was very high, and the process was extremely efficient. Soon, the results were in. Ding! 5,000 kilograms of crayed spirit rice and 5,000 kilograms of crayed rice husks were obtained. Due to limited warehouse space, they were stored in the farm warehouse. The current warehouse storage was at 60, 59.4, 58.9. The watermelon orders listed in the trading market were consistently being fulfilled, so the warehouse storage continued to decrease. The farm warehouse could store approximately 100 tons of goods, which was one of the advantages of an agrade farm. The 5,000 kilograms of crayed spirit rice and 5,000 kilograms of rice husks not only ensured that Ning Fan's food supply was no longer lacking, but also provided ample feed for the chickens in the poultry farm. He murmured to himself that as the industry gradually expanded, resource utilization was improving, which was a good sign. So, he opened his personal data panel. Lord, Ning Fan. Territory, an island. Territory area, 41,010. Territory score, 53,090. Area score, 41,010. Building score, 12,080. Warehouse resource space. Foundation stones 782, potatoes 50 kg, pineapples 6 kg, coconuts 20, common fish 200 kg, degrade fish 40 kg, crayed cooked fish 10 kg, copper or 670, other materials, warehouse resources, watermelons 48, 920 kg on sale, crayed spirit rice 5, 000 kg, Crate rice husks 5, 000 kg. Large weapons, Crate catapult 1, C-grade modified stone cannon 1. Ning Fan spread his hands, looking bewildered. Since acquiring the modified stone cannon, the tension in his heart had lessened considerably, so he hadn't paid much attention to his physical condition. He had been consuming the highest grade food and water routinely, which was unexpectedly delightful. This breakthrough was even easier than the previous one to degrade, without any noticeable physical anomalies. It seemed his body had adapted to the energy provided by the graded food, making the physical transformation seamless. Ning Fan looked up at the sky, where the blazing sun hung high, yet he surprisingly felt no heat. No wonder he was so resistant to the sun today. His physique had crossed a significant grade. If not for the sudden realization of his physical enhancement, he might have forgotten that he was still in the midst of an emergency, even being able to ignore the impact of the high temperatures. He planned to maintain this momentum, striving to reach a grade, or even scrade, as soon as possible. He took some crate spirit rice from the warehouse and went to the yard to cook. With no gas in the kitchen, he had to cook with firewood outside. He built a simple stove with stones, lit the fire, set up the pot, added water, washed the rice, and covered the pot all in one go. He then took a potato from the warehouse, sprinkled some fine salt, and cooked a dish of shredded potatoes and a plate of steamed fish. Once the rice was cooked, he could enjoy a sumptuous meal. Unfortunately, without oil, the flavor was somewhat bland. The cooking pot was steaming, and the rice was almost ready. Ning Fan carried the two dishes back to the living room, placed them on the dining table, and prepared to wake up Lazy Pig. At that moment, the screen in front of him automatically turned on, displaying an announcement. 10 island lords have been detected in this area, officially initiating the second stage of the exploration era. The territory score leaderboard is now open. The probability of marine creature attacks has increased, and new pirate attacks have been added, specifically targeting island lords. All islands, including Lord Islands, will be relocated in 4 hours. Please be aware. Leaderboard, pirate attacks, island relocation. Ning Fan froze, his mind in chaos. The brief announcements carried a lot of information. Before he could process it, a red alert appeared on the screen. In 3 hours and 59 minutes, your island and the surrounding 1-kilometer sea area will be randomly transported to any location. Please ensure you do not leave your territory. In 3 hours and 59 minutes, your island and the surrounding 1-kilometer territorial sea will be randomly teleported to any location. Be sure not to leave your territory. Ning Fan exclaimed. That won't do. Mu Wanting and Su Yia haven't arrived yet, and this is a top priority. Without bothering to wake Ling Long, he quickly switched to the chat interface. Just as he was about to send a message to Mu Wanting, an incoming call from her appeared on the screen. Despite it being a voice call and not a video call, Ning Fan answered without hesitation. Ning Fan, did you see the announcement? Mu Wanting's voice came through. He replied, yeah, I saw it. Before he could finish, they both said almost simultaneously, we're almost there, don't worry. Where are you now? Ning Fan's heart tightened, and the air suddenly felt charged with a slight awkward tension between them. Although they weren't face to face, both felt a hint of ambiguity. Ning Fan raised his eyebrows, momentarily unsure of what to say. Just then, the bedroom door suddenly opened, and Feng Linglong's anxious voice called out. Honey, did you see the announcement? I can't reach Wan Wan. What should we do? Ning Fan slowly turned his head to see Feng Linglong standing at the door, looking worried. She was wearing pajamas, her hair disheveled with a few strands sticking up, and on closer inspection, she had her bunny slippers on the wrong feet. Honey, say something. Say what? That you look like a crazy lady right now? Though, to be fair, it's kind of cute. Ning Fan cleared his throat and teased. He unlocked the screen, showing Feng Linglong the call interface. She glanced at the call icon on the screen, stuck her tongue out in embarrassment, and then squeezed next to Ning Fan, speaking to Mu Wanting through the phone. Wan Wan, can you hear me? I can't hear you, sleepyhead, Mu Wanting teased. Feng Linglong rolled her eyes playfully and asked. How far are you from us now? Can you make it within 4 hours? Don't worry, it's just over 60 kilometers. I should be there in 2 hours. Feng Linglong sighed in relief. All right then, but be careful. The announcement mentioned an increased probability of marine creature attacks. If you encounter any danger, make sure to tell Ning Fan. He can definitely help you. Don't face it alone like last time. Feng Linglong was referring to the time when Mu Wanting saved Su Yia, an incident she had nagged about several times. Mu Wanting replied helplessly. Got it, my dear manager. Ning Fan has already provided me with a Class C ship. I'm on it right now, so it's very safe. Ordinary attacks can't do anything to me. In fact, during the call, Mu Wanting was experiencing an attack. On the Class C tower ship, she leaned on the railing, looking down at the swarming small fish around the ship. According to the system's prompt, these attacking fish were only Class D piranhas, far less threatening than the attacks drawn by raft expansion. The tower ship was immune to attacks below Class C, remaining unscathed. Mu Wanting was even in the mood to feed the fish with bread, feeling pleased by the delightful synchronization with Ning Fan earlier. Really? Feng Linglong asked in confusion. How come I didn't know? This question was directed at both Mu Wanting and Ning Fan. She turned her head, her eyes filled with curiosity. Ning Fan answered truthfully. I gave it to you last night when you were asleep. The dynamics among the three were quite clear. He said to Mu Wanting, Wanting, I'll hang up now. You two can chat privately. If anything comes up, call me right away. See you later. Mu Wanting replied cheerfully. Okay, see you later. Ning Fan hung up the phone, looked down at Feng Linglong, and smiled. Since you're awake, let's eat. Feng Linglong instinctively glanced at the dining table, which had remained unused since they moved into the apartment. Previously, they would casually eat grilled fish without any formal mealtime. But now, there were two dishes on the table, shredded potatoes and steamed fish. Feng Linglong's eyes widened, and her small nose twitched slightly as she asked excitedly, Honey, did you make this? Ning Fan laughed and replied, Of course, and there's rice too, but it's still cooking. It should be ready soon. Feng Linglong said, I'll go wash up. Halfway there, she suddenly stopped and turned back. Honey, don't sneak a bite. Wait for me. Ning Fan chuckled. All right, you little foodie, worried I'll eat your share? After serving the fragrant rice, Ning Fan opened the Lord interface. He hadn't had a chance to check the announcement content after the call with Mu Wanting. While Feng Linglong was washing up, he decided to take a closer look at the announcement. The leaderboard for territory ratings offered rewards for the top 10,000 lords, as follows. Those ranked in the top 10,000 would receive 100 foundation stones. The top 1,000 would get 1,000 foundation stones. The top 100 would be awarded a random grade manufacturing blueprint. The top 10 would receive a medium resource box. The third place would get 2 medium resource boxes. The second place would receive 5 medium resource boxes, and the first place would earn a large resource box along with a mysterious reward. In addition to these, any lord on the leaderboard will face significantly increased pirate attack intensity. The higher the rank, the stronger the attack, and more rewards will be given for defeating pirates. Leaderboard rewards are settled every 7 days, with 4 days left until the next settlement. Ning Fan pondered. The first place not only gets a large resource box, but also a mysterious reward. He checked the leaderboard and saw that the top-ranked lord was Feng Yi with a territory score of 52,090. The second was Mu Shun with 3,201. And the third was Fisherman Huang San with 2,989. He realized that his current score was far ahead, making it almost impossible for others to catch up. What could this mysterious reward be? Ning Fan mused. Something on par with a large resource box shouldn't be too shabby. Since it was a free reward, he decided not to dwell on it too much, as it would be revealed in 4 days. He continued to read the next announcement, which explained that the new pirate attacks were only for island lords on the leaderboard, with significantly increased intensity. Being at the top, I must face the strongest attacks. It's a safety concern, so I need to understand the attack format. He read on and learned that island lords would randomly encounter pirate attacks without system warnings. Pirates would launch surprise attacks using fast boats, indiscriminately targeting anyone on the territory. The attacks would be conducted by pirate squads, each consisting of 4 members. The stronger the territory, the more squads would participate in the attack. Based on the region's average strength, the current pirate squad's physical strength was capped at great. Successfully defeating an entire squad would yield a pirate squad treasure. The pirate attacks would occur in 1 day, and all island territories would inevitably face a pirate attack. Pirate attacks come without warning, Ning Fan thought to himself, thankful for the assistance of his radar. His radar system has a 10-kilometer warning range, allowing him to quickly respond and prepare defenses as soon as pirates are detected. These pirates are only of level strength, no different from those on the native islands, so Ning Fan doesn't feel too pressured facing them. The only concern is the number of pirates. If 10 or 8 teams attack at once, a single stone-throwing cannon would be insufficient. Therefore, he must find ways to strengthen his territory's defenses. However, with a day before the attack is expected, there's no immediate rush. Ning Fan decides to focus on bringing Mu Wanting and Su Yeye to the island first. He took out the D-level villa construction blueprint. After more than an hour of busy work, Mu Wanting and Su Yeye finally arrived, just in time to move into a residence. After dinner, they could settle in. The D-level villa covers 1,000 square meters, a modern 4-story building with a 400 square meter house and a 600 square meter garden, equipped with complete living facilities but requiring self-connection to electricity, water, and gas. The construction materials needed include 10,000 stones, 5,000 pieces of wood, and 400 iron units. On Blue Star, this villa would be considered a high-end residence, but in the Lord's world, Ning Fan found it somewhat ordinary. Besides its large size and convenient facilities, it didn't seem to have anything special, like the futuristic technology in a D-level bathroom or the modified features of a stone-throwing cannon. Perhaps that's why, despite its size, the villa's level is the same as the D bathroom. After collecting resources as usual, Ning Fan built the villa. Ding, system prompt. Consumed 1D villa blueprint. Triggered consumption return. Target phone Ling Long. Return multiplier 10,000 times. Please choose whether to return, for return chances left today. Ning Fan didn't hesitate. Such a rare opportunity for a blueprint return couldn't be missed. The future technology villa comes with a temperature control system, security system, and butler system. The temperature control system can adjust the estate's temperature but consumes a lot of electricity, so it should be used cautiously. The security system is surrounded by a 3-meter-high clevel wall, effectively defending against weapons below clevel, and includes D-level combat robots, though their intelligence is low and controlled by the estate's central control system for maintaining security. The butler system has a high-intelligence home robot responsible for cooking, housekeeping, and gardening, which can be linked to the estate's central control center via the Lord system. The estate also requires self-connection to electricity and water. After reading the descriptions, Ning Fan felt one thing: powerful, comprehensive, and all-encompassing functions. The arrival of this security system is perfectly timed. With 12 combat robots guarding, if pirates do attack the island, he can retreat to the estate for defense. Even if 100-level pirates attack at once, they absolutely cannot breach the estate. Ning Fan thought happily. With security assured, he felt much more relaxed. As long as safety is ensured, the second phase of the exploration era would be a boon for him. Humming a tune, he couldn't help but feel a wave of joy. What was it that made him so happy? Just then, Feng Linglong returned to the living room, freshly washed and dressed in a light blue dress, her hair falling smoothly over her shoulders. She looked pure and completely different from her just-out-off appearance. In such a short time, she had transformed into someone so beautiful. Perhaps it was because her best friend was about to arrive? Ning Fan watched her in surprise, though he kept his thoughts to himself. However, Feng Linglong noticed the admiration in his eyes, blushed slightly, and, gathering her courage, asked, "Honey, does this dress look good on me?" She lifted the hem slightly and curtsied gracefully. The glimpse of her fair leg was enough to spark the imagination. "It's beautiful," Ning Fan praised without hesitation. Feng Linglong's lips curled into a smile as she sat beside him, her heart brimming with joy. She picked up her chopsticks, and the sight of the white rice in front of her instantly whetted her appetite. It had been so long since she had eaten white rice. "Honey, is this rice cooked with Kraid's spiritual grains?" she asked, turning to him. Ning Fan nodded and picked up his chopsticks to start eating. Looking at the seemingly ordinary rice, Feng Linglong murmured, "It doesn't look particularly special. You'll know once you try it." Ning Fan replied with a faint smile. He had secretly tasted it earlier, and it was indeed good. While the taste wasn't mind-blowingly delicious, the energy it contained was astonishing. A single bite of rice was equivalent to a bite of fish of the same grade. Intrigued, Feng Linglong took a bite, and her eyes lit up. Delicious, fragrant, and soft. "If you like it, have more. There's plenty of rice," Ning Fan said with a smile. 15 minutes later, Ning Fan looked at the empty plates and bowls in front of him, his gaze involuntarily drifting to Feng Linglong's stomach. It was odd. She had eaten 3 bowls, yet her stomach wasn't bulging. When his sneaky glances turned into outright staring, Feng Linglong couldn't help but huff. "Honey, why not just touch it? Why stare at my stomach like that? I only ate a little more." Caught me." Ning Fan chuckled, retracting his gaze and changing the subject. "Let's go. Now that we're done eating, I'll take you to see our new home." "A new home? Did you build a new place?" Feng Linglong asked eagerly, her face lighting up. "Of course, didn't I mention it last night? Just in time for Wanning's arrival. Let's get the new place set up," Ning Fan said, standing up and heading outside. "Yay!" Feng Linglong exclaimed, happily linking her arm with Ning Fan's. They stepped outside, and Ning Fan began to pack up the apartment and bathroom, even the fruit trees in the yard. "Honey, how big is this new place?" Feng Linglong asked, seeing him clear such a large area. "You'll find out soon," Ning Fan replied with a mysterious smile. The estate required an area of 10,000 square meters, so an additional plot for a vegetable garden was necessary. But that was no issue. With the foundation stones, they could easily plan out the space without concern. Once the area was planned, Ning Fan set up the estate. In an instant, a grand black gate appeared before them, flanked by high walls that concealed the view inside. Through the cracks, they could glimpse a multi-story building, luxurious and elegant, resembling a villa. "Honey, is this our new home?" Feng Linglong stammered in surprise. Such a residence was beyond anything she had back on Blue Star. And in just a few days, Ning Fan had constructed such a magnificent place in this unfamiliar world. She felt incredibly lucky to have met Ning Fan. "Come on, let's take a look inside," Ning Fan suggested. But just as he spoke, a notification sounded in his ear, causing him to pause. The radar indicated a Kraid ship had entered the radar's monitoring range. At the same time, Feng Linglong's message alert sounded. She glanced at it and became excited. "Honey, Wan and the others are almost here. Shall we go meet them?" "So soon?" Ning Fan wondered, then nodded. "All right. As for the new home, They could return later to explore it, bringing the three women along to settle in. He cast a glance at the estate before leading Feng Linglong toward the seashore. On the shore, Ning Fan and Feng Linglong stood side by side. Under the scorching sun, the sea was calm with no breeze. Feng Linglong held a parasol to shield herself from the sun, a thoughtful gift from Ning Fan from the trading hall. Her constitution wasn't yet strong enough for prolonged sun exposure, and although fine beads of sweat dotted her forehead, she remained spirited, gazing out at the sea as if unbothered. At that moment, a gentle sea breeze brushed past, lifting a lock of hair by her ear. A hint of joy flashed across her face as she excitedly pointed into the distance. Ning Fan, it's Wanwan's ship. Following her gaze, Ning Fan saw the faint silhouette of a ship on the horizon. Despite the distance, its towering structure was unmistakable as a tower ship. The vessel moved swiftly, and soon its outline became clearer. As the ship drew closer to the shore, Ning Fan could clearly see a graceful figure standing at the bow, seemingly looking in their direction. Wanwan, we're here. Feng Linglong waved her right hand excitedly, greeting Mu Wanting across the water. The figure on the ship responded warmly, raising her hand in return. The ship soon docked, its 8-story height casting a shadow over Ning Fan and Feng Linglong, who then folded her umbrella. A gangway was lowered from the ship, and Mu Wanting appeared at the top of the stairs, her face beaming with joy as she looked down. She descended the steps, and Feng Linglong eagerly rushed to meet her. Seeing Mu Wanting again, Ning Fan was momentarily taken aback. In stark contrast to Feng Linglong, Wanwan's attire was refreshing. A pair of ultra-short denim shorts showcased her long legs, paired with a white crop top, giving her a particularly brisk and lively appearance. The sound of their bell-like laughter brought Ning Fan back to reality. Looking over again, the two stunning women were already holding hands, catching up. Perhaps Ning Fan's gaze was too intense, as Mu Wanting, who was chatting with Feng Linglong, suddenly glanced his way. Their eyes met in the air, and contrary to what he expected, Mu Wanting tilted her head and smiled openly. Ning Fan. Drawn into the friends' reunion, Ning Fan stepped forward, softly saying, Wanting, it must have been a tiring journey. Hearing this, Mu Wanting's smile grew even brighter. Encouraged by Feng Linglong's subtle hints, she boldly extended her hand to Ning Fan. But her palm was not turned to the side for a handshake. It was facing down, inviting him to hold her hand. Ning Fan hesitated for a moment, thinking that such an initiative seemed a bit fast. His hesitation caused Mu Wanting's smile to falter slightly. Seeing this, Feng Linglong felt a mix of frustration and urgency, silently urging Ning Fan on. Determined not to let her carefully orchestrated romantic show fall apart, she discreetly pinched Ning Fan's waist. Jolted back to his senses, Ning Fan didn't disappoint this time, reaching out without hesitation to gently take Mu Wanting's hand. Her hand was cool and soft, stirring something in Ning Fan, who held it a little tighter. Feeling the warmth from his palm, Mu Wanting's deepest emotions were stirred, and her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. It was as if their destinies were intertwined at that moment. She softly said, Ning Fan, I'll be relying on you from now on, her tone carrying a hint of playfulness. Ning Fan's lips curled into a slight smile. After Feng Linglong's previous teasing, he appeared more composed in this situation. Receiving his acknowledgement, Mu Wanting felt a sense of reassurance, and the blush on her face faded, replaced by genuine relief. After wandering for days and enduring various hardships, the lingering sense of crisis in her heart disappeared, leaving her with a wonderful feeling. She realized that all her efforts had been worthwhile. A good man is worth pursuing and holding on to. As Mu Wanting gazed at Ning Fan's resolute face, she gently moved closer, turning to wrap her arm around his, standing beside him. Under Ning Fan's puzzled gaze, she turned and called towards the boat, Suyia, come down. After speaking, she looked at Ning Fan playfully, her tone teasing, my family is scattered, so I have to find my own dowry. I hope you are satisfied. Ning Fan looked towards the boat and saw a petite figure appearing at the top of the stairs. She leaned against the railing, timidly peeking at the scene below. At that moment, Suyia was filled with both nervousness and excitement. She was nervous because stepping off the boat meant she was truly selling herself. Excited because Ning Fan's youth and handsomeness delighted her, even dissipating her nervousness, while worrying whether Ning Fan would like her. With Mu Wanting surging, Suyia mustered the courage to step onto the stairs. Her pink short high heels made a crisp click-clack sound against the steps, and as she got closer to the ground, her movements became more delicate. Finally, she stepped onto the island, revealing herself to everyone. She wore a cream-colored tier dress adorned with lace trim, and her white over-thinny socks accentuated her slender, fair legs, making it hard not to admire her. What caught Ning Fan's attention even more was her long, straight, and thick hair, unadorned, adding a touch of purity. Cute, sexy, and innocent all at once, this was Ning Fan's first impression of her. Mu Wanting noticed this and smiled with satisfaction, pleased with her careful arrangement. She called out to Suyea, hurry over here. Su Ye quickly approached, standing cautiously in front of Ning Fan, her eyes downcast, hands clasped at her chest, looking both careful yet inviting. Mu Wanting gently reminded, Ning Fan, this is your domain. Hearing this, Su Ye understood what she needed to do. She bit her lower lip, lifted her skirt, and curtsied, softly saying, Ye greets the master. Please take care of me in the future. Ning Fan swallowed, responding awkwardly, Master, that doesn't seem right. From his perspective, Su Ye's petite figure was fully visible. After a quick glance, he instinctively looked at Mu Wanting as the maid was brought by her. He assumed the way Su Yuanyuan addressed him was Mu Wanting's idea. However, Mu Wanting seemed equally surprised, sharing his reaction. This little girl knew her place well. On the raft, Mu Wanting had been conflicted about whether to give Su Yuanyuan to Ning Fan, so she hadn't tested Su Yuanyuan's obedience and didn't expect her to be so bold. Instead of being angry, Mu Wanting felt a tinge of relief seeing Su Yuanyuan act this way. People are inherently selfish. Naturally, she didn't want any other woman to threaten her or Linglong's position. Ning Fan, I'm leaving her to you. Do with her as you wish, Mu Wanting said, turning to Ning Fan. I can decide for myself. Ning Fan looked at the young girl in front of him, his gaze becoming peculiar. His system dictated that the more women he had, the faster his development would be, but not every woman would receive the same genuine care as Linglong and Wanting. Otherwise, he would exhaust himself. Consequently, some women were destined to be mere decorations in his life. As for affection, perhaps a more straightforward approach would suffice. As Ning Fan pondered, Su Yuanyuan, bent over, was sweating more and more. Feng Linglong felt a pang of sympathy. After all, they would be living under the same roof in the future. Even with a status difference, she was still Ning Fan's woman. So, she spoke up, Honey, why don't we head back to the estate? It's so hot out here. Then, she turned to Mu Wanting with an invitation. Wanting, let's go. I'll show you the home Ning Fan has prepared for us. Mu Wanting understood her implication, realizing that with both of them present, Ning Fan couldn't easily handle the situation with Su Yuanyuan, so she nodded. Before leaving, she took out 2 Lord's tablets from the warehouse. Ning Fan, these are the Lord's tablets for me and Su Yuanyuan. You should take them and recognize them. Ning Fan took the Lord's stone tablet from Mu Wanting's hand, and the group began walking towards the manor. The 2 friends walked ahead, arm in arm, sharing their thoughts and occasionally bursting into laughter. Ning Fan had not made any inappropriate moves towards Su Ye. He simply helped her up and had her walk beside him. The 2 of them lagged behind, and Su Ye, seeing Ning Fan busy, refrained from disturbing him, though her gaze occasionally drifted to his profile, her heart fluttering. This man would be her master in the future, and the thought made her legs go weak. Fortunately, Ning Fan's pace was not fast, or she would have struggled to keep up. Ning Fan was unaware of the little girl's fanciful thoughts beside him. Holding 2 Lord Stone tablets, he began the process of operation. No matter how much he trusted the women around him, the act of recognition was essential. He was quite pleased with Mu Wanting's perceptiveness or understanding. The system prompted him to decide whether to accept Mu Wanting and Su Ye as his subjects. Once he agreed, their stone tablets would be completely destroyed. Ding, Mu Wanting and Su Ye have become part of your territory. Congratulations, your territory now has 3 subjects. The system continued. Mu Wanting, female, age 24, physique D, territory position not unlocked. Su Ye, female, age 20, territory position not unlocked. As the system notification ended, another prompt followed, detecting new targets. Mu Wanting's favorability level was 4, would he like to bind? Su Ye's favorability level was 2, would he like to bind? Ning Fan turned his gaze to Mu Wanting's back, filled with surprise. To have a favorability level of 4 upon their first meeting explained her directness what to find. Even more surprising was the little girl beside him, who had a favorability level of 2. He turned to look at Su Ye, catching her stealing a glance at him, realizing she was trying to win him over. Understanding dawned on Ning Fan, and he smiled slightly, wrapping an arm around her waist to pull her closer. Su Ye, like a doll, let him move her without resistance, her body becoming even softer. Master, she called softly, her previous furtive glances gone, emboldened without Mu Wanting nearby. Ning Fan, inhaling the pure fragrance emanating from her, gently reassured her, don't be afraid. As long as you stay by my side, I won't let you suffer. With these words, he turned his attention inward to communicate with the system. Bind. Ding, targets Mu Wanting and Su Ye have been successfully bound, increasing the daily return count by 6 times. Ding, the system has detected that targets Mu Wanting and Su Ye have become your subjects, unlocking the function of 3 palaces and 6 halls. You can select one woman as the head of the harem, and the return multiplier will be based on the head's favorability, while other women will only provide return counts. The remaining daily returns will no longer reset and can accumulate. The critical return function has also been unlocked. Consuming 10 return counts allows for a critical return, where the items returned normally will undergo a second return with the same multiplier. After unlocking the 3 palaces and 6 halls, due to its luxurious nature, the return of resource-type materials will be limited. Currently, only manufacturing diagrams and consumable special items can be returned. With the opening of the harem, the return multiplier for manufacturing diagrams will no longer be halved, which left Ning Fan astonished. Now, the return multiplier provided by Feng Linglong's favorability has reached 20,000 times, meaning the improvement for manufacturing diagrams will increase significantly. If he performs a critical return, he can upgrade a clever manufacturing diagram to a level. Thinking of this, Ning Fan felt immensely pleased. Now that he has bound 3 women, the daily return count has reached 11 times. Even if he has other needs daily, he can accumulate enough for a critical return within 2 days after some consumption. He quickly chose to set Feng Linglong as the head of the harem. Ding! Feng Linglong has been selected as the head of the harem, with the current favorability level at 5, offering a return multiplier of 20,000 times. The choice of the harem head can be modified at any time. Although resource-type materials cannot be returned, the benefits brought by the new feature are substantial. He muttered to himself that just the fact that the return multiplier for manufacturing diagrams is no longer halved is enough to compensate for the inability to return resource-type materials. After all, the affected items are only level water and level food, and he had long stopped returning other life resources. Ning Fan pondered for a moment and felt at ease, his mood uplifted. At this moment, a prompt appeared on the screen. Ding! It has been detected that your subject Su Ye is in a blocked state with you, limiting the subject communication function and preventing the gifting of materials through the subject management system. Block state? When did this little girl block him? A hint of confusion flashed in Ning Fan's eyes as he turned his gaze to Su Ye. At this moment, Su Ye was also gazing into the void, with a similar prompt appearing on her screen. She checked Ning Fan's information and realized that Ning Fan was actually Maple Leaf, the merchant she had despised for days. The moment Su Ye learned the result, her already unstable legs gave out completely. She stumbled and fell towards Ning Fan. Quick to react, Ning Fan reached out to support her faltering body. Just as Ning Fan was about to ask what was wrong, Su Ye looked up. Her eyes, bright and captivating like those of a doll, were filled with tears as she gazed pitifully at Ning Fan. Her voice trembled slightly. Boss, no, master, Ye knows she was wrong. I really shouldn't have blocked you. Su Ye knew clearly that in this situation, she had no choice but to sincerely apologize. As for saying anything harsh to Ning Fan, she didn't even dare to think about it. She continued to plead. Master, you can punish or scold Ye. Just please don't abandon her. Ye really knows she was wrong. Knowing that if she didn't handle this well, her good life would slip away, Su Ye decided to go all out. She wrapped her arms tightly around Ning Fan's waist, pressing herself against him. She silently prayed, hoping Ning Fan would forgive her, considering her remaining charm. Ning Fan said nothing, allowing her to fumble nervously in his arms. He opened the citizen management interface, and upon seeing Su Ye's ID, he instantly understood everything. Don't eat cilantro? Ning Fan turned, looking at her with a hint of teasing. So it's you, Miss High and Mighty. Su Ye bit her lip, nodding pitifully. Yes, yes. Ning Fan chuckled softly. All right, get up. It's not a big deal. He thought to himself, since she had already given herself over to him, there was no need to make a fuss over something so minor. Besides, even if punishment was necessary, now wasn't the time. Overjoyed by his response, Su Ye excitedly snuggled closer to Ning Fan. Thank you, master. With that, she attempted to release her grip on him. But as soon as she did, she almost lost her balance and fell. Ning Fan quickly caught her again. He glanced down at Su Ye's pale legs, noticing their slight tremble. Can you walk? Ning Fan asked. Su Ye rolled her eyes slightly, an idea forming in her mind. She spoke in a sweet, tender voice. I don't think I can walk. Please, master, carry me inside. Ning Fan comfortably held Xue Ye in his arms, her small frame as light as a feather. He initially wanted to carry her in a princess hold, but found it inconvenient, so he switched to holding her facing him, allowing her to rest her head on his shoulder. Ah, Xue Ye exclaimed in surprise, her face instantly turning red as she shyly hid her face near Ning Fan's head, avoiding eye contact. The sweet scent lingered around Ning Fan, and the soft touch in his hands made him slightly intoxicated. Holding her like this, he walked towards the main entrance. Feng Linglong and Mu Wanting had already reached the outside of the estate and naturally noticed the intimate gesture between the two behind them. Feng Linglong teased openly, Wan, it looks like Xue Ye might accompany him before you do. Mu Wanting glanced at the person in Ning Fan's arms and responded calmly, let her. Then, as if a thought struck her, she smiled slightly, linked arms with Feng Linglong, and whispered playfully in her ear, perfect, you can sleep with me tonight, and let her deal with Ning Fan. Huh, why didn't I think of that? Feng Linglong raised an eyebrow, a mischievous glint in her eyes. All right, let me check how my little fairy has developed. She reached out playfully, but Mu Wanting wouldn't have it, and they playfully bantered all the way to the gate. The tightly closed gate blocked their way. Feng Linglong realized she had no way to open it, and was about to call for Ning Fan when she heard a ding, followed by a mechanical voice from behind the gate. "Welcome home, Madame Feng and Madame Mu." The gate slowly opened, revealing the estate's interior. Feng Linglong and Mu Wanting exchanged a surprised glance. "It must be something Ning Fan set up," Feng Linglong finally said after a moment. "Let's go in and take a look." She was right. Ning Fan had linked the estate's central control system with the resident management system and granted the two women the highest access. "Madame Mu." Mu Wanting smiled subtly, pleased with the title. She nodded, and they proceeded into the estate. Upon entering, they were greeted by a large garden. The greenery was neatly trimmed, with pavilions and rockeries arranged tastefully, creating an elegant and pleasant ambience. The two women walked gracefully, admiring their surroundings. Having grown up in wealthy families, they weren't particularly surprised by the scenery. However, when they followed the gravel path to the villa entrance, they both widened their eyes in unison, stunned by what they saw. An elderly figure stood at the villa's entrance. "The old servant greets the two madams." A mechanical voice came from him, identical to the one they heard at the gate. They both breathed a sigh of relief, realizing it was a robot and not an intruder in the territory. "Are you a robot?" Mu Wanting curiously examined it. If it hadn't spoken, she might not have realized it was a robot. "Yes, Madame Mu. I am the housekeeper here, but you may also call me Robot 001. It responded respectfully, its manners impeccable. Feng Linglong was amazed. It was even more professional than her family's old housekeeper. 001. "Are there other robots here?" Mu Wanting continued to inquire, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. "Madame's keen insight is remarkable," the housekeeper robot respectfully replied. "Besides me, there are 12 other robots responsible for security in the manor. Their intelligence is relatively low, and they cannot communicate fluently with you. Unless you give them direct orders, they will not appear in front of you." Mu Wanting nodded in understanding, a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. Feng Linglong couldn't help but interject. "So, you're saying your intelligence is the highest? What makes you special?" The housekeeper robot promptly responded. "Madame Feng, I am proficient in cooking, cleaning, gardening, and other household skills. You can consider me an all-purpose housekeeper. The master has granted both of you the highest authority in the manor, allowing you to view details and give commands through the Lord interface." Hearing this, Mu Wanting and Feng Linglong simultaneously opened the Lord interface. They were surprised to find a new manor option in the Lord column. Upon clicking it, their eyes widened in amazement, mouths slightly agape. The manor, luxurious on the outside, had facilities far beyond their imagination. It featured an integrated control center, advanced Internet of Things, futuristic security systems, precise temperature control, and even a large underground freezer. Mu Wanting's eyes curved slightly as she smiled softly, saying, "Linglong, let's go inside and take a look." It was at this moment she truly understood what the highest authority granted by Ning Fan meant. It was the status she had long desired, and finally, she stood on equal footing with Linglong. Feng Linglong nodded knowingly. Okay. She was genuinely happy for Mu Wanting. The housekeeper robot tactfully stepped aside, operating the heavy doors to open slowly. "Please, madams." The two women walked in, greeted by a lavishly decorated grand living room. However, having learned about the manor's advanced facilities, the exterior decor was no longer enough to impress them. They headed upstairs in unison. The villa had 4 floors above ground and 1 underground, with the freezer below. The 4th floor contained only 3 rooms, a master bedroom and 2 secondary bedrooms, just enough for them and Ning Fan to have one each. Both women, harboring their own thoughts, wanted to choose their rooms first. Meanwhile, Ning Fan was carrying Su Ye slowly. He noticed she seemed to struggle with the jostling of the journey. If he sped up, she couldn't help but tremble. Reluctantly, he slowed his pace. Finally entering the manor, Ning Fan had a comprehensive understanding of the interior layout through the 3D depiction on the screen. He carried Su Ye directly towards the villa. Su Ye rested assuredly on Ning Fan's shoulder, curiously observing the surroundings. When she saw their future residence was such a magnificent manor with a vast garden, her eyes sparkled with joy. She secretly rejoiced. Indeed, being the woman of a big shot had its perks, even living in such luxury. Involuntarily, she relaxed her body, nestling closer to Ning Fan, happiness enveloping her heart. She hoped to always be held by Ning Fan like this, at least without the fear of being abandoned. Upon entering the villa, she was overwhelmed with excitement. She couldn't help but whisper in Ning Fan's ear, "Master, is this where we'll live from now on?" She glanced around the living room. The white walls bore glacial patterns. The floor was covered in soft, plush carpet, making even the idea of being placed on it seem comfortable. The sofa, television, chandelier, and more were all present, reminiscent of Blue Star. Su Yi mused that this was probably what life as a socialite in the movies looked like. "Yes, this will be your home from now on," Ning Fan said meaningfully. He approached the spacious sofa, which was large enough to sleep on comfortably. Just as he was about to set Suyaya down, he froze. A little kitten had nipped his ear. Master, could you carry me to the room for a bath first? I feel sticky all over. Suyaya whispered seductively in his ear. Ning Fan instinctively glanced down. Indeed, the milky scent had grown stronger along the way. All right then, Ning Fan said, looking around to find the two other women absent, and proceeded to carry Suyaya upstairs. Upon hearing Ning Fan agree, Suyaya's body trembled slightly. Oh master, you're so kind. Ning Fan didn't choose to take Suyaya to the fourth floor. Instead, he selected the room on the far right of the third floor and led her inside. The entire villa spans 1,000 square meters, making each room exceptionally spacious. The room he chose for Shueya is the best on the third floor, featuring not only a large bedroom, but also a private living room and bathroom. The room is decorated warmly, with a pink theme that seems tailor-made for a young girl. Shueya tiptoed around, her eyes sparkling with surprise and her voice trembling with excitement. Is this really my room? The place she lived on Blue Star was nowhere near as nice as this, and she felt secretly fortunate to end up in such a lovely place despite her role as a maid. Yes, from now on, this is your room, Ning Fan replied softly. Thank you, master. Shueya couldn't help but turn around and hug Ning Fan. She knew this wasn't appropriate behavior for a maid, but she couldn't control her impulse, perhaps harboring some hidden thoughts. Ning Fan, already tempted, couldn't suppress his inner fire when she showed such affection. 2 hours later, a system notification sounded in Ning Fan's mind. Ding, Shueya's affection level for you has increased to level 3. The number of returns available today is corrected to 3 times. Standing by the bed, Ning Fan looked down at the little girl who was murmuring softly in her sleep, a satisfied smile appearing on his lips. Not bad, her affection level has gone up, proving she's sincerely following me. He bent down, gently smoothing her scattered hair, his eyes showing a hint of tenderness. No matter what, she was his woman now, and he wouldn't withhold the affection she deserved. Once he was sure her breathing had steadied and she was comfortably asleep, Ning Fan quietly left and went downstairs to the living room. The air conditioning in the living room was already on, and the temperature was set to a comfortable 20 degrees. Feng Linglong and Mu Wanting seemed to have just finished their baths, lounging lazily on the sofa in their pajamas, watching a TV drama from a DVD, as there was no signal. Hearing footsteps on the stairs, the two women turned their heads in unison. Upon seeing Ning Fan, Mu Wanting's expression became suggestive, while Feng Linglong rolled her eyes dramatically. A husband who can never be satisfied, indulging in such activities in broad daylight, she remarked. They had clearly heard Shueya's embarrassing sounds earlier, realizing what Ning Fan had been up to. Husband, really, Shueya is so petite. You should know when to stop. Aren't you afraid of hurting her? Feng Linglong chided Ning Fan, implying he didn't know how to cherish a delicate flower. 2 hours was indeed a bit excessive. Faced with the scrutiny of these two beautiful women, Ning Fan blushed, unsure of how to respond. As they said, Shueya's pleas had been constant throughout the latter half. Awkwardly rubbing his nose, he changed the subject. So, have you chosen your rooms? Ning Fan asked as he sat down beside them. Seeing this, the two women didn't dwell on the previous topic. Feng Linglong replied, We've picked. The room on the left is mine, the one on the right is Wanting's, and your room is in the middle. Left and right embrace. Ning Fan raised an eyebrow, looking at Feng Linglong in surprise. Feng Linglong understood his meaning and immediately shifted closer to Mu Wanting, wrapping her arms around her. She eyed Ning Fan warily, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Honey, don't overthink it. Tonight Wan Wan is with me. We're sleeping together. You can go find Suyaya. Ning Fan tugged at the corner of his mouth, looking slightly awkward. Seems like you two aren't sparing Suyaya either. Mu Wanting chuckled softly at Ning Fan's embarrassed expression. To ease his discomfort, she changed the subject. Ning Fan, there's a large freezer in the manor. I'm thinking of having the butler stock it with water to make ice for sale. What do you think? You can make the business decisions, Ning Fan said with a wave of his hand. Having decided to accept Mu Wanting, he was prepared to delegate authority. I've already granted you access to the territory's warehouse. Feel free to use any resources I've stored there. I've looked through it, Mu Wanting replied, her demeanor suddenly serious as she straightened her back, exuding the aura of a capable executive. Besides the watermelons for sale, there are also 5,000 kilograms of Krade's spiritual rice and bran. My plan is to hold off on selling the spiritual rice for now, but we can sell some bran to the Fishing Alliance since it seems to aid in fishing. Wow, you mean for baiting? Ning Fan was momentarily stunned, looking at Mu Wanting with newfound admiration. As expected from a top marketing student, your insights are sharp. He couldn't help but feel grateful once more for bringing Mu Wanting into his territory. With such a capable partner, the territory's development could only accelerate. Mu Wanting absorbed Ning Fan's appreciative gaze, continuing her analysis without showing any emotion. If we sell the Krade's spiritual rice now, it would only be at a low price. The auction just ended, and the guild leaders don't have many resources at hand. As for the other independent lords, they are hesitant to even buy a watermelon, let alone spiritual rice, which is much more valuable. She tapped the table lightly with her fingers, her voice calm and analytical. Moreover, selling the spiritual rice cheaply would significantly boost the physiques of the regional lords, which would ultimately benefit the pirates and increase their strength. This would obviously be disadvantageous for us. After Mu Wanting finished her detailed explanation, Feng Linglong immediately threw herself into her arms like an adoring fan, her eyes sparkling with admiration as if to say, "You're amazing, my dear friend." Mu Wanting naturally ignored her gaze, gently smoothing Feng Linglong's hair with a soft touch, like petting a cat. Meanwhile, she gave Ning Fan a slight, amused smile, as if to say, "Sorry, looks like I've stolen your main wife." Ning Fan chuckled lightly, enjoying the way the two friends interacted, though he felt a bit resigned that his little wife had been claimed for the night. "All right, since you've got a plan, you're in charge," he said, completely trusting Mu Wanting's shrewdness. With her around, other lords would find it difficult to take advantage of him. Ning Fan checked the time, noting there was still over half an hour before the announced island transfer. With nothing pressing to do, he casually pulled Feng Linglong from Mu Wanting's embrace into his own, ready to cuddle his beloved wife and watch some TV. Feng Linglong rolled her eyes dramatically, letting out a couple of disgruntled hums before settling into Ning Fan's arms. Still, she didn't forget to throw Mu Wanting an exaggerated farewell look, silently complaining, "Wan Wan, a villain is tearing us apart." Mu Wanting chuckled softly, waving goodbye to Feng Linglong with a graceful hand gesture reminiscent of a beckoning cat. She quickly opened the chat interface and changed her ID to Maple Leaf's mysterious shop secretary, before contacting Huang San from the fishing village. "Chairman Huang, I'm Maple Leaf's personal secretary. Does your guild need Cray Bran?" she asked directly, with a hint of pride in her tone. Although nothing substantial had happened between her and Ning Fan, she already considered herself Ning Fan's woman, seeing it as both an honor and an asset. Huang San had just landed on the island and was busy cultivating land to plant watermelons. Without an agrade farm, he had to do everything himself. Upon seeing this message, he immediately put down his farming tools, his heart racing. Cray Bran was the bait he had been dreaming of. They were still using bread as bait. Suppressing his excitement, Huang San respectfully replied, "Madam, may I ask your surname?" Mu Wanting smirked slightly, glancing at Ning Fan, and replied, "My surname is Mu." "Madam Mu, how are you? May I ask about the pricing for Cray Bran?" Huang San adopted a humble stance. After landing on the island and learning that Ning Fan's territory had a rating of over 50,000, he realized the vast gap between himself, a guild leader considered top-notch by others, and a true big shot. Hence, he dared not put on airs in front of Ning Fan's woman, whether she was a secretary or assistant. Moreover, he owed his rise to Ning Fan's help, so he dared not show any disrespect. Mu Wanting was straightforward. "Chairman Huang, you're a smart man, so I'll be direct. Although humans can't digest the energy in Cray Bran, fish and some poultry love it. For them, it's akin to crate food. As fishing bait, it will undoubtedly be effective and might even attract high-level fish. Considering you're a regular customer, the best price I can offer is 1,000 foundation stones per 100 kilograms. How much?" Huang Xin gasped. 1,000 foundation stones for 100 kilograms. Isn't that 10 foundation stones per kilogram? Even though it's crate bait, that's too expensive. He calculated in his mind. At this price, he and the veteran fishermen of the Fishing Alliance would go bankrupt. These fishing enthusiasts measure bait by the pound, and they're dealing with the ocean. Even if it's just doubled, using 1 kilogram of bait each time would cost 10 foundation stones, equivalent to a watermelon. He couldn't figure out how many fish he'd need to catch to break even. With the price of ordinary fish meat continually dropping, there's almost no profit. Unless, as Madame Mu said, they could catch high-level fish, each baiting session would be a loss. He couldn't afford to gamble on such odds. After calming down, Huang San replied, "Madame Mu, the price is really too high. Our fishing alliance can't afford it. Could you lower it a bit?" 800 is the lowest I can go, Mu Wanting replied. A 200 reduction. Still profitable. Huang San was secretly delighted, fearing Mu Wanting would change her mind. He quickly responded, "Great. Thank you very much, Madame Mu. Please hold on while I discuss with a few people in the guild to see how much we can take." By discuss, he really meant gathering money. He was already deep in debt from landing on the island. He quickly opened his friends list and locked onto his target, the Fishing Alliance's top dog. Huang San now called him Melon Rind Guy, because he had made some money hoarding watermelon rinds and was now the richest in the guild. Huang San didn't hesitate to message him. "Li Sanging, lend me some money." Under the scorching sun, Li Sanjin leisurely soaked in the sea, letting the cool water envelop his weary body. In front of him, 2 plump watermelons gently bobbed with the waves, resembling 2 small green islands. This was a small luxury he could afford now that he had officially moved up from selling watermelon rindshi could now enjoy 2 watermelons at once. Li Sanjin reached out and picked up one of the watermelons, tapping it lightly with his palm before bringing it close to his ear to listen carefully. The deep, resonant sound made him smile with satisfaction. Ah, not bad. The boss's watermelons are always ripe, he murmured to himself, carefully placing the watermelon back onto the sea's surface. A little more soaking, and it'll be perfectly chilled. Lying back on the water, he placed a piece of watermelon rind over his face to block the sun, letting out a long sigh. Ah, if only there wasn't the pressure of getting to the island. Life would be so much more relaxing. Reality quickly pulled him back. The money he had wasn't enough to get him to the island. The cost of hiring help wasn't easy, not to mention he needed to purchase a contract agreement to find someone. Thinking about how the chairman had not only become poor again, but also incurred a huge debt just to get to the island, a sense of pity crossed Li Sanjin's face. Earning money is hard, so hard, he muttered to himself, trying to clear his mind. Is there a good idea to make a big profit? As he pondered, a crisp notification sound exploded in his mind. Startled, Li Sanjin sat up straight, the watermelon rind sliding from his face to his chest. Who the heck is interrupting my money-making thoughts? He cursed, adjusting the rind back on his face before opening the communication screen. At the top of the screen was a long note. Chairman who owes me 100 base stones and is delaying repayment by 3 days. Li Sanjin, lend me some money. The short message was glaringly obvious. Li Sanjin let out a heavy huff, blowing out a breath of warm air. Borrowing money again. Do they think I'm a money tree? He grumbled internally, his fingers reluctantly typing a reply. Chairman, what do you need the money for this time? His tone was full of impatience. The reply came quickly. It's for a good cause. I got the purchasing rights for Crade brand from the boss. I'm planning to pool funds to buy some and sell it in the alliance. Lend me some money, and I'll give you some for free. At the mention of Crade brand, Li Sanjin's eyes lit up, his expression turning excited. Crade brand? That's valuable. A thought flashed through his mind, and he quickly replied. What's your purchase price from the boss? After sending the message, he felt a bit uneasy and added. Chairman, with our relationship, you wouldn't deceive me over something like this, right? Staring at the long, prickly note at the top of the screen, Li Sanjin hesitated for a few seconds before changing it to kind chairman who borrows 100 base stones and repays 150 base stones. Much more pleasing to the eye, he nodded in satisfaction. Soon, the chairman's reply popped up. Don't even think about getting the goods from the boss through me. I'm telling you to drop that idea. The price isn't cheap. 100 kilograms of bran costs 800 base stones. Are you sure you can handle that price? Whoa, how much? 800 base stones. Li Sanjin was momentarily stunned, his eyes wide open. Chairman, are you sure you're not tricking me? This isn't just bran, it's practically gold. Why would I lie to you? Huang Sen quickly replied. You have to know it's Crade brand Crade. It's enough to serve as bait for level grade fishing rods. The big difference between level grade and ordinary fishing rods is that level grade requires level grade food as bait to show its true value. Otherwise, the only difference is that the structure is sturdier. Originally, it was supposed to sell for 1,000 base stones. If it weren't for my connections with the boss, which got me a 200 base stone discount, it wouldn't be at this price. Reading this message, Li Sanjin's eyes suddenly brightened, a flash of inspiration crossing his mind as if he had realized something. The boss initially set the price at 1,000 foundation stones, which made Li Sanjin gasp. Although he found it expensive, he realized the extraordinary value of the Crade brand. However, due to his limited experience, he couldn't fully grasp its true worth. When the boss dropped the price by 200, the president immediately seized the deal without hesitation, which caught Li Sanjin's attention. He might not understand the goods, but he understood the president. 800 must be profitable, Li Sanjin thought to himself. I'm in. He quickly opened the warehouse interface, only to be stunned by the numbers just 682 foundation stones left. Not enough to buy even one batch. Annoyed, Li Sanjin slapped himself, regretting. If only I hadn't been so greedy for watermelons. Li Sanjin knew the boss dealt in big business and wouldn't bother with someone buying half a batch. The president probably wouldn't help either, considering his reputation as a penny pincher. With no other choice, Li Sanjin turned his attention to another item, the blueprint for a water purifier. He had planned to make it after reaching the island, but the high cost made him reluctant to use the foundation stones meant for island exploration. The best time to set sail was in the next couple of days. If he waited until the unexpected event ended and hadn't saved enough stones to hire a crew, the prices might change again. Muttering to himself, Li Sanjin said, this is a rare money-making opportunity. If I miss it, I'll have to join others in a risky group expedition. A 5-person team means attacking 5 islands, which is far riskier than hiring my own crew for just one. Resolute, Li Sanjin contacted Huang San. Huang San was surprised. Wow, you have something like this? He then advised. Are you sure you want to sell? This could bring long-term benefits. I suggest you reconsider. Li Sanjin was firm. I don't even have an island yet. I can't think about long-term gains. Just ask around for me. If it doesn't work out, I'll drop it. Seeing Li Sanjing's determination, Huangsun didn't argue further and contacted Madame Mu. He sighed inwardly. It's a pity. If I had enough stones, I'd definitely grab this blueprint from him. Used wisely, it could help many in the guild improve their physique to grade within a month. But urgency dictates, and I lack the capital. Shaking his head, Huangsun sent a message to Madame Mu. Madame Mu, I'm sorry, but the guild doesn't have enough stones right now. Can we trade the blueprint for the stones? Mu Wanting, who had been monitoring the Lord interface, quickly replied to Huangsan's message. What kind of blueprint? We don't usually accept just any. It's a high-grade blueprint, for a water purifier, Huangsan replied. Mu Wanting's interest was piqued, but she knew she couldn't decide alone. She gently nudged Ning Fan, who was engrossed in watching TV with Ling Long, and said, Ning Fan, take a look at this blueprint. Ning Fan, take a look at this blueprint. Mu Wanting's voice broke the silence in the room. Ning Fan and Feng Linglong simultaneously turned their heads, their eyes focusing on the screen Mu Wanting held. A high-level water purifier blueprint. Ning Fan's eyes lit up, and his heart raced slightly. This was exactly what he needed. The changes in the system's functionality made him eager for a high-level water purifier blueprint to produce the grade of water necessary for enhancing physical attributes. After satisfying Suyaya, the system's daily return had reached 12 times. He used it twice in the morning, leaving 10 uses, just enough to trigger a critical return once. He had planned to acquire a regular water purifier blueprint to trigger a critical return over the next couple of days, but the opportunity came sooner than expected. Where did you get this? Ning Fan asked curiously, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. It was brought out by Huang San, the president of the Fishing Alliance. He wants to exchange it for the Crade brand I have. Mu Wanting replied honestly, with a hint of pride in her tone. Ning Fan nodded, but quickly sensed something amiss. Wait, why would Huang San trade such a valuable item? The market for grade water is huge right now. Doesn't he know its value? His gaze turned peculiar as he looked directly at Mu Wanting. What's the price you're selling the Crade brand for? 100 kilograms for 800 foundation stones, Mu Wanting said casually. What? 800 foundation stones? Ning Fan gasped, his teeth chattering slightly. Stuff I was going to use to feed the chickens, and you sold it for 800 foundation stones? Is this how business is done? He couldn't help but marvel at the treasure he had married. Mu Wanting's lips curved slightly, and she replied with a light tone. It was originally 1,000 foundation stones, but since Huang San is practically like a little brother to you, I gave him a 200 foundation stone discount. Her original bottom line was 500 foundation stones, but she was pleasantly surprised when Huang San agreed eagerly after the discount. Seeing Ning Fan's astonished expression, her satisfaction was palpable. After thinking for a moment, Ning Fan said, a 200 discount, well played. Seems like a willing buyer and seller. Trade them 300 kilograms of bran and get the blueprint. 2,400 foundation stones? That's a bit steep. Mu Wanting calculated briefly but nodded obediently. All right, I'll let them know. Feng Linglong quietly leaned against Ning Fan, witnessing everything with crescent-shaped eyes. She felt grateful for bringing Wanwan over. With Wanwan managing the business, she could relax and occasionally offer advice to her best friend. More importantly, the more important Wanwan became to Ning Fan, the less their positions would be threatened if other women appeared in the future. Thinking of this, Feng Linglong secretly poked Mu Wanting's waist. When Mu Wanting looked over, she immediately sent an encouraging glance. Good job, my happiness depends on you. Mu Wanting gave a slightly haughty wink in return, a mutual understanding passing between them. Before long, Mu Wanting completed the transaction with Huang San. Besides acquiring a water purifier blueprint, Huang San also squeezed over 600 foundation stones from Guapai Lao to purchase 200 kilograms of bran. Mu Wanting spent a total of 500 kilograms of bran, completing a very satisfying deal. Mu Wanting decided to temporarily leave the remaining Crade bran in the warehouse, knowing that even a large client like the Fishing Alliance had limited purchasing power. Instead of selling it off piecemeal, she saw an opportunity for greater gains. She skillfully did Huang San a favor by reaching a verbal agreement with the Fishing Alliance. Henceforth, Crade bran would be exclusively supplied to them, with a 50 base stone price increase in exchange. Huang San readily agreed. For the Fishing Alliance, monopolizing such high-grade bait was undoubtedly beneficial, despite the increased pressure on their profits. Ning Fan, I've got the manufacturing blueprint. I'll send it to you, Mu Wanting said, turning to Ning Fan with a hopeful glimmer in her eyes. All right, time to get to work, Ning Fan replied, standing up and gently handing the phoenix baby back to Mu Wanting. In that brief moment, he seized the chance to lightly squeeze her hand, giving her a fond smile before striding confidently out of the living room. Mu Wanting hugged Ling Long, her cheeks tinged with a shy blush from the residual warmth of his touch. She watched Ning Fan's silhouette disappear from the room, then softly leaned her head against Ling Long's cheek, whispering, Ling Long baby, can I discuss something with you? Go ahead, Feng Ling Long replied without taking her eyes off the television. How about we sleep together tomorrow night? Mu Wanting's voice carried a mix of anticipation and nervousness. Hearing this, Feng Linglong's internal alarm bells rang. No way. She instinctively turned her head and blurted out. But when she saw Mu Wanting's bashful, rosy expression, her words caught in her throat. What a charming little minx, Feng Linglong sighed, rolling her eyes and pouting. I knew you couldn't resist. Linglong baby, just think, if I become Ning Fan's woman sooner. Mu Wanting's sentence was abruptly cut off by Feng Linglong. Meanwhile, Ning Fan had reached the storage room. After moving to the estate, the original workspace was dismantled, and all the water purifiers were placed in this separate storage area. On his way there, Ning Fan began gathering materials to return the manufacturing blueprint. Please choose between a normal return or a critical return, the system prompted. Critical return. Ning Fan chose without hesitation. This was his first attempt at a critical return, and he couldn't help but feel a bit excited. He kept his eyes fixed on the screen, thinking, it should reach at least grade. As long as it reaches grade, it will offset the ban on returning resource-type materials. Previously, even returning water specifically didn't reach grade. Soon, the system chimed again. Ding! The host has chosen critical return with a return multiplier of 20,000 times. The results of the two returns are as follows. After the first return, you receive a C-grade water purifier blueprint. After the second return, you receive a special B-grade water purifier blueprint. Both blueprints have been stored in the construction interface. The return multiplier exceeded the B range, but did not reach a grade. Thus, the B-grade water purifier blueprint gains a special trait. Special trait. Ning Fan murmured in surprise, quickly checking the blueprint information. Special B-grade water purifier blueprint. Consumes seawater, purifies 5L of B water daily. Benefit trait. Doubles the daily production of B water by 5L. Doubling the regular output? That's like having 2 B water purifiers, Ning Fan exclaimed to himself. He had always considered the increased production mode of the water purifier as a supplementary benefit. Aside from providing some base stones, it didn't significantly aid in enhancing his physique. What he valued most was the purifier's output itself, as it directly impacted his physical improvements. So, in his view, doubling the output was as good as acquiring 2 purifiers, filling him with anticipation and excitement. Ning Fan stood in the storage room, satisfied as he watched the 2 brand new water purifiers start working. The daily output of B water doubled to 20 liters, not only meeting his own needs, but also allowing Feng Linglong and Mu Wanting to drink freely, greatly enhancing their health. He couldn't help but marvel at the powerful features of these items, pondering that the modified characteristics of the stone cannon might be in the same league. After setting up the purifiers, Ning Fan strolled back to the living room. Feng Linglong and Mu Wanting were cuddled up, watching a TV show. Hearing his footsteps, both women turned around. Honey, are you done? Feng Linglong asked cheerfully. Ning Fan nodded in response and glanced at the time. With less than 10 minutes left before the island transfer, he quickly reminded them. The island transfer is about to begin. You two stay here and watch TV. No matter what happens, don't go outside. I'll go and check things out. Be careful, honey, Feng Linglong said, nodding obediently. Mu Wanting, meanwhile, dialed his phone number right in front of him, saying, let's keep in touch. In case anything unexpected happens, we can contact each other immediately. Ning Fan paused for a second, then smiled knowingly as he answered the call. Just as he was about to leave, Feng Linglong called after him. Wait a minute. Honey, I forgot to tell you something. What is it? Ning Fan asked, turning back. The Tianxiang Alliance has paid off their debt. They said once the island transfer is over and they find a new native island, they'd like your help to take over an island. Feng Linglong said crisply. Oh, that's it. All right, I got it. Tell them to feel free to contact me whenever I have time, Ning Fan instructed before continuing on his way out. Reaching the shoreline, Ning Fan retrieved the docked class building ship. Soon, a notification sounded. Ding, the island transfer will begin in 1 minute. At that time, each island will be protected by a shield, and the transfer process will last 1 minute. Lords, please make necessary preparations. Ning Fan stood on the coastline, his eyes cautiously scanning the surroundings, awaiting the changes that this unknown island transfer would bring. A pale blue misty barrier appeared out of nowhere, enveloping Ning Fan's entire territory. Strangely, the light within the territory remained as bright as ever. Ning Fan looked up, and the scene a kilometer away on the sea was quickly swallowed by the mist until it became completely obscure. Island transfer has begun. Do not go to sea. Is it starting already? Ning Fan frowned slightly. Apart from the mist obscuring his view, he felt no other abnormalities. The sea within a kilometer remained calm and mirror-like, without any ripples. Mu Wanting's anxious voice came through the communicator. Ning Fan, nothing unexpected happened, right? Clearly, she and Feng Linglong had also noticed the eerie mist covering the sky. Such an exaggerated phenomenon naturally made them worry for Ning Fan. It's fine, nothing to worry about. It should be over soon, Ning Fan replied calmly. Okay, stay safe. Mu Wanting reminded him again before the conversation fell into a brief silence. Ning Fan's gaze returned to the swirling mist around him. Just then, a message flashed on the screen. Radar alert. A native island detected 9 kilometers southwest. Could it be that we've arrived? Ning Fan wondered. As soon as he spoke, the mist within the territory began to swirl wildly, and then rapidly dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Following this, a system announcement arrived on time. Island reset complete. The world has changed a bit. It's really over. The vast sea reappeared before his eyes, looking exactly the same as before. Without the system announcement, there would be no way to notice any change. Ning Fan immediately checked the radar map. By comparing coordinates, he discovered that his territory had moved 10,000 miles. The current sea area was completely unfamiliar, and beyond the 10-kilometer monitoring range, the map was just a blur of mist. It feels like the legendary art of shifting the universe, truly amazing. Ning Fan couldn't help but marvel. His gaze shifted to the new island marker on the map. 9 kilometers southwest, near the edge of the radar's range, the island was similar in size to his territory's island. It should be a Cherry's native island. Should I go take a look? Ning Fan pondered. It's so close, I could reach it in 20 minutes on a class-building ship. If there are special resources on the island, it wouldn't be hard to take over. After much consideration, Ning Fan finally decided, no, going on an adventure at sea is not as worthwhile as staying home with my wife. Spending time on our relationship might yield even greater benefits. A Cherry's island wasn't worth the trouble, especially right after relocating, as there might be other changes. It's better to stay put and observe. With this thought, Ning Fan turned and walked toward the manor. Suddenly, a notification sound interrupted his movement. He stopped and opened the screen to check. It was a message from the Tianxiang Alliance. On the sea, a not too small raft drifted quietly. This was the territory of a pair of twin sisters. Being blood sisters, they were fortunate to meet each other within the first few days of survival. Working together, they accumulated some resources over the days, and when the guild mode appeared, they used their resources to establish the Tianxiang Alliance. At this moment, the elder sister, Lin Yakin, was sitting under a simple melon shed, nervously staring at the screen in her hand. Her younger sister, Lin Beisher, stood beside her, holding binoculars and watching the northeast direction. In that direction, 3 kilometers away, an island loomed faintly. Sister, hasn't the big boss replied yet? Lin Beisher turned and asked. It's been less than half a minute. Maybe Feng Yi got busy with something. Don't worry. Let's wait a bit longer, Lin Yakin reassured. Her words were calm, but her slightly furrowed brows betrayed her inner anxiety. If Feng Yi went back on his word and didn't help, it would be difficult for the two of them, being just 2 women, to take over an island, even if it was just a Cherry's island guarded by 4 pirates. Lin Beisher put down the binoculars in her hand and couldn't help but complain. Sister, I told you before, having the Tianxiang Alliance only accept women isn't practical. Look, when it comes to dealing with pirates, the girls in the Alliance can't really help. Now all the guilds are starting to take over islands, and we, the Tianxiang Alliance, can't even capture one. Talking about taking an island as guild territory and bringing in willing sisters from the Alliance seems like a pipe dream to me. Her tone was somewhat heavy, as recent ideological differences with her sister had become severe. The original intention of creating the Tianxiang Alliance was to rely on their resources to unite some sisters and escape their unstable situation. However, in the end, it turned into using their resources to support those sisters who couldn't survive on their own. This made Lin Beisher very unhappy, as she believed that in this world, the weak should depend on the strong, rather than the strong having to support the weak. Lin Beisher continued to complain. If you had listened to me, the 50L level water we borrowed from Feng Yi yesterday should have been sold off long ago, and we could have made a profit. But now, the prices keep dropping, and we only managed to sell it today, barely gathering 4,000 base stones. The prices outside are so high, we could have secretly sold it outside instead of worrying about the sisters in the guild. Lin Yakin took her eyes off the screen, looking both helpless and a bit sad. Beisher, things aren't as simple as you think. The reason the Tianxiang Alliance has grown to nearly 2,000 people is because we only accept women, providing a sense of security for the sisters who join. Do you know what the greatest danger for women in this world is? It's not the unknowns of this world, nor the hardships of life, but men. In a world where strength determines power, most women are just playthings for men. If we let men join the Tianxiang Alliance, it wouldn't be the Tianxiang Alliance anymore. At the slightest disturbance, the sisters in the alliance would scatter like frightened birds. Then, what would be the point of being a guild leader with no followers? Lin Beisher opened her mouth, knowing her sister was right, but still feeling unbalanced. Clearly, they were among the best in the region, yet they were still living so frugally, all because they were too concerned about the sisters in the guild. Lin Yakin seemed to see through her sister's conflict, reaching out to hold her hand gently and softly saying, Beisher, a little sacrifice now is nothing. As long as we build a foundation of trust, once the sisters in the guild gradually adapt to the rhythm of this world and gain the ability to protect themselves, we'll eventually recoup our costs from them. As she spoke, a hint of depth appeared in Lin Yakin's beautiful eyes, contrasting sharply with her gentle demeanor. She said in a calm tone, "Every act of charity comes with a price that will be clearly marked at some point in the future." Hearing this, Lin Beishir was stunned, exclaiming, "Sister, you're so calculating. So that's what you were thinking. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I almost misunderstood you." "Almost misunderstood? You already misunderstood." Lin Yakin rolled her eyes, retracting her thoughts and teasing with a light laugh. "I was worried you'd think I'm a malicious sister. Of course not. I've always believed that for us women to survive in this world, we need to understand this principle. It's just that I'm not good with words, so I had a few disagreements with you." Lin Beishir obediently linked arms with her sister, smiling sweetly. After the two sisters cleared the air, they stayed close together for a while. Before long, a message alert broke the warm atmosphere. Feng Yi replied. The sisters immediately turned to the screen in unison. Feng Ye's reply read, "I can help, but to take down the island, I'll need to operate via video." Ning Fan received a letter from the Tianxiang Alliance and, after some thought, made a decision. He agreed to lend the stone cannon and radar, but insisted on operating them remotely himself. This was not only to protect the equipment, but also because the stone cannon would be difficult to aim accurately at the pirates without radar assistance. Curious, Ning Fan initiated a video call. The screen lit up, and the sight before him made his pupils dilate. Two stunningly beautiful women, identical in appearance, sat side by side, their beauty breathtaking. One wore a white traditional dress with delicate hairpins adorning her hair, exuding a gentle and elegant aura. The other donned a pink strappy swimsuit, with a white short skirt revealing long, slender legs that traced an enticing curve. The same features, yet completely different temperaments, were dazzling. A fleeting sense of strangeness passed through Ning Fan's mind, but he quickly regained his composure. Despite their allure, the women's beauty couldn't sway his resolve. The urgent task was to help them seize the island. Lin Yakin was secretly impressed by Ning Fan's youthful and handsome appearance, but concealed her inner flutter with a composed demeanor. Smiling, she introduced herself. "Hello, sir, I'm Lin Yakin, and this is my sister, Lin Beishir." Lin Beishir was clearly captivated by Ning Fan's looks, her eyes sparkling with an unusual light, and her legs instinctively pressed together. It was only with her sister's nudge that she snapped back to reality, softly saying, "Hello, sir, I'm Lin Beishir." Lin Yakin sighed inwardly, relieved that there was a great distance between them. Otherwise, with her sister's demeanor, she feared she might abandon the Tianxiang Alliance and fall into Ning Fan's arms. Ning Fan noticed the sisters' subtle gestures and smiled lightly, saying, "Hello, just call me Ning Fan. Now that we've met, let's get down to business. Where's the island?" Lin Yakin breathed a sigh of relief, pleased that Ning Fan didn't respond to her sister's overtures. She adjusted the view and pointed into the distance. "Ning Fan, it's over there." She extended her rounded index finger, pointing towards the distant island. At this moment, they were just over a kilometer away from their target, and the island's outline was clearly visible. It was one of the C-series islands. Lin Yakin turned to Ning Fan, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Ning Fan, are you confident?" Ning Fan smiled confidently. "No problem." He then issued instructions. "In a moment, I'll rent you 2 items. Once you get them, put them on the raft and follow my lead." Lin Yakin nodded slightly. "Okay." Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Maple Leaf leases you a C-grade modified stone thrower 1 and a grade radar 1, with an indefinite rental period, at the discretion of Lord Maple Leaf. Lin Yakin stood frozen, her mind racing. A stone thrower and radar? Aren't those products of the medieval and industrial eras? She finally understood why Ning Fan had managed to reach the island so early. With these 2 powerful tools, dealing with pirates still using cold weapons was like a dimensional reduction strike, spanning 2 or 3 eras. However, a question arose in her mind. The stone thrower should be enough to deal with pirates, so why the need for radar? Out of respect for Ning Fan, she didn't check the item details or ask questions, choosing to keep her curiosity to herself. Ning Fan continued to direct them. "Place the stone thrower on the raft, with the barrel facing the island. Just put the radar anywhere." Lin Yakin immediately sprang into action, walking out of the shelter. The curious Lin Beishir followed closely behind. Under the scorching sun, the sisters carefully positioned the stone thrower on the raft. As the massive object appeared, both of them widened their eyes in astonishment. Despite being mentally prepared, Lin Yakin was still struck by the might of the stone thrower. This was the kind of power a lord should possess. She suddenly realized how insignificant their struggles over the past 10 days seemed. Arguing over a few firewood sticks now felt utterly ridiculous. Lin Yakin turned to her sister, and their eyes met, silently conveying 1,000 words of shared understanding and melancholy. After adjusting her mindset, Lin Yakin took a deep breath and continued setting up the radar. Compared to the stone thrower, the radar's presence was much less impactful. It was too mysterious for ordinary people, and its true function could only be revealed through radar imaging. This was also why Ning Fan insisted on operating it personally. Radar images need to be unbound before being reassigned, and he would never risk letting such a crucial piece of equipment fall into others' hands. Let's move the raft closer to the island, Ning Fan instructed, keeping his eyes on the stone thrower's control interface. He was waiting for the pirates to come within range so he could lock onto his targets. Lin Yakin was filled with questions, but followed the instructions. The raft slowly approached the island, soon entering the 1-kilometer range. This should have triggered the pirates' alert, but due to the high temperatures, the pirates had lost their ability to venture out, and the warning didn't sound. However, at that moment, Ning Fan received an unexpected notification. Ding! Radar has detected an island 10 kilometers to the northeast, identified by the Lord's system as the Lord's own island territory. Ding! The radar suddenly blared, shattering the comm in the command room. Ning Fan looked up sharply, his eyes locking onto the control interface. Island detected 10 kilometers to the northeast, identified as the Lord's territory, an electronic voice coldly reported. Ning Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. He quickly closed the catapult operation interface and pulled up the map. Sure enough, a massive island had appeared 10 kilometers to the northeast. How is this possible? Ning Fan muttered to himself, his mind in turmoil. Could this island transfer have actually brought a pair of twin sisters into his territory? Ning Fan, is something wrong? Lin Yakin noticed his unusual behavior and asked cautiously, her voice low. Her heart raced, fearing that the plan against the pirates had gone awry. Ning Fan snapped back to reality, looking at the two sisters with a complex expression. You two are near my territory, he said while sending a radar map screenshot to Lin Yakin. See that big island on the edge of the map? That's my territory. Lin Yakin's face changed dramatically upon hearing this. She hurriedly checked the screenshot, her pupils contracting sharply. In her shock, she realized a terrifying fact. The island they had discovered was only 9 kilometers from Ning Fan's territory. Beside her, Lin Beisher also realized the seriousness of the situation, her smile freezing instantly. She quietly grabbed her sister's hand, subtly shaking her head, her eyes conveying, Sis, we need to leave quickly. Despite being attracted to Ning Fan's handsome appearance, her rational mind warned her that living next to such a powerful man was far too risky. Lin Yakin understood her sister's concern and gently patted her hand to reassure her. She looked at Ning Fan warily, nervous but hesitant to speak rashly. The radar map had already made her aware that Ning Fan had a detection range of 10 kilometers. This meant that from the moment they contacted Ning Fan, they had unknowingly fallen under his control. Ning Fan noticed the sisters huddling together like frightened rabbits, casting cautious glances at him. He chuckled inwardly. While unexpected, this seemed like a good opportunity. Suppressing a smile, he said, I have a way to handle this properly. Would you like to hear it? Seeing that Ning Fan wasn't taking an aggressive stance, Lin Yakin felt a slight relief. At least he was willing to discuss, which was a positive sign for the sisters. She tried to stay calm and asked, What do you propose? Ning Fan explained, I have a special tool called the treaty signing book. We can use it to sign a non-aggression pact. This way, you should feel more comfortable being my neighbors, right? Lin Yakin furrowed her brows at the suggestion. While the treaty signing book offered some assurance, who knew if the most powerful lord in the area might find a loophole in the agreement? She pondered silently, wondering if there was really no other choice. Lin Yakin bit her lip, a flicker of hesitation in her eyes. She understood the importance of keeping a distance from Ning Fan, but at the moment, there was no other option. She softly asked, Can we switch to another island? Her voice trembled slightly. Lin Beisher immediately positioned herself protectively in front of her sister, her eyes wary and ready to respond to any unexpected situation. Ning Fan pretended to have a sudden realization, raising an eyebrow slightly. The sisters held their breath, watching him intently. If he said no, they would unhesitatingly escape on their raft, despite the slim chance of success. Of course, that's no problem, Ning Fan replied with a light laugh. The two women stood frozen, their expressions shifting from tension to confusion. Ning Fan's easygoing attitude was unexpected, and they secretly breathed a sigh of relief, yet couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. A question lingered in their minds. Were they really so lacking in charm, or was Ning Fan simply not a normal man? However, Ning Fan's next words quickly dispelled their doubts. In an even tone, he said, But if you give up this island, our deal ends here. It's you who are choosing to end it, so don't blame me for not keeping my promise. I don't have the time to help you find a new island. You should understand that my time is valuable. The choice is yours. I won't interfere. His words seemed reasonable but left the sisters in a dilemma. Lin Yakin frowned, scrutinizing Ning Fan, wondering if this was some form of veiled threat. Yet his indifferent demeanor left her uncertain. At that moment, Lin Beisher leaned in to whisper to her sister. Sister, let's leave quickly. Forget about the island for now, don't be fooled. He must be a bad guy, and if we stay, we'll surely suffer. Lin Yakin glanced sideways at her sister, thinking, this bad guy, You've changed your mind quickly. She didn't voice it, knowing it was futile to explain with her sister's intelligence. After weighing her options, she turned to Ning Fan and asked, "We choose to continue on the island, but we have a request. If that's possible, let's hear it." Ning Fan gestured, raising an eyebrow. Lin Yakin's beautiful eyes fixed on Ning Fan, her eyelashes fluttering lightly. "In the future, if our territory is in danger, we hope you can protect us once." Lin Beisher's eyes widened in disbelief at her sister, thinking this was akin to inviting a wolf into their home. Ning Fan looked at Lin Yakin with mild surprise. As their eyes met across the screen, he instantly grasped her intention. With a slight smile, he nodded and said, "No problem, I can even include that in the agreement." "All right, then you draft the agreement," Lin Yakin replied, her tone softening. Finally, Lin Yakin took that step. Heaven knows how much determination it took, so much so that when the result came out, her legs shook involuntarily. Lin Beisher, quick on her feet, caught her wavering sister just in time. "Sister," Lin Beisher frowned and asked, "it's one thing to decide to be neighbors with him, but why make such a request? Doesn't that give him a chance to get close to us?" Lin Yakin gently shook her head and explained softly, "Beisher, don't overcomplicate things. I'm just seeking some assurance for both of us. If we really encounter danger, asking Ning Fan for help is more acceptable than facing death, isn't it?" Lin Beisher opened her mouth but couldn't find the words. She had to admit her sister made a valid point. If it were just her, perhaps death would be slightly preferable to being targeted by a villain. But now, with her beloved sister by her side, how could she easily give up on life? Yet, a worrisome thought lingered in Lin Beisher's mind. She hesitated, ultimately leaving the embarrassing notion unsaid. But if Ning Fan really had ill intentions towards us? Lin Yakin saw through her sister's concerns and spoke softly. "Silly sister, if we've reached the point where we need to seek help from outsiders, it shows we're not fit to be the rulers of this world. In that case, why not rely on a powerful man?" As she spoke, Lin Yakin's gaze unintentionally fell on Ning Fan in the distance, her eyes showing a hint of warmth. After their interaction, she had a good impression of Ning Fan. If she had to choose a man to rely on, she'd rather it be him. That's why she dared to decide to come to the island. Through her previous request, she clearly saw that Ning Fan wasn't a villain. Listening to her sister, Lin Beisher blinked in confusion. "So that's the kind of sister you are." Suddenly, it all made sense to her, like finding a new path in a dense forest. She thought to herself, since even her sister isn't resistant to Ning Fan, why should she be so opposed? How strange. With that, Lin Beisher smiled quietly, and her once furtive glances at Ning Fan turned open and unabashed. Ning Fan handed the prepared treaty to Lin Yakin and said calmly, "All right, take a look at this agreement, and if there are no issues, you and your sister can sign your names." Lin Yakin took the treaty, her eyes scanning the black and white text, and she felt a strange illusion, as if it were a contract of servitude. Before she could review it carefully, her sister Lin Beisher eagerly snatched the treaty from her hands and quickly signed her name. "Here you go, sister. It's your turn," Lin Beisher urged, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Lin Yakin had intended to review it thoroughly, but her sister's interruption made it inappropriate to do so. With a sigh of resignation, she picked up the pen and signed her name, thinking that if it really were a contract of servitude, Ning Fan probably wouldn't let them suffer given her sister's attitude. After signing, Lin Yakin looked up to see Ning Fan taking out another special tool, and her desire to develop her territory on the island diminished significantly. "Perhaps it's true that you only feel the lack when you have something to compare it to," she mused. The raft continued toward the island, soon closing to just 500 meters from the shore. Ning Fan had already pinpointed the positions of 4 pirates on the island, but he didn't rush to fire. He noticed the pirates were gathering at the shoreline, seemingly to welcome their arrival. Ning Fan decided to wait a bit longer, planning to fire when all the pirates had gathered at the shore to maximize the protection of the island's resources. He turned to Lin Yakin and instructed, "Yakin, take a cornerstone and place it in the tail of the catapult." After signing the agreement, Ning Fan noticed a significant reduction in the sisters' wariness towards him, and their relationship warmed quickly. So much so that when he called them by their names, neither sister showed any resistance. Lin Yakin nodded slightly, and, following Ning Fan's instructions, placed a cornerstone into the catapult. Ning Fan continued to advise, "In a moment, you two should step away from the catapult and just watch me operate it. The sound of firing is quite loud, so be sure to cover your ears." "Okay," Lin Yakin replied, pulling her sister under the shelter of the melon shed. As the raft drew closer to the island, the sisters couldn't help but feel nervous, their bodies instinctively leaning closer together. From their position, they could clearly see several pirates gathered on the shore. It was their first time seeing pirates in person, and even from hundreds of meters away, they could hear the pirates' excited whoops, as if welcoming their prey. Lin Beisher clung tightly to her sister's arm, her voice trembling as she asked, "Sister, do you think the big bad guy can really do it? What if he misses and doesn't hit the pirates? If we rush over like this, Won't we just be delivering ourselves to them? Despite usually being bold and spirited, she always sought her sister's protection in dangerous situations. Lin Yakin reassured her. Don't worry, since Ning Fan has promised to help us deal with the pirates, he must be confident. As she spoke, her gaze turned to the distant catapult, curious about how Ning Fan would remotely operate it to take down the pirates. Soon, Ning Fan's voice came again. Get ready, I'm about to start the attack. Lin Yakin quickly covered her sister's ears gently with her hands, while she fearlessly kept her eyes fixed on the cannon's mouth. In the next instant, without any warning, a loud boom exploded from the raft. Lin Yakin's body trembled with fright, and she watched as sparks flew from the cannon's mouth. She quickly turned her head to look in the direction of the pirates on the shore, her heart racing as she awaited what was about to unfold. Then, Lin Yakin's gaze fell on the coastline, where a scene that made her face turn pale unfolded abruptly. A violent explosion erupted above the pirates, with flames bursting out and instantly engulfing four menacing pirates. The deafening blast lasted only a few seconds before it stopped abruptly. When the smoke cleared, the coastline was charred and silent. Where the pirates once stood, only a shocking, massive crater remained. Lin Yakin was in shock, murmuring in disbelief. Did it end just like that? The pirates we've been worried about for so long were taken out with just one shot. At this moment, Lin Beisher also came to her senses, looked towards the island, and asked in confusion, Sister, where are the pirates? Lin Yakin opened her mouth, but didn't know how to explain the harrowing scene they had just witnessed. She could only whisper, They're all dead. All dead, Lin Beisher exclaimed, quickly standing up and stumbling out of the melon shed to the edge of the raft. She stared wide-eyed at the distant shore. The raft was now only about 100 meters from the island, and she could clearly see several bloody objects still twitching slightly in the dark crater remnants of the pirates' bodies. Ugh! Lin Beisher turned pale and quickly returned to her sister's side, bending over and retching. Lin Yakin helplessly patted her back, thinking, so timid, yet always trying to act tough. Just then, Ning Fan's voice came through the communicator. All right, it's done. The core resources have dropped, and all pirates are confirmed dead. You can go ashore now. I've sent you the manufacturing blueprint. Whoever eliminates the pirates on the island will receive the blueprint. Lin Yakin looked at the screen and saw a message flashing. Maple Leaf has gifted you a grade fishing boat blueprint. Without hesitation, she said, Ning Fan, since you eliminated the pirates, this blueprint should be yours. My sister and I have already benefited greatly by acquiring an island, so we don't deserve this blueprint. With that, she returned the blueprint to Ning Fan. Ning Fan raised an eyebrow and said, All right then, I'll accept it. As compensation, I'll give you these 2 items. He then sent 2 items, a D bathroom and a regular apartment, both physical structures. Lin Yakin was stunned by the valuable gifts. She was about to refuse when Lin Beisher excitedly chimed in. Wow, a bathroom and an apartment. Sister, with these buildings, we won't have to sleep in the smelly quarters anymore. Sister, quickly check the building descriptions. Lin Yakin helplessly patted her forehead, thinking it would be hard to return them now. She playfully swatted her sister's backside and teased. What do you mean by sleeping in smelly quarters every day? Am I lacking your bathwater or clothes? Then, she apologized to Ning Fan. Ning Fan, thank you so much. We really need what you gave us. Ning Fan smiled. I'm glad you find them useful. Since the transaction is complete, I won't disturb you any further. Hurry and get on the island. Once you're settled, let's get in touch when you have time. All right. Lin Yakin nodded. The video screen then closed, ending the chat. She took a deep breath and, upon opening her eyes again, glanced coldly at her sister. Lin, Bei. Sure, her mischievous sister had embarrassed her today. If not properly disciplined, she might even sell her off tomorrow. Thus, a scene unfolded on the raft where the older sister playfully scolded her younger sister. Lin Beisher timidly hid behind her sister, watching intently as Lin Yakin expanded the island territory step by step. The recent interrogation, which was actually just her sister's tickle attack, had left a significant impression on her young mind. She glanced down at her spaghetti strap, one side of which had snapped from the earlier laughter, and she had only managed to tie it in a knot, looking rather pitiful. Once the territory expanded to 600 square meters, the sisters had almost exhausted their foundation stones, and the expansion came to a halt. Faced with the vast open land, Lin Beisher couldn't hold back any longer. She carefully poked her sister's back and quietly suggested, Sister, can we set up the apartment and bathroom now? I really want to take a bath. She tugged awkwardly at her clothes, the uneven straps making her chest uncomfortable. Lin Yakin shot her sister an annoyed look, but complied. In an instant, 2 buildings, one large and one small, appeared on the open ground. What a beautiful apartment! Lin Beisher's eyes sparkled with delight. Even Lin Yakin couldn't help but be impressed by the modern exterior. The 2 of them headed towards the apartment in unison. As they pushed open the door and entered the living room, the sisters were stunned by the sight before them. The furniture was complete, and though the space was small, it was exceptionally cozy. Lin Yakin suddenly sighed. Lin Beisher snapped out of her shock and turned to her sister in surprise. Sister, why are you sighing? Aren't you happy to have such a nice apartment? I'm just thinking that Ning Fan's gift is really too generous, Lin Yakin explained. There's also a super modern bathroom with water and electricity next door. The combined value of the two far exceeds that of a fishing boat blueprint. She looked at her sister. How do we repay such a big favor? Especially since Ning Fan also promised to protect us unconditionally once. The more Lin Yakin thought about it, the more she felt uncertain about how to deal with Ning Fan. So that's what you've been worried about, Lin Beisher realized, a mischievous glint appearing on her delicate face. Sister, why worry so much? If we can't repay him, we can always offer ourselves in marriage. Lin Yakin's eyes widened at that. Beisher, do you really think that? Yes, sister, Lin Beisher said, wrapping her arm around Yakin's and resting her head on her shoulder, speaking sweetly. If we both marry Ning Fan, we would never be separated. She knew her sister didn't mind sharing a man with other women. Coming from a high-ranking family, they were taught to be gentle and virtuous, destined to marry into prestigious families. In that circle, it was common for men to have multiple wives, so her sister maintained a traditional demeanor. Playfully, Lin Beisher fiddled with the hairpin in her sister's hair, smiling brightly. Sister, you like Ning Fan, don't you? Otherwise, you wouldn't have scolded me so much just because I embarrassed you in front of him. If I had made such a mistake before, you would have just told me off, never actually laid a hand on me. But it's different when it comes to Ning Fan. Lin Yakin blushed at having her thoughts exposed, but still softly reprimanded. What nonsense are you talking about? I just don't want you to upset Ning Fan, considering how capable he is. This way, we have a backup plan. Yay, sister, you're blushing, Lin Beisher teased with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Lin Beisher extended her slender index finger, gently poking her sister Lin Yakin's cheek. She knew her sister all too well. Lin Yakin, usually indifferent towards men, was acting so out of character today. Although she wasn't head over heels, her fondness for Ning Fan was obvious. Sister, stop deceiving yourself. I'm even willing to marry Ning Fan with you. So what are you hiding? Lin Beisher bluntly exposed her sister's thoughts. Lin Yakin was instantly flustered, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into. However, amid the awkwardness, she suddenly came to her senses and looked at her sister suspiciously. Lin Beisher, are you the one feeling love-struck and trying to push me into this? Lin Beisher was taken aback, her eyes evasive. No, sister, don't change the subject. Her demeanor was as good as a confession. Lin Yakin said nothing more, reaching straight for her sister's waist with mischief. Sensing danger, Lin Beisher immediately took off running, fearing another round of torment. As the sun set and evening approached, the sisters lay sprawled on the couch in their bathrobes, their damp hair a sign of their recent bath. This time, they enjoyed the ample water supply to their heart's content, feeling rejuvenated as if reborn. Lin Beisher leaned softly against her sister, her face showing fatigue and laziness. The playful tussle with her sister had exhausted her, yet she was filled with joy her sister had finally admitted it, willing to become Ning Fan's woman alongside her. She gently fiddled with her sister's bathrobe, murmuring, Sister, we used to have no choice but to grow stronger to survive in this world. Now it's different. What does it matter if we're not lords? Sister, when will we go find Ning Fan? Lin Yakin reluctantly tore her gaze from the screen and looked at her sister. Sister, don't be so naive. It's not that simple. Even if Ning Fan is willing to accept us, do you know how many women are around him? Are you content to be just another one? Lin Beisher hesitated, saying, It's only been a few days. He shouldn't have that many women around him. It's not about the number, but the quality of those women. At least the assistant from the mysterious shop is a threat, Lin Yakin said calmly. While she didn't mind sharing a man with other women, her upbringing wouldn't allow her to settle for anything less than being the best. Isn't it just one? The two of us together shouldn't be overshadowed by her, Lin Beisher said optimistically. She always believed in her sister's abilities even if she wasn't skilled at handling men. She was definitely adept at dealing with women. As for herself, she was content to be the useless one. You think it's just one? Lin Yakin gave her a look, then showed her the screen. It displayed the real-time content of a chat channel. Maple Leaf's mysterious shop secretary. From now on, I will be responsible for all matters of the mysterious shop, while the assistant will only handle auction affairs. Without further ado, today's special offer is here. Ice blocks, each the size of a wash basin, priced at 1 foundation stone per block, with 5,000 available on a first-come, first-served basis. Additionally, a small amount of crate spiritual rice is for sale, trading various common fruits and vegetables. Fruits must be whole, and vegetables must be complete plants. If interested, bring items for private negotiation. Prices are negotiable. Lin Beisher glanced over briefly, immediately pulling away from her sister and sitting up straight. Her pink little face was filled with displeasure. A secretary? This secretary that suddenly appears must be a woman, she muttered to herself, thinking that now there was another rival in her quest to gain a prestigious position by Ning Fan's side. That's not the point, Lin Yakin said, lightly pursing her lips, a hint of shrewdness in her eyes. Whether it's a personal assistant or a secretary, Ning Fan trusts them immensely, allowing them to handle business deals worth thousands of foundation stones. More importantly, she paused, her expression growing serious. The two of them have developed a harmonious division of labor, indicating they get along quite well. If we recklessly intrude into Ning Fan's circle, we might be suppressed by their collaboration. Sis, aren't you exaggerating a bit? Lin Beishir shrank back, her voice involuntarily weakening. It sounds like a battlefield. Lin Yakin couldn't help but smile at her sister's timid demeanor. On the contrary, they probably get along just fine. With their abilities and Ning Fan's judgment, they wouldn't be the domineering type. A sly glint appeared in her eyes. However, as women involved with Ning Fan, there will inevitably be a hierarchy. Let me ask you, if you had the chance to be the primary and I the secondary, wouldn't you want to surpass me? Not realizing the trap in her sister's words, Lin Beishir eagerly blurted out, "Of course I would." But she was met with her sister's meaningful gaze, and she realized she had fallen into a trap. I'm doomed. My naughty sister tricked me again. She quickly dove into her sister's arms, playfully clinging to her to prevent any further teasing. Sis, you're so good at understanding women. Don't tease me like this. My little heart can't take it. Lin Yakin rolled her eyes elegantly, and then returned to the main topic. So, we can choose to rely on Ning Fan, but we mustn't rush it. The key is to show him our value. Only then can we secure a good position by his side. Lin Beishir nodded thoughtfully. She admitted that she had been dazzled by the luxury apartment and exquisite bathroom Ning Fan had given her, thinking that being his woman would lead to a better life, even if it meant being secondary. At this thought, she couldn't help but scorn herself for being so short-sighted. After calming herself, she asked softly, Sis, don't we have the Tianxiang Alliance? Isn't that enough to show our value? Lin Yakin gave her a sidelong glance. Think about it. Ning Fan can earn thousands, or even tens of thousands of foundation stones with just one deal, while our guild, which we've run for so long, can only show for 600 foundation stones, and we've already used them. What does that really prove? So what should we do? Lin Beishir looked at her sister, full of anticipation. Lin Yakin rubbed her temples, a slight frown on her face. Her eyes inadvertently swept over the screen, and a message instantly caught her attention. The screen prominently displayed 6 photos of women. Although they looked somewhat weary, they were neatly dressed, with clean faces, and were of above-average appearance. The chat channel buzzed with excitement over these photos. Dihu had spent most of the day and a considerable amount of resources to finally launch this service of selling female slaves. He cleverly chose the opening of the mysterious shop to debut it, aiming to attract maximum attention. A glint appeared in Lin Yakin's eyes. She noticed that a woman she deemed only moderately attractive could fetch a high price of 300 base stones. A bold idea quickly formed in her mind. Women are a resource in this world too, she mused. I currently control the largest female guild in the area, and I can easily select a group of beautiful women. Her plan became clear. Keep these beauties as attendants, and then bring them to Ning Fan. This idea reminded her of the ancient high-status ladies who would have their maidservants sleep with their husbands to win their favor. In this more extreme patriarchal society, such a method seemed entirely feasible. Having figured this out, Lin Yakin took a deep breath and turned to her sister, saying, I've thought of a way. What way? Lin Beishir immediately asked. Lin Yakin leaned closer to her sister and whispered her plan. After hearing it, Lin Beishir's eyes widened in surprise. Sister, isn't this wrong? The sisters joined the Tianxiang Alliance because they trust us, and doing this is like selling them out. Lin Yakin gave her sister a disdainful look and retorted, Aren't you the one who believes in survival of the fittest? Why are you hesitating now? Lin Beishir countered, but doing this is like undermining the foundation of the Tianxiang Alliance. It's not a sustainable strategy. She worried about the backlash from the guild members if the news leaked. Lin Yakin calmly explained, Do you think we're casting a wide net? We only need women with exceptional looks, and there aren't many of those. We can contact them individually, seek their consent, and have them sign confidentiality agreements. This matter has nothing to do with the ordinary girls. Her tone was indifferent, her eyes cold, as if discussing something irrelevant to her. Lin Beishir seemed convinced, but soon raised another concern. What if Ning Fan isn't interested in those women? Lin Yakin smirked. Wouldn't that be even better? It means Ning Fan doesn't have room for more women in his heart, and we won't have to compete for status. She seemed to envision a bright future, unaware that Ning Fan already had a captivating presence at home who had already treaded this path. Perhaps all women with a penchant for palace intrigue and a romantic mindset would ultimately find their paths converge. The golden sunset bathed Ning Fan's estate in a warm glow. In the spacious dining room, Ning Fan, Feng Linglong, and Mu Wanning sat around the table enjoying dinner. The table was filled with dishes prepared by the robot butler, tender fish, golden potatoes, and several plates of enticing vegetables. Mu Wanning picked up a piece of vibrant green vegetable and put it in her mouth, immediately relishing its sweet and crisp taste. These vegetables were acquired through exchanges with other lords, and Ning Fan had already kept seeds to ensure the estate would not lack these essentials in the future. The table also featured a variety of fruits, pears, strawberries, oranges also from Mu Wanning's traits. Although they were common varieties and their market value would significantly drop once cultivated, they at least satisfied the girls' everyday cravings. Unlike watermelons, which had a unique market value due to their cooling effect. Ning Fan, aren't you going to call Su Yue to join us for dinner? Mu Wanning asked while chewing the fresh vegetables. As soon as she spoke, she noticed Ning Fan and Feng Linglong's unusual expressions, both giving her strange looks, which made her pause. Did I say something wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Mu Wanning asked, puzzled. Not really. Ning Fan cleared his throat. But is it possible that Su Yue isn't hungry right now? It's fine. I've already sent the food to her through the Lord system. Let her sleep. She can eat when she wakes up. Oh, I see. Mu Wanning nodded, half understanding. Seeing her bewildered expression, Feng Linglong smirked and whispered something in Mu Wanning's ear. So that's it. Mu Wanning's cheeks flushed instantly, and she avoided making eye contact with Ning Fan, lowering her head slightly. Feng Linglong covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. She had merely said, Su Yue has already been fed, and the naive Mu Wanting immediately grasped the implication, proving she wasn't as clueless as she seemed. After dinner, the trio moved to the living room sofa to relax. Ning Fan opened his terminal to review the day's earnings. All the watermelons listed in the trading hall had sold out, and the special announcement had sparked lively discussions in the chat channel about attacking pirates. The leaderboard revealed that over 1,000 new island lords had emerged in just one day. Although this was insignificant compared to the remaining millions of lords in the region, the success of more people landing on islands inspired others to strive harder. Ning Fan, should we plant more watermelons? Mu Wanting bravely broke the silence. The awkwardness at dinner had kept her from speaking to Ning Fan, but she finally found a reason to speak up. The enthusiasm for teaming up to conquer islands in the chat channel hadn't diminished with nightfall. Instead, it grew even stronger. Given this trend, tomorrow's market demand for watermelons would only increase. Ning Fan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Let's not. There will be a wave of pirate attacks tomorrow, so it's better not to expand the island for now. We should just plant some watermelons on the existing land. The larger the island, the stronger the attacks it attracts. Until we understand the intensity of the pirate attacks, it's best to be cautious. We made nearly 120,000 foundation stones from selling watermelons today. On the island, excluding the area taken up by buildings, there are still a full 20,000 square meters available for growing watermelons. Mu Wanting calculated in her mind that she could earn a small profit again the next day. She pondered carefully. This unexpected event had already brought her substantial gains, and being too greedy seemed unnecessary. She was concerned that if the island became too large, it might attract more pirates, which would be hard to defend against and could lead to trouble. Looking around, she noticed that quite a few people had already gathered on the island. Mu Wanting realized that even if she planted more watermelons, it didn't necessarily mean she could capture a larger market share the following day. After all, growing watermelons was simple. Just a few seeds and vines would sprout, and surely others on the island would plant some as well. After much consideration, Mu Wanting decided to take a different approach. Alright then, I'll just have the household robot make more ice cubes. With that, she transferred the foundation stones she earned from the mysterious shop today to Ning Fan, totaling 15,000 pieces. Most of this income came from selling grade water, but it was all produced by 3 grade water purifiers, producing grade water. Mu Wanting thought it best to store these up and bring them out for auction next time. This way, she could control the flow of high-grade resources, regulate the pace of external physique upgrades, and sell them at a handsome price. In addition to grade water, the shop also sold ice cubes and fish meat. In contrast, the production of fish meat was much smaller, relying solely on the output of 3-grade fishing nets, which was barely sufficient. Ning Fan calculated that once the return attempts were restored the next day, his primary task would be to return the blueprint for making a fishing boat, ideally with a critical return. Until the chicken farm was fully developed, fishing remained the only way to obtain grade meat. If the grade of daily consumed meat could keep up, combined with spiritual rice, water, and refined salt, he believed his physique upgrade speed would definitely be faster than before the new system function appeared. Glancing at the warehouse, Ning Fan saw that the foundation stones had reached 142,000, earning 140,000 in one day. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before his territory expanded to 1 square kilometer, giving him the real semblance of a lord. Opening the territory construction interface, Ning Fan sectioned off a small piece of the watermelon field for household vegetables, then instructed the agricultural robot to plant watermelons, spiritual rice, and vegetables. After completing this final task, Ning Fan finally relaxed. He lay on the sofa and watched TV with Feng Linglong. Time passed slowly, and for others, the night was destined to be sleepless. As night fell and temperatures dropped, the pirates were still in a debuff state, making it the best time to attack. Almost all the guilds were operating at full speed, as the core resources on the island were undoubtedly precious high-grade resources. Some guild leaders were even willing to go into debt to gather enough people to attack the island, hoping to recoup their losses by selling the obtained blueprints and islands. Various factors intertwined, creating a bustling scene in the entire area. However, Ning Fan, who was watching TV in the living room, was getting sleepy. He internally complained, "Good grief, this palace drama is so melodramatic. Can't the women in the harem scheme a little less?" His eyelids grew heavy as drowsiness took over. At that moment, the two girls beside him began to plot quietly. Feng Linglong nudged Mu Wanting, whispering urgently, "Silly Wan Wan, if you don't make a move now, when will you? He's about to fall asleep." Mu Wanting panicked, stammering, "No, I can't. I don't know how to approach him." Her intelligence seemed to plummet instantly, leaving her completely at a loss. Feng Linglong grinned mischievously, urging, "Just go for it." Her words instantly boosted Mu Wanting's courage. However, Mu Wanting hesitated. Wouldn't that be too straightforward? Her hesitation caused her courage to falter. Feng Linglong rolled her eyes, her sarcasm evident. As the two bantered, Ning Fan couldn't hold back any longer. He abruptly stood up, saying, "I'm going to rest now," and dragged his weary body upstairs. Without his wife around, and with Su Ye unavailable, he decided to get an early, peaceful sleep. Seeing this, Mu Wanting panicked and was about to get up to stop him, but Feng Linglong pulled her back. She looked at her friend in confusion and received only a "be patient" look in return. Reluctantly, she suppressed her anxiety. Once Ning Fan entered his room and closed the door, Mu Wanting couldn't help but ask, "Linglong, why did you stop me just now?" Feng Linglong's lips curled into a sly smile. "Don't rush. I have a good idea. Wait until he falls asleep, then sneak into his room and—" She mimed a scratching motion, full of implication. Mu Wanting's eyes lit up, but she quickly frowned. What if he locks the door? Feng Linglong was momentarily speechless, clearly not having considered that. Mu Wanting's chest heaved with frustration, wanting to reprimand her unreliable friend. Under Mu Wanting's intense gaze, Feng Linglong had a sudden inspiration. "Got it. I'll have him leave it unlocked," she said, sending Ning Fan a message before Mu Wanting could react. Mu Wanting was completely speechless. This idea seemed less reliable than just tackling Ning Fan directly. But since she had already decided to be with him, she figured she'd face the embarrassment. In his room, Ning Fan tossed and turned on the bed. Linglong's message had him excited, especially knowing the door was left open for Wanting. Remembering Wanting's graceful figure from earlier, he felt restless. Finally, the door opened softly. Ning Fan held his breath, pretending to be asleep. He heard the sound of clothes rustling and felt someone lie down beside him, yet no further action was taken. Growing impatient, Ning Fan decided to make the first move. He turned and pulled Mu Wanting into his arms, their eyes meeting. Mu Wanting gasped, "Ning Fan, you." Before she could finish, her lips were sealed. Her mind went blank as she instinctively responded. It wasn't until Ning Fan gently pressed her beneath him that she realized she had been set up by Linglong. That sly Linglong. "I'll get her tomorrow," she cursed inwardly. But soon, all her complaints were replaced by a soft gasp. "On Ning Fan, be gentle." As night fell over the sea, Li Sanjin relaxed on a small stool in his domain on the Fishing Alliance's wooden raft. He whistled softly, with a fishing rod resting nearby, its line cast out into the tranquil waters. The only disturbance was the occasional bubbles rising where the bait had been dropped. "Haha, the Cray brand from the big guy really works wonders." Li Sanjin chuckled to himself. He keenly noticed the bobber dip below the water and swiftly yanked the rod upwards. After a brief struggle, he hauled a 7 or 8-pound fish onto the raft. The system's notification tone made his smile widen. At this rate, he'll have enough foundation stones to reach the island by tomorrow, he thought, quickly rebaiting his hook to capitalize on the recent success. Suddenly, a blue light unexpectedly entered his view. Instinctively, Li Sanjin turned his head, and the sight before him left the robust man utterly stunned. Not far from his raft, a massive iron ship glowing with a soft blue light had appeared out of nowhere, calmly floating on the sea. The ship was enormous, resembling an aircraft carrier from Earth. A chill ran through Li Sanjin as he realized how bizarre its appearance. Wash had been fishing there all along, yet hadn't noticed when it arrived. Upon closer inspection, Li Sanjin saw that the blue glow wasn't emanating from any specific object on the ship, but rather the entire vessel itself was aglow. This magical scene made him involuntarily step back, knocking over his stool with a dull thud. Nervously, he kept his eyes fixed on the iron ship, fearing it might suddenly fire lasers or missiles. However, after waiting for a while, the ship remained completely still. Could it be unmanned? Li Sanjin wondered aloud, regaining his composure. He quickly realized that such an advanced and magical iron ship couldn't possibly belong to an ordinary lord. A thought flashed in his mind: this might be an opportunity. As a veteran of online games, the more Li Sanjin considered it, the more plausible this conclusion seemed. His breath quickened, and his heart raced. Opportunities like this are rare, and if it is one, the reward might be this very ship, he mused. Well, fortune favors the bold, he decided, quickly packing up his fishing gear, ignoring the bait he had just set. He lowered the sail and steered his rickety raft toward the iron ship. As he closed the distance, nothing unusual occurred, which only reinforced his judgment. He increased his speed and soon reached the ship. However, upon closer inspection, Li Sanjian realized he had been mistaken. This wasn't an iron ship at all, but a massive three-story platform. Atop the platform, what he had thought was a sail was actually a flag bearing a series of numbers. A292921. A license plate. Li Sanjian muttered in confusion as he looked up. The presence of a license plate on a ship struck him as utterly bizarre. With a chuckle, he maneuvered his raft to the platform's edge and spotted a staircase leading up. After his careful observation, he was confident there was no immediate danger. Since I'm already here, I might as well go up and take a look, Li Sanjian resolved, stepping onto the staircase. But just as his foot touched the first step, the scene behind him vanished, replaced by a mysterious blue light curtain. It was as if he was trapped in an enclosed space, with only this platform in sight, everything else separated by a faint blue light. Before Li Sanjian could even feel frightened, a cold, mechanical female voice echoed in the space. Welcome, Lord Yuming Bazi, to this ferry ride. This ferry is for wanderers and will travel for 3 hours to destination area 2548. All of your belongings have been stored in the Lord's interface. Please check carefully. We are not responsible for any losses. A ticket fee of 100 base stones has been deducted from your assets. Ferry? Destination area 2548. Li Sanjian's mind was in turmoil, his hands instinctively clenching. This was no opportunity. It was clearly a mode of transportation, and one with unfair terms at that. Although he didn't know exactly where area 2548 was, it was definitely not where he currently was. No, I need to get off the boat. Li Sanjian shouted urgently around him, his voice echoing in the enclosed space. He had been doing well in this area. Even though the guild leader often borrowed money without returning it, he still managed to get by and had something to look forward to. How could he give up such an advantage and be forcibly sent to an unfamiliar area? Unfortunately, his pleas received no response. Unyielding, Li Sanjian pounded on the surrounding metal walls, trying to draw attention. Is anyone there? I want to get off the boat. This time, he finally received a response. A red warning flashed on the screen before him. Damaging Federation property. Fine of 100 base stones. Please pay. If not paid promptly, enforcement will be applied. Li Sanjian's hand froze midair. Damn it, now it's responsive? He looked at the wall, not even a dent left behind. Yet he had to pay 100 base stones? The audacity was ridiculous. Taking a deep breath, he realized that this ship belonged to someone, a mysterious organization that even masked the Lord's system, and he dared not act recklessly. After gritting his teeth and paying the fine, Li Sanjian resignedly sat on the floor, pounding his chest in frustration. If only I hadn't taken this risk, I could have been fishing peacefully on the raft. After a moment of regret, he suddenly remembered something and quickly opened the Lord's screen. Fortunately, the chat interface was still functional, which was some consolation. He immediately sent a message to the guild leader. Guild leader, I'm about to leave. Hurry and return my money. He didn't expect the guild leader to save him because he realized he couldn't use the map function, having no clue where he was due to some kind of interference. All he could do was try to recover his debt, at least to have some funds when he reached the new area. However, Huang San didn't reply to his message. That damn guild leader better not have run off with my money, Li Sanjian muttered, eyes fixed on the motionless chat interface. Suddenly, a sly smile crept across his face. Guild leader, if you don't reply, then don't blame me. He quickly typed something on the keyboard. But soon, the smile turned into regret. I should have just disappeared without sending a message. That was careless. As he was brooding again, the cold mechanical voice spoke once more. The ferry is now departing. All communication links are severed. We wish you a pleasant 3-hour journey. All communication links severed. Li Sanjian immediately checked the chat interface, which was indeed blank, catching him off guard. Now I really don't have to return the guild leader's fishing rod. For no apparent reason, a sense of loneliness washed over Li Sanjian as he gazed into the distance. The 3-hour journey would take him to a new area, and he had no idea when he might return. As if responding to his unspoken question, the mechanical voice spoke again. The ferry will stay in area 2548 for 3 hours before returning to this region. Lords who wish to book a return ticket can do so now for a special price of 80 base stones. Li Sanjian wasted no time in booking a return ferry ticket. The system promptly notified him. Your return ticket has been purchased. Since it is a last-minute ticket, please remain on board when the ferry arrives. The Wanderer ferry can appear anywhere, and only those with a member ticket can track its location. Hearing this, Li Sanjian let out a sigh of relief, and his tense nerves finally relaxed. As long as I can go back, I'll just consider it a paid trip, he consoled himself, while pondering the development status of other regional leaders. In this new world, all the people from Blue Star were scattered across different regions. Their region had only a few million people, indicating the existence of other regions. This theory had become common knowledge early on in their survival journey. But as the pressure to survive and unexpected events mounted, people gradually shifted their focus away from this issue. Of course, the inability to communicate with other regions was also a significant factor. Li Sanging speculated, other regions probably aren't as developed as ours. Having a powerhouse like Fengye is already extraordinary for one region. It's unlikely that every region has someone like him. He was acutely aware that without a leader like Fengye, their region wouldn't have progressed as far as it had. They might not have even reached the second phase of the exploration era, a phase requiring 10 island lords to emerge. Without the high-level resources provided by Fengye, like level-up watermelons, meeting this condition would have been nearly impossible. Hopefully, prices are higher over there, so I can trade some resources and earn back the money for this damn ticket. Li Sanging calculated to himself. He knew that generally, less developed regions had higher prices, especially for high-level items. A 3-hour journey felt neither too long nor too short. With all communications cut off and no means of entertainment, Li Sanging decided to conserve his energy. As soon as he closed his eyes, he drifted off to sleep. The ferry has arrived at region 2548. Passengers, please take your belongings and disembark in an orderly manner. Passengers with temporary return tickets, please remain on board. The ferry will depart again in 3 hours. The announcement jolted Li Sanging awake from his slumber. Drowsily opening his eyes, he quickly became alert as he took in his surroundings. The pale blue barriers had vanished, and the ferry had returned to the state it was in when he boarded. We've arrived, Li Sanging exclaimed, glancing around at the dark sea once more. With no points of reference, it felt as though he was still in the previous region. He opened the Lord interface, finding the map function still unavailable, but the chat channel was back online. He immediately accessed his chat with the guild leader, only to see the conversation stuck on the last message he had sent, with the leader's avatar now grayed out. The system notified him, this lord is not in your current region and cannot be contacted. It looks like I've really reached a new region, Li Sanging murmured to himself, then opened the chat channel. The system automatically placed him in the public chat of this region. In the region 2548 chat channel, a plea for help caught his attention. It's too hard. The pirates on the island are too tough to handle. Just 5 of us can't take them down. I have a treaty signing book here, just need 5 more brothers. Almost immediately, another voice warned. Here we go again. Don't fall for it, guys. This is just looking for cannon fodder. Pirates are so fast at sea, and they use bows and arrows. If they get close to the raft, even 20 people won't be able to stop them. Li Sanging read through these messages silently, beginning to assess the situation in this new region and the challenges he might face. The chat room was a cacophony of voices, with discussions overlapping one another. Some advised against rushing to the island, suggesting instead to first improve one's physical condition. Others were promoting their guilds, promising rewards and leveling benefits. There were also warnings against joining guilds, accusing them of being scams and cautioning others not to be deceived. Amidst this clamor, Li Sanging quietly observed the dynamics of this unfamiliar area. As he delved deeper into understanding the situation, excitement gleamed in Li Sanging's eyes. This area was significantly less developed compared to their own, still stuck in the early stages of exploration. The guild system was primitive, incomparable to the Fish Alliance or the Martial Alliance, let alone producing a top-tier figure like Huang San. The notion of someone like Fengye here was nothing short of a fantasy. Li Sanging quickly identified the core reason for this disparity. Their second unexpected event was the Foundation Stone hailstorm. Instead of ordinary hail, small fragments of foundation stones fell from the sky, possessing greater destructive power capable of easily damaging wooden huts. However, this disaster also brought an unexpected advantage. The ground was littered with collectible foundation stones, which could be effortlessly exchanged for whole ones. Isn't this a windfall? Li Sanging marveled to himself, though he soon realized the downside. The abundance of foundation stones had caused the currency system to collapse, making it difficult to price rare items, and the rental market was virtually inoperative. Guilds resorted to outdated online game tactics to attract members, but in a real survival setting, trust was hard to establish. Overall, resource circulation in this area was a mess. A glint of ambition flashed in Li Sanging's eyes. Couldn't I trade my resources for a large amount of foundation stones? He contemplated, strategizing on how to leverage this opportunity. Having gathered enough information, Li Sanging decided to make his move. He typed out a self-introduction in the chat, claiming to be a senior advisor from the Fish Alliance of Area 2547, having arrived on an ocean liner and expressed interest in doing business with the leading guild of this area. The message immediately caused an uproar. Some mocked him as a lunatic. Others sarcastically remarked that there was no leading guild here, just scammers. Some even suggested introducing him to the Tiansha Alliance, saying, "Let the fool deal with the scam artists." The chat quickly filled with ridicule and skepticism. Li Sanging stared intently at the chat channel messages, a smile unconsciously forming at the corner of his mouth. As a businessman here to make money, he understood the secrets of the attention economy. Whether it was insults or praise, as long as it drew attention, it served its purpose. Seeing that public opinion had taken shape, he decisively posted a new message amidst the criticism. Following the mysterious shop strategy, Li Sanging introduced his own products in the chat channel. As soon as the message was sent, the entire channel fell silent. The words Grade C brand dropped like a bombshell, exploding in everyone's minds. Grade C item? Brother, you must be from another area, right? Someone broke the silence, their tone filled with disbelief. Such high-grade items were like legends to them. Even if they occasionally appeared, they were usually used by guild leaders as bait, let alone being publicly sold. Li Sanging calmly replied, genuine and authentic. I have no need to deceive you. Believe it or not, I'm just here to do business. He quickly added, if you're interested, message me privately. It's my first time in this area and I didn't bring much stock, so it's first come, first served. Someone curiously asked, is this Grade C brand something that falls off crops? What's its use? Li Sanging explained. It can be used for fishing, greatly increasing the chance of catching high-grade fish. With a good enough fishing rod, you could even catch Grade C fish. How much does it increase the probability? Someone pursued. 10 times. Li Sanging answered emphatically. This number was like a lightning bolt, instantly igniting everyone's enthusiasm. In a world where high-grade food was their lifeline against pirates and landing on isolated islands, this was invaluable. Li Sanging's private messages were flooded in an instant, but fortunately, order numbers were generated automatically, so he didn't need to respond to each one. 20 stones per kilogram, isn't that price too high? Li Sanging muttered to himself, feeling a bit anxious. As a newcomer to business, he wasn't adept at pricing. Seeing that these people had plenty of stones, he boldly doubled the price of the Grade C brand, hoping they would accept it. Li Sanging watched the orders in the trading hall nervously, his heart racing. Suddenly, the message, order sold out, popped up. It took only 3 seconds. He stared wide-eyed at the result, incredulous. Oh no, sold it too cheap, he lamented, coming to his senses and slapping his thigh in regret. Had he known they were so wealthy, he would have sold it at triple the price. This was a lesson learned from his inexperience. Nevertheless, seeing the 5,000 stones newly added to his account, Li Sanging's mood lifted significantly. The quick buy and sell earned him a tidy profit of 2,500 stones, which was quite substantial. He couldn't help but mentally tally this wealth over and over, a silly grin spreading across his face. Once he returned, he could use these stones to recruit and prepare for the island landing. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Li Sanging's mind, and his expression turned serious, eyes gleaming with excitement. If he could shuttle between two areas, specializing in resource trading, he could make a fortune. With this in mind, he snapped back to reality, urgently calling out, attendant. Is there an attendant? He was eager to see if this idea was feasible. However, the familiar mechanical female voice of the fairy did not respond to his call. Seeing this approach fail, Li Sanging instinctively clenched his fist, ready to punch the wall beside him. Just as his fist was about to hit the wall, a spark of inspiration stopped him in his tracks. Li Sanging's eyes darted around as he tentatively said, buy a ticket. As soon as he spoke, a prompt flashed on the screen. You have purchased a return ticket for this ferry. After returning, the ferry will depart again to this area in 5 hours. Would you like to buy a ticket for this trip? Li Sanging clicked his tongue, thinking to himself, wow, mention money and you respond right away, huh? He silently retracted his fist, relieved to have saved at least 100 credits. I'll buy it, he exclaimed with a wave of his hand, barely able to contain his excitement. He figured that if he could keep purchasing tickets for the next trip, he could shuttle between the two areas as a resource trader. Once he achieved financial freedom, he could disembark and develop his territory. However, his dream was short-lived as another message shattered his fantasy. Ticket price is 1,000 credits, including this ticket for 100 and a 900 retention fee. The longer you stay on the ferry, the higher the fee. The next return ticket is estimated to cost 2,000 credits. Please pay the fee. What the hell? 1,000 credits. Why don't you just rob me? Li Sanging blurted out. He realized that his hard-earned credits weren't enough to buy a round-trip ticket for the next voyage. Please pay the fee, the prompt reiterated. Taking a deep breath, Li Sanging forced himself to calm down and grudgingly paid the fee. He thought to himself, no matter what, this area is so easy to make money in, he had to come back. If necessary, he would collaborate with the guild leader or even the Maple Leaf Big Shot for a massive sell-off to make a fortune. With a plan in mind, Li Sanging turned his attention back to the chat channel. Since he intended to be a returning customer, he had to maintain a good reputation. By now, several people had already reached out to him with inquiries. Young leader, since you came from another area, can you tell us about your area's situation? This question was right up Li Sanging's alley, and he quickly replied, our situation is much better than yours. We've already entered the second stage of the exploration era. After seeing his response, the number of people online in the chat channel quickly increased, with many eager to hear more. There's a second stage of the exploration era? Of course, Li Sanjin explained. Once 10 lords land on the island, the second stage of the exploration era is triggered. 10 people on the island? Wow, your area is impressive. We don't even have one person on an island yet. Proudly, Li Sanjin replied. That's nothing. By the time I left, over 1,000 people had landed in our area. What? The crowd was shocked, eyes wide in disbelief. Are the pirates that strong? How did you manage that? Are the pirates in your area weak, or something? Li Sanjin chuckled, deliberately keeping the information disparity to himself, and simply said, not at all. It's the same everywhere. It's just that our guild is better developed, and we're lucky to have an incredibly powerful leader. A super powerful leader? How powerful? The crowd was bewildered, struggling to imagine such a level. Continuing, Li Sanjin said, after the second stage appeared, a territory leaderboard was introduced. Our area's leader scored over 50,000 points when the leaderboard first appeared. I won't say more than that. Huh? Over 50,000 points. The crowd exclaimed, their disbelief evident as they widened their eyes in shock. As soon as Li Sanjin finished speaking, the chat channel erupted with skepticism. Everyone questioned his statement, suspecting that someone was deliberately exaggerating. Are you trying to fool us? A voice broke the silence first. I asked our guild leader, and his territory score is only 400. How could anyone reach over 50,000 points already? How big must that territory be? Li Sanjin calmly replied. Why would I lie to you? This Kraid brand was bought by our guild leader from a big shot. Do you know how much stock that big shot has? How much? Someone eagerly asked. Li Sanjin paused for a moment before revealing. Honestly, I don't know the exact amount. But our guild leader said that even if we sold our entire guild, we couldn't buy all the brand from that big shot. He added, by the way, our guild leader's territory score is over 3,000, which is one of the highest in our area. His words left the channel in silence. Everyone seemed stunned by the astonishing information, feeling a bit dizzy. After a while, someone murmured, what a formidable big shot that must be. Ah, if only such a big shot were in our area, someone sighed. Then we wouldn't have to scramble for a few hundred Kraid bran. Hearing this, Li Sanjin sneered and sarcastically remarked, scrambling for bran? Such lack of ambition. He then sent another message, sounding a bit proud. Don't worry, everyone. I'll be back in our area soon. Next time I come, I'll bring plenty of resources. As long as you have foundation stones, you'll be able to buy the resources you want. Really? Someone asked excitedly. When will you come back? It shouldn't be long, Li Sanjin replied. Maybe tonight. That soon, someone couldn't help but ask. How did you get here? Li Sanjin kept it mysterious. Guild secret, can't disclose. Seeing this, everyone felt a mix of emotions. Coming from the same planet, some areas had already pulled ahead significantly, even possessing the means to cross regions, while they hadn't even reached the island yet. A collective sense of frustration quietly spread among them. After chatting a bit more, Li Sanjin received a message about his impending departure. He bid farewell in the channel. Everyone, I have to go back now. When I return, I'll definitely bring plenty of resources. Goodbye, everyone. After sending the message, Li Sanjin's avatar went dark. Noticing this, many people instinctively clicked on his avatar, confirming the fact, the Lord has left this area. He's really gone. The crowd's expressions darkened, their last glimmer of hope extinguished. He really is from another area and truly has the means to cross regions. Someone couldn't help but lament, listening to that brother earlier. Their area has independents, guilds, and big shots each playing their part, forming a development order. Meanwhile, we're still a scattered mess. No wonder we're falling behind. This statement resonated with others. The main problem is we lack a leading big shot, someone analyzed. Look at the big shots in their area, opening shops and holding auctions, completely boosting the business atmosphere of the entire area. It's not just the lack of big shots. Our guilds are also lacking, another voice chimed in. Their guilds serve independents, while ours are full of scammers. How can we compete? As everyone continued discussing, someone suddenly sneered, such strong attack power, but it's just an area attack, no damage caused, and it attracted a bunch of flies. This immediately provoked a retort. Oh, already breaking down? Looks like in terms of broad-mindedness, you guild people are several levels below others. Why don't you go back and see what kind of ridicule the brother from the Fisherman's Alliance faced at the beginning and how he responded? With your attitude, it's a wonder if your guild can nurture a big shot. Seeing this, the onlookers couldn't help but nod, feeling that there was some truth to these words. Someone sighed. The gap is indeed quite large. Hoping for a dragon to emerge from this bunch of stupid guilds is less likely than hoping the big shots from other regions will establish a connection with ours, so we can also enjoy the benefits they bring. True, another voice agreed. Since there are means to cross regions, there must be a way to connect the two regions. I'm already looking forward to it. Enough talking. I'm going to prepare foundation stones. When that brother brings goods over, I'll definitely contribute. However, this statement drew a sneer. If you want their resources, just say it. No need to be so pretentious. On the dawn of the fourth day of the exploration era, Li Sanging returned to the area, weary from his journey. Eagerly, he contacted President Huang San and reported the matter via video call. Huang San listened intently, his face showing surprise. When Li Sanging made his request, Huang San's brow furrowed. So, you're saying you want to bring in the big shots to flip another batch of resources? Huang San asked directly. Li Sanging nodded repeatedly, anxious that Huang San might not believe him, and quickly explained, exactly. The lords over there have plenty of keystones. If we bring resources over, they'll pay double, even triple the price. He held up 3 fingers like a money-hungry miser, his eyes gleaming with excitement. President, if you could just mention it to the big shots, they'd definitely be interested. The resources we in the Fishing Alliance have can't meet their demand. With such a big market, why not do the big shots a favor? Huang San eyed him sideways, his tone flat. Stop talking nonsense. Don't think I don't know what you're after. You just want to ride on the big shots' coattails. Why make it sound so noble? As someone who had long been in the big shots circle, Huang San understood Li Sangjing's intentions perfectly. He thought that this kid might already be using the big shots name over there. Li Sangjing scratched his head awkwardly, chuckling. Heh, I can't hide anything from you, President. Huang San became serious. Enough of that. If I help you bring in the big shots, how do you plan to distribute the profits? He scrutinized Li Sangjing. This matter was indeed worth notifying the big shots about, but some things needed to be clarified first. Otherwise, not only would the deal fall through, but they might also offend the big shots. Li Sangjing hesitated for a moment, then tentatively whispered, a 1090 split should do. Huang San's expression turned cold instantly, his voice icy. You actually dare to ask for a share? Seeing this, Li Sangjing's mind raced, and he quickly changed his tune. Of course, the distribution will be up to the big shots. Hearing this, Huang San's expression softened slightly, and he snorted, wise choice. Remember, even if the big shots don't give you a share, as long as they join, you won't lose. Don't lose sight of the bigger picture. As the president of a large guild, Huang San understood the importance of resource capacity. If the big shots got involved, the resources they could offer would far exceed theirs. If they could hitch a ride on the big shots' coattails, they could easily sell at premium prices. So even if it meant running errands for free, it would be more profitable than selling their own resources. It was a guaranteed win, and asking for a share from the big shots was just foolish. If Li Sangjing hadn't realized this, Huang San wouldn't have helped introduce him to the big shots. I understand, President. I really do. Li Sangjing nodded deferentially, grateful for the lesson. He was relieved to have a good relationship with the president, realizing he had learned something valuable. He reminded himself to learn from the president when dealing with big shots in the future. Only then did Li Sangjing realize that he had nearly forgotten his reliance on the big shots' reputation after showing off in a backward area. He had gotten carried away, daring to ask for a share from the big shots. This lesson was one he would not forget. The more Huang San thought about it, the more he wished he could slap himself. He waved his hand and said softly, just remember, I'll contact the boss now. You stay quiet for a while. Huang San opened the chat interface with the boss, but didn't choose to call directly to report the situation. He knew he didn't have the authority for that. Carefully, he typed out the details of the situation, word by word, and sent it to the boss. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom on the 4th floor of the manor, Ning Fan was still asleep, while Mu Wanting had already woken up. Despite last night being her first time, and having shared an intense experience, she felt refreshed upon waking due to her enhanced physique. Mu Wanting lay quietly on Ning Fan's chest, admiring his features. His eyebrows arched like a crescent moon, his eyes were as clear as autumn waters, and a serene smile played on his lips. Her heart was filled with happiness and a sense of security, savoring the warmth of the moment. Ning Fan, I finally belong to you, she murmured softly, unable to resist reaching out to touch his face. Suddenly, Ning Fan's eyelashes fluttered slightly, as if he was about to wake up. Mu Wanting hesitated, instinctively retracting her hand. But then she remembered she was now his woman, so with a charming smile, she continued to caress his face and whispered in his ear, Honey, it's time to get up. At that moment, a message notification sound woke Ning Fan. Before he was fully awake, his ear was gently nibbled. He opened his eyes to see Mu Wanting's beautiful face smiling at him. Ning Fan paused, recalling the wonderful time from last night, and then chuckled as he playfully tapped her cheek, asking, Why are you up so early? The dream wasn't as sweet as reality, so I left it early. Mu Wanting replied cheerfully, then leaned in for a brief kiss. Ning Fan, accustomed to her affection, let her kiss him while he opened the chat interface to check the message. Seeing Ning Fan not responding to her, Mu Wanting frowned slightly, showing a hint of a plaintive look. Ning Fan smiled wryly, thinking about how this once reserved senior had become so clingy. He had no choice but to unlock his phone and show it to her, saying, Be good, there's business to attend to. Mu Wanting looked closely and saw it was a message from Huang San. She immediately became interested. There's business. Seeing her so intrigued, Ning Fan held her close against the headboard, and they read Huang San's long message together. After a few minutes, Ning Fan asked, "What do you think of this matter?" Ning Fan wasn't surprised about news from the new area, just not expecting it to come so soon. Mu Wanting confidently said, "Honey, why don't you let me handle this? I've dealt with them before." She already had a rough plan and was ready to make a big profit from trading resources. Ning Fan nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll have Huang San contact you." He had complete trust in his new wife. After sending the message, Ning Fan advised, "If you feel unwell, just rest more. Don't worry too much, I've got everything covered." With that, he got out of bed and went downstairs to handle daily affairs. In the bedroom, after watching Ning Fan leave, Mu Wanting immediately opened the chat channel. Huang San had already messaged to inquire about the situation. Mu Wanting replied, "He's agreed, and I'm in charge of this matter. Is there any limit on the amount of resources you can bring this time?" She looked at the stock in the territory's warehouse, thinking, "If there's no limit, I can sell off 5,000 kilograms of Kraid's spiritual rice." Huang San stared at Mu Wanting's reply, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Is there a limit on quantity? This straightforward question made his heart race, sensing the potential for a big deal. He eagerly turned to Li Sanging on the screen, only to find him looking bewildered. "What are you daydreaming about?" Huang San snapped, gesturing with his mouth. "I'm asking you if there's a limit on quantity. The boss is ready to open the floodgates, and you're just standing there waiting." Li Sanging snapped out of his daze, trembling as he stammered, "Two don't know if there's a limit." As soon as he spoke, he felt a tightness in his chest and stood there helplessly. This question was entirely beyond his understanding. His supplies were stored in the Lord's interface in a 100 cubic space warehouse, and he had never considered storage capacity. The secretary's first question hit his blind spot, leaving him at a loss. Huang San raised his finger, wanting to scold him, but didn't know where to start. Eventually, he could only wave his hand helplessly. "Go find out quickly, don't keep Madame Mu waiting." Li Sanging hurriedly contacted the crew to inquire about the details. Meanwhile, Huang San paced anxiously in the room, inwardly regretting, "Of all the considerations, I missed this one." He glanced at the screen from time to time, fearing a new message from Madame Mu and worrying about the lack of response, feeling uneasy. Finally, Li Sangjing's voice broke the silence. "Chairman, I found out. For every 100 cubic units of cargo, the shipping cost is 100 base stones, and there are no shipping limits." "Are you sure?" Huang San immediately turned, staring intently at Li Sanging. "Yes, I'm sure." Li Sanging nodded vigorously, having lost all confidence in front of Huang San after nearly making a grave mistake. Huang San let out a sigh of relief. No limit, then there's hope. He quickly sent a message to Madame Mu, detailing the situation. Upon receiving the message, Mu Wanting's lips curled into a slight smile. She didn't immediately reply to Huang San, but first dialed Ning Fan's number. "Wanting, what's up?" Ning Fan's voice came through the phone. "Honey, how much did we harvest from the vegetable patch today?" Mu Wanting asked softly. From Huang San's description, she had a rough idea of the situation in that Arano 1 had landed on the island, meaning there was no basic vegetable supply. This was an excellent business opportunity. "Didn't plant much yesterday, just over 2,000 pounds. Are you planning to sell them?" Ning Fan asked. "Honey, you're so smart." Mu Wanting sweetly praised. "All right, you handle it as you see fit. I've stored the vegetables and watermelons in the territory warehouse." "Okay, then you get busy. I'll hang up now." As soon as the call ended, Mu Wanting held her flushed cheeks. Even though they had been apart for such a short time, she already missed her husband. Without shame, she recalled the events of last night, feeling her cheeks flush slightly. She sat quietly for a moment, waiting for the redness to fade before picking up her phone slowly to continue her conversation with Huang San. She quickly typed out a detailed message. "Since there are no resource restrictions, we are investing in this mysterious shop. We will provide 4,800 kilograms of Kraid spiritual rice, 4,500 kilograms of Kraid rice bran, 1,000 kilograms of regular vegetables, 10,000 kilograms of regular watermelons, and 200 kilograms of refined salt. We produced 40,000 kilograms of watermelons today, but considering the lack of hot weather over there, I only took a portion. Anyway, enhancing the physique of the Lord over there won't affect the pirate levels here, so we might as well take advantage of the severe food and water shortage there to sell these." Huang San and Li Sanjin looked at the list and couldn't help but swallow. Li Sanjin thought to himself, "This is what you call grandeur. My attempts to show off in Area 2548 were pathetic. If I had known the boss could provide such resources, I wouldn't have wasted time talking to those people. Inspire all? Not needed. Just make another trip and throw these resources in their faces, and they'll understand. Poverty has limited my imagination of the boss." Compared to Li Sanjin's shock, Huang San's eyes were fixated on the spiritual rice, grade water, and refined salt on the list, feeling a subtle urge. He thought, should I trade foundation stones for some from the boss? Ultimately, his financial constraints forced him to dismiss the idea. Huang San looked at Li Sanjin and sighed. Now you understand why we don't need to ask for a share from the boss, right? With so many resources, it's like having a nuclear bomb. Once we get these resources, the opportunities over there are immense. How could we not make money? Li Sanjin nodded solemnly. President, I understand. He realized that just the insight provided by the boss this time was invaluable. At this moment, Mu Wanting sent a message. These are the resources. Now, let's discuss profit sharing. What are your thoughts? Huang Sen looked at Li Sanjin with an inquisitive expression. Li Sanjin chuckled. President, don't test me. Let the boss decide. I truly have no opinion. Huang Sen spat. Nonsense. If you had to pay to work, would you do it? Li Sanjin shrank his head, muttering softly. It's not impossible, but even if I sold myself, it wouldn't cover the shipping. Huang San ignored him and replied to Mu Wanting, what qualifications does that kid have to discuss profit sharing with you and the boss? It's a blessing for him to work with the boss. Just treat him as a runner and give him a little something to send him off. Li Sanjin looked at the message the president sent, feeling grateful. Although the president humbled himself and belittled him in the process, he secured the most crucial benefit for him. He thought, the boss's little something can't be ordinary. It might be enough to help me climb quite a bit. Another lesson learned. Soon, Mu Wanting replied. In that case, I won't be polite. The reward will be the coordinates of an unclaimed island and a loan limit of 10,000 foundation stones. He can use these foundation stones to purchase some materials to sell and repay later. President Huang, how do you find this reward? So generous. Li Sanjin was overjoyed. An unclaimed island was the perfect solution to his current problem, and the loan limit of 10,000 foundation stones would allow him to make a substantial profit. This reward was ideal, even better than a direct profit share. Li Sanjin thought to himself, is working with the boss always this rewarding? He began to understand why the president was so cautious and respectful towards the boss. Such a benefactor was indeed worth treating with such care. Huang Sen noted his excited expression and calmly reminded him, stay calm. Then he replied to Mu Wanting, Madam Mu, this reward is too generous. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Mu Wanting quickly responded, no worries. I am offering such a generous reward with conditions. Please go ahead, Huang Sen replied promptly. Mu Wanting listed 3 conditions. First, the price of rice bran he's selling is too low. This time, have him sell it at 50 foundation stones per kilogram. If it's below this price, don't sell a single strand. Second, the crate spiritual rice price should be at least 100 foundation stones per kilogram. The higher the better. Tell him to start at 200 foundation stones, and if no one buys, gradually lower it. If it reaches 100 foundation stones and still no one buys, then don't sell it. Third, other materials should start at 3 times the price, and it's best to sell all materials separately. If any guild wants to buy in bulk, the price must increase by 20. I'll put these requirements in the contract, and if he agrees, we can sign it. Mu Wanting's demand was like a bolt of lightning, striking Huang San and Li Sanjin with shock. We won't sell below this price. If no one buys, so be it. This bold pricing left them staring at each other in disbelief. They had initially thought that a 3-fold price increase was the limit, but to their amazement, she started at 5 times the price, showcasing remarkable audacity. Huang San pondered for a moment and asked, Li Sanjin, what do you think of these terms? Li Sanjin gave a wry smile and shook his head. President, this isn't so much a condition as it is a demand. It's merely a pricing issue. We'll follow the instructions. It's not really a difficult task. True. Huang San nodded thoughtfully. Then I'll agree on your behalf. With that, he quickly sent Mu Wanting a positive response. Not long after, Mu Wanting sent a detailed contract. Without even glancing at it, Huang San passed it directly to Li Sanjin. Remember Mrs. Mu's demands well. Don't mess up, he warned seriously. President, don't worry, I've got it. Li Sanjin replied with an eager smile, receiving the contract along with 10,000 base stones as payment. As for the specific coordinates of the island, those would be provided once he completed the task. Meanwhile, Zhao Yidao from the Martial Alliance came to Ning Fan again to pay rent. Ning Fan had just finished collecting resources from the island when Zhao Yidao arrived. Boss Ning, we've hit the jackpot this time, Zhao Yidao said excitedly. We captured an Aceres island, taking us the whole night. Here's the inventory list for you to review. Ning Fan glanced at the list and was immediately drawn to 2 items, a large crossbow and a mountain evolution stone. An Aceres island? No wonder you didn't come to pay rent yesterday, he murmured, then examined the details of these items closely. The large crossbow's performance was impressive, capable of inflicting lethal damage on Kraid life forms and causing some damage to grade structures. Although it was slightly inferior to a Kraid catapult, its unique strength lay in its single-target burst capability. The mountain evolution stone was even more intriguing to Ning Fan. This grade special item could transform an area within his territory into a small mountain range, covering up to 1 square kilometer. Over time, it would not only develop into a forest but also refresh with ordinary level animals. More importantly, it could enhance the soil grade. Ning Fan's mind raced as an astonishing idea took shape. By creating more natural landscapes within his territory, could he potentially upgrade the entire territory's landed grade? This realization took his breath away, as at this stage, other lords had to rely on resource boxes to obtain graded soil for cultivating graded plants. Yet, this evolution stone seemed to open a new door for him. The limitations of the resource boxes have made agricultural development on the island extremely difficult. Each time, only a square meter of soil is opened up, and this small area is insufficient for growing wheat or rice to meet daily needs. Planting fruit trees would require a long wait, and even as the island's population grows, the supply of advanced food in the trading hall remains insufficient. The root of all these issues lies in the difficulty of obtaining large areas of quality soil. Despite these challenges, many guild leaders are still willing to pay a high price. They desperately need advanced food to win over people's hearts and prepare for potential pirate attacks. Ning Fan carefully reviewed the list. Aside from the cornerstone and watermelon, everything else was useful to him. After a moment of thought, he replied to Zhao Dao, "I'll take all of these. If you agree, I can compensate you with advanced food and water." This was not a low offer. To pirates who have spent years at sea, the importance of advanced food and water cannot be overstated. However, to Ning Fan's surprise, Zhao Dao did not accept this offer. Zhao Dao explained, "Our ship currently only has one catapult, making our defense very weak. Once an enemy gets within 100 meters, the catapult becomes useless. So we want to keep this large crossbow to strengthen our defense. I hope you can understand our predicament." Zhao Dao's insistence on the crossbow, even at the cost of advanced food and water, made Ning Fan thoughtful. He suddenly considered a possibility and asked, "Did your attack on the Aceres Islands not go smoothly?" Zhao Dao sent a wry smile emoji and then replied, "You saw right through me. Yes, we did have casualties and lost 2 brothers. There are 32 pirates on the Aceres Island, and the island is 4 times the size of the Ceres. With just one catapult, it's hard to eliminate all the pirates from a distance, and we eventually had to engage in close combat." Understanding their dilemma, Ning Fan decided to compromise. "All right, I get it. How about this? You give me the manufacturing blueprint, and I'll make the crossbow for you. Once I figure out the construction, I'll hand the crossbow over to you. How does that sound?" Ning Fan thought that a manually operated and aimed weapon would have limited impact on improving territorial defense. Since Xiao Dao needed it, he decided to help them. Zhao Dao immediately replied, "Okay, thank you. I'll send the items to you right away." After receiving the items, Ning Fan opened the construction interface. He had 13 return attempts available, with the ability to critically return only once. He looked at the 2 blueprints and fell into contemplation, quickly making a decision. The most urgent task was to prepare for the impending pirate attack and ensure the safety of his territory. Acquiring advanced fish meat could wait a bit longer. Thus, he decided to return the crossbow first. Ning Fan opened the crossbow blueprint, checked the required materials, and began preparations. With materials ready, he immediately clicked to build. Consumption return triggered, target Feng Ling Long, return multiplier 22,000 times. The system prompt sounded. The host has chosen critical return, returning, second return complete, obtained 1B level modified rail siege crossbow blueprint. With the returns completed, the 2 returned blueprints were now recorded in the construction interface. Ning Fan was satisfied with the newly acquired blueprint and prepared for the upcoming challenge. Ning Fan nodded with satisfaction as he received 2 level weapons. These weapons had similar performance to large ballistae, with an added semi-automatic feature that allowed for rapid firing, similar to a repeating crossbow. Although they had slightly higher damage and improved firing density, they still required manual operation and aiming, which reduced their practicality for Ning Fan, who was short on manpower. His attention quickly turned to the B-level mutated rail siege crossbow. This modified weapon's performance was impressive. It could load 10 special bolts at once and reload in just 1 minute after each round, with an astounding range of 10 kilometers. What was even more exciting was its modified feature as a defensive weapon. It could automatically attack marked enemies when linked with radar. Ning Fan carefully read the weapon's instructions. The siege crossbow had to be mounted on a dedicated rail, allowing it to adjust its position to target enemies within range. Creating the rail was simple, requiring just 1 iron ore to lay 1 meter of track. As for the bolts, 10 iron ores and 1 foundational stone were needed to craft each one. With this, dealing with pirate attacks should be no problem at all, Ning Fan murmured excitedly to himself. He quickly began gathering materials to craft this powerful weapon. Soon, the system notification chimed in. "Ding, you have consumed 1B level modified rail siege crossbow blueprint and obtained 1B level modified rail siege crossbow." Ning Fan decided to make full use of the dedicated rail template by laying it around the perimeter of his territory, allowing the siege crossbow's defensive range to cover the entire 10-kilometer maritime boundary. He carefully placed the siege crossbow on the rail, revealing a deep red metal weapon resembling a rocking car. The siege crossbow looked somewhat bulky but exuded a menacing aura. The operator's compartment had been transformed into a bolt magazine, due to the automation upgrade. A blood-red bolt protruded from the head, its sharp tip gleaming ominously. Just as Ning Fan was considering testing the crossbow's power with a regular supply crate, the radar suddenly sounded an alarm. The system notification immediately followed. Ding! Unknown individuals have entered the detection range. Identified by the Lord system as native pirates. Soon after, a more serious system announcement came through. Warning, a first-time pirate attack is imminent. Island Lords, please prepare accordingly. After this attack, pirate raids will become a regular occurrence, and the Lord system will no longer issue warnings. The radar screen showed 8 red targets rapidly approaching the territory from all directions. Assuming each target represented a squad, the pirate attack on Ning Fan's territory involved 32 pirates, matching the defense forces of the Aceres Islands. Speak of the devil, Ning Fan chuckled softly, unfazed by the approaching pirates. He was eager to see how his new weapon would perform in real combat. With only 32 pirates, Ning Fan could handle them effortlessly even without the orbital siege crossbow. Now, with this powerful weapon, the situation had dramatically shifted. He skillfully operated the control panel, setting each pirate target on the radar as an enemy. With a teeth-gritting creak, the siege crossbow began to move slowly along the track. Ning Fan glanced up, watching the massive structure adjust its position and fine-tune the angle of its bolt, like a gigantic beast ready to strike. Thud! A deep, resonating boom shattered the silence. In the next instant, a fiery bolt shot across the sky like a meteor, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Although the 10-kilometer range exceeded visible distance, Ning Fan knew this strike was precise. He quickly checked the radar, and sure enough, a red mark in the direction where the bolt flew flickered a few times before disappearing completely. Seems a bit too easy, Ning Fan murmured. Like whack-a-mole, one hit, and it's done. The siege crossbow seemed to understand his words and immediately began the next round of attacks. It adjusted its direction slightly and fired 3 bolts in succession at 3 other targets in the same area. Before Ning Fan could confirm the results, the massive machine swiftly turned and continued its precise strikes. 8 bolts swept across the sea like the Grim Reaper's scythe. In no time, the radar screen returned to its usual calm, all enemy targets completely eliminated. Is it over already? Ning Fan was slightly taken aback. The efficiency is just too high. As if responding to his query, the system notification chimed in. Pirate attack ended. Loot acquired. Pirate squad treasure chests 8. Ning Fan sighed softly. I guess it really is over. With such firepower coverage, even hundreds of pirates would struggle to breach the defenses and land. He then checked the loot he had gained. The pirate squad's treasure chests, when opened, would yield random cornerstone rewards ranging from 88 to 1888. For Ning Fan, holding 140,000 cornerstones, this reward was insignificant, but for ordinary people, it was a considerable gain. Without a second thought, Ning Fan directly transferred the 8 treasure chests to Linglong. It's time to expand the territory, he mused. With the current defense capabilities, expanding to 1 square kilometer shouldn't be a problem. Just as he was about to begin the expansion, the radar suddenly sounded an alarm. Detected 4 pirates entering surveillance range. How come there are more? Ning Fan was momentarily stunned. Wasn't it over already? While he was puzzled, the siege crossbow automatically locked onto this newly appeared pirate squad and fired a bolt. Ning Fan focused on the radar and suddenly realized, a smile curving at his lips. It turned out this unexpected group was after the twin sisters. After receiving the announcement of a pirate attack, sisters Lin Yakin and Lin Beisher quickly entered a state of high alert. They swiftly cleared the shoreline and constructed a barricade using wood and stones to slow down the pirates' landing. Once their preparations were complete, the sisters retreated to their apartment, crouching by the window with bows and arrows in hand, keeping a vigilant watch over the sea. Since their physical abilities had been enhanced to a level, they had practiced archery, which was one of their few means of self-defense. However, their accuracy was still uncertain. Lin Beisher, clutching a shield, spoke nervously, her voice trembling. Sister, maybe we should ask Ning Fan for help. The thought of the fierce-looking pirates made her legs shake uncontrollably, and all considerations of being a lord or titles were forgotten. At that moment, all she wanted was for Ning Fan to rescue her, even if it meant being a useless person. Seeing this, Lin Yakin gently took her sister's hand and reassured her softly, don't be afraid. If we really can't handle it, we can ask Ning Fan for help later. I've already checked. The bathroom Ning Fan gave us is sturdy enough, and we can hide there if needed. She didn't want to waste Ning Fan's promise easily, hoping to get through this crisis on their own. She knew that once they sought assistance, they might have to rely on Ning Fan's protection in future dangers. Though this wasn't necessarily bad, she preferred to approach Ning Fan proactively. Lin Yakin was already considering selecting sisters from the guild to join them in their territory. Feeling slightly more at ease, Lin Beisher agreed. All right, sister, I'll listen to you. Then she added, but sister, don't be too brave. If the pirates are too difficult to handle, let's retreat to the bathroom early and wait for Ning Fan to save us. Safety is the most important thing. As long as I can survive in this world with you, I don't mind being Ning Fan's concubine. Hearing this, Lin Yakin playfully pinched her sister's nose. Don't worry, I'll deliver you safely to Ning Fan. You've lost all your ambition now that you're infatuated. Lin Beisher giggled and hugged her sister's arm. Hee hee, don't forget about yourself, sister. If anything happens to you, Ning Fan might be a bit disappointed. Lin Yakin rolled her eyes and ignored her, refocusing on the sea. A while had passed since the announcement, and finally, a small boat appeared on the horizon. They're coming, Lin Yakin warned. Lin Beisher quickly looked up. These pirates were different from the indigenous people who lived on the island. Their vessels had been upgraded from rafts to small wooden boats. Although still swift, their equipment had clearly improved. Lin Beisher counted the figures on the small boat with a trembling hand. Sister, it looks like there are 4 pirates. What do we do? Her face turned pale, and the sight of the pirates, like predators eyeing their prey, filled her with terror. Lin Yakin wasn't faring much better. It was only at that moment she realized that all her mental preparations seemed futile when actually facing the pirates. But she couldn't show fear, or it would only further frighten her sister. So, she forced herself to remain calm and spoke. Hold your bow and arrows. Once they reach the shore, we'll shoot together. If the first wave of arrows doesn't hit any pirates, hide in the bathroom immediately, Lin Yakin said firmly, her eyes filled with determination. Lin Beisher hesitated for a moment after hearing her sister's words, her hands trembling as she picked up the bow and arrows. However, a strong sense of fear gripped her heart like an invisible hand, making it hard for her to gather the strength. She tried several times, but couldn't draw the bow. Sister. Lin Beisher looked at her sister helplessly, tears welling up in her eyes, her voice trembling to the point of being almost inaudible. The fear, like a snowball, grew larger and made even the simplest actions incredibly difficult. Seeing her sister in such a state, Lin Yakin felt a wave of distress. She quickly took the bow and arrows from her sister's hands, threw them aside without hesitation, and hugged her sister's shoulders tightly, soothing her softly. It's okay, I didn't think it through. I'll contact Ning Fan for help. Let's hide in the bathroom first. Lin Yakin realized she had oversimplified the idea of fighting off pirates. This wasn't a game, but a real life-and-death struggle where failure meant death. Such consequences might be bearable for her, but how could her pampered sister face such harsh reality? Can you still walk? Lin Yakin asked gently, helping her sister to her feet. The pirates were still some distance from the shore, so there was no immediate urgency. Yes. Lin Beisher nodded, standing up with her sister's support. She wiped her eyes and suddenly said, Sister, I'm sorry, I'm useless and held us back. Hearing this, Lin Yakin smiled softly. It's not your fault. I was being stubborn. I've come to realize that as women, we don't need to prove ourselves in this way. We're both planning to marry Ning Fan anyway, so maybe it's best to let things take their natural course. With that, she opened the chat interface to contact Ning Fan for help. Just then, a deafening explosion sounded from the sea. The sisters turned their heads simultaneously. About a kilometer from the shore, a massive column of water shot into the sky, forming a mushroom-shaped splash as high as a 10-story building. The sisters gaped in shock, their eyes wide. The explosion occurred right where the pirate boat had been. As the waves settled, the sea returned to calm, and the pirates were nowhere to be seen, leaving only bits of wooden debris floating. Did the pirates get punished by the heavens? Lin Beisher said in confusion, her eyes red and filled with innocent bewilderment. Sister, what happened? Lin Yakin snapped out of her initial shock, quickly piecing things together, and a smile played on her lips. If I'm not mistaken, it's Ning Fan's doing. Only Ning Fan nearby has such capability. Just as she was about to ask Ning Fan for help, he had already intervened. How could such a connection be expressed in words? With this thought, a sense of sweetness filled Lin Yakin's heart. Ning Fan. Lin Beisher blinked, her beautiful eyes sparkling. If so, he's really amazing. Probably, let me ask him to be sure. Lin Yakin opened her chat with Ning Fan and sent a message. Ning Fan, was that you who helped us? Anticipating such a question, Ning Fan quickly replied. Yes, I recently acquired a new weapon. Now, the area within 10 kilometers around my territory is a safe zone, including around your territory. I can support you anytime. Feel free to sail around. If any strangers enter your 1-kilometer sea area, let me know, so I don't accidentally harm anyone. Receiving his confirmation, Lin Yakin beamed with joy. Got it. Thank you, Ning Fan. The 10-kilometer safe zone covered their territories surrounding sea. This meant they no longer had to worry about pirate attacks. Because of this pirate incident, Lin Yakin had already considered Ning Fan as her man in her heart. So she didn't mention Ning Fan's previous promise of protection, but accepted his long-term guardianship with peace of mind. To express her and her sister's feelings, she added, Ning Fan, when you have time, could you take my sister and me to visit your territory? As soon as Lin Yakin finished speaking, Ning Fan's reply arrived right on time. A playful smile appeared on his lips, and a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. You're welcome anytime. This class-building ship is yours. Feel free to come over. In the world of lords, this was nothing short of an open invitation. Lin Yakin felt a flutter in her heart, and her smile grew even sweeter. She replied softly, "All right, we'll come over once we've taken care of the territory and guild matters." Ning Fan responded cheerfully, "Sure, take your time. Reach out whenever you need." After the chat ended, Lin Yakin couldn't tear her gaze away. She pondered over Ning Fan's words, captivated and almost intoxicated by them. The outcome of this revelation far exceeded her expectations, especially Ning Fan's gesture of giving them the initiative, which further strengthened her resolve. Beside her, Lin Beisher noticed her sister's silly smile and curiously leaned over. She sneaked a peek at the chat content and her eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming, "A class-building ship." Lin Yakin snapped out of her reverie, pursed her lips, and shot her sister an annoyed glance. Lin Beisher, oblivious, excitedly said, "Sister, hurry up and bring out the ship. I want to experience it." Thud. A date pit landed precisely on Lin Beisher's forehead. Lin Yakin huffed. "All you think about is playing. Do you even know what having the ship means?" Lin Beisher, rubbing her forehead, asked with a pout, "What does it mean?" "It means we can safely bring our guild sisters to the territory," Lin Yakin replied, exasperated. She thought to herself that this girl quickly forgets past dangers, thinking of comfort now that things seem safer. Lin Beisher suddenly understood, her face showing a hint of embarrassment. She immediately opened the Lord's screen and started operating it. "Sister, I get it. I'll contact the sisters willing to be maids." After a pause, she looked up and asked, "By the way, sister, how many sisters should we bring over?" "The more, the better," Lin Yakin said coolly, resuming her aloof demeanor. "What?" Lin Beisher was stunned. "If there are over a dozen sisters who are pretty, have good personalities, and are willing to be maids, should we bring them all over?" "Of course," Lin Yakin replied calmly. "With this class-building ship, bringing them all over safely is no problem." Lin Beisher blushed and muttered softly, "That's not what I meant. I'm just worried that bringing so many women to Ning Fan might be overwhelming for him." "Ning Fan, if you don't have anything nice to say, it's better not to speak," Lin Yakin said, pursing her lips with a hint of helplessness in her eyes. She sighed softly. "Is this really your concern? Besides, even if they're chosen, they'll only be maids. Whether Ning Fan will take a liking to them is another matter. Just remember one thing in the harem, a woman's status is often highlighted by other women." Lin Beisher nodded, somewhat understanding, but still a bit confused. Honestly, she didn't fully grasp it, but she figured it was best to follow her sister's advice. After all, she considered herself nothing more than a small fry. The status of women in the harem is often highlighted by other women. This phrase echoed in Mu Wanning's mind, who was already married. She understood this principle well. After discussing resource trading with Huang San and others, she got up, freshened up, and headed straight to Su Ye's room. Su Ye was someone she had personally recruited, and strictly speaking, Su Ye was still within her sphere of influence. Now that both of them were Ning Fan's women, she naturally needed to discuss some matters with Su Ye. Su Ye woke up very early today, even before dawn. After enjoying a refreshing bath, she sat down in her small living room, watching TV while savoring the dinner Ning Fan had sent her the previous night. It had been a while since she experienced such a leisurely life, lying back and watching TV, and she lost track of time. It wasn't until she received a video call request from her friend Zhu Linlin, whom she met in the guild, that Su Ye snapped back to reality. Since Su Ye secretly sent Zhu Linlin a slice of watermelon last time, their relationship had quickly warmed, and they became inseparable friends. Video chatting had become a regular part of their interaction. Su Ye had once confessed to Zhu Linlin about her maid status, admitting she was being supported remotely by a powerful figure. Zhu Linlin didn't look down on her at all. Instead, she expressed envy. Having no worries about food and safety seemed far better than struggling daily. So when the vice president of the Tianxiang Alliance approached Zhu Linlin, she immediately called Su Ye, seeking advice. What she didn't expect was, "Ye, are you saying the one supporting you is the legendary Fingya?" On the screen, a petite girl widened her eyes in shock. Zhu Linlin and Su Ye had a lot in common, especially their love for the Lolita style. They both had petite and exquisite figures, equally cute and pretty. However, at this moment, Zhu Linlin's appearance was in stark contrast to Su Ye's. Su Ye was flawlessly clean and polished, with every inch of her exposed skin smooth and delicate like jade, while Zhu Linlin's clothes were dirty, her hair messy, and her bun loosely tied. Her black stockings had small holes, and her originally stunning face looked a bit weary from days of fatigue. "Well, it's not exactly being supported," Su Ye corrected with a playful tongue-out gesture. "I'm his woman now, just with a slightly lower status." Remembering the intimate moments with Ning Fan from the previous night, she instinctively crossed her legs. Ning Fan cherished her, allowing her to call him husband in front of others, which touched her deeply. Zhu Linlin didn't notice Su Ye's subtle reaction and bit her lip, saying softly, "Yeah, there's something I need to tell you." "Go ahead. With our friendship, There's nothing to be shy about, Su Yeye replied cheerfully. They had shared the same pair of stockings, after all. Yeah, the guild leader approached me and asked if I'd like to be her maid. Zhu Linlin hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed. She had always maintained an independent image in front of Su Yeye, yet she ended up following in her footsteps. Su Yeye was momentarily stunned but then delighted. That's great news. The guild leader and her sister are a pair. Being with them, you won't have to suffer anymore. She urged, you should agree right away. She understood the hardships of living independently and was genuinely happy for her friend getting a chance to escape. It's not like that. Zhu Linlin's eyes flickered, unsure how to express herself. Come on, just agree for now. The guild leader and her sister won't treat you poorly, will they? Su Yeye was anxious, almost stomping her foot. Seeing this, Zhu Linlin had no choice but to admit, the guild leader and her sister also planned to rely on Fanya. If I go with them, I might have to share his bed too. Wait a minute. What do you mean the president and her group are also planning to align with Ning Fan? Su Yeye asked, clearly confused, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Linlin, what's going on? Zhu Linlin quickly explained the entire situation to her in detail. After listening, Su Yeye's eyes widened with surprise. Are you saying their territory is right near ours? Yes, and it was Maple Leaf who helped them secure that territory, Zhu Linlin replied truthfully, with a hint of admiration in her voice. She had already reached a preliminary agreement with the president and her sister, so they were transparent with each other, holding nothing back. Su Yeye's surprise was even more evident, and she shook her head slightly. How did I not know about this? Then it dawned on her, having just been brought to the territory by Ning Fan and showered with attention, she hadn't had time to learn so much. The only time spent with Ning Fan was. She unconsciously glanced towards the bedroom, where the disarray spoke volumes about the previous night's passion, making her blush. Realizing she'd been daydreaming, Su Yeye's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red. She took a deep breath and looked earnestly at her friend on the screen. Linlin, this is a good thing. You should agree. If the president and her group are brought over by Ning Fan one day, you can come too and enjoy the good life. As she spoke, she turned the camera to show Linlin the luxurious decor of the living room. Look, this is the room Ning Fan prepared for me. You have no idea how wonderful life is here. I'm living in a grand estate. Su Yeye enthusiastically described the benefits of being Ning Fan's woman, her face glowing with happiness. Zhu Linlin was deeply drawn to this beautiful picture, completely immersed in it. Ever since she heard about Su Yeye's situation, she had wanted a strong protector, which is why she expressed interest in aligning with the president's group. Her hesitation came from the fact that the man she would follow was the same as her friends, making her feel a bit conflicted and shy. Seeing that her friend not only didn't mind but encouraged her, those concerns vanished, replaced by joy and a hint of excitement. So the big guy's name is Ning Fan. Zhu Linlin quietly etched the name into her memory. As Su Yeye took a moment to catch her breath, Zhu Linlin, driven by a flutter of excitement, gathered the courage to ask, yeah, do you mind if I join you in serving Ning Fan? As soon as she spoke, she shyly lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushing a color that made her look even more delicate and lovely. Su Yeye pretended not to notice her friend's embarrassment, casually responding, of course, I don't mind. Even if it weren't you, there would be other women. Being by Ning Fan's side and receiving his affection is enough for me. I wouldn't dare to ask for more. I didn't mean it like that. Zhu Linlin's blush deepened. She was willing to lower herself to be a maid, so she understood the situation well. What I mean is, she bit her lip, her voice growing softer. Oh, stop hesitating. Just agree with the president and her group. I'll be waiting for you to come over. That's it. I'm hanging up. Su Yeye didn't give Zhu Linlin a chance to speak again, ending the video chat abruptly. With the screen gone, only the background noise from the TV filled the room. Su Yeye cupped her face in her hands, feeling the warmth of her cheeks, and murmured to herself. Silly Linlin, why did you have to make things so obvious? I was hoping you'd follow the same path as me and become Ning Fan's woman. Wasn't that clear enough? Su Yeye thought to herself, picturing her and Linlin serving Ning Fan together. The thought made her shiver, and she unconsciously covered her flushed cheeks with her small hands. She tried to calm her racing heart and dispel the embarrassing images from her mind. Eventually, Su Yeye accepted the reality. Once her shyness faded, a sly smile appeared on her lips. If Linlin comes over, I'll have someone to keep me company. That doesn't sound so bad, she mused to herself. At this moment, Su Yeye found herself in an awkward situation. Though she had become Ning Fan's woman, she was still beneath Feng Lady and Mu Lady, who were close friends. This made her hesitant to openly express her affection for Ning Fan, and she could only relax in private. Even though she had been awake for a while, she didn't dare leave the room, unsure how to face the two ladies. If Linlin arrives, things will be different, Su Yeye thought. I heard the president and others are recruiting more sisters. In that case, there will be others with the same status as me in the manor, and I won't feel so awkward. Her thoughts wandered further. No, maybe my status will improve. After all, I became Ning Fan's woman early on. As she considered this, her sly smile gradually turned into excitement, feeling grateful for being saved by Sister Wanting and coming to Ning Fan's side early. Su Yiya wasn't foolish, she was rather clever. She knew that with Ning Fan's capabilities, his territory would only expand, possibly even becoming a continent. At that point, a social order would naturally form within the territory, reflecting in the backyard as a harem with distinct hierarchies. Even the president is racking her brains to become Ning Fan's woman and seek a title. The number of women in the backyard is bound to increase, Su Yiya calculated. With so many women, there will definitely be a clear ranking. Though I'm currently lower than Sister Wanting and the others, if newcomers arrive, my status might not remain low. A thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Before Lin Lin and the others arrive, I must gain more of Ning Fan's favor so that my status can be higher in the future. She recalled scenes from TV dramas about harem struggles and began to scheme. With that in mind, Su Yiya immediately opened the construction interface. She decided to use her old trick and design more alluring stockings. After being honest with Ning Fan, she understood better the allure of stockings to men. Compared to the two ladies, this was her little quirk that could attract Ning Fan's favor. Su Yiya turned off the TV and earnestly began designing. After creating several pairs of over-thinny socks, a question suddenly occurred to her. Does Sister Wanting know about the president and the others? This doubt sprouted in her mind like a seed, distracting her from continuing with her designs. Considering the excellence of the president and her sisters and their plans, it was obvious they were aiming for Sister Wanting's position. This posed no threat to Su Yiya herself. But Sister Wanting was her benefactor and treated her well, so she couldn't help but worry for them. After much thought, Su Yiya decided to inform Sister Wanting. Now that I've officially become Ning Fan's concubine, I should meet the two ladies, she thought. And with a mix of anxiety and determination, she headed towards the door. However, as soon as she opened the door, she bumped into Mu Wanting, who was coming to see her. Su Yiya froze and nervously called out, "Sister, sister." Her hands, unsure of where to place them, were clasped tightly in front of her legs. Not knowing that Mu Wanting had also become Ning Fan's woman, Su Yiya only thought she had sought Ning Fan's favor before her sister, so she dared not show any trace of being spoiled, fearing her sister's displeasure. Mu Wanting observed her and noticed that the little girl seemed different from yesterday. Previously lively and a bit spoiled, she now seemed more like a demure young wife, though her cute demeanor remained unchanged. Awake? Good. I have something to discuss with you. Let's talk inside, Mu Wanting said calmly, not giving her a hard time. Upon hearing this, Su Yiya hesitated and glanced up at Mu Wanting, noticing her relaxed expression, a look she knew well. Sister Wanting has also become Ning Fan's woman, she realized with a start, and quickly said, "Sure, sister, please come in." Her tone was more respectful than before, as she understood that their relationship had fundamentally changed. All relationships had to be secondary to their relationship with Ning Fan, which was the survival rule in the Lord's world. Mu Wanting discreetly glanced at Su Yiya, a slight smile tugging at her lips. She was secretly grateful for her wise decision to save this little girl. Su Yiya knew how to maintain harmony in the backyard, allowing Ning Fan to relax without worries. Mu Wanting gracefully entered Su Yiya's room. The pink ambience and faint fragrance immediately put her at ease. She turned to Su Yiya with a smile and said, "Ning Fan treats you well. This room suits you perfectly." She thought to herself that giving Yiya the best room on the third floor showed Ning Fan's fondness for her. Su Yiya, seeing no hint of blame from Mu Wanting, breathed a sigh of relief. She replied sweetly, "I must thank you, sister, for giving me this opportunity. Without you, I wouldn't have received Ning Fan's affection or the good life I have now." Mu Wanting raised an eyebrow, noticing Su Yiya casually referring to Ning Fan by name, omitting the term master. It seemed Ning Fan's affection for the girl was deeper than she had imagined. Knowing Su Yiya's timid nature, she understood that Yiya wouldn't dare act on her own without Ning Fan's permission. Surveying the room, Mu Wanting's gaze fell on a corner of the bedroom. Instantly, she understood the reason behind Ning Fan's affection. She discreetly withdrew her gaze, lowering her eyes slightly. Su Yiya had been closely observing Mu Wanting's expression. Following her gaze, she saw the scene in the bedroom and froze, overwhelmed with embarrassment. She hurriedly closed the bedroom door, her small frame leaning against it, and awkwardly explained, "Sister, I just woke up, took a bath, and didn't have time to tidy up. I'm sorry for the mess." Mu Wanting cleared her throat lightly. "It's fine. It's your talent that has earned Ning Fan's affection." She then shifted the conversation. "As long as you behave, you'll always have a place in this house. Linglong, and I won't let you go without." Su Yiya felt a surge of excitement. She didn't mind Mu Wanting setting rules for her. Instead, she felt things were going in the direction she hoped for. This was good news. She quickly pledged her loyalty. "Sister, I understand. As long as you don't mind me, I'm willing to stay by your side forever." With that, she pulled Mu Wanting to sit down and, in a hushed voice, said, "Sister, there's something I think I should tell you. Do you know about the leaders of the guild I joined, the Tiangxiang Alliance twins?" Yes, I do. What? Mu Wanting asked curiously. They're living on an island just 9 kilometers away, Suyaya said. Mu Wanting was slightly taken aback and pointed to the floor. You mean 9 kilometers from here? Suyaya nodded in confirmation. Seeing her sister's expression, she was pleased to finally show some value in front of her. Mu Wanting's expression turned serious as she asked, how did you find out about this? Does Ning Fan know? She sensed a potential threat, with the combination of twins, a guild leader, and neighbors, making her cautious. Suyaya answered truthfully, Ning Fan knows. He helped them secure that territory. As for how I found out, a friend from the guild told me. Did Ning Fan help them? Mu Wanting frowned deeply, her slender fingers tapping lightly on the table, puzzled as to why he hadn't informed her about this. A simple oversight had caused Mu Wanting's thoughts to whirl. In reality, Ning Fan had merely forgotten to mention it. When he woke up that morning, his attention was immediately drawn to Huang San's message, leaving him no time to inform Mu Wanting. As for the previous day, he hadn't yet truly won over Mu Wanting, so he saw no reason to bring it up. After quietly contemplating for a moment and sorting out the situation, Mu Wanting gradually calmed down. She noticed Su Yaya's hesitant expression and said directly, go on. Su Yaya looked nervous, like a child caught in the act, glancing around to ensure no one was eavesdropping. She leaned closer to Mu Wanting and whispered, sister, our guild leader and her group also want to become Ning Fan's women. They're secretly recruiting maids within the guild. One of my little friends has caught their eye. Upon hearing this, Mu Wanting's eyes narrowed sharply. Her heart skipping a beat. Her intuition had been right. The twin sisters, as the leaders of the only female guild, had considerable power and resources. If they became Ning Fan's women, they would undoubtedly be formidable rivals for her and Linglong. What surprised her even more was that these sisters shared her line of thinking, but their actions were bolder and more direct. Their tactics and mindset were anything but ordinary. A worthy opponent, Mu Wanting thought, her mind racing with strategies as she asked, how far have they gotten? Tell me everything. Seeing her serious expression, Suya dared not delay and quickly shared all she knew. Having understood the situation, Mu Wanting's brows furrowed even deeper. She could hardly find any weaknesses in the sisters, who were both exceptionally beautiful. Their only flaw was that they were currently in a passive position. Seizing this point, Mu Wanting quickly devised a plan. Rather than blocking them, perhaps engaging with the sisters directly might be a better approach. Regardless of whether Ning Fan was interested in the sisters, she had no intention of pushing them away from him. That wasn't her decision to make, nor would she interfere. Her considerations were based on the possibility that the sisters might join the harem, focusing on how to secure her and Linglong's positions. She turned to Su Yaya, her tone calm. I understand. For now, don't tell Ning Fan about this. Since the sisters hadn't revealed their plan to Ning Fan, she wouldn't be the one to disrupt it. Matters between women needn't involve Ning Fan. In the world of lords, strength is paramount. We women are just accessories. If one doesn't understand this, they're unworthy of staying by Ning Fan's side. Su Yan nodded obediently, having achieved her goal of gaining her sister's approval, which promised more pleasant days ahead. Mu Wanting rose to leave, and, upon reaching the door, suddenly turned back to remind. Ning Fan likes cleanliness. Remember to tidy up the room. Su Yaya's cheeks flushed instantly. Sister, too no. Seeing this, Mu Wanting said no more and left the room in a slightly hurried manner. In the hallway, she glanced downstairs at the living room, where Linglong lay lazily on the sofa watching TV. She pressed her lips together, chose not to disturb her, and turned to head upstairs back to her bedroom. Once in her room, Mu Wanting immediately opened the chat interface and found the ID of the Tianxiang Alliance leader. Tianxiang, Yakin, I hope we can become sisters, she murmured softly before sending a message to Lin Yakin. Hello, I'm the secretary of the mysterious shop and also Ning Fan's woman. My name is Mu Wanting. Lin Yakin was discussing the arrangements to bring Zhu Linlin over when her phone suddenly vibrated with a message from an unknown sender. The secretary of the mysterious maple shop? Lin Yakin stared at the ID, her brow furrowing slightly as a strange feeling arose within her. She opened the message, her eyes quickly scanning the content, and her pupils suddenly contracted. The sender claimed to be Ning Fan's woman, and the tone was less about business and more like a confrontation between a legitimate wife and an outsider. Lin Yakin pursed her lips, typing hello, what can I do for you? But hesitated to send it. Too naive, she thought for a moment, deleted the line, and quickly typed a new message. Hello, I'm Lin Yakin. Does Mrs. Mu have something to discuss with me? On the other end, Mu Wanting received the reply and a faint smile appeared on her lips. A smart woman. Ning Fan has good taste. At least such a woman won't cause trouble at home, she thought, adding a few points to Lin Yakin in her mind before getting straight to the point. I am aware of what you all are doing in secret. To be honest, when Ning Fan brought me to the territory, I also brought a maid. I find your activities quite intriguing. Are you available now? I'd like to have a video chat with you. Lin Yakin was slightly taken aback by the message. How does she know about this? Does Ning Fan know? She immediately asked, her fingers trembling slightly from nervousness. Don't worry. He doesn't know, nor is there a need for him to worry, right? Mu Wanting replied. Lin Yakin breathed a slight sigh of relief, leaned back in her chair, and fell into thought. Mu Wanting, Mrs. Mu, was indeed as approachable as she had anticipated, yet she exuded a sharp and capable aura. This woman had also thought of sending women to Ning Fan. Judging by her tone, she must have had this intention for quite some time. Having such foresight early in the realm of the Lord, combined with her virtuous and resourceful nature, she must hold a significant position in Ning Fan's heart. Lin Yakin rubbed her temples. Although Mrs. Mu's demeanor was friendly, the invisible pressure stemming from their status difference still made her uncomfortable. Finally, she took a deep breath and pressed the video call button. Since she had decided to become Ning Fan's woman, she would have to face the other women around him. Moreover, she sensed a hint of goodwill in Mrs. Mu's words. Establishing a good relationship with Mrs. Mu might make everything smoother. Thud. The notification for the video call connection rang, and Lin Yakin involuntarily shivered, instinctively tidying her hair and sitting up straight. On the screen, a tall woman in a burgundy dress leaned against the table with her arms crossed, gazing at her with a piercing look. What a strong presence. Lin Yakin bit her lip lightly. In terms of appearance and temperament, Lin Yakin was in no way inferior to Mu Wanting. However, Mu Wanting, under Ning Fan's care, enjoyed high-quality resources, lived comfortably, and had a refined appearance. With Ning Fan's nurturing, she shed her youthful innocence, radiating the elegance and allure of a mature woman. While Lin Yakin observed Mu Wanting was also assessing her. What a gentle and beautiful woman, Mu Wanting thought, a hint of amazement in her eyes as she saw such a strikingly classical beauty for the first time. I heard she has an identical twin sister. If both of them look like this, even she finds them pleasant to look at, let alone Ning Fan. They might soon become sisters. When Mu Wanting and Lin Yakin met for the first time, they stood facing each other, exchanging glances filled with unspoken understanding. Mu Wanting's gaze was scrutinizing, while Lin Yakin remained calm. After a brief silence, Mu Wanting spoke first, her voice gentle yet authoritative. Yakin, may I call you that? You can call me Wanting. Lin Yakin nodded slightly, a hint of a smile in her eyes. All right, then I'll call you Wanting. As soon as she finished speaking, both of them instinctively tucked their hair behind their ears, a gesture of elegance tinged with a touch of shyness. This small action silently conveyed their acceptance of one another. Mu Wanting relaxed, placing her hands on the table, her posture softening considerably. She continued, When are you planning to come over? Lin Yakin replied honestly. Ning Fan gave us a class tower ship and said we could come anytime. But, she hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. Mu Wanting picked up on her hesitation and addressed it directly. Is it about the handmaidens? You don't need to hide it from me. I don't mind. I'm reaching out to you for that reason. Her tone was light, not putting any pressure on Lin Yakin. She added, Rest assured, as long as it's for Ning Fan's benefit, I'm happy to help. I'm here to help you screen them. If one or two unsuitable ones slip through and upset Ning Fan, it wouldn't be ideal, would it? Seeing Mu Wanting's generosity, Lin Yakin relaxed and admitted, We plan to bring the selected sisters over before seeing Ning Fan. Since you're willing to help, we welcome it. Here's how the process works. We've already selected 4 sisters. Mu Wanting listened attentively and nodded. The plan seemed solid, without any major flaws that she could see. After contemplating for a moment, she said, I have a suggestion. Would you like to hear it? Of course, feel free to share, Lin Yakin responded calmly. Mu Wanting suggested, I think you should come to Ning Fan's side as soon as possible, ideally after the 4 selected handmaidens arrive. You must know what's most important, and that's winning Ning Fan's favor. The handmaidens' arrangements are just a starting point. A surprise for Ning Fan would be great. Once you and your sister have Ning Fan's approval, you can gradually manage this aspect. If you gain Ning Fan's support, it would be twice as effective. Lin Yakin nodded thoughtfully, sizing up Mu Wanting. The latter's calm demeanor made Lin Yakin feel a subtle pressure. She realized that gaining the upper hand with a woman like this wouldn't be easy. Thank you for your advice, Wanting. I understand what to do now, Lin Yakin said sincerely. Mu Wanting smiled gently. I'm glad you understand. I came into the picture earlier, so consider me your elder sister. Here are some resources as a welcome gift. I hope you and your sister can come over soon. That's all for now. If you have any issues, especially regarding the handmaidens, feel free to contact me. With that, she ended the call. Lin Yakin received a notification. Maple Leaf's mysterious shop secretary has gifted UC level water 5L. She looked at the message with a complicated expression, finally understanding why Mu Wanting was so generous and didn't mind her and her sister becoming Ning Fan's women. From the start, Mu Wanting hadn't rejected them. Her only request was simply to be called sister. Lin Yakin took a deep breath, closing her eyes briefly, and pinched her nose bridge, feeling a bit overwhelmed. This new sister I gained is quite formidable, she murmured. But soon, she regained her composure. This might not be a bad thing. With Mu Wanting around, Ning Fan's household wouldn't likely be chaotic. When she and her sister joined, they wouldn't have to worry too much about jealousy among the women. At most, there would be some subtle competition, like what just happened. But as long as everyone's hearts were aligned, all considering Ning Fan's best interests, that would be enough. After ending her call with Lin Yakin, Mu Wanting stepped onto the balcony to get some fresh air. Each bedroom on the fourth floor came with a large balcony, offering a panoramic view of the territory. As the breeze brushed against her face, she gazed into the distance, her thoughts drifting back to the recent video call. My sister seems like a proper lady, but I wonder what the younger sister is like, Mu Wanting murmured to herself, massaging her temples as she recalled the details of her conversation with Lin Yakin. Did I hang up too abruptly? While she was reflecting on this, a rumbling sound echoed from within the territory. She looked up immediately to see large swathes of land rising as if by magic, rapidly expanding the territory before her eyes. Ning Fan is expanding the territory, Mu Wanting exclaimed in surprise, her eyes widening. The newly expanded territory was 4 to 5 times larger than before and truly impressive. Instinctively, she opened the Lord interface hovering in her view, and the data appeared instantly. Lord Maple Leaf. Territory rating, 184080. Territory area, 170,000. As Mu Wanting surveyed the vast expanse, she couldn't help but mutter, with such a large territory, won't it seem a bit sparse with just us women and Ning Fan? Meanwhile, Ning Fan invested all the hundreds of thousands of foundation stones he had into the territory expansion. The moment the expansion completed, a system prompt appeared in his vision. Your island territory has exceeded 100,000 square meters, triggering the prerequisites for the classical era. Penga Continent Quest activated. Quest Step 1, Emergence of Slavery. Emergence of Slavery. Under the leadership of the Great Lord, the era of exploration heralds a great discovery. Lord Maple Leaf, your island continent has officially entered the prelude to the classical era. By completing the emergence of slavery, your territory will usher in a new social order. Slavery is a great creation of humanity on Blue Star as they transition to an agrarian society. By exploiting foreign slaves, build a mighty territory, and lead your people into a new era. Quest Condition 1. Have 100 slaves within the territory must be natives of the Lord's world. Quest Condition 2. Territory must have an area of 1 square kilometer. Completion Reward. Arrival of the classical era. Exclusive to Lord Maple Leaf. Entering a slave society increases agricultural output by 100, unlocks the wonder system, and randomly rewards any wonder. The earlier a lord enters a slave society, the higher the level of the awarded wonder. Territory Management System Update. Unlock Profession Slave. As the era progresses, more professions will be unlocked. Slave. A profession with no rights. The lord can impose any regulations on slaves, who must comply unconditionally, supervised by the lord system. Due to the exploitation of slaves, work efficiency increases by 20 for heavy labor such as mining, bricklaying, and road construction. Wonder. A building with powerful functions and uniqueness, providing unparalleled effects for the lord, such as predicting unexpected events, increasing production, summoning creatures from other worlds, etc. After entering a slave society, the next phase of the classical era will be revealed. Social order, huh? Ning Fan murmured softly, staring at the system prompt in front of him. He had anticipated that as the territory developed, it would inevitably follow a path akin to a dynasty to enhance productivity. In this process, the number of inhabitants would certainly be crucial. However, he hadn't expected that this social order would be ingrained in the Lord's system, guiding its development. This saves me quite a bit of trouble. If an order could be supervised by the Lord's system, it meant that no matter how the social order within the territory evolved, his position as Lord would be absolutely secure. Ning Fan pondered the slave system of the Lord's world. Only natives could become slaves, leading him to turn his attention to the pirates. Standing at the edge of his territory, he gazed out at the distant sea, contemplating how to tackle this challenging task. Capturing 100 pirates is harder than expanding the territory, Ning Fan muttered to himself. Mu Wanting had already informed him that through the resources sold by Li Sanjin and his team, they could expect to gain nearly 1,000,000 foundation stones. If all went well, upon Li Sanjin's return, he could expand his territory to 1 square kilometer. But where would the pirates come from? Ning Fan frowned in thought. Searching for native islands in the vast ocean seemed impractical, as each island had only a few pirates, and capturing them all was uncertain. Waiting for the next pirate attack was too risky and unpredictable. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Ning Fan's mind. He quickly opened the chat interface with Xiao Dao and sent a message. Xiao Dao, I have a business proposition. Are you interested? Zhao Dao replied almost immediately. Boss, I'm definitely interested in your business. What's the good deal? Ning Fan succinctly explained the need, capturing pirates alive. Zhao Dao expressed surprise and asked about the purpose, mentioning the possibility of casualties. Considering his mine required a lot of labor, Ning Fan didn't want injured slaves. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to increase the reward. For each pirate captured alive, I'll give you 50,000 foundation stones. Ning Fan offered a more generous deal. Zhao Dao was overjoyed and agreed immediately. When asked how many pirates were needed, Ning Fan casually replied, the more, the merrier. To avoid relying solely on the woman, Ning Fan also reached out to the Cave Guild. This is Fengya. I have a business proposal regarding the trade of people. He maintained a businesslike tone, broadening his options. Ning Fan knew that to complete this task quickly, he had to strike from multiple angles. As he scanned the distant sea once more, he began planning his next steps. This world was full of opportunities, and he was ready to seize every possibility. Dee, who stood on the platform, looking down at the sparse group of 4 or 5 kittens, his new recruits. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a majestic glow over him. He cleared his throat and began his motivational speech. Brothers, Dee, whose voice was loud and full of passion, yesterday, our business officially launched. Guess what? We made 10 deals in just one day? That's quite a start. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he scanned the eager faces below. As long as we keep pushing, success is within reach. Trust me, our future is bright. He clenched his fist in a victory gesture. Now, your task is to recruit agents, to map routes for our operation. Raising a finger, Dee said, anyone who recruits 10 agents will become a team leader. Then, spreading his arms wide, he added, and if someone recruits 100, well, the position of vice president is theirs. His recruits' eyes gleamed with ambition at this prospect. Satisfied, Dee continued, remember, our core business is people trafficking services. Our competitive edge is being the couriers delivering and picking up goods. His expression turned serious. But remember, the risks are high. In this business, it's like licking blood off a knife's edge. With a sudden smile, he said, however, where there's profit, there are always those eager to join. Although his team was small, Dee knew that after making a name for himself yesterday, many recruits were already heading to join him. He calculated that it wouldn't be long before his team would grow significantly. Then, with everyone recruiting dozens of agents, dominating this field would be entirely possible. Thinking about this, Dee felt a twinge of regret. He muttered to himself, it's a pity I've used all my resources to pay off debts for that useless dynasty. If I had more resources, we could expand much faster. After a pause, seeing the enthusiasm in his recruits, Dee decided to end the speech. Just as he was about to say dismissed, a special notification sound caught his attention. He froze, his eyes darting around. This rare sound only played when someone he followed sent a message. He used to hear it often when Dynasty was around. But with Dynasty gone, why was it sounding now? Curious, Dee opened the leader's interface. His recruits watched with interest, creating a buzz of excitement. Quiet down and get back to work. Dee waved them off impatiently. The recruits exchanged glances and then dispersed. Once the room was quiet, Dee could no longer contain his excitement. He stomped his foot and laughed out loud. The boss wants to do business with me. Ha ha ha, the boss wants to do business with me. His laughter made the recruits, who had started to leave, turn back in surprise. Seeing their leader in such a state, they quickly looked away, fearing his wrath. Dee continued to mutter to himself, good thing I didn't act like that fool Dynasty and challenge the boss. By focusing on my business, I finally caught the boss's attention. Ha ha ha, I'm going to make something of myself. In his excitement, Dee began to dance a comical jig on the platform. As a former low-level slave, he knew all too well the power of the boss. He thought of the fisherman from the Fish Alliance, who had risen to prominence by staying close to the boss. Dee had always kept an eye on the boss, hoping for this day to come. Now that it had finally arrived, he realized just how fortunate he was. Dee pinched the bridge of his nose hard, forcing himself to calm his excitement. With trembling hands, he picked up his phone and replied to Ning Fan's message, boss, I'm here. Whatever you need, we're at your service. After sending the message, Dee didn't hesitate to kneel down. His past experiences working under the imperial regime taught him that in front of a true big shot, pride and posture meant nothing. As long as he could latch onto a powerful figure, he wouldn't mind kneeling online or even in person. In this harsh world, having the chance to serve a big shot was already an immense honor. Ning Fan received Dee's reply and was a bit surprised by his humble attitude. He got straight to the point. Do you deal in pirate slaves? Dee was taken aback by the message. He had never heard of anyone trading in pirate slaves. Afraid of missing an opportunity, he nervously replied, boss, we've never dealt with pirate slaves before. Could you explain more? Ning Fan briefly explained, don't worry about it. I have a way to make people sell pirate slaves. You just need to purchase them and send a batch to my territory. Dee's eyes lit up. This was exactly the kind of delivery service they excelled at. He immediately responded, boss, as soon as you give the word, we'll get it done beautifully. After a brief exchange, they reached a preliminary agreement. Seeing Dee's earnest attitude, Ning Fan decided to give him a chance. He sent Dee a screenshot of the slave trade emergence task, thinking that if Dee was smart, he'd see the business opportunity. Dee received the task information and read it carefully, word by word, fearing he'd miss any crucial detail. After reading, he took a deep breath, gazing into the distance, and thought, just this piece of information is worth a fortune. Is this the benefit of aligning with a big shot? It came so quickly. Coming back to his senses, Hu respectfully asked, Boss, I understand what to do. Do you need me to make this information public? Ning Fan smirked, satisfied that Hu wasn't a fool, and thought his task might be completed ahead of schedule. He replied, Sure, use it as you see fit. I have just one requirement. Within 3 days, I need 100 pirate slaves. I've already sent you the deposit. A system notification chimed. The lord you follow, Maple Leaf, has gifted you with 50 liters of water. Hu pinched the bridge of his nose again, stunned by such a generous gesture. These resources were worth more than his entire fortune. But he didn't let the joy cloud his judgment, and quickly replied, Boss, this is too generous. You've already shown me a way to make money. I can't accept the deposit. Consider the 100 pirate slaves my gift to you. Ning Fan casually replied, No problem. Business is business. If you want to expand the pirate trade, you'll need funds. If you really want to thank me, just get those 100 pirates to me as soon as possible. Hu looked at the screen with a mix of emotions, thinking this was the true demeanor of a big shot, considering their difficulties with such clarity. His vision surpassed that of the imperial regime by miles. He promptly assured, All right, boss, rest assured, I'll deliver 100 pirates to you within 2 days. Good, I'll be waiting for your news. That's it then. Ning Fan ended the conversation. Hu took a moment to gather his thoughts. 2 days was the deadline he set for himself to impress the boss, and he intended to do it even faster. With determination in his eyes, he decisively opened the chat group with his subordinates and issued an order. Now, immediately, get over here. Anyone not here in half a minute, I'll break their legs. On a scorching summer day, Hu gathered his group of underlings for a meeting behind closed doors. The room was stifling, and everyone was drenched in sweat, yet their spirits were high. The news that their leader had connected with the big boss had them more excited than ever. Boss, is it true that the big boss has given us permission to use his name to start our pirate business? One of the underlings asked, his voice trembling with excitement. Before Hu could reply, another underling tugged at the questioner's sleeve and whispered, Could there be any doubt? The big boss personally gave such important information to our boss to announce. It must mean he approved. Soon, the rest of the underlings joined in the conversation, talking over each other. The big boss's reputation is known throughout the region. Once the freelancers know we are connected with him, they'll be eager to join us. Boss, I'm claiming a group leader position. With the big boss's name, recruiting 100 agents will be a breeze. Is that all you can manage? I bet I can bring in 1,000 agents. The underlings were full of enthusiasm, as if being associated with the big boss would instantly elevate them above others. Hu watched them with a satisfied smile, thinking how much easier it was to lead the team now that they were under the big boss's wing. All right, since everyone knows, let's get to work. I'm about to announce this news in the chat channel, Hu said as he opened the Lord's screen. The underlings immediately quieted down and opened their screens as well. They knew it was time to act as online supporters, create a buzz, and recruit more people. Hu posted a screenshot of the emerging slavery system in the chat channel, which instantly set off a frenzy. Oh my gosh, the big boss's territory score has reached over 180,000. That's insanely fast. There's no way to catch up. The second place, Mushun, only has a score of 5,000. The big boss is incredible. So reaching 100,000 square meters is the threshold for entering the next era. Luckily we have the big boss, or we wouldn't know how long we'd have to wait. If it weren't for the big boss, we'd probably eliminate pirates on sight. Who knew pirates could be turned into slaves? Learned something new today. Someone laughed and said, Don't mind them, brother who. There are always fools who don't understand the big boss's influence. After all this time, who would dare pretend to act on the big boss's behalf? With slavery emerging, those people will likely end up as slaves themselves. No need to bother with them. 200 stones for a pirate. Anyone want to team up to fight pirates? Count me in. Seeing that pirates could be sold for money, more and more freelancers in the area started teaming up to tackle pirate islands. Everyone was driven by profit, and the greater the rewards for capturing pirate islands, the stronger the motivation. Various guilds held emergency meetings to discuss how to capture, keep, and tame pirates, making it a primary focus for the upcoming period. The market was enormous. Even at 200 stones per pirate, a lord aiming to advance to the classical era would need to spend 20,000 stones on slaves alone. And how many lords were capable of entering the classical era? The numbers were vast. When you do the math, it's clear to everyone that this is a billion-dollar market. Although the underground world got lucky and latched onto a big player for an early advantage, with effort and persistence, others can still grab a piece of the pie. Of course, the most profitable part of this business lies in the production end, specifically in capturing pirates. The chat channel was buzzing, messages flooding in at an astonishing pace, with bursts of excitement everywhere, like a pot of hot oil set ablaze. Someone even used bold red letters to shout out a catchy slogan. If you can't find resources, join us in hunting pirates. And so, amidst this enthusiasm, a public organization called Pirate Hunters was quietly born. Who stared at the screen filled with rapidly scrolling messages, a smile creeping onto his face, unable to hide his pride. The nickname, Hugu, echoed repeatedly in the channel, warming his heart. Just days ago, he was nothing more than a lackey for the Emperor's world, but now he had transformed into the Hugu everyone was talking about. This shift in identity left him somewhat dazed. All the glory came from making the simplest choice, aligning with the right big player. Who sighed, leaning back in his chair, a sense of awe in his voice. But the next moment, his expression turned serious, his brows furrowed. No, that's not enough. He sat up abruptly, tapping his right hand on the table. I need to find a way to build a stronger relationship with the big player. Just doing a few tasks isn't enough to be a competent follower. He remembered how his subordinates would occasionally flatter him with small gifts. Now, as a subordinate himself, he needed to master this art. But how do I build a good relationship with the big player? Who scratched his head, his brows knitting tighter. Resources. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. Huh. If the big player were interested in my resources, that would be something. Who rubbed his chin, lost in thought, searching his mind for anything that might impress the big player, but found nothing. As he pondered, the office door opened softly, and a subordinate quickly approached him, reporting with a hint of excitement. Boss, a new client wants to sell a female slave. Leaning closer, the subordinate's eyes gleamed as he added with enthusiasm. She's top-notch. Upon hearing this, Who's eyes widened like a light bulb turning on, a sudden inspiration striking him. He slapped the desk, nearly jumping from his chair. Of course, the big player is a man before anything else, and he must like women. Who immediately asked, how top-notch? Is she a virgin? Do you have pictures? In their line of work, top-notch wasn't a term used lightly. It required an exceptional level of beauty and physique. The subordinate gave a knowing smile. Boss, rest assured, if she wasn't a virgin, I wouldn't classify her as top-notch. He chuckled, quickly pulling up photos on his phone while adding with a lecherous grin. I heard she was a university lecturer. Who, almost oblivious to everything else, stared at the screen. At first glance, he slapped his thigh, his eyes shining brightly. She's the one. Giving such a beauty to the big player will not diminish his status. He decided firmly and added, secure this deal at all costs. Price is not an issue. He shot a fierce look at the subordinate, his voice low and filled with undeniable authority. Remember, this is for the big player. Keep your little thoughts in check. If he's satisfied, you won't be losing out. Seeing the boss's serious demeanor, the subordinate's eyes immediately cleared, standing up straight with eagerness. Boss, don't worry, I know the rules. Who nodded in satisfaction, though he felt it wasn't entirely secure. He tapped his fingers on the table before adding, when picking her up, send 2 female slaves along. Make sure to take good care of her. Treat her like she's the big player's woman, understand? Upon hearing this, the subordinate instantly stood at attention, as if receiving a military order. If he hadn't grasped the importance of this task before, he certainly did now. Boss, rest assured, I'll complete the mission. The subordinate's eyes sparkled, his voice firm and confident. Who patted his shoulder with satisfaction, thinking his efforts in training him had paid off. His business skills were solid. By the way, what's her name? Who suddenly asked, tapping his fingers on the table. The subordinate quickly replied, Zhao Xuana. After delegating the management of the slaves to Xiao Dao and Who, Ning Fan headed alone to the remote southwestern corner of his territory, the mining area. The sight before him was surprising. 2 small mounds had emerged on the once flat land, covering several hundred square meters, clearly indicating the formation of 2 small mineral veins. So these are the 2 mineral veins, Ning Fan murmured to himself. We'll have to wait for the slaves to arrive before we can start mining. But since the mineral resources only refresh once a month, there's no rush. He then carefully took out 2 medium-sized mineral stones and placed them on the ground. A system prompt appeared. Medium iron mine generating, once complete, can yield 10,000 iron ore pieces monthly. Progress, 0.1, 0.11. Remaining time, 3 days 23 hours 59 minutes. Medium silver mine generating, once complete, can yield 10,000 silver ore pieces monthly. Progress, 0.1, 0.11. Remaining time, 5 days 23 hours 59 minutes. Ning Fan's eyes lit up. The resources of a medium-sized vein were 10 times that of a small one. If 1,000 pieces of iron ore per month were just a morsel, then 10,000 could be considered a decent haul. He quickly calculated. Based on the price of metal sheets, 10,000 pieces of iron ore would be worth at least over 10,000 base stones. If the number of veins increased, this could become a substantial income. Suddenly, a thought crossed Ning Fan's mind. Maybe it was time to stockpile some metal sheets. As the number of island lords increased, ore production would inevitably rise, and the prices of different ores wouldn't always be linked to metal sheets. For instance, silver ore is more precious and rare than iron ore, mainly used in construction and precision instruments, leading to a significant price difference in the trading market. With the expansion of each lord's territory, the demand for materials would only grow. Metal sheets, as products of supply crates, would eventually be in short supply, paving the way for various ores. However, metal sheets wouldn't be completely phased out due to their versatility, able to substitute some very rare metals like tungsten and zinc. In this way, the price of metal sheets would only continue to climb. Currently, the price remains stable, merely depleting the initial stock from the survival phase. Before arriving on the island, the consumption of metal sheets was low, and the regional stock had been increasing. But the future would certainly be different. Realizing this, Ning Fan immediately messaged Mu wanting, in the coming days, purchase some metal sheets from the trading market and store them in the territory warehouse. Okay, dear, Mu Wanting replied. About how much should we stockpile? She wasn't as familiar with the territory situation as Ning Fan and hadn't yet noticed the potential price changes in metal sheets. It wasn't that her instincts weren't sharp. She just didn't have Ning Fan's perspective. Ning Fan replied, let the profits from the mysterious shop in the next few days go towards stockpiling metal sheets. He didn't intend to profit from metal sheets, just wanted to ensure that when the territory needed rare metals for construction in the future, there wouldn't be a shortage. For now, they didn't lack the base stones needed for expanding the territory. All right, Mu Wanting responded succinctly, ready to carry out Ning Fan's instructions. Mu Wanting replied with a received emoji and then sent a message, hubby, do you want to join us for a swim? Accompanied by a photo. Ning Fan enlarged the image and almost had a nosebleed. The photo featured three stunning beauties in swimsuits, playing and laughing in the pool. Their skin looked like jade under the shimmering water, highlighting their curves. The scene was so captivating that Ning Fan had to put the photo away after a light cough. He looked up at the sky, where the sun was shining brightly through the clouds. Yeah, the sun is pretty intense today, perfect for a dip in the pool, he murmured to himself, and then started walking towards the estate. In the backyard of the estate, the open-air pool glistened under the sun, with the water gently rippling in the breeze. The suggestion to swim was made by Mu Wanting, as it was the last day of the scorching heat wave. However, the estate had an advanced climate control system, making the interior comfortable regardless of the outside temperature. An almost invisible transparent shield covered the estate, effectively blocking most harmful UV rays and making the sunlight that hit the pool gentle and pleasant. By the poolside, Mu Wanting and Feng Linglong lounged lazily on comfortable chairs, each focused on their respective holographic screens. Suyiya, like a diligent little helper, was attentively massaging Mu Wanting's long legs, occasionally sneaking a sip of juice from the side table. All right, hubby's task is done, Mu Wanting said with satisfaction, closing her screen and stretching elegantly. She snatched the juice from Suyiya's hand and playfully patted her on the backside. Yeah, go play by yourself now. Her actions were mischievous. Not yet, Feng Linglong replied without looking up, fully absorbed in her screen, clearly too busy to engage in Mu Wanting's antics. Mu Wanting took a sip of the stolen juice and curiously leaned over. The screen displayed a stunningly intricate traditional-style dress in pink hues, with exquisite patterns and meticulous details. This dress was designed by Feng Linglong specifically for Lin Yakin. After hearing about Lin Yakin and her sister from Mu Wanting, Feng Linglong, though a bit resigned about Ning Fan's ability to attract women, knew this day would come. She accepted the sisters joining them and, being skilled in fashion design, decided to gift Lin Yakin a traditional outfit, knowing her love for such attire. Wow, it's beautiful, Mu Wanting sincerely praised. Even after leaving school, our Feng the campus belle hasn't lost her touch. I have, quite a bit, Feng Linglong sighed, shrugging her shoulders and examining the overall effect with a wry smile. If Ms. Xuena saw this, I'd probably have to listen to her critique for hours. I think you're just too hard on yourself, Mu Wanting continued to admire. This dress is really gorgeous, Yakin will love it. Feng Linglong chuckled and playfully pinched Mu Wanting's cheek. Such sweet talk. Are you up to something good? Spill it. You know me too well, Mu Wanting said playfully, leaning closer and showing her the information on her screen. It displayed detailed data about 2 mineral stones, their parameters clearly outlined. Did you buy these, Wan? Feng Linglong asked in surprise. Ning Fan had once explained the importance of mineral stones to her, so she understood their significance. Yes, Mu Wanting replied proudly, lifting her chin. The Carpenters Guild approached us to sell them, probably spurred by the slave system's emergence task. They just wanted to exchange them for basic stones, likely to quickly expand their territory. You deserve some credit too. If you hadn't found over 10,000 basic stones in the pirate team's treasure chest, we wouldn't have had enough to pay them. With that, Mu Wanting rewarded Feng Linglong with a shoulder massage. Maybe I just got lucky, Feng Linglong smiled back. Designing the dress had tired her out, and she relaxed under Mu Wanting's massage, her eyes narrowing contentedly. She lay down to rest. A bit more pressure. Mu Wanting's eyebrow twitched. You're really getting into this, aren't you? Seeing Ling Long in her scanty swimwear, Mu Wanting's lips curled into a mischievous smile. She extended her slender, fair, evil claws, slowly reaching towards Feng Linglong's alluring figure. Awakened by Mu Wanting's sudden sneak attack, Feng Linglong sat up abruptly. She glared at Mu Wanting in annoyance, inadvertently causing the strap on her shoulder to slip down her arm. Mu Wanting chuckled and reached out to adjust the strap for her. Feng Linglong pondered whether to engage in a swimsuit battle with this annoying Wanting. Just then, Ning Fan's footsteps approached from the backyard. Both women turned their heads simultaneously to see Ning Fan walking towards them. Mu Wanting's lips curled into a smile as she walked over to greet him first. Feng Linglong pouted, abandoning her little scheme with a huff, and followed suit. Honey, Mu Wanting greeted warmly as she elegantly walked up to Ning Fan. His gaze naturally fell on her. Mu Wanting was wearing a light blue crossover wrap swimsuit that perfectly highlighted her graceful figure. With her enhanced physique, her fair skin looked even more exquisite, like a work of art. Noticing Ning Fan's gaze, Mu Wanting's smile deepened. Honey, Feng Linglong followed closely, refusing to be outdone, and playfully called out. Her outfit was slightly more conservative than Mu Wanting's, with a strapless top and a mini skirt, yet still eye-catching. It was Ning Fan's first time seeing his senior in such a cool outfit, and he couldn't help but take a few extra glances. Feng Linglong shyly lowered her eyes, but, remembering Mu Wanting was nearby, bit her lip and decisively hugged Ning Fan's arm. Honey, we've been waiting for you for so long. Let's go swimming, she said, not forgetting to provocatively glance at Mu Wanting. Annoying Wanting, since you teased me, I'm taking my husband away. You can play by yourself. Mu Wanting laughed inwardly. She gracefully linked her arm through Ning Fan's other arm and said sweetly, Let's go, honey. Ning Fan looked at the two of them in surprise, sensing something was off. But he quickly relaxed, a smile playing on his lips. He slipped his arms out of theirs, took charge, and wrapped his arms around their waists as they headed to the pool. The two friends, who had been secretly competing, now blushed as they pressed against Ning Fan. It seems like we overdid it. They both thought simultaneously. After an afternoon of playing in the pool, Feng Linglong quickly retreated to her room, while Mu Wanting was carried back to the bedroom by Ning Fan for a bath. In the bath, Mu Wanting lay on Ning Fan's chest, speaking softly. Honey, when do you plan to bring Lin Yakin and her sister over? After learning about the slavery situation, Mu Wanting realized she could no longer hide the matter of Lin Yakin and her sister from Ning Fan. Lin Yakin also understood that if slavery was a reality, a harem wouldn't be far off. She agreed to inform Ning Fan, and if he accepted them, she and her sister would come quickly to become his women, gaining status before gradually helping to manage the harem. With Lin Yakin's consent, Mu Wanting confessed the situation to Ning Fan. Ning Fan pondered for a moment and then replied, Since you all have no objections, let them come as they wish. Ning Fan gently smoothed Mu Wanting's hair from her forehead, though inside, he was caught in a storm of emotions. He never expected that Mu Wanting and her sisters were secretly arranging for him to take concubines, and it was only waiting for his approval. This was undoubtedly a timely help, giving his territory system more room to develop. What pleased him even more was Mu Wanting's display of wisdom and openness, which subtly eased many of his concerns. Unable to resist, Ning Fan planted a kiss on Mu Wanting's forehead. She immediately showed a bashful side, playfully scolding, There are others here. At that moment, Su Yiye was timidly standing behind Ning Fan, massaging his shoulders. She was wrapped in nothing but a towel, evidently not spared from Ning Fan's mischief, even in the pool. Seeing this scene, she lowered her gaze, trying to remain silent. Compared to the more embarrassing scenes at the pool, this level of intimacy seemed quite ordinary. Ning Fan spoke earnestly. Wanting, I'll leave all the matters of the backyard to you and Ling Long from now on. Since they were willing to support his harem, he decided to be frank about it. Mu Wanting was visibly moved, her eyes brimming with emotion. Really, darling? She had long awaited this moment. Ever since Ling Long saved her using Ning Fan's fish, she realized this world was beyond her conquest. From that moment, she secretly vowed to become Ning Fan's woman and accompany him to the pinnacle of the world, to become the most honored woman. With her growing understanding of Ning Fan's capabilities, this resolve only strengthened. Ning Fan further promised, if a similar situation arises, feel free to use the territory's resources. Remember, you are my woman, and within my territory, you and Ling Long are the mistresses. The emergence of a slave system sparked his idea of establishing a dynasty. Since she intended to be the head of the harem, why not start building a dynasty system from there? It aligned perfectly with his system's needs. All right. Mu Wanting smiled sweetly, obediently wrapping her arms around Ning Fan's neck. Ning Fan took her into his arms, ready to seize the moment. But Mu Wanting mischievously slipped away, brushing her lips against his in a fleeting kiss before leaving the pool. Honey, I'll go tell Ling Long the good news first. You take your time. She dried herself and dressed, pushing Su Yiye towards Ning Fan before leaving. Before she exited the bathroom, She gave Ning Fan a significant look and then quickly departed. The bathroom was left with just Su Yaya and Ning Fan. Ning Fan's gaze involuntarily fell on the thin towel wrapped around the young girl, and he cleared his throat. Yeah. Would you like me to help you with a bath? Su Yaya blushed deeply, softly replying. Okay. Although she couldn't refuse, she secretly looked forward to it. Seeing this, Ning Fan didn't hesitate, pulling her into the pool. Su Yaya's petite body landed in his arms, soft and pliant. Before Ning Fan could make a move, she had already undone her towel. That evening, Su Yaya missed dinner once again, but she didn't mind at all. At that moment, she was contentedly nestled in Ning Fan's warm embrace, savoring the rare moment of solitude. Her friends, busy discussing palace plans, entrusted the exhausted Ning Fan to her care. Ning Fan was deep asleep, his breathing steady and long. Yeah, however, kept her eyes wide open, gazing intently at his face, as if trying to etch every detail into her memory. Her legs fidgeted slightly against him, and whenever she felt overwhelmed with emotion, she couldn't resist planting a gentle kiss on his cheek. Her excitement was akin to that of a child, keeping her wide awake. Reflecting on the day's events, Yaya's heart was filled with sweetness. She had not only formed close relationships with the two wives, but also successfully bridged the subtle gap that had existed. Although the process was somewhat absurd, she finally found her place in this family. What thrilled her even more was the impending arrival of Lin Lin, and the wives had already begun discussing the establishment of palace rules. This meant that Su Yaya would also become a woman of status. With this thought, Yaya couldn't help but kiss Ning Fan's cheek again, secretly delighted. Being Ning Fan's woman was truly blissful, and her status could only rise. She couldn't help but compare herself to her soon-to-arrive friend Lin Lin, and a subtle sense of superiority arose within her. Once Lin Lin joined Ning Fan, she would have to start as a maid, while Yaya had already become a concubine, a feeling that made her a little giddy. Oh, I seem to be a bad friend, Yaya murmured to herself, cupping her face in Ning Fan's arms. But she quickly reassured herself. After all, once Lin Lin became Ning Fan's woman, she would live better than those struggling to survive, as long as she didn't bully her. With these thoughts, Yaya quietly opened the communication screen and sent a message to Lin Lin. Lin Lin, how's it going on your end? Have you reached the president's territory? Soon, Lin Lin replied. Yaya, we have arrived. So fast? Yaya asked in surprise. Lin Lin continued to explain. There seems to have been a change of plans. The president decided to only bring me and another sister to the territory. According to the president, we'll be heading to meet Ning Fan tomorrow. The president is calling for me now, so I'll talk to you tomorrow, Yaya. Learning that Lin Lin would be arriving the next day, Yaya's expression became complicated. Didn't that mean she only had tonight left to have Ning Fan all to herself? She instinctively linked Lin Lin and herself together in her mind. With this realization, Yaya carefully extricated herself from Ning Fan's arms, stepped barefoot off the bed, and went to the wardrobe. She gently opened the door and took out a pair of stockings she had prepared for the occasion. Hee hee, since it's just tonight, I might as well indulge. Yaya mischievously rubbed her hands together, her eyes sparkling with a sly glint. She quickly slipped the stockings onto her fair legs and eagerly returned to the bed. Big bad wolf, surrender without a fight, Yaya whispered with anticipation in her eyes. Meanwhile, in Lin Yakin's sister's territory, Zhu Linlin and Zhao Xiner were settled on the apartment's living room sofa for the night. Although the conditions were simple, compared to their previous experiences drifting at sea, being able to sleep on a soft sofa filled them with gratitude. The two petite girls huddled together under a single blanket, warming each other. Perhaps it was the tension of being in a new place or the uncertainty about the future, but they spoke softly, comforting one another. As the night deepened, their whispers echoed gently in the quiet living room, expressing their hopes and fears for tomorrow. In the darkness, Zhao Xiner quietly moved closer to Zhu Linlin and curiously whispered, Linlin, you mentioned your friend became a concubine for a powerful man. Do you know what he's like? Although they had only met today, their similar experiences quickly brought them close. As they lay side by side, Zhao Xiner gathered the courage to ask the question that had been on her mind. Zhu Linlin held her hand reassuringly. Don't worry, Xiner, he's a good man. My friend is living quite well now. The leaders aren't foolish. If he were a bad person, they wouldn't choose to rely on him. Zhao Xiner nodded slightly, feeling a bit more at ease. If it weren't for her fear of this unfamiliar world, she would never have agreed to the leader's proposal to follow them to the man's territory. A brief silence fell between them as they lay together, each pondering the uncertainties of the coming day. Suddenly, Zhu Linlin asked, by the way, Xiner, do you like wearing stockings? Zhao Xiner shuddered slightly, confused. Linlin, why are you asking? Zhu Linlin gave a mischievous smile and whispered in her ear, oh, nothing. My dear friend told me that he particularly enjoys seeing her in stockings, so I've prepared a few myself, you know. Zhao Xiner's ears turned red, but the darkness gave her the courage to continue the conversation. She quietly replied, I used to, but after my sister found out, I stopped. You have a sister? I didn't hear you mention her. Zhu Linlin said, surprised. Zhao Xiner pursed her lips, teasingly. We've only known each other for a few hours. You're asking like you're checking a household register. She explained, my sister is a university professor and quite strict with me. She doesn't allow me to dress too revealingly. She paused, her tone turning somber. But my sister is really wonderful. Unfortunately, we didn't have the leader's luck, and we lost contact after arriving in this world. Zhu Linlin hugged her comfortingly. Xiner, don't worry. Once we reach Ning Fan's territory and have his protection, we'll survive. There will be opportunities to find your sister. Zhao Xiner nodded, silently praying for her sister's safety. Suddenly, Zhu Linlin threw off the covers and sat on the sofa. Under Zhao Xiner's puzzled gaze, she turned on a screen, using its faint blue light to pull a pair of white stockings from storage. Here, try these on for size, Zhu Linlin said with a playful grin, grabbing Zhao Xiner's leg to put them on. Zhao Xiner was startled and about to resist when Zhu Linlin added, your priority now is to please Ning Fan. If you can become his woman and earn his favor, with his abilities, he can find your sister no matter where she is. She leaned in close, mischievously. This is the quickest way to find her, you know what I mean. Zhao Xiner opened her mouth, but had no response. She knew Zhu Linlin was right. Seeing this, Zhu Linlin didn't hesitate, deftly helping her put on the stockings. Zhao Xiner didn't resist, accepting her friend's actions. Before long, Zhu Linlin finished her masterpiece, clapping her hands with satisfaction as she admired the result. The night was still warm, and Zhao Xiner was dressed lightly in a white skirt and top, giving her a pure and quiet look. The addition of white over-thinny socks added an innocent allure. Zhao Xiner glanced at the socks on her legs, shyly turning her head, her face flushed. She silently apologized in her heart. I'm sorry, sister, for not living up to your expectations. Zhu Linlin and Zhao Xiner spent the entire night in their room, trying on various stockings. In the end, they reached a consensus. Zhao Xiner would wear pure white stockings, while Zhu Linlin chose black ones. This intimate experience of changing clothes brought them closer together, as if they had silently reached some secret agreement. As the night deepened, they fell asleep in each other's arms, unaware that this night would be anything but peaceful. Meanwhile, the entire game world was buzzing with activity, except for the Tianxiang Alliance, which remained unusually calm. Other guilds were racing against time, seizing the last night of the sudden heat event to capture islands and pirate prisoners. Such rare opportunities were fleeting, and even the price of torches in the trading market had soared. Dihu was equally busy, with his territory brightly lit throughout the night. Orders for pirate prisoners flew in like snowflakes. Boss, we're running low on foundation stones, a subordinate reported anxiously. Dihu waved dismissively. Do you really need to ask me about such a trivial matter? Go to the finance department. Boss, in 3 hours, a batch of pirate prisoners will arrive, but our territory cells are already full. Use money to rent space in the market. These pirate prisoners must be delivered to the big boss in perfect condition, with the best terms. Dihu ordered decisively. To leave a good impression on Ning Fan, Dihu spared no expense in acquiring prisoners. Like him, Li Sanjian also worked tirelessly through the night to complete Ning Fan's task. Li Sanjian took a ferry to Area 2548 and immediately started a massive sale. Crate's spiritual rice, 1 kilogram per portion, 150 foundation stones, no bargaining. Crate bran, 1 kilogram per portion, 50 foundation stones, also no bargaining. If interested, go directly to the auction in the trading hall. Adopting a cold demeanor, Li Sanjian let the affordable prices speak for themselves. The results were surprisingly good, with all resources being snapped up without any obstacles. 3 hours later, Li Sanjian returned home with a hefty income of 1,000,000 foundation stones. The next morning, the sun shone as usual. The sudden event had ended, and the entire area returned to calm. Most people were either sleeping or resting, except for the members of the underground den, who were still diligently transporting pirates. In the manner, the door to Su Ye's room slowly opened. Ning Fan, supporting himself against the wall, walked out with a pained expression, occasionally rubbing his back. Oh dear, I went to bed so early last night, so why is my whole body sore? Ning Fan muttered, massaging his back and neck, puzzled. With his physique nearing Clevel, how could he have a stiff neck? It was truly perplexing. Shaking his head, he couldn't figure out the reason. He downed a cup of bee water, feeling the empty energy in his body gradually replenishing, and he felt much better. He had hoped to wake up early, admire the cute little girl in his arms, and perhaps enjoy some morning exercise, but his inexplicable discomfort had ruined those plans. Never mind, I'll let her rest this time, Ning Fan murmured to himself. He noticed the little girl seemed to still be sleeping, probably exhausted from the night before. Not dwelling on it any further, he put away the empty cup and headed downstairs. In the living room, Mu Wanning was already up, enjoying breakfast. Seeing Ning Fan occasionally supporting himself on the railing as he descended, she couldn't help but stifle a laugh. It seemed that the self-proclaimed mighty wolf had been thoroughly schooled by the little girl. The morning sunlight filtered through the curtains into the bedroom as Ning Fan opened his eyes to greet a new day. Mu Wanting softly called out, "Good morning, honey." Her eyes playfully fixed on Ning Fan's waist as she teased, "Why don't you take a break today?" Her implication was clear. A hint of helplessness crossed Ning Fan's face. He glanced at her, but continued eating his breakfast. He thought to himself, a wise man doesn't argue with a woman. I'll just keep this in mind and show her later. By later, he meant both morning and evening. Mu Wanting, having experienced Ning Fan's power, dared to tease him, clearly confident in her position. As breakfast neared its end, she elegantly wiped her mouth and moved closer to Ning Fan, saying mysteriously, "Honey, let me show you something good." Curious, Ning Fan raised an eyebrow and looked at her. Mu Wanting then revealed a screen displaying Territory Warehouse, Foundation Stones 1 million. A whole million. Originally, there was some change, but a few thousand foundation stones were kept by Mu Wanting in the space warehouse, intended for storing metal fragments. Did Huang San and the others sell all the resources? Ning Fan asked in surprise. He didn't expect that Mu Wanting's efforts would actually yield 1 million foundation stones. Yes, Mu Wanting replied with a slight smile, wrapping her arms around Ning Fan's neck coquettishly. "Praise me, honey." Without a word, Ning Fan sealed her lips with a kiss, thinking to himself that such a capable and virtuous wife couldn't possibly end up on his mental list. After a long moment, he released the breathless Mu Wanting and leisurely continued his breakfast. Mu Wanting, blushing, sat quietly beside him, not daring to tease further. After the meal, Ning Fan went to the vegetable garden outside the manor. Over 2 days of evolution, the small creek running through the garden had become a river over 3 meters wide and knee-deep. He surveyed the area and made a decision. Let's expand the territory in this direction. 1 million foundation stones could expand the territory to 1 square kilometer, perfectly accommodating the maximum area for a grade mountain evolution stone. If a mountain forest were to evolve in this direction, it would allow the territory's only river to flow through the entire mountain area. This way, the forest would have ample water resources, creating richer natural conditions and accelerating soil grade improvement. Time to act. Ning Fan opened the Lord interface and began expanding the territory. The system notification popped up. Consumed foundation stones 1 million. Expanded territory area 1 million. Detected your territory area has reached 1 square kilometer, upgrading to kilometer level. Current territory area, 1.17 square kilometers. Territory score, 1.18 million rounded. The territory has finally reached 1 square kilometer. It's starting to look like a real territory, Ning Fan remarked, looking at the newly formed land. Although 1 square kilometer sounds large, it's actually just a 1,000 meter square, easily within view. There's still a lot to do. To establish a dynasty, this territory is far from enough. He took out the Grade Mountain Evolution Stone, placing it in the center of the new land. After setting the area on the screen, he prepared to begin the next stage of evolution. A notification suddenly caught Ning Fan's attention. The Grade Mountain Evolution Stone was progressing slowly yet steadily. Within a 1 square kilometer area, the evolution of the mountain forest had reached 0.1, then 0.2. Unlike mineral veins, the effects of mountain evolution stones and springs gradually manifest as progress is made. Ning Fan estimated that by tomorrow, he should see the beginnings of a small mountain. Although these subtle changes were hard to detect with the naked eye, Ning Fan shifted his focus back to the screen in front of him. The second task of the slavery system's emergence was complete, and now he only awaited the return of pirate slaves by Dihu and Xiao Dao to advance into the classical era. He wasn't in a hurry to urge them, understanding that with resources available, they would naturally strive to obtain them. Ning Fan opened the construction interface, carefully examining the blueprint for a grade fishing boat. This type of vessel was suitable for fishing in the waters surrounding his territory. Although it lacked long-distance sailing capabilities, it was equipped with 2 sets of grade fishing nets. He noted that grade fishing nets differed from grade automatic fishing nets. The former could only catch grade fish, while higher grade fish would escape and damage the nets even if caught. The boat's power system used conceptual power, allowing it to sail for 24 hours after docking for 24 hours, with a maximum speed of 30 kilometers per hour. If docked at a standardized pier, the sailing duration could be extended. The higher the pier's grade, the better the effect. Ning Fan muttered to himself. There were 3 refund opportunities left yesterday, and now there are 13 more today. That's enough for a critical refund. He decided to try for a refund on a more advanced fishing boat. With just grade fish meat and grade spiritual rice, his physique was nearing a breakthrough point. If he could catch higher grade fish, breaking through to grade would be within reach. After gathering the materials, Ning Fan unhesitatingly used the grade fishing boat blueprint. The familiar system prompt sounded. Ding, 1 grade fishing boat blueprint consumed. Refund target Feng Linglong. Refund multiplier 30,000 times. Would you like to choose a refund or critical refund? Ning Fan's finger hovered over the screen, ready to make a choice. At this moment, he felt he was standing at a crucial turning point, about to encounter new opportunities and challenges. Ning Fan stared at the system interface, his eyebrows slightly raised at the results of the critical hit return. The first return, a clever large fishing boat blueprint, was dismissed as he thought to himself. A clevel still requires manual operation, it's practically useless. His attention quickly shifted to the second blueprint-level fully automated large fishing boat. This deep-sea fishing powerhouse caught Ning Fan's eye. With an intelligent control system and sonar, 2 sets of sea-grade nets precisely define the fishing area. The system, guided by sonar feedback, automatically optimizes net deployment, maximizing capture efficiency. 10 high-speed harpoons are primed and ready, ensuring a 100 catch rate for level fish. Ning Fan carefully studied the detailed information on the blueprint. A nuclear-powered reactor supports a 100-year lifespan, with a top speed of 60 kilometers per hour. The level construction durability is reassuring. The only downside is its inability to carry any personnel, but for Ning Fan, this eliminates the hassle of operation. Iron or 200, copper or 200. Ning Fan muttered the required materials, already calculating how to acquire them. He nodded approvingly. The fully automated design with sonar assistance ensures I'll never come back empty-handed again. Ning Fan understood that the key to successful fishing was choosing the right waters. Without professional skills, even with nets, one could remain impoverished, like Zhu Linlin. The intelligent system of this level fishing boat perfectly filled this gap. Once the materials were gathered, Ning Fan quickly assembled the fishing boat. He went to the shoreline, and with a tap on the interface, placed it into the sea. A silver-white, oval, iron lump appeared on the shimmering surface, smaller than a building ship, yet exuding a high-tech aura. Ning Fan surveyed this extraordinary fishing vessel, feeling a slight regret. It's a pity it can't carry people, otherwise it could serve as a rescue boat in emergencies. Just then, a prompt appeared on the screen. Please plan the fishing activity range. Ning Fan's attention was immediately drawn, ready to embark on his fishing enterprise. Ning Fan gazed intently at the map in front of him, carefully studying the surroundings of his territory. The map only revealed a 10-kilometer radius around his land and the Lin Yakin sisters' territory, with some overlapping areas. He cautiously decided to limit the fishing boat's activity to this safe zone. A 10-kilometer radius is quite a large area. It should yield a good catch, Ning Fan thought. If the results aren't satisfactory, I can always extend the range later. It's the first time using it, so better to be safe. After setting the fishing area, a system prompt appeared. After each haul, the fishing boat will process the fish and store them directly in the territory's warehouse. Please ensure there is enough storage space available. With a deep rumble of the engine, the fishing boat slowly turned and headed out of the territory. Ning Fan watched it depart, murmuring to himself, I wonder how much fish this boat will catch in one go. His territory's warehouse could store up to 100 tons of supplies, so storage wasn't a concern in the short term. However, Ning Fan was most interested in the quantity of grade fish, as it directly impacted his physical enhancement speed. Other grades of fish mainly affected the number of foundation stones, which could be supplemented through trade. Just as the fishing boat was about to disappear from sight, a tower ship suddenly came into view. Upon closer inspection, it was his Crade tower ship. The Lin Yakin sisters are on their way, Ning Fan thought, preparing to contact them for details. At that moment, footsteps approached from behind. Ning Fan turned to see Mu Wanting and Feng Linglong walking over, chatting and laughing. They were dressed elegantly and had applied light makeup, clearly ready to welcome the Lin Yakin sisters. A smile appeared on Ning Fan's face as he thought about how harmonious and trouble-free his household was, saving him a lot of hassle. Honey. Feng Linglong ran over and threw herself into Ning Fan's arms. After being teased by Ning Fan the day before, they hadn't seen each other, and she was filled with longing. Ning Fan caught her effortlessly, surrounded by a delicate fragrance he had never smelled before. I thought you, my little sleepyhead, would sleep until noon, Ning Fan chuckled. Feng Linglong pouted and playfully punched Ning Fan's chest. Silly husband, you're ruining the moment. Can't you compliment how nice my outfit looks? She had spent over an hour getting ready to show her role as the leading lady. Ning Fan took her hand and bent down to gently kiss her lips, expressing his approval through action. Feng Linglong's face turned red, and as Ning Fan released her, she leaned against him, feeling a sweet warmth inside. Oh, you're so annoying, silly husband, she thought fondly. Mu Wanting then joined them. Having noticed their interaction, she smiled without minding. She stepped forward and explained, last night, Linglong and I created a group and added Yakin and her sister. They mentioned in the group chat that they were coming over, so we came out to greet them. Don't mind us, honey. As she spoke, she thoughtfully adjusted Ning Fan's clothing. All right, I got it, Ning Fan replied with a doting look. Mu Wanting was always so considerate, making it easy to be around her. They tacitly avoided mentioning the group chat, acknowledging it as the women's private space. As the group exchanged playful banter, the tower ship slowly approached the shore. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.